Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1 Battlefield Analysis Team. Clang. 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 The sounds of shuriken and kunai flying across the battlefield echoed in the distance. Behind the front lines, members of the analysis team were working urgently on their missions. Captain, this is the genin with sensory talent, Tobitake Tanbo. He chose to join the analysis team immediately after graduation, Dokaraka Mawashi said, pointing to Tanbo standing behind him. Yamanaka Inoichi looked toward him, raising an eyebrow at the boy who was clearly still very young. Tanbo wore a Konoha forehead protector. However, his eyes, ears, and the back of his neck, essentially his entire head above the headband, were wrapped tightly in grayish-white bandages. Observing the world without using his eyes. It seems his sensory talent is indeed impressive, Inoichi thought. Is that Inoichi-senpai? Hello. I am Tobitake Tanbo. Seeing Inoichi look his way, Tanbo immediately straightened his posture, his voice laced with excitement. There's no time for small talk, Inoichi commanded. Mawashi, you take him under your wing. Aim to have him learn the psycho mind transmission, reading mind, technique in the shortest time possible. Can you do it? On it, Captain, Mawashi replied, his eyes flashing with intensity. Ah. Tanbo's face fell. He had hoped for direct guidance from a jonin. His senses lingered on Dokaraka Mawashi. This demon instructor of the analysis team was also young right now. Tanbo wondered when Kishimoto had even come up with the setting for this demon instructor. Hopefully, it wasn't a personality trait he possessed yet. Tanbo hadn't expected this. Watching the anime wasn't enough, so he had stayed up all night reading a Naruto fanfic, only to die of exhaustion and transmigrate. Now, he was in the midst of the Third Shinobi World War. He had been forced to graduate at only the 5th grade level. Terrified of dying, he had quickly identified the best place to stay safe, following the path of the original Tobitake Tanbo. A member of the analysis team. They had only one mission: read the intelligence inside the enemy's brain, organize it, and hand it over to superiors. In times of peace, they were like the two gatekeepers of Konoha, they stayed put where they were needed. It couldn't be better. Mawashi led him to a side area of the encampment. Since it was wartime, the environment was naturally harsh. Here. This is the specific training method for the psycho mind transmission. With your sensory talent, it shouldn't be difficult. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me after I finish my mission. Mawashi tossed him a scroll and left. Tanbo knew the battlefield was an emergency, every second counted. Even his classmates, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Shiranui Genma, had to join the battle immediately. As a logistics specialist, he didn't have the luxury of one-on-one or one-on-three specialized training. He opened the scroll. Peeling back the bandages on his face, he revealed his eyes. He thought learning the execution of the mind-reading technique would be simple. He had underestimated it. The scroll was filled with dense lines of text and figures, it was incredibly long. However, as he delved deeper into the reading, he realized that beyond the execution method, the scroll listed techniques on how to maximize intelligence retrieval once inside someone's mind. It also detailed methods to prevent the other person's thoughts from invading one's own mind during the process. Essentially, this jutsu was like an academic subject, the hand signs were the least important part. As long as one had sensory talent and decent spiritual energy, the execution was simple. As he read, the characters seemed to come alive. Tanbo found it exceptionally easy to understand, it wasn't nearly as difficult as he had imagined. Rat, horse, tiger. Once he finished reading, he quickly formed the hand signs. The formula for the psycho mind transmission was executed by him with total ease. He scanned the camp, but finding nothing suitable to practice his mind reading on, he released the jutsu. What should I do next? To prevent enemy attacks, the analysis team was located in a hidden spot. He couldn't practice any flashy, high-impact ninjutsu here. I'll just practice my sensing then. He was, after all, a sensory-type ninja, a rarity compared to those with basic wind-style chakra. He wrapped the bandages back over his eyes. In his perception, everything around him turned into lines. This was how he could keep his eyes covered without affecting his movement. He formed the tiger seal and refined his chakra. Suddenly, his perception shifted. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the chakra signatures of distant frogs, birds, and shinobi appeared in his mind. While not as visually direct as the Byakugan, it was top-tier talent for a commoner. No wonder sensory ninjas were so rare. He then experimented with other basic ninjutsu, transformation, clone jutsu, and more. He realized a pattern: since transmigrating, his talent seemed to have been boosted. No matter the knowledge, he could master it easily and even innovate upon it. For example, with the transformation jutsu, the original Tanbo could only transform into things he had observed for a long time. Now, with just a glance at a nearby animal, its form and gait would manifest in his mind, allowing for an instant, perfect transformation. The clone jutsu was the same. Before, it took him a full second; now, his hand seals were a third faster. In a real fight, that was the difference between life and death. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to learn the mind-reading technique? While Tanbo was practicing chakra control by climbing a tree, Dokuraku Mawashi reappeared. Seeing that Tanbo wasn't following his instructions, Mawashi felt a surge of irritation. It was wartime; a ninja who didn't follow orders died easily. I've learned it. I just didn't have a subject to test it on, Tanbo said as he dropped down in front of him. Mawashi froze, his face full of disbelief. According to the records, while Tanbo was strong in sensory talent, his performance in ninjutsu and theory at the academy was only above average. Follow me. Since the boy claimed success, Mawashi didn't argue. Besides, with Tanbo's face covered in bandages, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Curious, Tanbo followed. They soon arrived at an underground secret room. A series of closed doors lined the corridor. Mawashi led him into one of the rooms. The ninja inside has already had his intelligence extracted. His mind is in a state of chaos. Give it a try. Remember, don't push yourself. Tanbo stepped inside. The room was dim, lit only by a single flickering candle. Inside sat a dazed Sunagekure ninja. It seemed that forced mind reading had some nasty side effects. Mawashi didn't leave; he stayed by the side to watch, ensuring Tanbo didn't do anything reckless. Tanbo skillfully formed the hand signs and placed both hands on the neural centers just above the ninja's temples. He really did learn it. Mawashi thought, watching the boy's movements. He knew Tanbo wasn't lying. Back then, it had taken Mawashi 3 days to master this. Furthermore, Tanbo knew exactly where the nerves were most accessible from the outside. Starting from there saved a lot of effort during the mental intrusion. As Tanbo's spirit invaded the man's brain, he felt as if he were traveling through a time tunnel. Within the tunnel, massive fragments of memory flashed by. From entering the academy as a child to graduating and being sent on missions, the man was just a minor genin. However, his experience was quite rich, having survived the battlefields of the Third War for half a year before being captured by Konoha. Most of the memories were non-linear and fragmented, likely due to the previous interrogations. However, Tanbo still absorbed a wealth of experience, combat tactics, scouting techniques, and more. He was also surprised, as if all of the other parties' experiences allowed him to infer many things from one. It seems that in the analysis team, my combat experience won't fall behind anyone else's in the future. Chapter 2, Combat. Tobitake Tanbo's talent far exceeded Dokuraku Mawashi's expectations; he realized the boy's potential was immense. The next day, Tanbo was already assigned mind-reading missions. Through these sessions, he began to understand the true cruelty of war. This was the height of the Third Shinobi World War. Orochimaru was in command, with various jonin leading squads to repel attacks from other nations. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was the only one of the Sannin present. Jiraiya and Tsunade were nowhere to be found on this front. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, had also committed suicide a few years prior. This was arguably Konoha's weakest period in recent history. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze was making a name for himself, earning the title of the Yellow Flash on the battlefield. From the memories Tanbo read, the rumors were true; enemies were terrified of him. Shinobi who encountered him were officially authorized to abandon their missions and flee on sight. War is terrifying. I'd better stick to being a diligent worker in the analysis team, Tanbo thought. Navigating through various memories only strengthened his resolve. Saving the world was a job for the protagonists of each era. As he read more minds, his psycho-mind transmission grew increasingly proficient, so much so that it startled his captain, Dokuraku Mawashi. In his spare time, Tanbo practiced taijutsu, shuriken jutsu, and kunai throwing with his colleagues. On the battlefield, these were the most practical tools for a genin. During this time, he also met another teammate, Shimon, who was a newcomer just like him. Sigh, I hate war, Shimon lamented. Tanbo replied, I hate it too. But since we've become Konoha shinobi, we have to do our part for the village. Today's mission wasn't heavy; they were assigned to patrol the perimeter of the base in 2-man cells. Of course, this was mostly to train the genin, as the analysis team's headquarters was actually guarded by the Umbu. While on duty, Tanbo made sure to express his will of fire to his colleagues from time to time. It was a tool that never failed to be useful. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two patrolled the dim forest, scanning their surroundings and occasionally using sensory ninjutsu to detect any potential enemies. This was their daily routine. Tanbo, however, did a bit more. He never forgot to learn while patrolling. Having extracted so many memories, he had acquired unique taijutsu styles and specialized shuriken and kunai techniques from other hidden villages. He benefited greatly from this. But the biggest gains were the scouting experience, code analysis, and tracking methods. It was a true eye-opener. For a ninja, especially a commoner without a Kekkei Genkai, that theoretical knowledge was often more reliable on the battlefield than ninjutsu itself. Wait, something's happening. Suddenly, Tanbo stopped and activated his sensory ninjutsu. A map of chakra signatures within a 2-kilometer radius appeared in his mind. 1 kilometer to the east, a small unit has suddenly appeared. Based on their chakra levels, it's an elite squad. In his sensory vision, over a dozen people had suddenly breached their warning perimeter. The smallest chakra signature among them was roughly equal to their captain, Dokuraku Mawashi. Let's go report to the captain. Even though the Umbu hadn't detected them yet, since they had to report it. Shimon used his own sensory ninjutsu to confirm Tanbo's findings, and the two quickly returned to the analysis team base. Reporting. Situation detected. They found Mawashi and immediately relayed their discovery. Mawashi didn't dare be careless and reported to his superior, the squad leader Yamanaka Inoichi. Within moments, Inoichi appeared, leading 4 squads. Good job. Follow me. The command made Tanbo's brain stall. Was the analysis team actually going into combat? Yes, they really were. However, their role was to block the enemy's escape on the outer perimeter. The main force, led by Inoichi and supported by the patrolling Umbu, would handle the elimination. Blocking the outskirts served as a practical test for the juniors. They hid in the shadows, suppressing their breath. Shimon, it's your first battle. Are you nervous? Tanbo asked. Shimon replied, no. This is a ninja's duty. Tanbo didn't know how to respond to that. In truth, he wasn't nervous either. He had witnessed so many battles while reading intelligence that he had become accustomed to them. He pulled out wire and paper bombs, explosive tags, setting traps nearby. These traps were designed based on his integrated analysis of enemy memories, placed in the most likely paths of retreat. Good lad. I didn't expect your trap-making skills to be this high, Dokuraku Mawashi praised him. As a chunin who had survived several years of war, he could see that Tanbo's traps were of a very high caliber. Tanbo smiled. He felt that his mind in the shinobi world was becoming something akin to Kisuke Urahara or Ryuken Ishida from Bleach, though his focus wasn't on scientific research. Clang. Clang. Intense fighting broke out in the distance. In Tanbo's perception, different natures of chakra were clashing violently, accompanied by the roar of explosive tags. Since Yamanaka Inoichi was still alive in the original series, Tanbo knew they would win this encounter. Sure enough, a few moments later, several enemies scattered and fled in different directions. One of them headed straight toward their position. Here he comes. The 3 reacted simultaneously. Following the 3-man formation they learned at the academy, they ambushed the escapee's path. Several shuriken appeared in Tanbo's hand. After signaling his teammates, he launched them at clever angles. The intruder wore an Iwagakure, hidden stone, forehead protector. Judging by the situation, he was a chunin with rich combat experience. Therefore, Tanbo chose to attack with projectiles from different angles to test the opponent's reflexes. Indeed, the enemy showed his experience. He dodged 2 shuriken with a sidestep and deflected another with a kunai, his vigilance never wavering. Suddenly, a massive log swung down from above. The enemy formed hand signs, and rock covered his arm as he punched the log away. More shuriken flew in, this time a coordinated strike from Shimon and Mawashi. Simultaneously, the wire traps Tanbo had designed closed in on him at high speed. The enemy's expression soured, and he suddenly vanished before their eyes. The hidden stone's earth release, hiding in rock technique. Tanbo immediately identified the jutsu. However, time to test if this move works. He thought of a technique he had only practiced a few times, meant for dealing with diverse enemies. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. His hands blurred into seals. Earth release, earth turning to steel. He was a specialized sensory ninja, such a level of underground travel couldn't hide from him. He slammed his palm onto the ground above the tunneling enemy. Visibly, the soil beneath him shifted into solid rock. This was a C-rank jutsu, not widely used, but a perfect counter for earth release tunneling. Thump. The enemy realized what was happening, but it was too late. Tanbo leaped away as a mangled, bloodied figure forced its way out of the ground. The enemy tried to attack Tanbo, but then collapsed. Shuck. Mawashi drove a kunai into the enemy's heart to ensure he wasn't faking death. Only then did he turn to Tanbo. Impressive handling of the situation. Spiral Notebook Note. Explore advanced chapters in advance. Chapter 3, Changing Positions. Tanbo, the higher-ups have officially credited us with an A-rank mission for that last one. You really are my lucky star. Dokuraku Mawashi chuckled as he spoke to Tobitake Tanbo, his face full of joy. Hearing this, Tanbo was also quite satisfied. During wartime, recorded missions could be exchanged for Ryo, ninjutsu scrolls, or other shinobi resources once the conflict ended. For an A-rank mission, the standard rate usually started at least 1 million Ryo. That was enough to buy over 100 explosive tags. Of course, he'd have to wait for the war to end. Currently, all resources were prioritized for the front lines. But that wasn't all. Detecting the enemy was one mission, but reading their memories was another. Tanbo had managed to snag a B-rank credit for that as well. According to the extracted memories, that group was a decapitation unit sent by Iwagakure, specifically targeting Konoha's logistics. Intelligence units, the corpse processing team, the torture and interrogation force, the analysis team, and the medical corps, these were all logistics units and their primary targets. Fortunately, they had detected them early. If they had been caught off guard, the losses would have been catastrophic. Oh. Captain, is there something else? Tanbo asked. Haha, actually, there is. Mawashi's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Based on the intelligence from the enemy's memories, we can't be certain whether they managed to send our current location back to their base. Therefore, we are moving the analysis team's position. Tanbo straightened up immediately. Understood. Good. Get ready. We move out tonight. After giving his orders, Mawashi hurried to the next location, likely to notify the rest of the team. Tanbo, feeling a flicker of anxiety, first used his sensory ninjutsu to sweep the area. Only after confirming there were no enemies within a 1-kilometer radius did he release the seal. He was determined to stay safe within the analysis team and contribute to Konoha from the shadows. He couldn't let the enemy discover their base. Night fell. Beneath the shroud of darkness, several dark figures flickered through the forest. Their presence was so well hidden that even birds nesting nearby failed to notice anyone passing. Tanbo was among them. One of the most basic yet vital skills for a shinobi, breath suppression. When watching the anime, he hadn't felt much about it, but actually using it made him realize that being a shinobi was truly an assassination profession. Hashirama and Madara were essentially just warriors fighting under the banner of shinobi. Judging by the movements of the analysis team and their umbu guards, everyone's stealth foundations were excellent, their advance was silent. Even Shimon, a fellow genin, performed flawlessly. At this moment, Tanbo couldn't help but wonder, how did Naruto ever manage to graduate? Was it really just because of the multi-shadow clone jutsu? It was likely political necessity that pushed his graduation. Otherwise, mere clones wouldn't meet the basic standards of a genin. Frankly, even now, Tanbo felt he had plenty of ways to deal with Naruto's clones, partly due to his future knowledge, he thought confidently. Given the characteristic of shadow clones, transferring experiences back to the original body upon dispersal, they were actually easy to counter. For instance, he could reverse the use of psycho mind transmission to funnel his own agonizing thoughts into the clone. Even if the clone vanished, the pain wouldn't. Psycho mind transmission, pain. Lately, to survive this war, he had been doing everything possible to grow stronger. Since he lacked a Kekkei Genkai and his chakra reserves were only at the level of an average genin, he focused on maximizing his strengths. Aside from practicing different nature transformations, he developed a combat style suited to his advantages. Sensing and spiritual energy were his forte, so that became his focus. Psycho mind transmission, pain involved collecting the suffering he encountered while reading the minds of numerous shinobi, physical pain, mental trauma, the loss of family or friends, the agony of torture, and sealing those pain signals in his mind. Then, using Genjutsu, he could transmit that concentrated agony directly into an enemy's heart. He only needed a split-second opening to end it with a kunai to the chest. While powerful shinobi could likely regain control quickly, shinobi battles were high-mobility affairs, a single moment was all it took. Indeed, his path to power was Genjutsu. In the anime, the ceiling for Genjutsu was the Sharingan. Aside from that, the highest-tier practitioners were Kurenai Yuhi and her father, Shinku Yuhi. While others might not find non-Sharingan Genjutsu impressive, Tanbo was confident that with his talent, he could eventually hold his own against someone like Itachi Uchiha. At the very least, reaching Jonin level shouldn't be a problem. If things got too dangerous, he'd just stay hidden and let the children of the prophecy handle the enemies. Swoosh. Swoosh. We've arrived. Everyone, set up camp. Move quickly. Umbu guards and sensory ninja, patrol the perimeter. Ensure no intelligence reaches the enemy. Yes, sir. Following the orders of Yamanaka Inoichi, the analysis team leader, everyone moved with disciplined efficiency. As a sensory ninja, Tanbo was assigned to an umbu squad for patrol and search duties. Several days passed since the relocation, and the analysis team returned to its routine. Tanbo clocked in for work every day, using his free time to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu, as well as developing his genjutsu. Much of his knowledge came from the minds he read. After integrating and organizing the information, he had devised a training regimen for himself. This was actually part of the analysis team's work. If they extracted a jutsu Konoha didn't have, or a simplified set of hand seals, reporting it earned rewards. His chakra was also growing faster. Initially, he could only release earth turning to steel 3 times before exhausting his chakra. Now, he could manage 5 in a short period. Spiritual energy, physical energy. A month passed, and Tanbo grew rapidly. Wartime was a catalyst. The accumulation of spiritual energy through constant life and death stakes was something Naruto's era couldn't compare to. His chakra reserves were becoming sufficient to sustain a prolonged battle. Over the past month, by reading various enemy memories, he had figured out their general location, the border of the Land of Fire, just behind the front lines. Being so close to the front explained why there were new enemies to interrogate every day. This kept Tanbo on edge, fearing an enemy might pop out of nowhere. He never let up on his scheduled sensory sweeps. Iwagakure's offensive was currently ferocious, simultaneously taking on Konoha and Kimogakure, Hidden Cloud. Even with Konoha's superior medical system and elite ninja like the Yellow Flash and Orochimaru, the village was showing signs of exhaustion. It made Tanbo want to run off and find Tsunade and Jiraiya to beg them to return. He was terrified that the plot might deviate from the anime. Interestingly, in one enemy's memory, he saw a silver-haired figure using lightning release, as well as a glimpse of Minato Namikaze. Beside them was a boy wearing goggles and a beautiful girl with a Dora bob cut hairstyle. Explore extra chapters in advance. Chapter 4, Chunin. Hello. This is the intelligence regarding Iwagakure. Tobitake Tanbo handed a scroll to the silver-haired boy standing before him. Kakashi didn't say much. He took the scroll and left. No small talk, no wasted words. Man, really, he's so cold. It looks like Obito and Rin haven't quite managed to soften him up yet, Tanbo muttered, shaking his head as he watched Kakashi's retreating back. Delivering this intelligence was a task assigned to him by Yamanaka Inoichi. There was no other reason for it than the fact that Tanbo had performed his mind-reading duties too well, so well that Inoichi feared reading any more memories for the time being would cause Tanbo's own mind to become scrambled. However, in wartime, aside from necessary rest, manpower could not be wasted. Thus, he was sent to deliver the reports extracted by the analysis team to the disciple of the Yellow Flash. At this time, Kakashi was already a jonin. It was because of this rank that he could operate independently during the war. Communication between the front lines and the analysis team is becoming more frequent. It looks like the Battle of Canopy Bridge is about to begin, Tanbo analyzed based on the intelligence he handled. It was just as he expected. Half a month later, news arrived from the front. The diversionary unit led by the Yellow Flash had successfully cut off Iwagakure's supply line at Canopy Bridge. Overnight, the fame of the Yellow Flash reached new heights. Simultaneously, Konoha began its counteroffensive, pushing the Iwagakure forces back. Even shinobi from the analysis team like Tanbo were pulled onto the battlefield, relying on their superior sensory abilities to track down fleeing enemies. The goal was to settle the trouble with the hidden stone as quickly as possible to deal with the other hidden villages. Swoosh. Swoosh. Affa. It hurts, it hurts. Tanbo formed a seal and cast his technique. Before him, a Chunin squad's faces twisted as they let out agonizing wails. Shimon seized the opportunity, driving his kunai through their chests. Their bodies tumbled from the tree branches. Haha, Tanbo, your genjutsu is getting more and more twisted. Shimon remarked, feeling a lingering fear as he watched the technique. Don't waste time. 3 o'clock direction, another squad is coming, Tanbo said. Wartime was no time for idle chatter. Right. Swoosh. Despite only experiencing the brief aftershocks of the main battle, Tanbo was physically and mentally exhausted. These remnant ninja were just small fry compared to the grand scale of the war, but they kept his nerves on edge and his mind drained. Damn it, why does the analysis team have to do frontline combat too? I'm like a brick, wherever they need a hole filled, they just toss me in. Combat was merely an interlude for Tanbo. His primary profession was still as a shinobi of the analysis team, a core member of the intelligence department. Encountering enemies was relatively rare, occurring mostly during chance meetings. Tobitake Tanbo is a true genius. At such a young age, his skills in mind reading and even combat have become masterclass. Dokuraku Mawashi reported to Yamanaka Inoichi. Over the past 3 months of working together, Tanbo had firmly caught their attention. Inoichi pondered for a moment and smiled. This is the will of fire. Where the leaves flutter, the fire shall burn. I have already submitted the application. Tanbo has been outstanding these past few months, I believe he is ready for promotion to Chunin. Understood. Mawashi was genuinely happy for his subordinate. What? I've been promoted to Chunin. The shocking news reached Tanbo's ears. Mawashi nodded. That's right. Your performance has been excellent. Lord Third has personally authorized your promotion. Is it really that easy? Tanbo wondered. By the way, the fighting with the Wagakure has ended. In a few days, we'll be heading back to the village, Mawashi added. Ah, finally, we can go home. Those damn memories were driving me crazy, Tanbo breathed a heavy sigh of relief. His talent was great, yes, but reading the memories of others was not something a normal person could handle easily. A shinobi truly had to be one who could endure. Unlike the anime, every job a ninja did was grueling. In the analysis team, when there were enemy brains, they read minds, when there weren't, well, in war, there was no such thing as free time. They had to help with patrols. He truly envied those transmigrators who had systems. Why did they get systems and get sent to times of peace? According to his estimates, there was still about half a year to a year left before the war fully ended. By now, Minato had likely already gotten Kushina pregnant. And Uchiha Obito should be on his way to becoming a boss under Madara's tutelage. Crunch. On the yellow dirt road, a line of carriages moved along. Surrounding them were shinobi wearing Konoha forehead protectors, with scouts patrolling the vicinity. Thanks to the yellow flash, the trouble with the stone was settled so quickly. True. And his team members, the White Fang's son, Kakashi. I heard he's already a jonin and even developed his own original ninjutsu. A shame, though. I heard one of his teammates sacrificed his life. Sigh, that's just how it is. People die in war. I've gone through several sets of teammates myself. Walking with the group, Tanbo overheard the idle talk of the other ninja. So he really did die. The current Kakashi must have already been fitted with his Sharingan. It was enviable, getting a Kekkei Genkai for free. Of course, Tanbo had no intention of grafting someone else's bloodline onto himself. As he chewed on his dry rations, he thought to himself, if a ready-made Sharingan were right in front of me, what would I do? He'd likely hand it over to the village in exchange for some high-level Genjutsu created by the second Hokage. If Senju Tobarama could create Genjutsu to counter the Sharingan, why should Tanbo feel inferior? Bloodline limits like that were just magnets for trouble. Since he knew the general plot, he figured he'd just stay burrowed in the analysis team, waiting for the protagonists to grow up and fix everything. According to the original story, Tanbo, Shimon, and Captain Mawashi were all characters who survived until the very end. The very end. Wait. Didn't the headquarters get obliterated by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb later on? Tanbo instantly grew tense. He still had to work hard to grow. He had to ensure that during the final battle against the Ten-Tails, the tailed beast bomb wouldn't hit the HQ. Captain Tanbo, what are you thinking about? Shimon teased, patting his shoulder. Tanbo grimaced. Please, just call me Tanbo. Or Tanbo-kun. Don't call me Captain. Thank you. Why? I think it has a nice ring to it, Shimon asked. Tanbo's face darkened. It wasn't for any other reason than the fact that being called that felt embarrassing. Ever since Shimon found out about the promotion, he hadn't stopped, and it was incredibly annoying. Focus on the patrol, don't get distracted. What's there to worry about? The fight with the stone is over. I'm sure things on Lord Orochimaru's side are almost settled too, Shimon said confidently. Explore extra chapters in advance. Chapter 5, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They're back, they're back. That's my brother. He's a Chunin now. Humph, my daddy is a Jonin. Where is he? Outside the gates of Konoha, a massive crowd had gathered. Countless residents watched as the shinobi army slowly approached. Everyone looked at the ranks with anticipation, hoping to spot a family member. Even if they didn't see them, they held onto the hope that their loved ones had simply been reassigned to another unit. Within the ranks, the shinobi waved to familiar faces among the bustling residents, some to family, others to friends. After registering, you are dismissed. Go home and be ready for potential mobilization at any time, squad leader Yamanaka Inoichi announced to the shinobi. Yes, sir. Tanbo Tobitake observed the scene. He saw a black-haired woman with a pregnant belly and a bright smile. When she spotted Inoichi, her face lit up with joy. Inoichi hurried forward, supporting her carefully as if terrified she might trip. So that's Boss Inoichi's wife. The mother of the future Ino Yamanaka. It looks like she's carrying Ino right now. He also saw other teammates being greeted by loved ones. Just then, a clean-cut, smiling middle-aged man appeared. He looked to be in his 30s but was missing an arm. Upon seeing Tanbo, he walked over. Good lad. Looks like you've grown quite a bit on the battlefield. Dad, don't underestimate me. I'm just like you now, a member of the analysis team. And I've even studied under Lord Inoichi, Tanbo said with a proud smile. This was his father, Tozai Tobatake. He had once been a classmate of the White Fang, Sakumo Hataki, until his arm was severed in battle. Unable to weave hand seals, he retired, which eventually led to Tanbo's birth. The reason the original Tanbo knew so much about Yamanaka Inoichi and admired him was because of the ninja stories Tozai had drilled into him. Very good. As expected of my son. You didn't get scolded by your superiors, did you? Tozai teased. He was very satisfied that his son had inherited his talent. Give me a break. Do you think I'm like you? Going to the hospital from memory overload the first time I used mind reading. Your son is already a chunin now. What? It really is my superior genes. Damn it, back then I was only a little bit behind Lord White Fang. Is my son going to be a little bit behind his son too? After registering, Tanbo followed his father back home. It was a two-story residential building that followed the standard Konoha architectural style, a blend of ancient and modern, built entirely of wood. Entering the front door, he saw numerous dragonfly trinkets made from various plants hanging around. It felt very warm and welcoming. Throwing his luggage into his room, Tanbo finally felt a long-overdue sense of relaxation. He collapsed onto his bed and fell fast asleep. Tozai didn't disturb him. Only after becoming a shinobi and experiencing war could one truly appreciate the value of peace. In his own room, Tozai used his dexterous right hand to craft another dragonfly from reeds and hung it on the eaves. The eaves were already crowded with dragonfly models, 125 of them, to be exact. It's already the next morning. Tanbo stretched, enjoying the first peaceful sleep he'd had in ages. After brushing his teeth and eating a breakfast filled with his father's affection, he headed out. Do fish have depressing memories too? At Konoha's training ground number 98, beside a wide, flowing stream, Tanbo was performing a jutsu on a palm-sized fish. Under the influence of the technique, the fish's eyes gradually began to show a hint of sadness. However, after only a moment, they returned to their normal, vacant stare. It seems psycho-mind transmission, depression still needs improvement. Having finally settled back into the village, Tanbo had begun a series of ninjutsu experiments. At the top of his list was Genjutsu. After developing psycho-mind transmission, pain on the battlefield, a genjutsu that forced enemies into a state of agony, he had become thoroughly interested in this field. The difficulty of psycho-mind transmission, pain lay in grasping a creature's emotional trauma and the physical nerves that generate pain. His theory was that by manipulating the interaction between the target's pain receptors and the brain, he could force the conscious mind to trigger pain signals, thereby causing a real physiological impact on the body. For the most part, his experiments had been successful. Now, he wanted to develop depression. This involved using genjutsu to make the brain send out signals of despair and apathy, creating lethargy in the body's nerve cells to find an opening for a one-hit kill. But clearly, judging by this fish, the effect was only fleeting. He was missing something. Yo, young man. Are you practicing genjutsu on a fish? Poof. Tanbo felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. The voice came from right next to his ear. If this person meant him harm. Trembling slightly, he slowly turned his head. He pushed up his forehead protector and peeled back the bandages covering his eyes. An elderly man appeared before him, sporting a pointed goatee. Lord Third Hokage. Standing there was indeed the third Hokage of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this point in time, he didn't have as many wrinkles as he did during Naruto's era, but the signs of aging were clear. Haha, no need for formalities. Did I startle you? Hiruzen chuckled, waving his hand. Tanbo didn't dare be disrespectful, but he put on a dejected tone. No, it's just that as a sensory ninja of Konoha, someone reached my side without me even noticing. I failed the village's training. Ha 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 ha. Hiruzen laughed heartily. I am the Hokage, after all. If I were discovered by a little brat who just left the academy, then I would be the one failing my teacher's training. Ha ha ha. You're not wrong, but this is terrifying. Don't you know you can scare people to death? Tanbo grumbled inwardly. Tell me, have you run into a problem with your ninjutsu? I am the Hokage, I can certainly give you some guidance, Hiruzen offered. Tanbo glanced at him. You know you're the Hokage, don't you have work to do instead of coming out here to scare people? Nevertheless, he spoke up. Well, there is a small issue. He explained the entire theory behind his genjutsu and the obstacles he was facing. I see. While genjutsu isn't exactly my specialty, I know that humans and fish are different. If you want to fully develop this genjutsu, you'll have to test it on a real person, Hiruzen advised. Tanbo nodded. Pain had also been perfected through testing on enemies. Pain receptors and depression signals weren't in the same neurological ballpark, which was why he had failed here. It's been a long time since I've moved around. Let me be your test subject, Hiruzen said, unable to resist after seeing how clever the boy was. As he said, since the war began, he had been cooped up in his office every day and hadn't seen action in a long time. Wouldn't that be improper? You are the Hokage, after all. Despite being excited by the offer, Tanbo maintained his persona, a boy who loved Konoha and cherished his comrades. Haha. Where the leaves flutter, the fire shall burn. This is the will the first Hokage and my teacher passed down to me. I have always upheld it, and I hope you can carry it on as well, Hiruzen said, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. Explore extra chapters in advance. Chapter 6, Tuchi, I Am, and Ichiraku Ramen. At training ground number 98, two figures clashed in a blur of motion. Clang. Their kunai collided. Swoosh. Swoosh. Shuriken and kunai whistled through the air, cutting off Hiruzen Sarutobi's path of retreat. Tobitake Tanbo's hands blurred as he rapidly wove seals. Psycho mind transmission, depression. Hiruzen took only one look at the boy's eyes before a sudden, heavy sense of world weariness washed over him. The urge to block the incoming kunai and shuriken vanished instantly. I'm so old, what's the point of living? I might as well just die right here. The thought flickered through his mind for a split second. Holy crap. Am I actually going to kill the third Hokage? Seeing Hiruzen go dazed and motionless after being hit by the jutsu, Tanbo panicked. If he actually killed the Sandaime, his life was over. He didn't have the power to roam the shinobi world as a rogue ninja, he just wanted to be a diligent worker and live a quiet life. Poof. The kunai and shuriken struck Hiruzen, but he dissolved into white smoke. A shadow clone. Tanbo breathed a massive sigh of relief. At the same time, he was secretly thrilled. His theory was correct, this type of genjutsu was incredibly effective against ninja. Perhaps the fish hadn't understood the complex emotion of depression, only feeling a momentary confusion, but humans were a different story. His idea was sound. But where was the real Hokage? He looked left and right, scanning the area, pushing his sensory range to its maximum. Sigh, why be the third Hokage? Wouldn't it be better to just raise my son, wait for a grandson, pick a fourth Hokage, and enjoy my retirement? I don't want to move, not one bit. I'm so old, I should just lie down. No one would dare say anything to me anyway. Maybe I should just call it a day. Behind a massive tree, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with his back against the trunk, staring up at the white clouds drifting across the azure sky. He couldn't stop muttering to himself. Suddenly, his hands formed a seal. Release. The gloom in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by his usual sharp light. A terrifying technique. Using Genjutsu to transmit negative information directly to the enemy, even for a shadow clone, and even after the jutsu is released, the psychological impact lingers. Hiruzen still felt a lingering chill. That crushing sense of despair was something that even a veteran of 100 battles like himself found difficult to withstand. Not bad at all. Your ninjutsu is excellent, Hiruzen said as he stepped out from behind the tree, having calmed his emotions. However, this technique is quite potent. You must never use it on a comrade, understood? Ah, is it really that powerful? Tanbo asked. To him, it just seemed, okay. His Psycho Mind Transmission series consisted of visual and tactile genjutsu. They were triggered primarily through eye contact or physical touch. In his mind, they were tactical tools meant to break an enemy's balance for a split second. Powerful, yes, but he hadn't expected such high praise from the professor himself. Hiruzen was about to say more when a figure wearing an animal mask appeared. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence from Orochimaru on the front lines. Hiruzen nodded to the Umbu and turned to Tanbo. I must get to work. Keep up the hard training. Swoosh. As the two figures vanished, Tanbo was in high spirits. It seemed his jutsu had depths he hadn't even explored yet, it really did pay to have human test subjects. Judging by the Hokage's tone, the move was a heavy hitter. It's probably related to the actual symptoms of clinical depression, he thought. His mind was sharp, and his job allowed him to absorb the experiences of many ninja. He could guess why it worked so well. Depression was truly terrifying. If he could further develop this jutsu to evolve from mental depression to physiological depression, it would be god tier. According to the memory of a certain medical ninja he'd read, depression was categorized into mental and physiological types. Mental depression could be resisted with willpower, but physiological depression, where the body physically affects the mind, couldn't be overcome by spirit alone if the biological cause wasn't addressed. Let's keep going. I'll spend the rest of the time on taijutsu. For long battles, you have to rely on your body. Even in the original series, until the Fourth Great Ninja War, taijutsu remained a ninja's most vital tool. The war had taught him the benefits of taijutsu firsthand. These two things combined, Genjutsu for high-end combatants and Taijutsu to efficiently deal with opponents using limited chakra, would be his path forward. Tell me, what intelligence is so urgent? Hiruzen returned to the Hokage's office, where Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane were already waiting. Hamura spoke first. According to Orochimaru's report, the third Raikage, A, died of exhaustion while acting as a rearguard for the Kimogakure forces during a battle with the Wagakure. Hiruzen froze for a moment before nodding. It seems the end of the war is near. Issue my command, send Team Minato to support Orochimaru's front. We must suppress the conflict with the Cloud in the shortest time possible. Understood. The Umbu ninja gave a short acknowledgement and vanished. The death of a Raikage was a monumental event that would change the entire layout of the war. After Hiruzen finished his discussion with the two elders, he spoke to the shadows. Bring me the files on Tobitake Tanbo. He remembered every ninja who graduated from the academy, so he naturally knew Tanbo. Moreover, he had personally authorized the boy's promotion to Chunin not long ago. Soon, an Umbu returned with the documents. Sensory Ninja, member of the analysis team, possesses high talent in mind-reading techniques, skilled in Taijutsu and Genjutsu. Father was also in the analysis team. Dream is world peace and inheriting the will of fire. A fine sprout indeed, and a child who carries the will of fire, Hiruzen thought, very satisfied with the report. Hashirama, Tobarama. I am passing on the will of fire for you. Walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, Tanbo took everything in. He held a popsicle, licking it slowly as he thought about his encounter with the third. He knew the Hokage giving him personal guidance definitely had a purpose behind it. But he didn't care. He would just work quietly and find a wife who was gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and rich. He'd have 2 sons and 2 daughters and watch them grow up. That was his real dream. However, he needed to keep leveling up his survival skills. If that had been an aggressive ninja instead of the Hokage, he might have died before he could even react. It showed the sheer gap in power. A Hokage-level shinobi could walk right up to a sensory ninja without being noticed. Wait, Ichiraku Ramen. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar storefront. He reached into his pouch and counted his coins. He had plenty of money, so he decided to head in. He wanted to experience the place the protagonist group loved so much. He was a worker, and he'd always be a worker. Working was just a means to earn money and eat good food. The goal remained, stay alive. Do not try to save the world. Welcome. As soon as he stepped inside, a deep, friendly voice greeted him. He looked up to see a man around his father's age. This was Tucci. He was clearly younger than in the anime, though he still had that look where you couldn't tell if his eyes were open or closed. He was busy prepping ramen for other customers. Beside him was a beautiful girl around Tanbo's age. This must be Ayam. She's actually quite pretty, Tanbo thought, his eyes lighting up. Hello. What would you like? I recommend the seafood ramen, it's our new special. Ayam asked with a warm smile. Explore extra chapters in advance. Chapter 7, The Daily Life of a Worker. Slurp. Your skills are amazing, uncle, and your daughter is very beautiful too. Tanbo Tobitake spoke with his mouth full, offering praise to the father and daughter duo. Haha, is that so? Well, of course. I learned my craft from the master chefs in the land of fire. Tucci was extremely proud to have his cooking praised. The corners of his eyes crinkled with joy. That's right. My dad is the best. I am beamed, clearly happy to hear the compliment. By the way, you're a ninja, right? Why aren't you out on the battlefield? Tucci looked at the forehead protector and the bandages wrapped around the boy's head without much surprise. He had seen people who wrapped the bottom half of their faces, wrapping the top half wasn't much stranger. Ah, you mean this? I'm in the logistics group. I just got back from the Iwagakure front. Heh, I actually racked up quite a few merits. Tanbo laughed. Ayam turned to him and said, Big brother, my name is Ayam. What's yours? And why are you wearing bandages? Is it because you aren't handsome? Nonsense. I was the most handsome guy in the academy. Whether it's the Taijutsu genius Might guy, the super genius Kakashi, Uchiha Inabi of the Uchiha clan, or the model student Hayama Shirakumo, when it comes to looks, they're all losers compared to me. I only cover my face because I don't want them to feel inferior. Hearing Ayam suggest he wasn't good looking, Tanbo immediately grew indignant. He listed the more famous guys from school, sounding more confident with every name. His tone was full of spirit. He. You're bragging. I haven't seen Kakashi since he wears a mask, but I've seen Hayama Shiragumo and Uchiha Inabi. Ayam was young, but she wasn't stupid, she didn't believe a word of his boasting. Slurp. After swallowing the last mouthful of noodles, Tanbo began to unwrap his bandages. Since you've put it that way, I'll make an exception and let you see. Only this once, okay. As the layers of bandages fell away, a small face was revealed. He had pale blue eyes that seemed misted with white, silver-white hair, and striking white eyelashes. The slight curve of his lips made his entire expression seem to be radiating a smile. "Ah, your eyes are so pretty." I am gasped, staring at him. Even Tucci was stunned, his cooking motions coming to a halt. The boy truly was a little heartthrob. Swish. Swish. Just as they were about to take a closer look, Tanbo wrapped the bandages back around his head and repositioned his Konoha forehead protector. Heh, I wasn't lying, was I? I really am handsome. Tanbo was very satisfied with himself. He had looked in the mirror before, in terms of pure aesthetics, no one in the shinobi world could rival him. Right, I forgot to mention, my name is Tobitake Tanbo. Yes, you are handsome. The most handsome I've ever seen. However, it's time to pay the bill, to Baitaku Tanbo. I am pointed at his bowl and giggled behind her hand. After paying, Tanbo walked out the door to their cheerful calls of, "Please come again." Walking down the streets of Konoha, a smile played on his lips. Ah, I've found my goal. Would be a perfect wife. She had a gentle, charming face and a father who owned a shop, one that Tucci would eventually expand into multiple branches. More importantly, judging by the original series, she would grow up to be a stunning beauty. Best of all, working at Ichiraku Ramen made her extremely safe. She was a character who survived until the very end without him having to worry. From her values to her features, she was a perfect existence. His goal was to get married, have children, and live a stable life. He couldn't go around trying to woo the high-profile characters. Those girls were magnets for trouble. Only was right for him. It was decided, from now on, his favorite foods would be yakitori, grilled rice balls, and Ichiraku Ramen. Swoosh. Swoosh. Suddenly, several figures flickered across the rooftops of Konoha without any attempt at concealment. Whoosh. They were all wearing masks. Judging by their speed and the fact that they weren't hiding their presence, they were clearly on urgent business. That's likely related to the intelligence the Umbu mentioned to Old Man Hiruzen today. Konoha is making a move. Tanbo analyzed the situation. It was clear the third had more to say to him earlier, but he had left in a hurry once the Umbu arrived. It had to be something from the front lines. The current war was a meat grinder, Tanbo knew that well. Every exchange of intelligence meant a change in plans. Based on his knowledge of the original plot, there were only 3 battlefronts left, Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure. Since the fight with the Wagakure was over, the third Raikage incident should be happening around this time. The end of the war wasn't far off. This also meant that some of the most famous scenes in Naruto would occur within the next year. Might Dewey opening the 8 gates to save Guy, Genma, and Ebisu, turning the 7 ninja swordsmen into the Lucky 3. Kakashi piercing Rin Nohara's chest while Obito watched, leading to Obito's psychological outbreak, Minato Namikaze succeeding as the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru defecting from Konoha. Thinking about the events of the coming year, Tanbo was just glad they wouldn't be happening to him. As a former viewer, he might have thought about fixing these tragedies, but as a transmigrator, he only wanted to live a peaceful life. His abilities were limited, without a system, he simply had to say sorry to the world. Ha! Captain Tanbo. You finally showed up for a mission. Have you been living comfortably at home lately? At the Konoha Analysis Team headquarters, Shimon immediately stepped forward and winked the moment he saw Tanbo. Knock it off. What's the mission today? They actually sent an Umbu to call me. Early this morning, Tanbo had been planning to go to Ichiraku to build a rapport with Iam when a cat-masked shinobi appeared in his room. He was told that by order of the Hokage, he was to report to the analysis team immediately for a mission. Honestly, is a mission more important than me getting a wife? Of course, he still showed up obediently. This job was safe, and he didn't want to get fired. Plus, it was good for his growth. Go to the briefing room. Squad leader Inoichi will explain everything, Shimon said. Tanbo followed Shimon into the depths of the base. Past heavy security, through dim corridors echoing with the occasional shrill scream, they walked for about 2.5 minutes before reaching the workspace. Many people were already waiting. In the center stood Yamanaka Inoichi. All right, everyone is here. Now, I will assign the tasks. Yamanaka Denko, Interrogation Room 101. Hijiri Shimon, Interrogation Room 102. Tobitake Tanbo, Interrogation Room 404. Dokaraku Mawashi, Interrogation Room 405. Inoichi assigned the work methodically. It was clear that the distribution for Chunin and Genin was different. The higher the prefix of the interrogation room, the more experienced the enemy ninja, and the analyzer, needed to be. After the assignments were finished, Tanbo followed a support ninja to a room deep in the facility. The path here was brighter, lit by torches along the walls. Entering interrogation room 404, there was only a head sitting there. That's right, no body. Next to it was a piece of equipment that looked like a helmet. This is a spiritual amplifier. It can boost a ninja's spiritual energy. It provides a massive boost when it comes to enhancing perception and reading memories. Just put it on and execute your jutsu, the support ninja explained. Tanbo's eyes lit up. Explore extra chapters in advance. Chapter 8, War Aftermath. What? The Reikage is dead. That's impossible. He was the strongest man in our village. Damn it. Those bastards from Iwagakure, they only won by outnumbering him. The battle between the stone and the leaf is over. The yellow flash has appeared on our front, the pressure is becoming unbearable. Fragments of information were extracted from the brain by Tanbo Tobatake. Wearing the spiritual amplifier made the process incredibly easy. As expected, the battle between the Third Reikage and the Iwagakure forces had indeed taken place. The current shifts in the war were exactly due to his death, combined with the conclusion of the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure. From the memories, it was clear that the AB combo was already renowned. The duo had used their overwhelming strength to command the respect of the Kimogakure shinobi. However, once Minato Namikaze joined the fray, he was immediately dispatched by Orochimaru to intercept them. After only a few rounds of engagement, both sides retreated. The death of the Cloud's leader had caused chaos in their internal command. Despite their high overall military strength, facing a two-front offensive from Konoha and Iwagakure had finally exhausted them. I have to say, Kimogakure is impressive. Their fighting spirit is relentless, Tanbo thought. Kimogakure had actually been the one to initiate hostilities against Iwagakure, a bold move. Fighting on two fronts was something Tanbo hadn't paid much attention to while watching the anime. The owner of this head was only a chunin from the Cloud, and since he was already dead, the memories didn't contain much critical intelligence. However, the insights into the nature transformation of lightning release were well worth studying. It also made him realize just how incredible Kakashi was for creating the Chidori at the age of 12. No wonder he was promoted to Jonin so young. That kind of extreme application of nature transformation, mastering both shape and nature simultaneously, was usually a level of control reserved for high-level Jonin. The techniques involved weren't just about turning chakra into electricity, there were layers of complexity. It seemed that trying to self-teach the Chidori just for fun was going to be impossible. The Rasengan was equally out of reach. If Chidori was the peak of nature transformation, then Rasengan was the peak of shape transformation. He had tried a few months ago, although his chakra reserves weren't massive, he wanted to pay homage to the original protagonist's signature technique. He quickly discovered that the technique involved far more nuances than the simple explanation Jiraiya gave in the original series. The anime likely simplified the process for the sake of the plot, leaving out many technical details. Once the reading was finished, Tanbo took a pen and paper and wrote down the extracted intelligence one by one. He was meticulous, recording everything from complete segments to broken phrases, from childhood habits to ninjutsu training. He performed his duties as a worker to perfection. In the analysis team, once the intelligence was written down, the documents were passed to superiors. They would then summarize all the data, extract the vital bits, and hand them over to the Umbu, who delivered them to the Hokage. After handing over the files, the support ninja spoke up. Oh, right. Inoichi mentioned that since this is your first time in the Konoha Analysis headquarters, you might not be familiar with all the procedures. He asked me to inform you. Huh? Is there more? Tanbo asked. I finished the work, shouldn't I be heading home for dinner? Because enemies had specialized corpse processing units to prevent intelligence leaks, the analysis team didn't actually have as much work as one might imagine, except during peak combat periods. It's like this, while working within the village, the volume of mind-reading tasks is generally low. To ensure resources aren't wasted, you are encouraged to visit the analysis team's library. It contains many courses on intelligence analysis which are vital for a ninja of your specialization. The ninja continued, of course, if you aren't interested in that, you can also take on simple tasks to assist the village. He then listed a variety of odd jobs Tanbo could do during his downtime. Tanbo understood immediately. Essentially, analysis team members were like bricks, used wherever a gap needed filling. No wonder in the anime, the leaf gatekeepers were always seen doing logistics, gate guarding, or proctoring exams. Speaking of which, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagain were my classmates. I wonder how they're doing. Entering the analysis team library, Tanbo looked around. It was roughly the size of a football field, with row after row of bookshelves. He flipped through a book at random. It was filled with past case studies on intelligence analysis. Macro-analysis, logical analysis, micro-analysis, it was comprehensive, focusing on starting big, filling in the small details, and using logic to leave no stone unturned. It wasn't just one subject, either, it was supported by mathematics, geography, medicine, logic, ninjutsu theory, and sealing arts. If you wanted to know an enemy's travel time, you needed geography and math, combined with standard shinobi movement speeds, to calculate the distance from their base. Tanbo's mind was sharp, and he found the reading fascinating. Before long, he was completely immersed. As they say, if you understand it, it's enthralling, if you don't, it's a bore. He was definitely enthralled. Days turned into weeks. Each day at the analysis team involved mind reading and intelligence processing. After work, Tanbo would visit Ichiraku Ramen. His father, Tozai Tobatake, began to wonder if there was something wrong with him. What about my home-cooked meals? Tozai even followed him once to see where he was eating. When he saw I am at Ichiraku, Tozai felt a wave of relief. His son had grown up, not just into a chunin, but he was already looking for a wife. From then on, Tozai only cooked for himself. Aside from work, Tanbo practiced and developed his ninjutsu. With his high talent and the occasional complete jutsu found in enemy memories, he wasn't going to waste any opportunity. He even used some of his earnings to exchange for Genjutsu scrolls from the village. After all, those stone-willed Iwagakure ninja and the hot-headed Kimogakure brutes weren't exactly masters of the subtle arts. Through the memories he read, Tanbo watched the war slowly wind down. First, Kimogakure withdrew its troops to defend its own territory. Next, Iwagakure retreated following the cloud's withdrawal. Sunagakure elected Raza as the fourth Kazakage, and he submitted a letter of surrender, taking the burden of the village upon his shoulders. Now, only the aftermath of the war remained. As he had predicted, by being a steady worker, life in the analysis team was quite comfortable. Or rather, it was comfortable for him. Others found absorbing too many memories exhausting. Shimon, for instance, complained to him daily that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown from all the mind reading. Chapter 9, The Will of Fire. Konoha, a kimchi yakiniku restaurant. Haha, Minato truly lives up to his reputation as Lord Jiraiya's disciple. He actually managed to sway the tide of over half the battlefield single-handedly. Inoichi Yamanaka had brought several subordinates here to treat them for their hard work over the past few days. Gulp. Tanbo Tobatake stuffed a grilled chicken wing into his mouth. Ever since he decided to pursue Iam, it had been a long time since he'd treated himself to barbecue. Hearing the department head's words, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed. Senior Minato and Lord Orochimaru are truly powerful. I heard that during the meeting, Lord Third Hokage proposed that he would retire and enjoy his old age once the war ends." Shimon asked curiously, bringing up the latest village rumors. Smack. Mawashi Dokuraku slapped him on the back of the head. Don't wag your tongue about things you shouldn't. We don't even know who the next successor will be. Despite his words, his eyes were fixed on Inoichi Yamanaka. Inoichi laughed. It's true, but no decision has been made on who will take over yet. There's no need to say it, it will definitely be a choice between Lord Orochimaru and Senior Minato Namikaze, Tanbo stated confidently. Very confidently. Inoichi Yamanaka showed appreciation for his analysis. Currently, the most likely candidates were indeed the third's disciple, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze. These two had the greatest merits and the loudest fame in this war, one won the Battle of Kikyo Pass, and the other won the Battle of Kenobi Bridge. Both were exceptionally strong jonin. However, the fact that Tanbo realized this surprised him. For someone in the intelligence department to deduce this simply from the single data point of the third's retirement was impressive. It seems he really is suited to be a member of the analysis class, Inoichi thought, becoming more satisfied with Tanbo. The others thought about it and found it made sense. Come, cheers. In a few days, Lord Orochimaru and the others will return. Prepare yourselves to attend the funerals. Yes, sir. The war was over. The troops were returning to the village. Whoosh. Whoosh. Training ground number 98. Aya. A miserable scream rang out, as if someone had seen something terrifying. Hey, can you practice dispelling Genjutsu once in a while? You're a sensory ninja, you have talent in this area, you know. Tanbo felt quite speechless as he released the hell viewing technique he had cast on Shimon. After the technique was lifted, Shimon snapped back to reality, looking at Tanbo with lingering fear. I have been practicing. You're just a freak. How do you make your Genjutsu so hard to break? I clearly dispelled it, but then I fell right back in. Is that so? I guess I'm just too strong, Tanbo scratched his head. To make Shimon lose his composure with a simple Genjutsu meant the past few days of training hadn't been wasted. You still haven't said how you did it, Shimon asked curiously. He had disrupted his chakra exactly as they were taught in the academy, why did he get caught again? Tanbo pointed to his head. Because I modified the Temple of Nirvana Jutsu. I integrated my insights from the psycho-mind transmission, treating the Genjutsu as a piece of memory information implanted into the enemy's chakra. As long as the enemy accepts the concept that they've fallen into a Genjutsu, that information becomes a seed. Unless they realize the problem lies within their own subconscious, the victim essentially casts the jutsu on themselves repeatedly. Doesn't that mean if they don't realize it, they'll live in your Genjutsu forever? Shimon was deeply shocked. Was this even still the temple of Nirvana Jutsu? Humph, serves you right for still being a genin. As long as you have no fear, you won't get caught, Tanbo said, very satisfied. The experiment was a success. How can someone have no fear? Shimon muttered. Just now, he had seen himself struck by a stray shuriken on the battlefield, dying on the spot. Tanbo continued, I'll teach you another way to deal with it. This technique has a glaring weakness. Ultimately, it just implants a suggestion. As a sensory ninja, if you can briefly overcome the fear, you can use your high-level perception to specifically disrupt the seed in your subconscious with chakra. Really? Try it on me again. Shimon's eyes lit up. The corner of Tanbo's mouth curled. Hook, line, and sinker. Here it comes. He formed a seal and pointed. Shimon suddenly felt himself back on the battlefield, surrounded by stray bullets and hidden weapons. This time, he remembered Tanbo's words. He forced himself not to be swept away by the illusion, focusing instead on perceiving his own memories and emotions. Sure enough, after a moment, he found a foreign point of information. He gave his chakra a targeted nudge. The illusion vanished instantly. The battlefield was gone as if it never existed. Seeing Shimon break free in an instant, Tanbo raised an eyebrow. It seemed his technique still needed some refinement. I knew it. Next time, once I'm ready, I won't lose again. Shimon looked defiant. They were classmates, their grades had been similar, but after a stint on the battlefield, Tanbo had not only become stronger but had also been promoted to Chunin. Hey, do you think you could beat Kakashi or Hayama now? They had only been classmates with Kakashi for one semester, but the brilliant Kakashi was hard to forget. Hayama Shirakumo, due to his outstanding talent, had also graduated early for the war during their 4th year at the academy. Now, one was a Jonin and the other a Tokubetsu Jonin. You brat, are those two people I can beat? They're already Jonin. Tanbo felt Shimon was trying to use others to vent his frustration. If Tanbo said he could fight them, Shimon would probably egg him on to start a fight after the war. If he said he couldn't, Shimon would feel better about having been beaten just now. Hee, but those two really are amazing. Jonin at 12 years old. That guy Inabi Uchiha is still just a Chunin like you. Shimon felt the gap between people was immense. He was still a genin while others were skyrocketing. What's the point of comparing these things? Tanbo said. Winter is silent, yet it freezes 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. The wind is wordless, yet it blows away the red and purple of spring. We are all parts contributing to Konoha. No one is nobler than another, they just have better talent and thus, greater responsibility. If you want to compare yourself to them, compare your contributions, not useless combat power. Combat power is for stopping enemies and securing survival, it's not a luxury item for vanity or measuring yourself against your comrades. As Tanbo spoke, he thought to himself, promoting the will of fire must be done at all times, because this is the correct answer for the next version of Konoha. Hearing this, Shimon felt himself instantly fired up. Tanbo was right, he too was silently contributing to Konoha. Unknown to them, their conversation was being watched. Hiruzen Sarutobi, having finished his busy workload, had thought of the boy with the bandage wrapped around his head. He had used the telescope technique to take a look and happened to overhear their exchange. Winter is silent, yet it freezes 10,000 miles. The wind is wordless. Hiruzen smiled. As expected, a child who has inherited the will of fire. At this age, he already understands its true essence. Chapter 10, The Crying Might Guy. Rumble. Tobitake Tanbo was in the middle of reading a memory when he suddenly sensed a sharp vibration. The tremor was faint, but distinct. What was that noise? As a sensory ninja who had integrated a wealth of experience from enemy memories, he analyzed the vibration and concluded that a fierce battle was taking place near the village. Tiger. Ceasing his current task, Tanbo refined his chakra and activated his sensory ability. Movements within a 3-kilometer radius slowly filtered into his mind. He focused specifically on the vibrations. As he neared the source, the perception became clearer. Southeast of the village. It was beyond his normal sensory range, but through his months of study, combining geographical location, air density, and mathematical formulas, he deduced the battle was not far from the village borders. Combining this with the scope of the tremors, it was a clash involving at least Jonin-level ninjutsu. Normally, he would assume this was a fight involving giant summoned beasts or tailed beasts. However, based on the original story he remembered, the timeline, and the location, there was a high probability that his classmates were in trouble and Might Dway had ignited his red steam. Behind me, live on with passion, youth, and a smile. Recalling the scene from his past life, though the exact words were hazy, Dway must have said something like that to Guy and the others. Back then, Tombo had actually teared up watching it. Assemble. Just then, a command rang out. Tombo pushed his thoughts aside and hurried to the assembly hall. The members of the analysis team were emerging one by one. Emergency mission. Proceed to the main gate immediately to coordinate scouting with the Umbu dispatched by the Hokage. Tobitake Tanbo, Dokaraka Mawashi. Before everyone had even arrived, Yamanaka Inoichi was shouting orders. Now. Those whose names were called, move out. Yes, sir. Tanbo and the others vanished in a swoosh of body flicker. I hope this isn't the war starting back up, Inoichi sighed. He hadn't expected such a massive combat signature so close to the village. Swoosh. Swoosh. Leaping across the rooftops of Konoha via body flicker, Tanbo's expression was grim. He hoped there wouldn't be any unforeseen accidents. With himself as a transmigrator in the mix, he couldn't guarantee the plot was following the original script to the letter. The original story could only serve as a reference now. Once we meet the Umbu, follow their lead in everything. Understood. Mawashi said to the team. He was acting as the squad leader. Yes, sir. They soon arrived at the main gate. Mawashi gave a hand signal. 2 squads of Umbu were already waiting. Seeing Mawashi's signal, the masked shinobi immediately recognized them as the support sent by the village. The blonde Umbu captain returned a signal. Move out. Without a hint of wasted motion, the Umbu captain gave the order. So efficient. As expected of the Umbu. Tanbo thought. The existence of hand signals truly boosted efficiency, no wonder there were specialized classes for signals and codes. Fortunately, Tanbo had studied them well and kept up with the village's periodic updates. The signals just now confirmed their identities, numbers, and indicated that details would be discussed on the move. They sped through the trees. Mawashi asked, "What are the Hokage's instructions?" The Umbu captain replied, "A battle with massive energy signatures has occurred near the village. It's possible another village is unwilling to accept defeat and is attempting a pincer move on Konoha's rear. To ensure the village's safety, we are to scout for intelligence. You are responsible for sensing enemy movements." Understood. The analysis team ninja activated their sensory jutsu, scanning for any sign of hostiles. After several minutes of travel, 3 chakra signatures appeared in Tanbo's perception. Judging by the volume, they were at a genin level. He glanced at his colleagues and realized they hadn't sensed them yet. It seemed not everyone's sensory range was as vast as his. 11 o'clock direction, approximately 3 kilometers. 3 chakra signatures detected. Levels are roughly genin, though I can't rule out a disguise. Tanbo didn't hide his ability. He was a sensory ninja, a treasure of Konoha. Aside from enemy villages, no one would want to harm him for being talented. The others looked at him with surprise. Such a powerful sensory range. The Umbu captain prepared for combat. Set traps within 1 kilometer. The rest of you, prepare for an ambush. Continue tracking their movements. Yes, sir, Tanbo complied. He suspected those 3 signatures were Might Guy, Ebisu, and Genma Shiranui. But he still maintained a combat-ready posture, ready to fire his tools at a moment's notice. Soon after, the others picked up the signatures as well. Father. In the dim forest, 3 small figures were sprinting frantically. They were in a wretched state, especially the boy in the green jumpsuit, who was covered in tears and snot. Ebisu and Genma were in equally low spirits. Just moments ago, they thought they were dead. They had encountered 7 terrifying enemies. If it hadn't been for Guy's dad showing up, they wouldn't have even had a chance to run. Looking at the sobbing Guy, they couldn't believe his eternal genin father was actually strong enough to take on all 7 at once. Pant, pant. After running for a while, the 3 were exhausted. They leaned against a massive tree. Father. Guy wiped his tears, but his eyes were like springs. The more he wiped, the more they flowed. Guy, it's okay. Your dad is so strong, he'll definitely beat the enemies, Genma comforted him. Ebisu added, that's right. Your dad is amazing, he'll definitely win. Hearing this, Guy cried even harder. You don't understand. Father taught me, that move can only be used when your most precious friends and family are in danger. After using it, sob. Ebisu and Genma looked at each other, finally understanding what Guy meant. A technique that allowed a genin to fight 7 jonin couldn't be simple, they had only been holding onto a sliver of false hope. But your father said not to waste your youth. Crying won't help. We have to get stronger so our comrades don't get hurt again, Ebisu said, it was all he could offer. Right. I can't cry. I have to get stronger, inherit my father's path, and protect my comrades. Ebisu's words were like a ray of light piercing Guy's heart. I can't fail my youth. I will get stronger and protect those I cherish. Guy finally stopped his tears, a look of resolve filling his eyes. Yo, isn't that Guy? Why the long face? Just as they were about to continue their flight toward Konoha to report the 7 ninja swordsmen, a familiar voice rang out. Looking up, they saw a figure with bandages wrapped around his head, leaving only his mouth visible, standing on a branch and looking down at them. Several Umbu were surrounding him. Tobate Tanbo. Chapter 11, Might Dway. It seems they are allies from the village. What happened? Seeing that Tobate Tanbo recognized them, the Umbu captain lowered his guard and halted his attack. Lord Umbu, please save my father. He's fighting the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing those masks, Guy felt as though he had finally found his savior. Everyone present was stunned. The 7 ninja swordsmen. What were they doing here? Say no more. Lead the way. After carefully sensing the trio to ensure they weren't enemies in disguise, Tanbo approached them. He wove hand seals and tapped each of them on the shoulder. Guy, Ebisu, and Genma felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, their physical strength seemed to flow back into them, making their previous exhaustion feel like a mere illusion. Hearing Tanbo's command, they nodded to the Umbu and turned to lead the way. Swoosh. Swoosh. Relay the intel to Lord Hokage. Request immediate backup. When dealing with shinobi of the 7 ninja swordsmen's caliber, the Umbu captain had to take it seriously. They were the absolute elite of Kirigakure. Tanbo gave a mental thumbs up. This decisive leadership made the team feel secure. Understood. An ANBU summoned a messenger hawk, strapped the intel to its leg, and sent it soaring back toward Konoha. Screech. We're here, but the battle seems to be over. They finally reached the battlefield. It was a scene of absolute devastation, with everything within a 100-meter radius completely pulverized. Father. Guy immediately spotted Might Dway lying on the ground and lunged forward. Tanbo followed close behind. That familiar green jumpsuit was shredded, leaving only enough to cover the essentials. Dewey's body was charred like coal, and his eyes were wide and white, staring upward. One look was enough to tell that he had exhausted every drop of his life force in this fight. Let the senior rest in peace, Tanbo said, patting Guy's shoulder. He truly admired Dewey's sacrifice. Consequently, he had no intention of reading the man's memories to steal the 8 inner gates. Besides, the village would never permit it. Kuriarer Kushimaru, wielder of the long sword Nuabari. Akabino Jinin, wielder of the blunt sword Kabudawari. Munashi Jinpachi, wielder of the blast sword Shibuki. And Augustus, wielder of the twin sword Hiramakarei. The Umbu captain and his team looked at the 4 corpses and the legendary blades beside them, their faces masks of disbelief. Who exactly was he, they whispered, looking at Might Dway with profound shock. Stay alert. 3 are missing, they might still be alive, the battle-hardened Umbu captain barked, snapping back to reality. Everyone immediately went on guard, scanning the surroundings for any remaining hostiles. Hearing the order, Tanbo suppressed his emotions and pushed his sensory range to its limit. After a minute, he confirmed he couldn't find any enemies. Captain, no enemies detected, he reported. The surroundings are clear. The other 3 have likely fled, the other sensory ninja added, pooling their findings. The Umbu captain nodded. Clean up the battlefield. Do not leak any of this intelligence. Yes, sir. As members of the analysis team, we are prepared for this. We'll handle the bodies, Dokaraka Mawashi suggested. The Umbu captain agreed. Tanbo pulled out a sealing scroll and unfurled it. It was covered in intricate formulas with the character for corpse written in the center. Snake, tiger, boar. Upon completing the seals, the formula spread over Might Dway's body, covering him before slowly drawing him into the scroll. Tanbo tied the scroll and handed it to the Umbu captain. The others finished securing the enemy corpses. Meanwhile, the Umbu took possession of the 4 ninja swords, sealing them and strapping them to their backs. Guy and his teammates could only watch in silence. Guy's eyes were bright as he looked at the Umbu. Plucking up his courage, he stepped toward the captain. Lord Umbu, can I join the Umbu? HM. If you want to join, you must first become a Chunin and then apply to the Hokage. I don't make those calls, the captain chuckled. Seeing that Guy's father had killed 4 elite Kirigakure Jonin single-handedly, he figured the boy had immense potential. If he were Hokage, he'd recruit him in a heartbeat. Tanbo was speechless. Ebisu and Genma shared the look. Guy, Tanbo interjected, don't waste the Umbu's time. The priority is getting these bodies and weapons back. We can talk about the rest in the village. It's not safe here. Right. Move out. Back to the village. Maintain defensive formation. Swoosh. Though grieving, Guy knew his duty. He and his teammates followed closely. Oh, right, Tanbo said to the three of them as they moved. About that jutsu I cast on you earlier, once we're back, make sure to rest for a full day. Let your bodies recover. Absolutely no training. What kind of jutsu was that? Are there side effects? Ebisu asked nervously. One moment they were dead tired, and the next they felt like they had infinite energy. Genma frowned, analyzing the sensation. It wasn't an elemental jutsu, nor was it medical ninjutsu. My body feels fine right now. Wait, was it a genjutsu? Aha. As expected of Genma. Calm and sharp as ever, Tanbo smiled. Exactly. It's a genjutsu I call self-inflation. It sends a false signal to your brain, tricking your consciousness into believing you are in peak condition. In this state, your brain unconsciously squeezes your cells for every drop of energy. It's a form of overdrawing your physical reserves, so you need time to repair the damage. The two honor students immediately understood the principle. Only Guy remained confused. Knowing Guy's personality, his teammates put all their effort into convincing him that he needed a day of rest to mourn his father properly, finally halting Guy's urge to immediately start training in the name of youth. Might Guy, such a simple, sunny guy, yet surprisingly sensitive, more so than Kakashi, Tanbo thought, watching him from the corner of his eye. Guy had already accepted the reality of his father's death. He wasn't just brushing off his teammates' words, he was actively responding to show them they didn't need to worry about him. This mixture of burning passion and quiet consideration made him a remarkable man. As for the jutsu, self-inflation, it was just a crude genjutsu Tanbo had developed as a form of self-hypnosis. It worked well on allies, but it wasn't yet viable against enemies, as it required the target to trust the caster to some extent. Swoosh. As the classmates chatted, another Umbu squad appeared ahead, the requested backup. Soon, they were back within the safety of Konoha. After filing their reports, everyone headed home. Was the analysis team finished for the day? Yes. Tanbo had hoped for a chance to analyze the Jonin corpses to gain some high-level experience, but it seemed that wasn't in the cards. After completing his task, he headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen for a giant bowl and a chance to check in on Iam. Chapter 12, Interacting with Classmates. So, this is a classified incident. At the training ground, Tanbo Tobitake spoke with Guy. Might Guy nodded. Yeah. Lord Third told me not to speak to anyone about what happened. All right. I was just curious how your dad, a genin, managed to take on 7 jonin at once. Seeing that Guy's mood was still low but that he was gradually pulling himself out of the grief, Tanbo didn't press further. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious about the 8 inner gates. It was, after all, the most extraordinary taijutsu in the Naruto world. However, a chunin like him wasn't highly ranked enough to handle such top-secret information. Yash. Tanbo, let's have a youthful duel. Might Guy was full of enthusiasm. It seemed his father's death had caused his youth to burn even more fiercely. Huh? Isn't your target Kakashi? Tanbo asked. Please don't swap targets to me, he thought. I can't handle that level of youthful intensity. Guy said seriously, Kakashi hasn't returned to the village yet. Besides, you're a chunin now, so you must be very strong. I want to challenge you. Well, since you've invited me so sincerely, I'll spar with you for a bit. Tanbo also wanted to know exactly how far Guy's taijutsu had progressed at 13. Swish. Swish. The two didn't waste another word. They moved apart to a set distance, performed the seal of confrontation, and focused their gazes simultaneously. Nearby, Ebisu and Genma Shiranui watched the two eager fighters with a look of helplessness. However, they watched the battle intently. They knew Guy's strength well, but they didn't know much about their classmate Tanbo's current level. They only knew he had been to the front lines and was a member of the analysis team. More importantly, he was already a chunin, leaving them far behind in rank. Bang. Bang. The battle began. Guy's taijutsu was indeed formidable. At only 13, his mastery of the Konoha-style strong fist was already extremely refined. His shuriken and kunai throwing skills were also at a solid, mid-tier level. Facing Tanbo's shuriken attacks, he could counter with his own or parry them with the kunai. It was clear that Tanbo wasn't the only one who had grown during the war. Tanbo realized that without using special tactics, it would be impossible to defeat Guy easily. He had no intention of using offensive ninjutsu. Instead, he engaged Guy directly in taijutsu. These two, they're growing so fast. Genma's scalp felt numb as he watched. Ebisu nodded. I can't believe Tanbo's taijutsu can go toe-to-toe with Guy's. It felt surreal to see them evenly matched. In the academy, Tanbo's grades were only upper middle, and as a sensory-type ninja, he shouldn't theoretically be able to rival Guy in physical combat. That taijutsu looks familiar, but it's not a standard Konoha style, Genma analyzed, observing Tanbo's movements. Ebisu agreed. There are elements of the Iwagakure style and the Kumogakure style mixed in with Konoha's strong fist. He probably picked up those habits while reading enemy memories and integrated them into his own style. Both Ebisu and Genma were the honor student types of ninja. Their grasp of academy knowledge and their daily observations were top-notch. They quickly broke down Tanbo's fighting style. Just as they suspected, this was Tanbo's personal improvement on taijutsu. He knew a ninja could never truly separate themselves from physical combat. Whether facing enemies who could absorb ninjutsu or those immune to genjutsu, strong taijutsu was his ultimate insurance policy for survival. This was the result of 6 months of progress. It wasn't just genjutsu he had been practicing. And the corner of Tanbo's mouth curled up. While blocking Guy's attack with one hand, he wove a seal with the other. Guy's pupils shrank. Illusion clones. In Guy's eyes, the Tanbo in front of him suddenly multiplied. He was surrounded. The clones attacked from every direction with shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu. Thud. Dazzled and confused, Guy was thrown backward by a direct hit. He tumbled several times on the ground before springing back up. His 2 teammates were stunned. The end came too quickly. It was as if Tanbo had tested Guy with taijutsu for a moment and then ended it instantly. If they hadn't seen it wrong, Guy had frozen for a split second, as if his vision had been interfered with, and was defeated in that window. Haha. It's over. Guy, your taijutsu has improved again. Tanbo formed the seal of reconciliation and laughed. Inwardly, he noted that no matter how strong Guy would become, he was still green right now. His physical stats were high, but his combat experience was lacking. A simple genjutsu shouldn't have finished him that easily. Might Guy scratched his head and gave a thumbs up. Ah. As expected of the man who's already a chunin and a squad leader. I'm still far behind. I must punish my own laziness with 1,500 high kicks, starting now. Genma and Ebisu approached. What happened just now? Why did you daze out? Genma asked. Because of the angle, he hadn't seen Tanbo's one-handed seal. Guy stopped his punishment briefly to answer. I was careless. I fell for Tanbo's clone jutsu instantly. Clone jutsu. The two were baffled. They hadn't seen any clones at all. Tanbo explained, well, it's a type of genjutsu clone. Only the victim can see them. As long as you follow the standard genjutsu release taught at the academy, you can break it easily. This was his illusion clone, Genbunshin, developed based on the Oboro Bunshin of the Hidden Rain. Its advantage was low chakra consumption, though its downside was that a simple Kai release could break it. It wasn't as advanced as the holographic-style Oboro clones. The two nodded, making mental notes on how to counter it. They were true professionals. Tanbo, having absorbed the memories of so many ninja, understood the vital importance of information. He knew that somewhere out there, a black and white guy, Zetsu, might be watching. He didn't have a Kekii Genkai, so he shouldn't be a primary target, but he wouldn't act as if he weren't being watched. Any information he let slip was calculated. The group spent the next while discussing survival methods during wartime, from intelligence analysis to chakra control. The level of detail was immense. They were all academic elites. Even Guy, whom many fans might remember as a hot-blooded youth who couldn't use ninjutsu, had many unique and sharp insights. Tanbo could see that Guy was actually very meticulous and observant, not a brainless brute. It made sense why he could later pull Rock Lee out of his pit of self-doubt. Tanbo learned quite a bit from his friend's perspectives, marveling at how useful his current brain was. Meanwhile, the other's impression of Tanbo changed significantly. Everything he pointed out was sharp, practical, and felt like it came from someone who had fought hundreds of battles. A genius, just like Kakashi. That was their unanimous thought. Chapter 13, The Fourth Hokage. Time flies. Tanbo Tobitake worked quietly and visited Ichiraku Ramen faithfully. His job was stable, and his conversations with Ayam were very pleasant. It was during this time that Orochimaru returned with his troops. Returning alongside him was Minato Namikaze. The main forces remained on the front lines to guard against other villages and prevent any sudden counterattacks. In the welcoming crowd, Tanbo did not see Orochimaru. He presumed the men didn't care for such atmospheres. It's finally over. With the war ending, things would be stable for a long time, aside from the Ninetales incident. At this thought, he looked toward the escort team. He finally saw the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Just as the rumors suggested, he radiated a very sunny disposition. One could tell how immense his fame was just by the level of cheering from the surrounding villagers. After getting a glimpse of the person he wanted to see, Tanbo turned and headed home. Their paths wouldn't cross much. Tanbo had no intention of clinging to big shots, he only needed to stay close to Yamanaka Inoichi. Being under the banner of the Ino-Shikacho trio meant safety and clear political alignment, as well as high status. In the following days, a grand funeral was held for the fallen comrades of the war. All the high-ranking officials of Konoha, from Jonin to Genin, came to the cemetery to bid farewell. There, Tanbo saw the main cast of the story. Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, Guy, many familiar faces. At this time, Orochimaru was still young, and Minato was only in his early 20s. Everyone was youthful. He also saw the pregnant Kushina Uzumaki. With her red hair and the massive chakra he could feel just by sensing her, the overwhelming pressure made her impossible to miss. The funeral was solemn. For once, the third Hokage did not publicly preach his will of fire theory but instead observed a silent moment of grief for his departed comrades. The funeral ended. The war concluded. Konoha silently returned to its normal track. Tanbo heard news through the grapevine that the third indeed intended to elect a fourth Hokage. After a month of deliberation, a conclusion was finally reached. Minato Namikaze would succeed as the fourth Hokage. The village was buzzing with excitement. The third stepping down and Minato taking over was a move that won the hearts of the people. On the day of his inauguration, all the residents of Konoha watched the figure in the flying Hokage robe and his sunny smile. Aside from a few characters in the shadows, no one opposed him. Tanbo did not see Orochimaru there. He didn't know if the man was angry about not becoming the fourth or if he was busy with human experimentation. He also didn't see the legendary leader of Roots, Danzo Shimura. This left Tanbo with a bit of regret. It seemed that unless there was some special mission, he wouldn't be seeing him. Actually, it's better not to see him. I'll just go eat ramen today. Tanbo arrived at Ichiraku Ramen once again. When Uncle Tucci saw him, he looked like he wanted to hit him with a rolling pin. This brat actually wants to pursue my daughter. However, out of professional integrity, he maintained his natural smile as he served the noodles. Tonkatsu ramen, enjoy your meal. Thanks, uncle. Where's Ayam? Tanbo asked politely, his eyes scanning the shop. She went to deliver noodles to an elderly lady with mobility issues, Tucci replied. He wasn't exactly dissatisfied with Tanbo, he just wasn't ready to be a father-in-law yet. How about I give you a hand? I'm quite nimble, Tanbo offered, seeing that the shop was busy while Ayam was away. Tucci's expression tightened. No. I must be responsible for the deliciousness of the food I produce. You haven't learned the craft, I'm afraid you'll ruin my reputation. In this regard, he was absolutely uncompromising. Seeing Tucci's persistence, Tanbo decided to compromise. How about this, I'll help you knead the dough. I'm a ninja, I have the strength. Without waiting for consent, he finished his bowl, stood up, and slipped into the prep area. Hey, don't just jump in. Tucci was startled. But Tanbo had already started. After observing for so long, he might not be able to handle the secret seasonings, but he was very familiar with the kneading process. Flour, the right amount of water, kneading, slamming, rubbing, pulling, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. When the flour got dry, he appropriately dampened his palms to keep the dough hydrated. His superior mind told him exactly when the dough reached its peak texture, and his ninja senses allowed him to feel the perfect consistency. Tucci watched in a daze. That technique, that level of skill, had he really never learned the craft? You brat, you clearly know the trade. You weren't being honest when you said it was your first time, Tucci huffed, though he didn't stop making noodles for the customers. Tanbo laughed. I come here every day. I learned just by watching your hand movements. Look, even my current posture is copied from yours. With his help, Tucci's workload lightened significantly. The service speed increased. Seeing Tanbo's learning speed, Tucci felt quite satisfied. This kid's learning ability was impressive. If he really did become a son-in-law, he could inherit the shop after retiring as a ninja. With this thought, he actually began explaining the dough-making process and the finer details to Tanbo. Under his guidance, the already skillful Tanbo became even more proficient. Clatter. Just then, a blonde man walked in with a red-haired woman. The woman's belly was quite large. Lord Fourth Hokage. Tanbo was startled and immediately bowed. Good grief, he's been inaugurated for less than half a day and he's already bringing his wife for noodles. You're a ninja, aren't you? Minato, whose perception was also top tier, said to Tanbo. Since it was the inauguration day, Tanbo wasn't on duty and wasn't wearing his forehead protector. Yes. Analysis team, under Yamanaka Inoichi, member of Dokuraku Mawashi's squad, Tobatake Tanbo replied honestly. He didn't dare be otherwise. Kushina was a Jinchuriki, he couldn't let his eyes wander. It would be bad if Minato suspected him of being a spy. Minato. Lord Hokage, he saw I was busy and stepped in to help me, Tucci interjected quickly, fearing Tanbo might get in trouble for working a side job. Haha, Kushina's belly is so big now. Just a few more months, right? At those words, Kushina, standing beside Minato, showed a happy smile and stroked her belly. Yes, it's coming soon. Minato committed Tanbo's name to memory. 1 tonkatsu ramen, 1 seafood ramen. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tanbo continued to help out. He had nothing to be guilty about. He was a bona fide successor of the Will of Fire. However, he preferred not to get involved with these major figures if possible. A ninja should just go to work and do their job well. Chapter 14, The Date. Kushina, Naruto didn't cause too much trouble today, did he? Minato asked while waiting for his ramen. Kushina patted her stomach. Oh, stop it. Our baby is very well behaved, how could he cause trouble? I have a feeling that when he grows up, he'll be a man unlike Jiraiya-sensei. You've worked hard. I'm sorry I can't be by your side every day. Don't be like that. You're doing it for the village, and now you've become the Hokage, right? You won't have to go out on missions as often anymore. As the couple chatted, they had eyes only for each other. Watching them, Tucci wore a nostalgic expression. Only Tobitake Tanbo was left speechless. Talk about public displays of affection. Swoosh. Swoosh. With that mindset, the dough in his hands moved like a flying dragon. He quickly formed it into springy, chewy noodles. Ha! He presented them to Tucci, who inspected them and nodded, very satisfied with the texture. Shortly after, a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in front of Minato. Here you go, tonkatsu ramen. Please enjoy. Thank you, Tucci, Minato replied politely. Just then, I walked in through the door, carrying a delivery box for noodles. Tanbo's eyes lit up. He put down his work and walked over. Let me help you. You must be tired, let me wipe your sweat. He took the box and used a tissue to dab her forehead. Didn't pull away, instead, she beamed with a smile. Thank you. Don't mention it, hee. Tanbo laughed, blushing. However, since his face was wrapped in bandages, no one could see it. The intimate scene naturally fell into the eyes of the two elite ninjas. Look, Minato, this boy is just as gentle as you are, Kushina said nostalgically. Minato had been exactly like that back in the day. Minato turned a bit red. Thinking back to doing such things at that age felt a bit embarrassing. Haha, well, we are both children who have inherited the Will of Fire. Minato's gaze swept over Tanbo. No wonder he's a ninja helping out in this shop, he's found love. Earlier, Minato had almost wondered if his own movements had been leaked. I need help. Tucci's voice called from the back. Coming. I'll go help first. I'll come find you to play once we close up, said. Humph, today is the day of the Hokage's inauguration, so I don't have to work. I'll stay and help too. Look, I've learned how to knead and pull noodles, hee. Tanbo followed to the workspace and showed her the dough he had prepared. Poked at it. Wow, amazing. It took me a long time to learn that. Receiving the compliment, Tanbo felt satisfied. A new brain really is useful, learning these things is a breeze. Glancing at the Namikaze couple, he lifted his head high. Oh, by the way, you and Kakashi are classmates, right? Minato asked, perhaps finished with his private conversation. Yes. Also Obito and Rin. I heard they were all studying under you, Lord Hokage. Tanbo's voice held a hint of envy. Kakashi's rapid growth to Jonin was inseparable from having a great teacher. Even with talent, combat experience on the battlefield doesn't just increase because of potential. A good teacher helps a disciple survive the rookie period quickly. Fortunately, Tanbo's own talent wasn't bad, he could make progress through the memories he read. Obito. Hearing that name, Minato's eyes dimmed for a moment. Failing to protect his disciple was a constant source of guilt. Obito has already passed away, Minato said. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend, Tanbo apologized repeatedly. Inwardly, he confirmed it, so it really happened. It seemed some things from the original story were still reliable. Are Kakashi and Rin doing alright then? As a classmate, asking this showed his concern. Minato smiled. It's alright. No war is without casualties. That's why we must become stronger, to protect our comrades in the village, right? Exactly. This damn war. Tanbo spoke with genuine anger. He truly hated war, he would rather be a parasite in times of peace than a dragon in times of war. It was rare to chat with one of the most popular characters from the original series. Since Tanbo wasn't breaking any laws, he didn't feel the need to be restrained. He just had to watch his words and not reveal certain information. He spoke eloquently and freely, though he limited himself to casual chat and insights on ninjutsu. he didn't breathe a word about political trends or the future. This left a very good impression on Minato. This kid is talented, calm, and quick-witted. And very steady, he doesn't ask sensitive questions. Minato enjoyed the conversation, with Kushina chiming in occasionally. There was much laughter. Ayame watched Tanbo as he talked, her face flushing slightly. He sounds so handsome when he's serious. And since he was talking to the newly appointed fourth Hokage, he seemed even more charming. Bowl after bowl of noodles left Tanbo's hands, and bowl after bowl of ramen left Tuchi's. Before long, the couple finished their meal. After saying goodbye to Tanbo, they departed. As the new Hokage, Minato likely had a mountain of work waiting. Watching the fourth leave, Tanbo's mind raced. From the conversation, he knew Rin wasn't dead yet, so that incident hadn't happened. As for why Kakashi wasn't there, he was already a Jonin and was currently on a special mission, unable to even make it back for the inauguration. Alright, you two go out for a stroll. There aren't many customers now, I can handle things by myself. The sun began to set, and the lanterns outside flickered to life. The night market was beginning. Tuchi felt a bit awkward seeing Tanbo and his daughter being so close in front of him. Even though he liked Tanbo, he wanted to shoo them out of sight, out of mind. Then I'm going out with Tanbo, Dad. Ayame was thrilled. She grabbed Tanbo and ran out. Sigh, daughters don't stay at home forever, Tuchi shook his head. Tanbo-Nizan, can you take off the bandages while we walk together? Of course. If I'm accompanying Ayame, I naturally have to show my face. Great. Ayame had a wonderful time with Tanbo. They caught goldfish, played darts, ate takoyaki, and sushi. Even the bright moon could only shine down silently, forced to watch their public display of affection. Unfortunately, fate had other plans for Tanbo. An unwelcome guest interrupted their private world. Yo, isn't this Captain Tanbo? You actually have a girlfriend. While they were strolling leisurely, the voice of Shimon rang out. With dark lines appearing on his forehead, Tanbo turned around. He saw Shimon standing behind them, his face full of teasing mockery. Chapter 15, Kakashi stabs Rin. What are you doing here, kid? Tanbo Tobite quickly shot him a look, signaling him to beat it. But Shimon acted as if he hadn't seen it. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. Today is the day of the fourth's inauguration, everyone is happy. The night market is quite lively, so I just came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to see that you actually have a girlfriend. His words made Ayame's face turn bright red, and her hand almost slipped from Tanbo's grasp. I'm not. What does me having a girlfriend have to do with you? If you keep bothering me, I'll let you know the meaning of pain during our next spar, Tanbo threatened, tightening his grip on her hand. This time, Tanbo wasn't wearing his bandages. The intensity in his eyes startled Shimon, who immediately remembered the terrifying Genjutsu Tanbo had used during their previous practice. TCH. I'll find one too. Shimon's feet shuffled back, and he vanished from their sight. That's my colleague, Shimon. He's usually just a bit of a big mouth, Tanbo explained to Ayame. If Tanbo-kun says so. Ayame replied, her face still flushed with shyness. Her mind was stuck on his words, what does me having a girlfriend have to do with you? Shimon's interruption actually heightened the atmosphere between them. For the rest of the walk, Ayame acted shy and fidgety, a total departure from her usual generous self. Meanwhile, behind them, the sneaky Shimon was using every ounce of his ninja training, pushing his concealment and tracking skills to their peak. Damn it. Don't think you're so great just because you're a chunin. Next time, I'm definitely finding a girlfriend. Shimon vowed with his eyes. The date was just an interlude. Life had to continue. Since that night, although they hadn't done anything due to their age, their feelings for each other had grown significantly deeper. Tanbo went back to work. Every day after finishing his shift, he would return home to his father's cooking, with the image of a certain girl keeping him company in his heart. Then, one day, another mission arrived. A chunin from Kirigakure. Tanbo's mind traveled through the tunnel of memories. The man's past flickered in fragments, assassinations, espionage, intelligence, ninjutsu, information poured in bit by bit. Suddenly, after integrating and analyzing the data, a specific point of information entered Tanbo's mind. Kirigakure sent something into the land of fire through the border of the land of bears. His heart shook. This intelligence was already slightly outdated, a fair amount of time had passed since the event. He removed the sensory headgear and headed straight for Yamanaka Inoichi's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Tanbo opened the door to find Inoichi processing documents. Lord Inoichi, there's a situation. From the Kirigakure ninja's memories, I discovered that 2 days ago, they seem to have secretly smuggled something hidden into the land of fire's borders via the land of bears. Oh. Give me the details, Inoichi focused. His subordinates wouldn't report so urgently without significant intel. According to the memories, there was an elite escort. Given the current state of Kirigakure, having suffered heavy losses among the 7 ninja swordsmen, I suspect they are preparing for retaliation against Konoha. However, since the 4th has just been inaugurated, Konoha is at its peak strength. Therefore, I speculate that whatever they smuggled in might involve a tailed beast. Tanbo recounted the memories first as a narrative and then provided his analysis. This was to ensure his superiors weren't biased by his conclusions before seeing the facts. A tailed beast. Inoichi was profoundly shaken. He reviewed the facts himself and followed Tanbo's logic. It was highly probable. And the timing? Put the intelligence and your analysis into a written report immediately and wait for a summons. Realizing the magnitude of the problem, Inoichi gave the order and hurried out the door. Tanbo sighed. This was likely the moment Kakashi stabs Rin. He had done all he could to help. He hoped there would be some change. This was out of pity for a classmate, and also to put his own mind at ease. However, according to his calculations, the incident had likely already occurred. In the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, urgent intelligence. Yamanaka Inoichi reported the findings to Minato Namikaze, adding his own insights to Tanbo's analysis. Minato listened and processed the information. Rin, tailed beast, Kakashi, land of bears, Kirigakure. Terrible. Assemble the Umbu and the sealing team immediately. Follow me. His own analysis gave Minato a sinking feeling. He immediately issued the orders. Half a day's journey from Konoha, inside a forest. Chirp. Chirp. The sound of chirping lightning startled the birds. Kakashi's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. His hand had pierced through Noera Rin's chest. Behind Rin, a Kirigakure Jonin broke into a cold sweat, he had nearly been killed as well. Swoosh. Swoosh. Minato Namikaze left the Umbu behind, moving at maximum speed with the body flicker technique. To ensure he didn't miss anything despite his flying Raijin, he pushed his speed to the limit. A yellow flash streaked through the woods, showcasing his true power as Hokage. The Umbu following him didn't dare slack off. If anything happened to the 4th, they would be held responsible. Everyone was pushing their body flicker to the max. When Minato arrived, he was greeted by a devastated landscape. Craters, fallen trees, and a ground littered with shuriken and kunai. There were corpses of ninja wearing Kirigakure protectors. And there was Kakashi, kneeling on the ground. In front of him lay his other disciple, Noera Rin. Kakashi. Minato's voice brought Kakashi's eyes back to focus. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Minato closed his eyes briefly. Sensei. I killed Rin. Kakashi's eyes were vacant as he murmured to himself. Tanbo Tobitake had reported the intel and finished his written report. As for Kakashi's side, it was in the hands of fate. His current power wasn't enough to resist the conspiracies of Madara or Black Zetsu. Constant avoidance won't work, he thought. In the future, pain will destroy Konoha once. I can't pin my hopes on Naruto's talk no jutsu or pain having a change of heart. Before that happens, I must master a way to avoid the almighty push, or resolve the person who triggers it before he starts. Kakashi's tragedy cut deep into his heart once more. These were accidents beyond his control. He could find ways to avoid war for himself, but his father, Ayam, and Uncle Tucci didn't have that option. Therefore, stay low and develop quickly. No slacking off. At the same time, a new thought took root. Facing monsters like tailed beasts and Kekkei Genkai, ordinary ninjutsu were too limited. He had to create more advantages. He had considered synthesizing a Kekkei Genkai, but the difficulty was too high and his current development didn't allow it. A Kekkei Genkai was just an attribute, he would still need to develop numerous jutsus for it. So, he set his sights on secret techniques. Secret techniques that could amplify Genjutsu, much like the clan-inherited jutsus of the Ino Shikacho. Chapter 16, Secret Techniques. A Kekkei Genkai is born when chakras of different elemental natures are combined in a specific way to create a special property. Secret techniques, however, according to what Shikamaru Nara said in the anime, are created by combining spiritual energy and physical energy in a unique ratio. Tanbo Tobitake carefully analyzed the information he had, organizing his knowledge. First was Kekkei Genkai, this went without saying, most shinobi knew about it. But when it came to secret techniques, very few possessed real insight. Developing a secret technique was no less dangerous than developing a Kekkei Genkai. The danger lay in the ratio, one didn't know what specific balance would allow spiritual and physical energies to create a stable, special chakra when not mixed in the standard 1-to-1 ratio. Only this specific chakra could serve as the foundation for a secret technique. It was perilous. If physical energy was insufficient, the resulting chakra tended to consume spiritual energy, and vice versa. This was the hurdle Tanbo needed to clear. He already had a plan. First, he would aim for a ratio favoring higher spiritual energy. Second, he had a boss from a famous secret technique clan whom he could ask for general knowledge regarding the creation of such techniques. As long as he didn't pry into the actual secrets of the Yamanaka clan, it should be fine. With his thoughts in order, the first priority was to go home and eat. One needs strength to get things done. After he had finished his meal, Yamanaka Inoichi summoned him. Entering the office, Tanbo saw not only Inoichi but also the fourth Hokage. Lord Hokage. Tanbo bowed. Tanbo, I came because I wanted to see you and get a clearer, first-hand account of the intelligence, Minato Namikaze said with a friendly smile. Is it regarding the hidden mist? Yes. Since the Hokage requested it, Tanbo recounted the situation once more. He understood that Minato wanted to ensure no details were lost in translation through intermediaries, which also signaled how seriously the Hokage took the matter. Minato nodded repeatedly, showing his approval of Tanbo's detailed report. Truly a talent, just as the third said. After their previous encounter, Minato had looked into Tanbo's files. He discovered that the third had met him and even provided some guidance. According to the third's evaluation, Tanbo was a young man who truly inherited the will of fire. Now, it was clear his abilities were top tier among his peers. Once Tanbo finished his explanation, Minato gave him a small smile and vanished instantly. That was. Tanbo acted confused, feigning shock at the Hokage's sudden disappearance. Inoichi laughed. That is the flying Rai Genjutsu. It's a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage. Only the fourth has the talent to master it. So that's it. How enviable. I wish I could learn that too. Tanbo truly meant it. His talent was decent and his reflexes were excellent. Compared to ordinary ninja, he felt his only real weakness was his chakra reserves. Haha, that won't do. The flying Raijin is a forbidden technique with high risks during training. Only those recognized by the Hokage can study it, Inoichi explained. I see. By the way, boss, I have something I'd like to ask your advice on. What is it? Questions regarding the nature of secret techniques. You're an ambitious kid. I didn't realize you were so gifted. However, this is quite dangerous. Let me explain it to you in detail. Thank you, boss. As a superior, Inoichi was exceptionally qualified. Outside of work hours, he was easy to talk to. Facing Tanbo's request, he was generous with his advice and provided the best suggestions. Of course, as a head of the intelligence division, he knew exactly where to draw the line on what could and couldn't be said. Through their chat, Tanbo also learned that his recent intel had earned him a major merit. Time flew by. Although the war was over, post-war reconstruction was vital. Many things were being restored. For instance, strategic resources were slowly being made available to the public. Combat supplies like paper bombs and shuriken, which required special applications during the war, could now be bought at ordinary ninja tool shops. Tanbo threw himself into the work of village restoration. With the war over and fewer enemies, the workload of reading memories decreased. In his spare time, he took on various odd jobs, helping the Hokage organize documents or standing guard at the Konoha gates. Indeed, he had become a gate god. Wherever there was a need, he was there. Seeing how hard he worked, I am prepared bento for him every day. This made him feel incredibly happy. He redoubled his training efforts. His progress on the secret technique accelerated, and his genjutsu reached a new level. In their daily spars, Shimon, Guy, and Ebisu suffered bitterly. Even a hot-blooded youth like Guy only dared to challenge him every few days. The problem was that even if he broke his genjutsu, the lingering emotions would haunt your heart. It was miserable. Clang. A blade parried a kunai and came to rest against Tanbo's neck. You lose, the masked youth, Kakashi, said calmly. Ah. I still can't beat you, Kakashi. Tanbo raised his hands in a helpless gesture. You only lost because of the Sharingan, Kakashi said, lowering his weapon as his red eye spun slowly. He never expected this expert recommended by Guy to have such formidable genjutsu. Without the ocular power of the Sharingan, he wouldn't have been able to touch him. Furthermore, Tanbo's taijutsu was practically on par with his and Guy's. Haha, there's no such thing as relying on something for a ninja. If I'm relying on anything, it's my brain. Tanbo wouldn't say something as foolish as, I would have won if you didn't have the Sharingan. Ninja were assassins, there was no need for talk of fairness or morality, other than the rule of not using forbidden techniques on comrades. But next time, your Sharingan won't be enough, Tanbo said with a confident grin. Kakashi paused, looking at him intently. Where did this confidence to rival the Sharingan come from? Having used it, Kakashi knew its value, insight that ordinary ninja couldn't hope to match, and a comprehensive resistance to Genjutsu. He had broken Tanbo's illusion just now precisely because of the Sharingan. Ah. As expected of my eternal rival, you actually defeated Tanbo. Nearby, Guy cheered for Kakashi. He proceeded to shout that he would run 5 laps around Konoha as a reward for himself. Tanbo's face darkened with embarrassment. This art style was much more cringeworthy in person than in the anime. Kakashi felt the same way. Since Guy had been promoted to Chunin a few months ago, his challenges to Kakashi had become even more feverish, vowing to finally settle the score. Tanbo looked up at the sky. The Nine-Tails Night of Chaos was drawing near. Chapter 17, The Nine-Tails. It was another quiet night. 9 months had passed since Minato became Hokage, and Konoha had entered its 48th year since its founding. Rumble. A massive wave of energy swept through the center of Konoha, radiating in all directions. Beep. 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 The highest state of emergency siren wailed throughout Konoha. The moment the sound hit, every ninja in the village snapped awake from the darkness, their hearts pounding. This alarm only sounded when the very survival of the village was at stake. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ninjas leaped onto rooftops to observe the situation and await orders. Those near the source of the noise could already see the gargantuan figure. Nine-Tails swayed violently above the Konoha skyline. What kind of monster is that? With every sweep of a tail, massive sections of Konoha's architecture were leveled, and countless residents were killed instantly. Son, what is that? Tozai stood on the roof with Tanbo, staring at the sky-high beast. Tanbo sighed inwardly. Is it finally here? That should be the Nine-Tails. Dad, go evacuate the residents. Follow the emergency protocols for the village, you remember them, right? Tanbo directed. Tozai nodded. He had been a Chunin once, he knew the procedure. When the highest alert was triggered, all Chunin were to guide civilians to the shelters. Make sure I am and Uncle Tucci are safe. Tanbo added before moving rapidly toward the Nine-Tails. He wasn't the only one. Every ninja of Chunin rank and above was mobilizing. Genin were placed under the command of Chunin to assist in the evacuation. Emergency order. Everyone, protect non-combatants. Shikaka Nara's voice echoed in the ears of every ninja through the communication network. Orders were being barked out one after another. At the sight of the Nine-Tails, a large group of ninjas was already trying to restrain it. The first to arrive were the Ino-Shikacho trio, with commands relayed via Inoichi's telepathy jutsu. Shuriken, kunai, and paper bombs rained down, but the combined attack of the ninjas was like tickling the beast. Not only was it useless, it only served to further enrage the Nine-Tails. Boom. I bear the title of Hokage. I swear to protect the village with my life. Minato looked at the towering beast. The Nine-Tails' gaze locked onto him. It opened its mouth, and a massive black sphere began to form. I won't let you hurt the village. That massive energy. I have to choose the impact point carefully. Facing the massive tailed beast bomb, Minato wove hand seals, using a space-time barrier to warp the explosion away. Thud. A colossal explosion rose outside the village. The sheer magnitude of the energy felt through the air made Tanbo's heart race. Terrifying. If that hit you, there wouldn't be enough left of you to bury. It looks like the fourth is dealing with Obito right now. Good. I need to demonstrate my own will of fire. After over a year of training, Tanbo was no longer the green genin who had just stepped onto the battlefield. He wanted to help minimize the casualties. As he neared the Nine-Tails, he saw waves of ninjas trying to distract it. The beast was far more horrifying than it appeared in the anime. The sheer aura it emitted was oppressive. Guy, Kakashi. What's the status? He asked, landing beside them. This thing seems to be controlled by the Sharingan, Kakashi said, staring at the beast's eyes. Yash. Then it's time for me to burn my youthful energy. Guy struck a pose, looking ready to challenge the beast head-on. The third and the 2 elders have arrived. Tanbo's sensory range expanded. The massive mass of the Nine-Tails chakra could no longer disrupt his focus. He sensed 4 figures approaching. The Nine-Tails was too durable for the ninjas to defeat, but they could suppress it temporarily. One figure grew to a massive size, engaging the beast directly. Oh! It's Choza-sensei. So cool. So youthful. Guy watched his teacher, his eyes burning with fire. Seeing his mentor fight such a giant beast made his blood boil. Bang. 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 Choza was no match for the Nine-Tails, but his giant form limited the beast's area of effect attacks, preventing further civilian casualties. Other ninjas swarmed in, shadow possession, mind transfer, mountains of paper bombs. Alright, let's go too, Kakashi said. Burn, my hot-blooded energy. Guy shouted. Swoosh. Stop. You are to report to the assembly hall. A figure with a sword on his back blocked their path. Hayama, why? Orders from the third Hokage, Hayama Shirakumo replied flatly. We can help, Tanbo argued. He truly felt he could contribute, perhaps by using his new secret technique to distract it slightly like Choza and the others. It's an order, Hayama said, leaving no room for debate. TCH. Let's go. An order is an order, and the third is already on site anyway. Tanbo realized that with the third and the elders there, his power was indeed inferior. Besides, he didn't know if his Genjutsu secret technique would even work on the Nine Tails. Best not to cause trouble. Guy and Kakashi followed with dissatisfaction as they headed toward the assembly point. Damn it. Hayama makes us leave, then runs off to help himself. Guy grumbled along the way. Tanbo replied, stop complaining. Let's get to the assembly hall, there might be other orders. Besides, Hayama is a jonin. I'm just surprised they ordered Kakashi to leave too. Kakashi didn't say much, he just looked back once at the Nine Tails. They soon reached the assembly point, but to their disappointment, their orders were to protect the residents rather than join the battle. Tanbo sighed with a mix of regret and relief. Protecting civilians was important work, even if he had wanted to test his new technique on the Nine Tails. The civilians were in total chaos, their faces masks of terror. Tanbo separated from Guy and the others to evacuate people in different sectors, but he kept his sensory focus on the battlefield. The third and his teammates had made their move. It was the first time Tanbo had seen the two elders fight. He recognized the third's moves from the anime, 5-element elemental attacks, composite strikes, and the shuriken shadow clone jutsu. But Mitokado Hamura was an eye-opener. Countless giant weapons rained from the sky, temporarily pinning the Nine Tails, while scrolls unfurled to launch a barrage of attacks covered in paper bombs. It made the beast howl in pain. Even Danzo Shimura made a move, his wind style slicing into the Nine Tails, making it even more berserk. Udatane Koharu focused on support and medical duties. Oh, so Hamura is a weapon master type, like Ten. Tanbo also noticed that the Sharingan pattern had vanished from the Nine Tails' eyes. The fourth had clearly done his part. Even so, the combined efforts of the ninjas were only enough to stall it. Finally, the third used his summoning jutsu, creating the iconic scene of the adamantine staff slamming into the Nine Tails and pushing it out of the village. Chapter 18, Broken Walls and Ruined Foundations. Incredible. Tanbo Tobite couldn't help but admire them. The combat power of those who emerged from the Warring States period was on a different level. Whether it was the third, hailed as the strongest Hokage, or his fellow students, they were all top-tier masters. Although he hadn't seen them fight much in the original series, their sheer aura was truly no weaker than Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Boom. As the Nine Tails was blasted out of Konoha, a figure rushed out. Just as the Nine Tails attempted to charge back in, the figure rapidly expanded to a gargantuan size, using massive hands to pin the beast down. Is that Torafu Akimichi? Tanbo wondered. His attention had been on the other old-timers before, causing him to overlook this character who only appeared a few times in the anime. However, he was clearly aging. His raw strength wasn't as great as Choza's anymore, but his combat experience was far richer. At this moment, he could actually suppress the Nine Tails temporarily, using all his might to pin it beneath him. Other ninjas quickly moved in to provide support. Tanbo shook his head and turned his focus back to evacuating the civilians. That battlefield was no longer a place where he could interfere. He had initially thought his newly developed secret technique might be of use, but now it seemed his support wasn't even as significant as that of the old guard. Besides, Konoha had no shortage of capable people. However, he noticed that Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. The third pushing the Nine Tails out meant the end was drawing near. Swoosh. Swoosh. Tanbo moved beneath the buildings destroyed by the Nine Tails, pulling out residents from time to time. He saw the shattered homes and the weeping survivors clutching their fallen family members. This was a scene that would never fade from memory. There were so many of them. The Nine Tails was so massive that its every movement brought cataclysmic destruction to Konoha. Tanbo performed his duties faithfully, rescuing those who still had breath. For the injured, he used the battlefield first aid he had studied in his spare time to stabilize them. For those with severed limbs, he stopped the bleeding and used Genjutsu to suppress the pain signals being sent to their brains. This was all he could do. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he was still an amateur. Wailing and cries of agony echoed throughout his path as families mourned their dead. Thank you, Ninja-sama. Thank you. Mama, Papa. There were those who thanked him and those who simply collapsed in tears after being rescued. Tanbo felt a pang in his heart. If his father Oriam had died, he would be the same way. This only hardened his resolve to become stronger. He might not be able to save the whole world, but at the very least, he had to save himself and his family. Broken walls and ruined foundations, this was the sight at the heart of Konoha. Ninjas like Tanbo were everywhere, returning to the ravaged battlefield to quickly rescue any remaining lives. Meanwhile, far outside the village, the battle continued. Whether it was because Minato and Obito were too far away or not, Tanbo didn't sense their battlefield all night. He only knew that after the Ninetales had rampaged for a while, the distant commotion slowly quieted down. He figured Minato had returned. During his search, he also encountered Naruto's future teacher, Irika Yamano. Irika was crying amidst the rubble. Based on his age, he looked to be about 2 or 3 years younger than Tanbo. Tanbo didn't try to strike up a conversation then, losing both parents was not something easily consoled. Tanbo, do you sense anyone else left to save? Guy's three-man squad approached him. Genma and Ebisu had arrived later. Since Tanbo was a sensory ninja, he had been acting as a captain to make the rescue operations more efficient. No more. Everyone who could be saved has been. The others. Tanbo shook his head. They were dead. Many had died. No wonder so many people in the future would hate Naruto. The public's rage was difficult to soothe when the damage was so widespread. Guy's team sighed in relief. A whole night of rescue missions had left them panting with exhaustion. Good thing Tanbo was here. The rescues were timely, preventing even more casualties, Genma said, giving him a thumbs up. Guy and Ebisu sat on the ground back-to-back to rest. Tanbo replied, don't flatter me. It was everyone's hard work. I'm not the only sensory ninja out here. The night hadn't truly ended yet. In the distance, the morning light began to rise, illuminating the current Konoha with a profound sense of desolation. At Iam's house. Tanbo, are you all right? Iam let out a sigh of relief when she saw him return unscathed. Tanbo gave her a quick hug. I'm quite capable, so of course I'm fine. But the village's losses are serious. I'll probably be very busy soon. After a night of rescue work and a morning of writing reports, his mission was finally over for now. Konoha's specific long-term plans hadn't been released yet, but he expected to be slammed with work later. He had to rest while he could. As long as you're safe. I'm proud of you for contributing to the village. Iam stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light peck on the cheek. Tap, tap, tap. Hey, hey. Don't act like this old man doesn't exist, you brat. Tochi tapped his fingers incessantly on the table as if his eyes weren't even open, looking quite annoyed. Seriously, have some sense of distance. Beside him, Tozai watched the scene with a smile. He thought to himself, good lad, it looks like I don't need to worry about my son's marriage. Tochi added, but I'm proud of you too, Tanbo. Keep it up. Yes. With the recognition of his beloved and his future father-in-law, Tanbo was full of energy. His heart was online again. After talking with his family, Tanbo went to the analysis team the following day. He could see that all his colleagues were in a foul mood, with a dark cloud hanging over everyone's heads. When they saw him, they merely nodded in greeting. Shimon arrived late. He saw Tanbo and sighed. How is it? Do you have any news? What exactly happened yesterday? He knew Tanbo had high sensory abilities and might know some inside intel. He only knew the Ninetales had invaded and caused massive losses, he didn't know the rest. Well, all the top experts moved out. Judging by the silence now, Lord Hokage should have succeeded. Tanbo's answer made Shimon breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was resolved. An official notice should be down soon, Tanbo said, not elaborating further. Information about top-level combatants dying was not something to be spread lightly, it could invite greed from other villages, even if they were also weakened by the recent war. Sure enough, shortly after they started work, Inoichi Yamanaka's orders arrived. All members of the analysis team were to participate in village patrol missions. Clearly, Konoha had lost many vital combatants in the fight against the Ninetales. Even the desk-bound analysis team members had to go on patrol. Walking through Konoha covertly with Shimon, Tanbo's keen senses noticed that the Uchiha were nowhere to be seen on the streets. It seems the third or other high-ranking officials are already suspecting the Uchiha. The Sharingan, it really is a troublesome bloodline. Chapter 19, Eye of the Creator. Chapter 19, Eye of the Creator. Konoha. Swoosh. Swoosh. Tanbo Tobotake's footsteps came to a halt as he reached the sector assigned to him by his superiors. He paused periodically to use his sensory ninjutsu, performing his duties with meticulous care. Having experienced war firsthand, he didn't dare be careless, even with his knowledge of the original plot. The profession of a shinobi left no room for negligence, the probability of things going sideways was simply too high. He couldn't be certain that during this time of chaos, spies from other villages wouldn't be lurking. In fact, he was certain they were. Every village had no shortage of spies like Kabuto. It was a reality dictated by the nature of the profession. However, after a full day of patrolling, Tonbo hadn't spotted a single enemy. Down below, the residents had gradually begun to emerge from their grief, starting the arduous task of rebuilding Konoha. When he reached the memorial stone, he landed on a nearby tree branch. There, he saw Irika sitting before the monument with a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, tears streaming down his face. After watching quietly for a moment, Tonbo continued his patrol. There were too many people like Irika. He only took a second look because the boy was a familiar face. Besides, if he remembered correctly, the third Hokage would eventually come to comfort him. There was no need for Tonbo to intervene. Swoosh. Swoosh. While patrolling, Tonbo didn't forget to practice his body flicker technique. With his high neural response time and learning capacity, he wasn't about to slack off on such a vital mobility jutsu. He started with the basic D-rank body flicker and moved on to various versions he had extracted from the memories of enemies from other villages. From time to time, he crossed paths with other patrolling shinobi. Did he just give a hand signal? As one ninja passed him, Tonbo paused briefly to flash a signal identifying himself as an ally. Then, he vanished like a dark shadow. The patrolling ninja scratched his head, impressed that body flicker was truly remarkable. When night fell, Tonbo finally ended his shift and handed over his duties to the relief team. He headed to Ichiraku Ramen, where Ayam had already prepared a dinner filled with affection for him. Tonbo-kun, thank you for your hard work. Ah, it smells amazing. Ayam, your skills have already surpassed Uncle Tuchi's. Tonbo said with his mouth full of delicious ramen. You brat, are you looking for a fight? Don't praise one and bash the other, Tuchi grumbled, his ears twitching, though the smile never left his face. He seemed quite pleased with Tonbo. Yes, uncle. Your skills are number one, Tonbo flattered him, though in his heart he added, right behind mine. His own cooking skills were now quite advanced, barely trailing behind Tuchi's, thanks to his overwhelming learning ability. Ayam leaned on the table, watching Tonbo with a smile plastered on her face. To her, he looked handsome even when he was eating. After spending some sweet time with Ayam, Tonbo returned home. His father was busy with his craft, making straw and bamboo figurines. This was his primary source of income. Though he only had one hand, dried reeds and treated bamboo strips quickly transformed into a dragonfly in his grip. Suddenly, Tonbo had a flash of inspiration. Dad, teach me how to make those. He had a new idea for a genjutsu. His current mind-reading series of genjutsu was powerful for a shinobi, but its weakness was clear: if an enemy broke one, they could easily unravel the rest. The principle involved a reverse operation of the mind-reading jutsu to disrupt the chakra in the enemy's brain and nervous system. If an enemy lacked a nervous system or could isolate their neural transmissions, he would have to rely on taijutsu and ninjutsu. He was confident in those areas, but his advantage wasn't as pronounced as it was with genjutsu. Looking at the figurines, he thought about the secret technique he was developing. There was potential here. Tozai frowned upon hearing this. Why learn this? Is it for a gift for Ayam? Ninjas already had so much to learn, why waste time on useless crafts? I didn't think of that, but that wasn't my goal. I have a new secret technique that is perfect for these figurines. What could these do? And when did you develop a secret technique? Why don't I know about this? Dad, I just finished it recently. I haven't even had the chance to use it in actual combat yet. Well, alright. You've always had your own ideas since you were little. Tozai finally agreed, as long as it was useful to his son. After finishing his explanation on how to weave bamboo and reed figurines, Tonbo immediately completed a perfect dragonfly. Wherever Tozai explained, Tonbo learned instantly. No second demonstration was needed. Gradually, a cold sweat broke out on Tozai's brow. In less than an hour, Tonbo was already innovating, creating shapes that Tozai himself hadn't even mastered yet. Hey, this is actually pretty simple, Tonbo said, having a blast. To him, making these figurines felt similar in difficulty to making Ichiraku Ramen, very easy to pick up. In an instant, a bamboo figurine in the likeness of Ayam appeared in his hand. You brat, go play on your own. Stop bothering me. Tozai quickly shooed him away, unable to bear the sight anymore. When he had first retired due to his arm injury and inability to weave signs, he had spent half a month just learning how to make the dragonfly. Tonbo chuckled and retreated to his room. Looking at the figurine of Ayam in his hand, he began to weave hand signs rapidly to test his idea. A special type of chakra was refined. He released it toward the figurine. Secret technique, Eye of the Creator. After the jutsu was cast, the Ayam figurine slowly shifted. Before Tonbo's eyes, it transformed into a realistic Ayam. She looked at Tonbo quietly but did not speak. It worked. Tonbo continued to manipulate her movements. Within moments, the I am was moving around the room with the agility of a shinobi. In reality, this was a genjutsu. This was the secret technique he had developed, Eye of the Creator. A figurine subjected to this technique would manifest as a genjutsu directly in the mind of the beholder. It didn't require disrupting the target's chakra. To the victim, what they saw was reality. It was as if Tanbo had created a form of life. However, he needed to inject his own abilities into this entity, otherwise, it would have no consciousness and no combat instincts. That was the next stage of development. Essentially, it was a reversal of the mind-reading jutsu, injecting his own combat experience and memories into the figurine through the secret technique. It was similar to the super beast imitating drawing ability, but one used figurines while the other used ink. It perfectly aligned with the Een release property of creating form out of nothing. With Inoichi Yamanaka's careful guidance and his own immense talent, his unique secret technique was finally born. The next step was to organize his own memories and inject different thought patterns into different figurines. He also had to customize the memories based on the physical shape of the figurine. These were still under development and not yet ready for combat. I'll just keep developing this. My work at the analysis team can't slack off either, whether I can have diverse combat logic depends on that. Chapter 20, Death of the Fourth, Reinstatement of the Third. Chapter 20, Death of the Fourth, Reinstatement of the Third. The fourth Hokage has unfortunately sacrificed himself in the line of duty while confronting the Nine Tails. Moving forward, I shall temporarily resume the position of Hokage until a fifth Hokage is chosen. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood upon the Hokage's balcony, the wind whipping his Hokage robes. Every soul present felt the crushing weight of sorrow. The fourth had been in office for less than a year. The passing of a leader in the prime of his youth was a shock that neither the residents nor the shinobi could easily process. No one expected that while the Great War hadn't claimed the fourth, he would fall before the Nine Tails. Tanbo Tobitake stood within the ranks of the shinobi, positioned alongside Shimon and the others, looking up at the aged third. He wondered why it wasn't the third who had made the sacrifice. Between the forbidden techniques left by the second and the jutsus developed by others, surely there were other ways to handle the situation. The Nine Tails had existed for thousands of years, there was no reason it could only be controlled now. Perhaps the third simply wasn't proficient enough in sealing jutsu to seal the beast into Naruto himself. It felt like a reach, and since the original story never clarified it, even with Tanbo's intelligence, he couldn't find a definitive answer. Sigh, we finally ended the war, and now things are probably going to be chaotic again for a while. Shimon sighed. Yeah, the days ahead are going to be tough, Tanbo agreed. The impact of the fourth's death was monumental. Much like the deaths of the third Kazekage or the third Raikage, it caused a massive shift in the landscape of the shinobi world. The disappearance of the third Kazekage led to the Third Shinobi World War, the death of the third Raikage led to Kimogakure's failure in the war. Later, the death of the third Hokage would lead to an internal vacuum in Konoha. With Minato Namikaze gone, many resources invested in Konoha by the Land of Fire and other nations would surely be snatched away by other villages. The most direct consequence would be a decrease in mission volume, the very thing that served as the foundation of Konoha's strength. Tanbo judged that the Land of Fire and other nations, seeing a Hokage die after less than a year in office, would lose trust in Konoha, leading to fewer requests. Fewer missions meant less growth for Konoha's shinobi, a chain reaction of decline. To stabilize the situation, the higher-ups didn't risk electing a new Hokage immediately. Instead, they let the third continue to use his remaining heat to steady the village. With the third reinstated, the next step was to console the souls of the departed. Between the fourth's death and the loss of a large number of jonin who fought the Nine Tails, the crowd before the memorial stone was filled with grief and indignation. Among those most affected were Kakashi and Irika. Tanbo had participated in many such memorial services, one occurred after every war. He felt fortunate that his family was still safe. Thus, his focus was on honoring the fourth. He respected the radiant fourth Hokage and his wife, their character was truly noble. A long time had passed since the Nine Tails incident. Life continued for the living. Tanbo Tobitake, the Hokage has summoned you to his office. An Umbu suddenly appeared while Tanbo was engrossed in a book titled Theoretical Research on Barrier Ninjutsu. Do I need to prepare anything? He asked, closing the book. It had been a year and a half since the third's reinstatement. Tanbo had grown significantly taller. He had been diligent and never slacked off in his duties at the analysis team. He didn't understand why the Hokage would suddenly seek him out. Umbu, no need. Tanbo stepped out of his house. The sun was shining brightly, suggesting no clouds in the sky. Inwardly, he sifted through the possibilities of why the third wanted to see him. He was an elite of the analysis team with outstanding abilities. He had even been promoted to special jonin. The reason he achieved this rank was that his psycho mind transmission had already surpassed that of Inoichi Yamanaka. Since the analysis team rarely engaged in combat, his other abilities were seldom showcased. It was highly likely this involved an escort or field mission. Some missions required going out to extract intel on-site in the shortest time possible. Knock, knock. Tanbo arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked. Lord Hokage, Tanbo Tobitake reporting as requested. Come in. Creak. Opening the door, he saw the third looking over. A mountain of documents sat before him, with 2 ninjas assisting at his side. Lord Hokage. It seems you've been training well these past few years, you're looking sturdier, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. Lord Hokage, allow me to correct you. This look is elegant and tall, but definitely not sturdy. Tanbo had a slender build, he truly couldn't be described as sturdy. Haha, indeed. My old eyes must be failing me, Hiruzen laughed. This kid really doesn't give me any face at all. I called you here to give you a mission. Yes. As you know, the war in the Ninetales incident caused massive losses to Konoha's core strength. Even after a year, we haven't fully recovered. Yes. Tanbo understood this, but he wasn't sure what the third was getting at. It's like this, your abilities have been recognized by myself and the elders. You are someone who has experienced the battlefield and possesses rich experience. Therefore, I want you to lead one of the new genin teams graduating from the academy this year. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen asked. Lead a team. Tanbo hadn't expected this. He had been guessing for a while. Although he wanted to stay quiet in the analysis team to develop, his public persona was that of a man who inherited the will of fire. He couldn't possibly refuse such a request. Besides, he hadn't been out in a long time, leading a team sounded like a nice change of pace. He could appreciate the scenery of the shinobi world. No problem. It is my duty to add new fuel to the fire of Konoha, Tanbo promised solemnly. Hiruzen was very satisfied with his firm response. He hadn't misjudged the boy. A year ago, he felt this child had inherited the will of fire, and that remained true today. Excellent. Here is the list of the team you will be leading. Hiruzen handed over a document. Tanbo opened it and read, Irika Yumino, Mibu Shinobu, Togtake Tatusen. He recognized the first name, then looked at their files. Irika Yumino, excellent theoretical grades, average practical grades, excellent mastery of the 3 basic jutsus, average taijutsu. Mibu Shinobu, good theoretical grades, average practical grades, excellent mastery of the 3 basic jutsus, average taijutsu. The photo showed someone whose head was wrapped in bandages just as uniquely as Tanbo's, with only a few hairs sticking out from the top and his facial features visible. Togtake Tatusen, excellent theoretical grades, excellent practical grades, excellent mastery of the 3 basic jutsus, excellent taijutsu. Specialized in spacetime ninjutsu and ninja tool manipulation. The photo was of a youth with his hair wrapped up, possessing quite a protagonist look. Yo, it looks like I'm going to be the teacher of Naruto's teacher. But looking at the data, Irika really is better suited for teaching. Why is Mibu Shinobu wrapping his head? Doesn't he think it's ugly? You don't have my level of looks. And Togtake Tatusen, she gives off a serious 10-10 vibe. To be specialized in spacetime ninjutsu and tool manipulation before even graduating, her family must be loaded, and her parents' strength can't be low. Tanbo made his initial judgments about his 3 disciples. Chapter 21, Team Tanbo. Chapter 21, Team Tanbo. Hokage's office. These are good sprouts. Do you have the confidence to nurture them into fine talent? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked as he saw Tanbo Tobitake put away the files. Absolutely, Tanbo said firmly. At the same time, he could tell from those words that this year's graduates truly lacked top-tier talent. Looking back at his own graduation class, Gai, Kakashi, Obito, Hayama Shiragumo, Genma, Kurenai, Asuma, and so on, too many had become jonin. In this class, even Irika was considered excellent. There was no denying Irika's future teaching ability was superb, but as a current student, being rated excellent felt a bit like a lack of better options. Go on then. The students are likely getting impatient, Hiruzen said. Yes, Lord Hokage. Tanbo withdrew from the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, isn't Tanbo a bit young to be a lead teacher? A secretary nearby asked. Hiruzen replied, one must possess the ability to lead a team to become a chunin, that is Konoha's regulation. He is a jonin now. Do not doubt yourself. Understood, the secretary replied. Ninja Academy. I wonder who our lead teacher will be. Mibu Shinobu asked his teammates expectantly. With his head wrapped up and his young age, he looked quite shifty. It would be great if we could have Lord Hamura as our captain, Togtake Tatusen said, spinning a shuriken incessantly in her hand. Mitokado Hamura was Konoha's weapon master and had always been her idol. She hoped to learn more advanced tool manipulation from him. Irika remained quiet, staring ahead as if in a daze. If Papa hadn't died, would he be the one leading the team? He didn't snap out of his thoughts until his two teammates nudged him. As long as I can learn something, it's fine, Irika smiled. After the third's comfort, he was no longer immersed in grief. For over a year, he had studied hard and found a new dream, becoming a teacher. However, before that, he had to learn more ninja knowledge and dedicate himself to the work. One cannot teach well without having walked the path of a ninja, or so the third said. Tap, tap. Hearing footsteps, the three immediately turned their expectant eyes toward the classroom door. Who would it be? A young man wearing a ninja flak jacket walked in, hands in his pockets. His head was completely wrapped in bandages, and his Konoha forehead protector was tied over his eyes. Irika Yumino, Togtake Tatusen, Mibu Shinobu. Tanbo spoke. Present. The three answered in unison. I am your captain, Tanbo Tobatake. Until Lord Hokage issues further orders, I will be your captain. Are you prepared to be ninjas? We are. Very well. Tomorrow morning, meet at Training Ground 98. Don't eat too much, I'll treat you to something delicious. Now, dismissed. Go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, you won't have much free time. Tanbo issued the command. Poof. After speaking, his hands wove signs, and he vanished instantly before them. So cool. He disappeared instantly. Mibu Shinobu praised. Togtake Tatusen added, was that some kind of body flicker? No, that was a shadow clone. A high-level jutsu usually only Jonin master, Irika analyzed. Eh? We actually have a Jonin leading us. Mibu Shinobu said excitedly. I don't know if you noticed, but our captain seems really young. Tatusen noted. Since Tanbo's face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his chin and nose visible, it was hard to judge. We'll find out tomorrow. Konoha Main Street. Before I knew it, I'm already becoming a captain. I've worked in the analysis team but never personally led a proper squad. Tanbo stretched his limbs. Considering he would start leading the team tomorrow, he figured he should go back and prepare. He didn't share the same interests as the third or Kakashi, he wasn't going to play some bell-snatching game. He simply planned to test their true abilities and then decide on a teaching plan. As a captain, he had to show some strength to earn the basic trust of the three little ones. Speaking of which, that guy Ebisu really has a gift. He's only been a chunin for a few months, and his teaching ability is soaring. Mentioning teaching brought the future elite tutor to mind. Recently, Ebisu had started working at the academy and seemed to be doing quite well. The feeling of watching Konoha's future core grow bit by bit wasn't bad. Without realizing it, he had walked back to Ichiraku Ramen. A rose woven from palm leaves appeared in his hand. With a sunny smile, he walked inside. Look what I brought you today, a hand-woven rose. However, the moment he walked in, he froze in embarrassment. Two pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Yash. Truly youthful. Tanbo has found true love. Guy gave him a thumbs up, his teeth flashing with a blinding glint. Kakashi, impressive. Busy in the back, saw this and chuckled. She took the rose and placed it in a decorative vase nearby, which already held several other lifelike woven flowers. Haha, what are you two doing here? Tanbo asked. Guy was now a special Jonin and Kakashi was a Jonin. In these difficult times for Konoha, they actually had free time. Guy pointed at Kakashi. Kakashi just got back from a mission in the Land of Snow. I just finished one too, so we're grabbing a meal. Kakashi nodded. The Land of Snow, huh? That's far. I heard it's beautiful and covered in snow year-round. Did you bring back any souvenirs? Hearing about the Land of Snow, Tanbo realized the movie plotlines existed here too. He wondered if Naruto would ever go there. That place had chakra technology, he wondered if Kakashi had snagged any. The daimyo there was replaced, and I almost died. Don't talk about souvenirs, they almost turned me into a local specialty, Kakashi said helplessly. Oh. The Land of Snow is just a small country. They almost took you out. Don't underestimate any enemy. They have chakra-amplifying devices that significantly boost a ninja's strength. Plus, their whole crew uses ice style. The snow ninja are quite strong. Enough about that, Kakashi countered. What about you? Still working diligently in the analysis team. Don't remind me. I just got a mission. Starting tomorrow, I have to lead a team, the baby class fresh out of the academy. Tanbo sat down and began to slurp the ramen I am brought over. Haha. What a description. But we all came from a baby class. Thinking about it gets me a bit excited. Guy laughed boisterously. Don't group me in with you. I wasn't like that, Kakashi thought to himself. Chapter 22, The Test. Chapter 22, The Test. Training Ground 98. The early morning sun spilled across the ground. Irika and his two teammates were currently loitering, waiting for Tanbo Tobitake to arrive. Is the captain going to be late? Mibu Shinobu muttered. Gurgle. His stomach let out a loud growl. In anticipation of the feast the captain had promised, he hadn't eaten any breakfast. He should be here soon. Wait, what's that? Tobitake Tatusen was about to say something when a massive commotion echoed from the woods. Buzz. Buzz. The three followed the sound and saw the trees in the forest being pushed aside. It felt as if some monster was barging through. Holy crap, look at the size of that thing. A dragonfly 2 stories high appeared, its 4 wings flapping violently, allowing its massive body to approach them with startling agility. It seemed to spot them, as the compound eyes on its head swiveled toward them. Swoosh. Arriving above them, the dragonfly's forelimbs slammed down toward them. Buzz. Buzz. Swish. Swish. Fortunately, their reactions were quick, they used the body flicker to vacate the spot instantly. Bang. The dragonfly smashed a massive crater into the ground. How can there be a monster like this in Konoha? Mibu Shinobu yelled, cold sweat pouring down his face. Stay sharp. This is likely a summoning beast the captain is using to test our strength. Let's coordinate and defeat it. Don't let the captain look down on us, Irika analyzed immediately, looking at the dragonfly's appearance and remembering the captain's name. Tobitake Tatusen realized this the moment she saw the dragonfly. As Irika spoke, she unfurled a long scroll. Poof. Poof. With a flick of the scroll, a barrage of shuriken and kunai shot out like shooting stars toward the giant beast. Clang. Clang. Facing these ninja tools, the giant dragonfly's 6 limbs blurred, parrying the attacks. I'm not done yet. Tatusen summoned a spiked flail. Mibu Shinobu snapped into action as well, throwing out shuriken. While the beast was busy blocking his teammates' attacks, the iron wires attached to his shuriken tangled around the giant's limbs. The heavy flail struck the giant beast dead on, sending it flying backward and tumbling across the ground several times. Boom. On Irika's end, he didn't hesitate either, unleashing a well-timed fire-style, great fireball technique. We did it. Looking at the beast engulfed by the ninjutsu, the three smiled. Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly, Irika noticed something off. He walked closer to look. Where was the giant beast? There was only a broken figurine, a palm-sized, half-charred dragonfly emitting black smoke. Watch out. Bang. Just as he was analyzing the situation, a pangolin burst out from underground, headbutting Irika and sending him flying. He tumbled several times across the grass. A whoa. Though they didn't know why a pangolin was making a wolf howl, Tatusen and the others grew extremely solemn. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Irika stood up, desperately trying to analyze the situation. First, this definitely wasn't a summoning beast. Judging by the remains of the first creature, it wasn't a transformation jutsu either. If it were a genjutsu, it shouldn't be able to cause physical damage to the ground. He looked at the crater smashed by the dragonfly's limb and the hole the pangolin had tunneled through. Just what are these things? In the sky. Oh my, nice teamwork. You actually managed to beat one of my dragonflies. Tanbo Tobitake sat atop a giant eagle, watching the battle below with a smile. In terms of performance and coordination, these three were doing better than protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke did at the start. It seemed they were models of diligent study at the academy. These giant beasts were one-time use ninja beasts created with his secret technique, Eye of the Creator. They would vanish once the chakra supply was cut. Currently, he had only developed 4 types in this series, the dragonfly, the pangolin, the giant eagle, and a giant whale for underwater use. Rumble. He saw every detail of the battle below and was very satisfied. Only when the 3 little ones were looking battered and exhausted by the pangolin did he release the jutsu on the creature and leap down from the sky. Huff. Huff. The 3 genin were panting. Eh? How did it disappear? Tatusen looked around frantically. I think something fell from the sky, Mibu Shinobu pointed to a black dot against the sun, which grew larger in their eyes. Not good. The 3 scattered instantly. When they turned back, however, there was no impact. There was only Tanbo Tobitake, looking at them with a beaming smile. Good job. You've got some real skill. He praised his 3 subordinates, giving them a thumbs up. Captain, you almost scared us to death. I thought another big monster was falling from the sky. Mibu Shinobu patted his chest. Those 2 beasts had genuinely terrified him, he was afraid of a 3rd round. Captain, was that a summoning jutsu? Irika asked. That was genjutsu. Eh? Genjutsu? The 3 were stunned and filled with disbelief. Genjutsu wasn't supposed to be like that, and besides, when did they even fall under it? Tanbo pulled out a dragonfly figurine, exactly like the giant beast from before. He smiled and said, Lesson 1, never be deceived by the surface appearance of things. This belongs to a type of real genjutsu. When a sentient being falls for it, the illusion becomes reality, which is why it could damage the terrain. In other words, the moment you saw that dragonfly, it became a real giant beast to you. But we didn't see it before the giant beast appeared. Irika argued. But I saw it, Tanbo pointed to himself. The three understood now. Great, you fell for an illusion and made us pay for it. At the same time, their eyes sparkled. That move was incredibly cool, they wondered if they could learn it. They looked at Tanbo with intense heat. Why are you looking at me like that? Want to learn? The three nodded like chickens pecking at rice. This jutsu is quite difficult. If you want to learn it, you'll have to work hard. I will teach you seriously, Tanbo promised. However, he couldn't guarantee they would learn it. After all, it had taken him over a year just to complete the 4 mature types. The difficulty of creation and learning wasn't that far apart. Given the talent of these three, he didn't actually expect them to master it. Hooray! The three jumped for joy, seemingly unconcerned about the difficulty. Alright, now let's follow Konoha tradition. We'll introduce ourselves, take a photo, and then I'll take you for that feast. Tanbo watched their happy faces with a smile. I'll go first. I'm Togtake Tatusen. My dream is to become Konoha's greatest weapon master, and I love eating ramen. I'm Irika Yumino. My dream is to be a teacher and train talent for Konoha. I also love eating ramen. I'm Mibu Shinobu. My dream is to join the torture and interrogation force. My idol is Senior Ibiki Marino, and I love eating barbecue. I'm Tanbo Tobatake. My dream is to live a peaceful life, have 2 children with my wife, a boy and a girl, watch them grow up and have kids of their own, and then look after my grandkids. Click. Finally, the 4 took a photo. Tanbo stood in the back, hands resting on the heads of Tatusen and Irika, while Mibu Shinobu stood in the middle with his arms crossed. Chapter 23, The Will of Fire, Utterly Numb. Chapter 23, The Will of Fire, Utterly Numb. Konoha. A kimchi barbecue restaurant. Sizzle. Irika and the other 2 little ones were eating joyfully. No need to rush. As long as your captain's pockets aren't empty, you don't need to worry about the money, Tanbo Tobatake said, picking up a piece of grilled meat and chewing it happily. This is so good. Captain, when are we taking a mission? Togtake Tatusen asked while eating, her eyes full of anticipation. Irika added, yeah. I want to master all the skills of a ninja so I can teach them to students in the future. We'll start as soon as we finish eating. It's a very tempering mission, perfect for Genin who just graduated, Tanbo said with a smile. Eh? What mission is it? Is it something grand? Like capturing an enemy spy or defending the nation? Mibu Shinobu asked hopefully. You bet. Missions like those are child's play compared to this. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them looked at him with burning eyes. Could it be a mission concerning the very life and death of Konoha? It is a grueling task vital to the survival of the village. It's actually true. Does the captain acknowledge us that much already? Was it because we defeated that giant beast earlier? You'll find out in a bit, Tanbo teased, keeping them in suspense. Ah, don't do that. Captain, tell us. Cut the chatter. If you want to know, eat faster. Hearing Tanbo's words, the 3 of them sped up their pace. While they were eating harmoniously, a tall figure appeared, accompanied by a gentle-looking woman holding a chubby little boy in her arms. Yo, isn't this Tanbo? Are you leading a team on a mission? The tall figure greeted him. Tanbo turned his head and smiled. Ah, yes. It's finally my turn to lead a team. Senior Choza, long time no see. He then looked at the small figure in the woman's arms. Is this the one Inoichi-senpai mentioned, Choji, who's the same age as his daughter? Little Choji was plump and round. He seemed to understand Tanbo's words, turning his head to look at him, but after a moment, his gaze drifted directly to the grilled meat on their table. Yeah, cute, isn't he? Choza said proudly. One look and you can see he inherited your excellent genes. He'll surely surpass you in the future and become a pillar of the village, Tanbo praised skillfully. Choza burst into laughter. Of course. Look at this frame, he's got my style from back in the day. By the way, this meal is on me. Want to eat? Little Choji pointed at the meat on the grill, drool nearly escaping. Come, uncle will give you some. Call me uncle first, Tanbo said, lifting a piece of meat to Choji's mouth. Uncle. Aha, good boy. Tanbo smiled and popped the meat into the boy's mouth. Choza and his wife didn't stop him. In the world of ninjas, a child's constitution was such that eating barbecue at this age was no problem. Tanbo watched little Choji chew the meat with a face full of bliss and smiled. This kid's future growth would be incredible, reaching a level where he could use the Akimichi clan's ultimate secret technique without the need for pills. That was an achievement no one in the Akimichi clan's history had managed before him. The three genin also greeted Choza. Then, Choza opened a table for his own family, and they began to eat warmly together. "Alright, since you're full, let's head out. Mission start." "Yes," the three little ones shouted excitedly. Konoha Residential Area. Farmland Zone. Three figures were slowly bending over, planting rice seedlings into the mud. Tanbo Tobitake stood by the edge of the field holding a book, occasionally showing a look of sudden realization as he read. Mibu Shinobu shouted from the mud, "Captain Tanbo. Is the great mission just planting rice in the fields?" "Of course. Do ninjas need to eat? If they don't eat, will they starve to death? Farming ensures that thousands of ninjas don't starve. Isn't that grand? It's much grander than starting a war with another village, don't you think?" Tanbo glanced at them, continuing only after seeing they weren't slacking off. But this is so boring," Irika said, his head drooping. "Is this what a ninja is supposed to do?" Tobitake Tatusen thought the same. Is planting rice really a ninja's job? A ninja is one who endures the unendurable. If you can't even handle this, how can I trust you with higher-level missions? Tanbo said crossly. Besides, did you three actually study hard at the academy? At those words, the three of them looked defiant. "Captain, I'm the man who got a perfect score in theory. You can't look down on me," Irika protested. To become a great educator, he had studied very hard. Theory and practice are different. And who said farming isn't a ninja's job? Not only is it something a ninja should do, but it's also a vital link, Tanbo said seriously, closing his book. How is this useful? Tatusen countered. The other two agreed, aside from learning endurance, what was the point? Very well. I'll give you your first lesson. Listen carefully, and no slacking off. Go ahead. The three of them wanted to see how he was going to spin this. They were confident in their own learning abilities, and there was nothing in the textbooks about this. First, a ninja's chakra requires the combination of physical and spiritual energy. This mission helps you accumulate spiritual energy. The three nodded in agreement with the principle, but not the practice. Any mission could accumulate that. Second, being a ninja is a profession of secrecy. For espionage and intel gathering, you need a cover identity. A farmer who knows how to plant rice is an excellent cover. The three looked at him with disdain. In the spy classes at the academy, farmer was never a top choice because a farmer usually can't get close to high-level intel. Third. There's a third? They wanted to see how the captain would keep making this up. Everyone else is doing it. If you don't, you'll look like outcasts. That goes against the great ideology of Konoha's unity and friendship. It's the start of breaking the village's solidarity, making you heretics, so you have to do it. Seeing that the kids were actually quite knowledgeable and weren't falling for his initial cool speech, Tanbo pointed toward a nearby squad also performing a rice planting mission. Damn it, he thought. When I watched the anime, Naruto's group was so easy for Kakashi to fool. Why isn't it working for me? Irika suddenly had an epiphany. I see. This is the will of fire the third lord talked about. It to temper our will of fire, isn't it? As expected of the captain, to be a captain, you truly must be a ninja with high resolve. Excellent. Then we shouldn't be the odd ones out. Let's go. For the sake of inheriting the will of fire. Mibu Shinobu's hands moved with newfound vigor in the mud. Tobitake Tatusen's eyes also burned with passion. Witness my will of fire planting method. Tanbo was completely speechless. He began to doubt if his brain was actually as useful as he thought. He had spent ages coming up with logical points, and yet they weren't as effective as a single moral education buzzword from the third. Chapter 24, The Art of the Lie. Chapter 24, The Art of the Lie. Konoha. This motivation probably won't last more than a few days. They'll soon realize that the will of fire feels a bit hollow when you're doing chores, right? Tanbo Tobitake stood on a rooftop, looking down at the trio currently searching for a cat. The three of them had their fighting spirits ignited by the will of fire, but he could guarantee that after a few days of D-rank missions, they would become just as impatient as Naruto's generation. It wasn't that he didn't want to take on higher-level missions. Since the death of the fourth, mission resources from other nations, and even the land of fire itself, had indeed been declining. It had only stabilized slightly over the past year under the third's administration. There simply weren't as many missions as one would imagine, and even fewer were suitable for a rookie team. Well, I should be diligent and teach them as much as I can to keep them from getting bored. As their captain, he received 30% of the team's mission rewards. He couldn't let them stop. So, once the three little ones got tired of the grind, he planned to dangle some rewards to keep them going. It definitely wasn't just for that 30% commission. But man, this job was easy. As long as he supervised the three of them, the money rolled in like collecting rent. Hee hee. Down below. Damn it, where did that cat go? Mibu Shinobu lifted a wooden bucket and peered inside. Nothing. Hey, why would a cat be in there? Get serious. Irika said, looking at him flip buckets with a sense of speechlessness. Their mission this time was to find a cat belonging to an elderly noblewoman. Word was the cat had been her companion for decades. They had been searching for half the day, only occasionally spotting cat droppings on the rooftops. He was starting to doubt if the cat even existed. Hey, Captain. Are you sure this cat is real? Irika shouted up to Tonbo on the roof. Tonbo pointed to his own head. Use your brains. What about the tracking techniques you learned at the academy? Don't tell me you forgot them the moment you stepped out the gate. If you can't even find a cat, what will you do on harder missions? The world outside is full of clever, devious ninjas. The captain's mockery hit home. These three were honor students, how could they stand being looked down upon? Frustrated and determined, they racked their brains and began applying every scrap of knowledge from their shinobi intelligence classes, solely to prove their captain wrong. Tonbo shook his head. He had actually developed some expectations for them after the test at the training ground. From a combat perspective, their teamwork was far better than Naruto's generation at the start. Now, however, it was clear that while they could apply their practical skills in battle, they were far behind in other essential ninja traits. Tonbo pulled out a pen and paper and began recording his observations, the strengths, weaknesses, and potential training paths for each of them. Since he had taken the role of captain, he intended to be responsible. He wouldn't be like Kakashi, whose tutelage of Naruto and Sakura felt somewhat perfunctory. Even with Sasuke, it seemed Kakashi only taught him the Chidori while neglecting basic fundamentals until years later. Tonbo intended to learn from those mistakes. As an excellent worker, he knew not to let the leadership think he was too outstanding, but he couldn't be a non-entity either. Middle of the road was the way to go. In the afternoon, the three finally found the cat. Relying on Irika's knowledge of feline habits and the intel provided by the owner, they successfully completed the track. However, they were covered in dust and looked quite disheveled. Regardless, they were happy. They stood before Tonbo, straight-backed, waiting for his praise. Sigh. Tonbo suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He had briefly considered pulling at the sprouts to help them grow by implanting memories for them to follow, but he held back. Not everyone had his ability to process memories. For ordinary people, it would just be a burden. Only things learned through one's own effort and time truly belonged to them. Seeing him sigh, the smiles on the faces of Irika and the others vanished. Captain, did we do that poorly? Irika looked at the sun in the sky, then back at their day's work, feeling embarrassed. It did seem a bit pathetic. The other two felt the same, they had been hoping for a compliment. No, you did a great job, Tonbo said, deciding not to crush their spirits. Really? This made the three feel even worse. They were honor students, once they snapped out of their excitement, they were self-aware enough to analyze their own performance. Of course. Although the cat-finding mission started off poorly, you eventually began to apply the knowledge taught at the school. That's very good. Mibu Shinobu's sharp perception, Irika's intelligence analysis, and Tatusen's strong mobility, all were excellent. Tonbo gave them a thumbs up. But his words didn't cheer them up, they still looked dejected. What's wrong? But it took us so long to figure it out. Aren't we too pathetic? Why do you say that? Like you said, Captain, if it takes us this long just to find a cat, how could we ever find a cunning enemy ninja? Smack. Tonbo gave each of them a light swat on the head. You brats, it's only your first day on the job. What, you want to fly already? Do you know of the copy ninja, Kakashi? You mean Senior Kakashi, who graduated early at age 6, the three asked. Tonbo, exactly. Him. When he first graduated, he did the exact same things you're doing. Their eyes lit up. Was it really so? And he looked for cats too. Back then, it took him more than half a day. What does that tell you? It tells you he was about the same as you are now. Their eyes grew even brighter. Furthermore, there is one area where he can't compare to you three. Tonbo paused for effect. In reality, he had no idea if Kakashi had ever struggled with a cat mission, but that didn't stop him from spinning a yarn. Besides, detecting lies was a necessary skill for a ninja. If he were ever caught, he'd just claim it was a hidden lesson. So, he kept bluffing. Irika asked urgently, what area? The Will of Fire. Why did it take him so long to find the cat? Because he lacked team spirit. He looked down on his teammates' abilities and tried to find it all by himself. Therefore, his will of fire is inferior to yours, vastly inferior. Remember, cooperating with your comrades is what makes you the best. Whoosh. Hearing that the famous Jonin Kakashi was inferior to them in terms of the will of fire, a raging fighting spirit ignited in their eyes. Their previous dejection vanished instantly. Then, Captain, how do you know so much? Togtake Tatusen asked curiously. Because we were classmates, so I know a bit more than most, Tanbo said. Eh? Then Captain, how old are you? Mibu Shinobu asked suddenly. The other two realized it as well and scrutinized Tanbo. Previously, they thought the captain was quite old because of his height, and his dream of retirement had made them forget to ask. Now, they were suspicious. Haha, I'm about 2.5 years older than you. Eh? Then shouldn't we call you Big Brother? Be serious. Please call me Captain. Then Captain, did you do these missions when you just graduated? No. Your captain was much more impressive than Kakashi. I joined the Third Great War immediately after graduation and performed meritorious deeds within 6 months. Tanbo wagged his index finger. So cool. The eyes of the three were filled with pure adoration. Chapter 25, Custom Training Regimen. Chapter 25, Custom Training Regimen. Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen. Tanbo, I heard you started leading a team. Is it dangerous? Tucci asked as he set down a bowl of noodles. Tanbo accepted the ramen. It's just leading a squad, not doing S-rank missions. There's no real difficulty. Tucci nodded upon hearing that. Is it okay for you not to be with your team? It's all D-rank labor missions. A shadow clone is more than enough to keep an eye on them, Tanbo replied nonchalantly. He didn't care. He wanted to see Iam today. What was wrong with using a shadow clone? Not like they dared to complain. Iam chuckled from the back. Tanbo-kun, isn't that a bit bad? I see other ninjas staying with their teams the whole time. I'm very serious too. Any task the village gives me, I handle it clearly and perfectly. No one can find a single fault. Tanbo slurped his ramen. He wasn't lying. He put a lot of thought into his team members, especially since it was his primary job now. However, those 3 kids were incredibly motivated even after half a month. Even when facing boring D-rank tasks, as long as he said something related to the will of fire, they'd act like they'd been injected with adrenaline. It was borderline ridiculous. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have spent so much time coming up with clever ideas to entice them to finish missions. He could have just given them a lecture on the will of fire. To be a steady worker, he had researched this area thoroughly. After half a month of training through minor missions, the 3 had finally consolidated the knowledge taught at the academy. When he used to watch the anime, he never understood why Konoha made graduates start with D-rank missions when they had chakra and were vastly superior to ordinary people. Now that he was a captain experiencing it firsthand, he understood. These minor tasks tempered a ninja's patience, resolve, tracking, and analysis, all comprehensive abilities. It was the first real-world application of their schooling. Just as he had realized on his first battlefield, the most important thing for a ninja isn't learning ninjutsu, but intelligence and analysis. And to achieve those, using things like parabolic motion math in battle was foundational. Without that, it was hard to hit an opponent with a shuriken or kunai. Hey, let's discuss when we should get married. I want to have 2 big, healthy kids with you. I plan to train them to be powerhouses that surpass the god of shinobi. His contemplation lasted only a second before Tanbo tossed it aside to drop a major line on Iam. Whoosh. Iam's hand stopped mid-task. Her entire face turned red-hot instantly, her blushing cheeks looking quite adorable. What are you saying? Her voice trembled. Discussing our marriage. Tucci's gaze sharpened. No. You're still young. You have to wait another 2 years. I know we're young. I'm just thinking about discussing it now so I can prepare. Tanbo scratched his head. He wanted to do this right. This was his dream, after all, his lifelong happiness. I'll help you find a good day. It's working hours now, so don't discuss it here. Come to my house tonight for the discussion, Tucci said, glancing at the other customers who were already giving them gossipy looks. The red-hot temperature on Iam's face faded slightly, but her shyness remained, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. I'm usually so composed, why do I get so flustered whenever it's Tanbo-kun? Understood. Tanbo's smile was so wide his teeth nearly split. His life's goal was practically secured. Now go find your teammates. Don't let the Hokage see you slacking off, Tucci hurried him out. It felt weird having the customers overhear this. Hee. Tanbo finished his ramen and walked out the door, heading north. Training Ground 98. First, never act impulsively. Second, never do anything harmful to the village. Third, never abandon your belief in the will of fire. Yes, Captain. As Tanbo's main body arrived, he heard his shadow clone using those Shinobi-esque lines to brainwash the three genin. He felt like he could dig a hole in the ground with his toes from the sheer cringe. Wait, do I actually have Shinobi tendencies too? Release. Irika and the others were in the middle of a hot-blooded moment when the captain before them suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. Their excitement cooled instantly. A shadow clone. Ha ha ha, forget everything that clone just said. It was just a joke, Tanbo said, stepping out from the shadows with an awkward laugh. Irika pouted, his fists clenched. How could we forget the captain's words? And it's definitely not a joke. We will carve those 3 sentences into our hearts, they are excellent. Captain, we understand your resolve to pass on the will of fire, and we believe you are a true successor. We might be far behind, but don't underestimate our determination. Togtake Tatusen and Mibu Shinobu nodded in fervent agreement. How could they not feel the captain's burning will of fire? They were honor students in the Hokage's will of fire lectures, they understood the weight of those 3 sentences. It was the captain's personal summary. Although it didn't sound as poetic as the 3rd Hokage's version, it felt authentic. Their respect for him grew, truly, he was a worthy captain. Looking at Irika's expression and hearing his words, Tanbo could already imagine it, when Irika became a teacher at the academy and Naruto started school. Naruto, that loudmouth, would probably have a new catchphrase. And Sasuke, if he was influenced too, it was hard to imagine Sasuke shouting, first. Never act impulsively. He quickly shook his head to clear the thought. That art style was too much. Cough. As long as you understand my intent. Just don't go spreading those words around. Next, I'm going to teach you things to improve your actual strength as ninjas. Tanbo quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to debate this with people who could be hyped up by the will of fire to do boring D-rank missions for half a month without flagging. He could only marvel that the 3rd really had a way with words. Hearing that the captain was teaching new things, their attention was successfully diverted. Captain, what is it? Is it that real Genjutsu of yours? Truth be told, they were starting to get bored, but they stuck with it because they felt D-rank missions helped them understand the will of fire. Over the past half-month, you've accumulated spiritual energy. You've had practical experience in intel gathering and your patience is improving. Overall, your qualities as ninjas are rising rapidly. However, besides intel and resolve, a ninja needs individual strength to make that intel useful. Therefore, I have customized a step-by-step training plan to make you excellent shinobi. Hearing the captain's recognition made their efforts feel validated. But his following words made them even happier. As for real Genjutsu, that's not something you little runts who just entered the ninja world can learn. Remember not to aim too high too fast. Chapter 26, Rebellious Asuma. Chapter 26, Rebellious Asuma. Konoha. Training Ground 98. 3 teenagers sat cross-legged on the ground, a leaf stuck to each of their foreheads, hands formed into the tiger seal. Tanbo Tobitake sat nearby reading a book titled Theoretical Research on Barrier Ninjutsu, Volume 7. This series was an essential component for anyone in Konoha aspiring to master barrier arts. Learning was truly intoxicating. Captain, is this really going to increase our strength? Irika asked, struggling to keep his chakra focused on his forehead. Of course. An elite ninja must be able to concentrate at a moment's notice. Only then can you spot an enemy's intentions in the heat of a lightning-fast battle through the smallest details, Tanbo replied, his eyes never leaving the page. It's also how you mold chakra at the first possible second to complete a jutsu. Mibu Shinobu added, I get it. It's because Irika wasn't focused enough during the fight with the captain's giant beast that he didn't notice the pangolin tunneling underground. I was focused. I just got careless. Irika retorted, pouting. Focus. Stop talking, Tanbo said, finally acknowledging Shinobu's point. Shinobu is right. A pangolin tunneling through the earth makes a significant disturbance. As long as you are consciously aware of enemies appearing from any direction, above, below, or the 4 cardinal points, you will notice the movement beneath your feet. A ninja must remain constantly vigilant against potential new threats. I believe the academy taught you this. He paused, then added, furthermore, the 3rd Lord said that where the leaves dance, the fire shall burn. Concentrating your chakra instantly onto that leaf represents lighting your initial flame. This is the moment to put your will of fire into practice. Upon hearing this, the 3 immediately surged with energy, redoubling their efforts to focus chakra as Tanbo instructed. It really is useful, this will of fire. Looking at the hard-working trio, Tanbo couldn't help but marvel at the 3rd's brilliance. The elaborate schemes he had brainstormed to trick these 3 into working hard couldn't hold a candle to a single mention of the will of fire. In this regard, he admitted he was inferior to the third. The old man was the ultimate master of talk no jutsu, surpassing even Naruto. Tanbo then returned his gaze to the barrier manual. It was a dense collection of notes on seals, chakra distribution, and nodal points. He was confident that by the time the main plot began, he would be one of the top ninjas in the world. However, he couldn't guarantee that Konoha wouldn't be destroyed, nor could he guarantee he could stop Pain before he launched his ultimate, almighty push. Therefore, he wanted to forge a new path through barrier ninjutsu to prevent Konoha's destruction by Pain's massive attack. This was entirely possible with barriers. He had already finished the first 6 volumes, although there were over a dozen more to go. He was confident he could devour them all and then begin experimenting with different barrier deployments. These are all just-in-case measures. Who knows, maybe by then I'll already be invincible. That was Tanbo's mindset. The shinobi philosophy of preparing for every eventuality was being carried out to the letter. He checked on the 3 genin again and saw they had entered the zone, though he sensed their concentration was still too slow. He also noticed that every time a breeze blew, their attention wavered slightly. Let's try a barrier jutsu then. Feeling inspired, Tanbo decided to test a concept from the theories he had just read. He pulled several silence tags from his ninja tool pouch, flicked them onto the surrounding tree trunks, and began weaving hand signs. Barrier ninjutsu was incredibly complex. Even with Tanbo's current skill, it took him a full minute of weaving to finish. It was the most intricate set of signs he had performed since transmuting to this world. Barrier, zone of silence. As he completed the signs, the chakra connected the tags, forming an invisible dome that enveloped the training ground. Inside, the 3 genin suddenly felt the environment change. The sound of the wind, the buzzing of cicadas, and the chirping of birds all vanished. Their speed in refining and focusing chakra increased instantly. Tanbo carefully analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the barrier. The advantage was that barriers could be cast by multiple people and had many functions. The disadvantage was the high consumption and the need for a continuous chakra supply. They were best suited for traps or stationary defense. In the original series, barrier ninjutsu was never given much depth. It was usually just a scene where a rogue ninja broke through one, making the art seem a bit embarrassing. However, judging by this silence barrier, it was quite effective in specific contexts. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. With the aid of Tanbo's new jutsus, the 3 genin progressed rapidly. They found it much easier to concentrate. Once they reached a certain level, Tanbo removed the barriers, forcing them to improve step by step. Now, they were capable of focusing instantly during sparring matches. Whether it was casting jutsus, throwing shuriken, or situational analysis, they had made massive strides. In his time off, Tanbo had also finalized his wedding date with Tuchi and Ayam, 2 years from now. He would be 17. For the people of the shinobi world, whose cells were twice as active as those in his past life, this wasn't considered an early marriage. He was in high spirits every day. Even Irika and the others could sense his happiness. When they learned their captain had a fiancée, the entire team was stunned. They couldn't believe it, until Tanbo took them to Ichiraku Ramen and they saw how affectionate he and Ayam were. On this day, an order came from the Hokage, report to the office with his squad for a mission. Tanbo stood with his team before the third. He noticed the old man had aged significantly since they last met. Lord Third, Irika said, looking happy to see him. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. It's Irika. I've read Tanbo's reports. I hear you've already become an excellent genin. Irika glanced at Tanbo and said excitedly, I'm still far behind the captain. Hiruzen nodded kindly and then looked at Tanbo with a serious expression. I'm entrusting you with an important mission. You must complete it for me. Me. Tanbo was puzzled, but he replied, mission completion guaranteed. Hiruzen sighed. The mission is to find Asuma Sarutobi and report back with intelligence. If you can convince him to return, even better. Asuma Sarutobi. The genin were confused. Sarutobi. Does he have a connection to the Hokage? Tanbo, however, was stunned. This was the period when Asuma rebelled and fled Konoha. He is my son, Hiruzen sighed. Due to my work, I failed to educate him properly, and he has become increasingly rebellious. Recently, he took the opportunity of an outside mission to disappear. Someone spotted him in the land of fire, so I need you to locate him. So it's come to this, Tanbo thought. Chapter 27, A Glimpse of the Great Tsunade. Chapter 27, A Glimpse of the Great Tsunade. Konoha Main Gate. Irika and the other 2, backpacks on, were already waiting for Tanbo to overtake. Finally, a formal mission. Watch me wrap this up in a single day, humph. Irika was brimming with confidence. Finding a person was just tracking, after all. Having spent so much time finding lost cats and dogs, Irika felt his tracking methods were peak perfection. Mibu Shinobu and Togtake Tatusen felt the same. Although they had been successfully bluffed into doing D-rank missions with the will of fire, they still harbored deep expectations for high-level work. This intelligence-gathering mission was ranked B because it involved a missing shinobi. Their motivation was through the roof. Why isn't the captain here yet? We've been ready for so long. Apologies. Saying goodbye to my fiancé took a bit more time than expected. Tanbo Tobitake appeared behind them out of thin air. Poof. The sudden sound made the hearts of the three jump. Only when they heard their captain's voice did they let out a sigh of relief. Irika patted his chest. My dear captain, you're going to scare us to death one of these days. Wait, captain, since when did your girlfriend become your fiancé? We've set the wedding date. Prepare yourselves to drink to my happiness, hee. Tanbo bragged. In the future of Konoha, so many people would end up single. Aside from the forced pairings of the 12 Guardians generation, Kakashi's peers only really had Kurenai and Asuma, and Hayate and Yugao. Since he was getting ahead of them, he'd be able to mock them later. Also, Tanbo added, taking on a teaching tone, a ninja must always be aware of their surroundings. You need to know when it's time to rest and when it's time to be in active mode. You can't stay tense forever, that will damage your spirit, but you can't drop your guard completely either, because an enemy could appear at any moment. This was dry goods, pure survival wisdom condensed from the countless ninja memories he had read and his own experiences. Yes, Captain. They answered, but in their hearts, they weren't entirely convinced. How can someone be alert all the time? Even the greatest ninja couldn't do that. Alright, let's head out. Target, Ryohan Street in the Land of Fire. Swoosh. Swoosh. 4 figures moved through the forest in a wedge formation. According to the Hokage's intel, Asuma appeared on Ryohan Street 2 days ago, but it was just a glimpse. Once we arrive at the destination, start gathering intelligence immediately. Understood. Tanbo commanded. In Konoha, he was a teacher, outside, he was a squad captain. There was no room for slack. Yes, Captain. Tanbo's serious demeanor infected the three, and their expressions shifted from excitement to grim focus. Swish. Swish. Tanbo periodically cast his sensory perception over the group. Seeing that they were correctly applying the technique of attaching chakra to their feet, his lips curled into a slight smile. Improved concentration was indeed vital for chakra control. In the past month, the three had not only mastered focusing at will but had also learned to analyze their environment and mold chakra for a counterattack in a split second. Techniques like tree climbing and water walking had been mastered in days and were now being used during their travel. Half a day later, the four arrived at Ryohan Street. It was actually a fair-sized town and quite bustling. After securing an inn as a meeting point, the four split up to gather information. Tanbo walked the streets alone, observing everything. His powerful brain and vast knowledge allowed him to record everything he perceived into his memory. The advantage of a sensory ninja was clear: within a radius of several kilometers, very little could escape his sensory field. His experience with mind reading and battlefields made processing this data as easy as picking up a bird's egg. Asuma, according to the third, he seems to have gone out to find the king in his heart. That's what he said, right? And according to the original story, before returning to Konoha, Asuma served as one of the guardian shinobi 12 for the daimyo until he found that answer. Should I just wait for him at the capital of the Land of Fire? Flashes of information from the town crossed his mind: the beauties at the hot springs, the underground bounty station, the big-chested woman at the casino. Wait. He focused his perception. A massive chakra signature entered his mind, with a smaller one beside it. It couldn't be this coincidental, could it? Tanbo marveled at how small the world was. Though he found it hard to believe, that was indeed the dream goddess of countless Naruto fans, Tsunade. The gambler of Konoha's legendary Sannin. But then again, what did she have to do with him? He already had his goddess. After sensing her for a moment, he moved his attention away, merely filing the intel in his mind. Every scrap of external information could be useful. He checked on his 3 genin. They were working hard, asking around for news of Asuma. Irika was at the hotels, Mibushinobu was at the hot springs. Tatusan was the clever one, she was at the grilled sausage stands and noodle shops, matching Asuma's known preferences from the files. As for Tanbo, he already knew Asuma was likely headed for the capital. With nothing to do, he returned to the inn, picked up a notebook, and leisurely began sketching and writing. These were his ultimate ideas for his Genjutsu series. History rewrite, inserting a segment of history into the enemy's memory, placing his own existence into their past to change their perception of him. All senses, Genjutsu that manipulates the enemy's form, touch, shape, and all 5 senses to achieve total deception. Eye of the Creator, advanced developing upon his secret technique using In releases ability to create form out of nothing, deceiving the world and oneself to reach a level where Genjutsu can control the very weather and environment. While teaching Irika and the others, he hadn't just studied barriers, Genjutsu remained his primary field of research. These 3 Ultimate series were the culmination of his exploration over the past 2 years. However, the difficulty was immense, each could be a 10-year project, so he had to choose his priorities. Time passed quickly during his research, and the sky soon darkened. Sensing the return of the 3 genin, he put his notes away. Knock, knock. Come in. Ah, I'm so tired. I didn't think finding a person would be so much harder than finding cats and dogs. The 3 walked in, panting. Tanbo asked, and? Irika said dejectedly, no leads at all. It's like he never even showed up on Ryohan Street. Mibu Shinobu added, I didn't collect any info on Senior Asuma either. Togutake Tatusen, however, was smiling. Senior Asuma definitely appeared here 2 days ago. He ate a mountain of grilled sausages at a stall, but there was no news of him after that. The other 2 looked at her in surprise. There was actually intel. Tanbo praised her, Tatusen, well done. You 2 should learn from her intelligence analysis. He was truly impressed that attention to detail regarding hobbies was often the dividing line between a chunin and a jonin. Irika looked defiant. Damn it, you got the spotlight this time. Next time I won't lose. Then what about you, Captain, they asked, looking at Tanbo simultaneously. What intel did you gather? Chapter 28, Chiriku. Chapter 28, Chiriku. Ryohan Street, Inn. Based on the intelligence, Asuma should follow this line, gradually making his way to the capital of the Land of Fire, where he will likely stay for a period of time. Facing his subordinates' questions, Tanbo Togutake was well prepared. He pulled out a map of the Land of Fire and drew a curved line connecting Ryohan Street to the capital. Irika and the other 2 watched with extreme focus. As expected of their captain. They had only concluded that Senior Asuma had indeed been active here, but the captain had already deduced Asuma's final destination. Togutake Tatusen was sharper than her 2 teammates. Captain, why did your analysis conclude that Senior Asuma would head specifically for the capital? Since everyone's raw intelligence was the same, if the captain could derive a specific route from it, there was clearly much to be learned from his process. Tanbo had been waiting for them to ask. He opened his mouth with a beaming smile. First, no matter what kind of sentient being we are talking about, if they take action, there must be a purpose. The 3 little ones nodded in agreement. Second, according to the intel from the Lord Third, Asuma is searching for the king in his heart. Let me explain this to you, everyone's king is different. For example, my king consists of the village, my father, my fiancé, and my comrades. Asuma doesn't have a king in his heart yet, which is why he's searching. You 3 are the same, don't just assume your king is the village or your parents just because people say so. It's a feeling. Once you find it, you won't be lost regarding what it means. Right now, you probably don't have one. The 3 nodded again, processing this. Third, based on human psychology and the known intel, plus the fact that his range is limited to the Land of Fire, he will inevitably follow the crowd effect. When a person is lost and confused, they tend to move toward crowded areas. Furthermore, he will move away from the direction of Konoha. Lord Third mentioned Asuma is rebellious, which implies he had a fight with his father. So you mean that after an argument, when someone runs away from home, they subconsciously move as far away from the home location as possible? Tatusen asked. Correct. Tatusen is right, Tanbo said, satisfied. Based on mathematical probability, there is an 85.6% chance that Asuma is taking this route. Ah. It's not 100%. And why specifically 85.6%? Irika cried out. It's just the most likely outcome, understand? When a target's location isn't confirmed, we must learn to use known intel to move in the most probable direction. Alright, simple analysis over. When you get back to your rooms, review this. Try to make sure next time it isn't me doing the analysis for you. The 3 nodded incessantly. They felt they had truly learned something today. It turned out the math and psychology taught at school were actually this useful. They felt Tanbo's knowledge was truly bottomless. Filled with excitement, the 3 returned to their rooms to constantly replay Tanbo's words. They wanted to be like him, able to extract a mountain of intel from a tiny scrap of information. The captain is amazing. Irika lay on his bed, filled with reverence for Tanbo Togutake. That sharp analytical ability and vast breadth of knowledge were things he deeply admired. He decided then and there, in the future, he had to become a man just like his captain. Ryohan Street main gate. Next stop, set out. The 4 hit the road again. The journey was a mix of playful banter and constant learning. Because the route to Asuma was now clear, their purpose was defined. Every time they reached a new town, Tanbo would have the 3 go out to scout for info to verify his theory. Every time they returned, Tanbo would teach them how to analyze the findings, spoon-feeding them the logic. As more and more reports came in, they proved Tanbo's analysis correct. Asuma was indeed traveling along that exact path. This only fueled the worship Irika and the others felt for him. Tanbo watched the three of them improve and smiled. Will these three all become Konoha Jonin in the future? His primary goal was to temper their abilities. Whether it was intel analysis, taijutsu, or chakra control, he wanted them to build a solid foundation during this mission. As for the task of finding Asuma, he wasn't the only team looking. He didn't believe for a second that the third hadn't sent Umbu or spies as well. Besides, knowing the future, he knew Asuma would eventually return safely and would even master the secret techniques of the Fire Temple. There was no rush. If he could turn these three into Jonin, they would be solid combat assets against the Akatsuki later on. The more powerful people there were, the safer he, and his family, would be. Cough, cough. The king, what exactly is my king? In a tavern in Tongzi City, the youth with a sharp face, Asuma, was smoking a cigarette, occasionally choking on the smoke. His eyes were clouded with confusion. Yo, kid. Drinking alone. Want to have a few rounds with us big brothers? Several men in white suits with fierce expressions approached Asuma with ill intent. Beat it. Don't disturb me, Asuma growled, setting down his cigarette and glaring at them. The men in white suits exchanged glances and pulled out watermelon knives, iron pipes, and chain maces from behind their backs. Kid, buy us a drink and we'll forgive your disrespect. Otherwise, we'll make things ugly for you, the leader sneered. Trench knives appeared in Asuma's hands. He wasn't in the mood for talk. At another table in the tavern, a young monk saw the situation, stood up, and walked over slowly. Benefactors, for the sake of this poor monk's face, could you let this young man go? The monk smiled at them. The man in the white suit was about to swing his pipe, but the moment he saw the monk's attire, he froze. After a quick look around, the leader glared at Asuma. Count yourself lucky you ran into a lord from the Fire Temple. The group vanished from the tavern. Seeing this, Asuma put away his weapons. Thanks. No need. I imagine handling them would have been effortless for you, the young monk smiled. My name is Chiriku. And yours? Asuma. It seems the benefactor has a lot on his mind. Yeah. You're a monk, so let me ask you a question. What is the king? Asuma asked, his eyes lost. The king? I do not know. But I do know that if you do nothing, you will certainly never find it, Chiriku laughed. But my master said, if your heart is lost, go out and experience the world. Travel far, and one day, you will find it. Asuma was stunned. When he left Konoha in a hurry, he had thought about wandering, but he mostly just drifted toward the crowds. Chiriku's words reminded him that the Fire Temple was the most important institution in the land of fire outside of Konoha. Perhaps they would know more. Any recommendations? Asuma suddenly had an idea and asked Chiriku. Chiriku smiled. You're a ninja, right? I am currently heading to the capital to join the Guardian Shinobi 12 to protect the daimyo. Would you care to consider it? As for whether Asuma could be a spy, as long as he could pass the Land of Fire's investigation, it wouldn't be an issue. Chapter 29, Asuma. Chapter 29, Asuma. Swoosh. Swoosh. Clang. In the forest, shuriken and kunai collided with metallic shrieks. Puff. Puff. Several figures were entangled in a fierce melee, two of whom were clearly Asuma and Chiriku. I say, did you draw these enemies here? Asuma asked, using his trench knives to parry a shuriken strike while speaking to Chiriku behind him. Clang. Clang. A continuous stream of attacks from the outside kept them preoccupied. Chiriku's chakra manifested into 1,000 armed murder, blocking the incoming strikes one by one. Sorry, I forgot to mention. As a monk sent by the Fire Temple to the capital to serve as a guardian shinobi, I'm a target for various factions. Whether they want to intercept and kill me to impersonate me and assassinate the daimyo, or they have other motives, anyway, this trip won't be smooth. Fire style, ash pile burning. Facing the enemy's onslaught, Asuma wove hand signs and spat out a massive cloud of gray ash, covering the sky and earth as it surged toward the foes. The several ninja from the unknown faction paled in terror, their eyes filled with dread. Boom. Following the ash cloud came a violent explosion. Arg. The screams caused the other attacking ninjas to falter. Seizing this chance, Asuma used everything in his arsenal, working with Chiriku to finish off the remaining enemies. It seems being a guardian shinobi 12 is no easy task. Asuma wiped away cold sweat. Thank you, sorry for the trouble, Chiriku said with a smile. Who are these guys? Asuma looked at the corpses on the ground. Upon checking them, he found no specific intelligence. Aside from standard ninja tools, there was nothing identifying them. Since they dared to assassinate someone from the Fire Temple, they naturally wouldn't leave any evidence. You won't find anything, Chirika noted. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The two instantly tensed up, entering a combat stance as they searched for the source of the sound. 4 figures appeared before them. The leader was a man with bandages wrapped around his head, and all 4 wore Konoha headbands. Asuma's face darkened at the sight. That old fossil, does he still want to control me? Hey, long time no see. You haven't forgotten me, have you, Asuma? Tanbo Tobitake waved his hand, speaking with a grin. Upon hearing this, Asuma shifted his focus to the speaker. He looked at the tall figure in the bandage-wrapped head, searching his memories. After a moment's effort, he finally found an inconspicuous figure from before their graduation at age 9. Tanbo Tobitake, he asked uncertainly. Chiriku, listening to the exchange, felt a wave of relief. So they're acquaintances. Tanbo clutched his chest in mock agony. Heavens. We were classmates for 3 years, and even after I gave you a hint, you're still not sure. That's heartbreaking. He then turned to the 3 genin. You lot, don't be like him. Forgetting a comrade's name is incredibly rude. The trio didn't dare act carelessly. Senior Asuma was right there. Was it really okay to tease him like that? Hey, what are you doing here? Did the old man Sarutobi send you to find me? Though Asuma felt a bit embarrassed, he asked the question that concerned him most. Tanbo replied, hey now, show some respect. That's your father, you shouldn't call him old man. After teasing him, he turned serious. That's right. Lord Third Hokage sent us to see what you're up to out here. If possible, come back with us. If you want to take me back, you'll have to break my limbs and drag me, Asuma declared, dropping into a combat stance. He focused his full attention on the 4, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Chiriku, being loyal, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. I don't know what's going on, but if there's a fight, count me in. Seeing the 2 ready for a brawl, Tanbo sighed helplessly. The 3 genin looked at him, waiting to see what their captain would do. Tanbo threw his hands up in frustration. See that? This is what a guy without the will of fire looks like. He's actually thinking about attacking his own village comrades. Don't you ever learn from him? This is the Hokage's failing. In the future when you become captains, you must educate your subordinates properly. The trio thought about it seriously and nodded in agreement. As expected of the captain, always upholding the will of fire. Asuma's brow furrowed deeply. What does he mean? Is he saying the old man failed to raise me? Though he had disputes with his father, he wouldn't allow anyone else to speak of him that way. Humph, you're just a captain. What right do you have to judge the Hokage? Asuma snorted in question. The corner of Tanbo's mouth hitched. By your very existence, Asuma. Rude and willful. You gave me that right. TSK. This comment made Asuma fume with rage. Being young and hot-blooded, he didn't care about anything else now, he just wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Swoosh. You 3, stand aside and watch. Let your captain give you a combat lesson. Oh, and move those corpses a bit further away, they'll be useful later, Tanbo said calmly to the genin. He then turned to face the charging Asuma. Clang. Kunai met trench knife as the 2 locked eyes at close range. Yo, as expected of the Hokage's son. Has your wind nature transformation already reached this level? Tanbo teased as he watched his kunai being slowly sliced by the sharp chakra. Konoha Rising Dragon. His right foot kicked out in a flash. Asuma, alert, leaned his head back sharply, letting Tanbo's foot graze his chin. Konoha Overhead Kick. In a split-second transition, Asuma abandoned the idea of cutting the weapon and blocked Tanbo's leg with both arms. Damn, this guy's taijutsu is incredible. Asuma grew more alarmed the longer they fought. Every one of Tanbo's moves was a standard Konoha technique, yet every strike felt perfectly placed and impossible to predict. The taijutsu Asuma took pride in was being completely dismantled. Meanwhile, after hearing Tanbo's orders, the 3 genin moved the corpses out of the battlefield under Chirika's bewildered gaze. Watching the fight, and seeing their captain utterly suppress Senior Asuma with nothing but taijutsu, their mouths fell open in an O shape. Chirika's heart also tightened. What terrifying taijutsu! To suppress the powerful Asuma to such an extent using only physical techniques, through their days together and frequent assassination attempts, he had come to respect Asuma's strength, especially his taijutsu. Just who is this person? Fire style, ash pile burning. Seeing that taijutsu wasn't working, Asuma used a few shuriken to force Tanbo back and then spat out a cloud of old smoke. He was getting desperate. It was his first time being suppressed like this by someone his own age. Tanbo, however, was perfectly at ease. He was actually enjoying the fight, it felt like his entire body was finally being stretched out. Facing the fire-style attack, he too wove hand signs. Water style, water encampment wall. He didn't forget to narrate for the 3 genin, watch closely. When facing a fire style attack, an elemental counter with water style is the best response. Boom. Asuma's ash cloud had zero effect against the water wall. Tanbo blocked it with ease. Upon hearing his commentary, Asuma grew even more furious, his face turning red with youthful indignation. Chapter 30, Psycho Mind Transmission, discussed. Chapter 30, Psycho Mind Transmission, discussed. Don't look down on me, you bastard. Asuma was thoroughly enraged by Tanbo Tobate's dismissive behavior, especially his battlefield commentary style of lecturing. Backing up slightly, he pulled a Fuma shuriken from his tool pouch. The moment he threw it, his hands blurred into seals. Swish, swish, swish. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A sky-obscuring barrage of giant shuriken rained down toward Tanbo like a dark cloud. However, the instant he released the jutsu, Asuma felt a pang of regret. Tanbo was a fellow villager, not an enemy. This was going a bit too far. Just as he was hoping Tanbo wouldn't be too incompetent, lest he actually end up dead, something strange happened. He saw Tanbo flash him a small smile. Asuma was stunned. In the face of an attack like this, you actually have the heart to smile. He grew even angrier. How could the old man let a guy like this lead a team? Bang. Just as he was doubting the third's judgment, a massive pangolin burst out from the earth. Using its entire body as a shield, it stood in front of Tanbo and blocked the incoming Fuma shuriken. Thud, thud, thud. Whir. The pangolin was pierced by the shuriken, yet the follow-up blades continued their assault. Asuma, as expected of the Lord Third's son. It seems you're not just rude, you actually have a bit of skill. Tanbo's laughter rang out as he rose into the air, riding a giant dragonfly from behind the pangolin. He easily evaded the attack. TCH, a summoning beast. No, wait. Asuma's pupils shrank. He realized there was no corpse for the pangolin. With his sharp eyes, he spotted a small pangolin figurine falling to the ground. Is this a secret technique? Don't daze out during a fight. I'm coming. Tanbo shouted. Asuma looked up, and the last thing he saw was a watch swinging rhythmically back and forth in Tanbo's hand. In an instant, he felt the world spin. He suddenly found himself in a world filled with nothing but asparagus. And he was uncontrollably stuffing it into his mouth. Disgusting. Asuma immediately realized he was in a genjutsu. He wanted to retch. Release. He instantly cut off his chakra flow, and at the exact moment it stopped, he erupted with a burst of chakra, flushing out the foreign interference. When he opened his eyes, he was already being held in the air by the giant dragonfly's grip. Tanbo stood there smiling. For 2 people at the special Jonin level, the current Asuma was still far behind. It was an easy victory, though Tanbo did have the advantage of knowing Asuma's profile beforehand. Irika, Tatusen, Shinobu, remember this, an enemy will never warn you before they attack. When you encounter a situation like this, you must quickly analyze what type of ninja the enemy is and make a judgment on how to respond. He continued to lecture the 3 little ones. Asuma looked indignant. Had he only been away from Konoha for a few days just to be dragged back like this? Suddenly, he felt the grip loosen. He fell to the ground. Ugh. The moment he landed, the taste of asparagus flooded his mouth again, making him want to vomit. Damn it, didn't I break the genjutsu? He hated the taste of asparagus more than anything. And why did this guy let him go? Doubt rose in Asuma's heart. How was it? My psycho mind transmission, disgust. It makes the enemy taste the food they hate most. Unlike the original version which guides the victim toward terrifying visions, this new version targets the sense of taste. Tanbo released the secret technique on the dragonfly, tucked the figurine away, and looked at Asuma. While the application is a bit narrower, it's quite effective. So cool, Captain. Irika and the others rushed to his side, their eyes filled with even more reverence. This was the first time they had seen their captain truly fight. His opponent was a senior like Asuma, yet he had won with total dominance. Asuma's gaze was complicated. This guy had graduated later than him, so how could he have lost so easily? Why did you let me go? Aren't you afraid I'll run? You might be strong, but if I really want to leave, you can't keep me here. Chirika moved quietly to Asuma's side. If Asuma didn't want to go with the Konoha team, he was prepared to stall for time. Considering they were both affiliated with the Land of Fire, he figured Tanbo wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Hearing this, Tanbo laughed. Haha. Who do you think you are? Just a rebellious teenager. What good would it do to drag you back to Konoha by force? My mission was only to collect intel on you. The Lord Third didn't say I had to bring you back, he said it would be best if I could convince you. Asuma was first annoyed, then silent, and finally, his gaze turned resolute. Fine, fine. I won't try to convince you anymore, Tanbo continued. I can tell by your eyes it's impossible. But I will report your status to the Hokage exactly as I found it. Asuma froze, looking deeply at Tanbo. I see. Then it seems there's no need for us to fight, Chiriku added, trying to smooth things over. Gag. Asuma retched again. He glared at Tanbo. Hurry up and undo this genjutsu. That taste was unbearable. Tanbo spread his hands. Sorry, that's just the afterglow of the illusion. Once you're hit, even for a second, the flavor lingers in your mouth for a long time. This jutsu is like being forced to eat the world's worst food, breaking the illusion is just like swallowing it. The taste stays in your mouth until your spirit digests it. He chuckled. He genuinely couldn't undo it, the only way would be to suppress or remove Asuma's sense of taste entirely. Asuma's eyes went wide. He can't undo it. How long was he going to have to live with this taste? He suddenly felt like dying. You're something else. I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll make things ugly for you, Asuma said, burning every detail of the fight into his memory, waiting for a chance to pay him back. Are you planning to go with this master from the fire temple? Then let me help you out one last time. Tanbo walked over to the corpses of the assassins and wove hand signs, pressing his fingers against the neural centers of their temples. Asuma and Chiriku watched, confused. They looked at the three genin. What is he doing? Irika replied proudly, the captain is an elite of the analysis team. He's performing the mind-reading technique. Tutusen added, the captain said a qualified ninja keeps all intel hidden whenever possible. You just leaked his specialty, you're in for it later. Mibu Shinobu speculated, the jutsu the captain just developed doesn't seem to be for enemies, but for his own people. Maybe he'll use it on you, Irika. Irika thought of the genjutsu that makes you eat your least favorite thing. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Surely, not. He looked at Asuma's nauseated expression, the terrible taste was clearly still there. He definitely didn't want to experience the captain's abilities firsthand. Chapter 31, Travel on the Public Dime. Chapter 31, Travel on the Public Dime. Forest. The battlefield. Alright, that's all I've got. If you're really planning on joining the Guardian Shinobi 12, you'd better watch your back. Tanbo Tobitake relayed the memories he had read, piece by piece. According to the data he'd extracted, the daimyo had been targeted by ninja assassins more than a few times. Factions like the Fire Temple, which trained guardians for the Land of Fire year-round, recorded assassination attempts in almost every generation. The goal was always the same, to chip away at the daimyo's protection. It seemed that outside of the 5 great hidden villages, the power struggles within the Land of Fire were incredibly complex. These men's memories made that much clear. I didn't ask for your concern. Whether I join or not is my business, Asuma said. Although he felt a flicker of gratitude for Tanbo's help, he wasn't about to abandon his stubborn streak. Chiriku, however, looked at Tanbo with genuine appreciation. Knowing the enemy's patterns would make their journey much easier. Tanbo spread his hands. Whether I care or not isn't my business either, it's the thirds. Let's go, kids. We're finally out of the village, and since the mission was finished so quickly, I'm taking you on a tour of the Land of Fire. It'll broaden your horizons, and I'll teach you some new things along the way. Tanbo called out to Irika and the others. Yay. Is it a new ninjutsu? Yeah, Captain, you've barely taught us any actual jutsus. Nonsense. The most important things for a ninja aren't jutsus, what I've been teaching you is what actually matters. Tanbo bickered playfully with his squad as they vanished from Asuma and Chiriku's sight. Chiriku remarked, so that is a Konoha elite. Truly formidable. Having witnessed the battle, he was honest enough to admit that with his current abilities, he wouldn't have fared well against Tanbo. Asuma remained silent for a moment, watching Tanbo's retreating back with clenched fists. Yeah, he's a monster. He's probably not even inferior to Kakashi. And, Asuma thought, that genjutsu, it might even be scarier than what Kurenai can do. Gag. At the thought of the genjutsu, that foul taste returned to Asuma's mouth. Splosh. On the road to the next town, a hawk made of woven grass appeared in Tanbo's hand. He tied a scroll to it and sent it into the sky. Screech. Whoa. Captain, your genjutsu is getting crazier. You can even use it to send mail. Irika's eyes were sparkling with a desire to learn. Training a real messenger hawk took immense effort, yet for the captain, it was just a matter of a jutsu. Don't bother being jealous. I've already tested you both, you and Tutusen have zero talent for genjutsu. Tanbo's words shattered Irika's fantasies instantly. Irika's face fell. But Mibu Shinobu's eyes lit up. Captain, does that mean I have talent for Genjutsu? This was great news. He had been eyeing the captain's illusions for a while. If he could learn them, he'd definitely surpass Irika and Tatusen as the squad's top dog. Tanbo nodded. Irika and Tatusen looked at Shinobu with envy thick enough to drown in. That was the captain's signature move. However, you only have talent for regular Genjutsu. Whether you can learn my secret technique depends on your innate gift. Secret techniques aren't that easy to master. Shinobu did have a knack for illusions, but his talent wasn't quite high enough to handle the complex mental processing required for Tanbo's specific arts. He would likely end up like Kurenai, a master of standard, high-level illusions. Tanbo didn't say that out loud, though. Wait, what about us? Do we have any talents? Irika asked impatiently. If their teammate had one, surely they did too. Well, of course. Everyone has a talent. As for yours. What? What is it? Screech. The grass hawk crossed the border into Konoha, soaring over the village toward the communications department. It landed on a perch meant for messenger birds. The moment it landed, a ninja on duty came over to retrieve the message. This is from a ninja out on intelligence gathering. It needs to go to the Hokage. The other ninja replied, it's not marked as urgent. Give it to him once he's finished with his current business. Konoha, Hokage's office. Tanbo Tobate's efficiency is truly unexpected. He sent back intelligence on Asuma so quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the report, feeling genuinely surprised. It had only been a few days, yet Tanbo had already located Asuma and even had a skirmish with him. I really did fail to teach Asuma properly. It is my responsibility as a father, Hiruzen sighed. In the report, Tanbo complained that Asuma barely remembered his own comrades and was incredibly rude, even attacking his fellow villagers. He claimed he was nearly terrified by Asuma's powerful ash explosion jutsu and that fearsome shuriken shadow clone technique. Therefore, Tanbo requested to stay in the land of fire for a while with his squad to soothe their wounded spirits with the bustling atmosphere of the nation's cities while continuing to track Asuma's movements. He promised not to waste time and to use the period to train Irika and the others into capable ninjas. Lord Hokage, isn't this just slacking off? We should order them back to help with the village's mission backlog, a secretary helping with paperwork asked. From his perspective, Tanbo was just going on a vacation. Konoha was currently in the middle of a massive recovery effort after the Ninetales incident. Every hand was needed. Hiruzen smiled. Let them be. Konoha has mostly recovered by now. Besides, the communications department said the messenger hawk turned into a bunch of woven grass after the message was taken. If we want to issue a new order, we'd have to waste more manpower just to track them down. Since the Hokage had spoken, the secretary couldn't argue. Hiruzen's eyes drifted into thought. Asuma likely wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. But this mission had shown him that he had vastly underestimated Tanbo Tobate. Judging by the communication method, it was a secret technique, likely falling under in release, similar to the mind painting style, only using weaving instead of painting. He is a true talent. Wade Grass Great Falls, Land of Fire. Three figures watched Tanbo intently, awaiting his guidance. Mibu Shinobu has an aptitude for Genjutsu, he has an advantage in that field. Shinobu nodded eagerly. Irika, your theoretical knowledge and fundamentals are very solid. You have a good foundation and a gentle personality, you have the makings of a teacher. Irika's face lit up. That fit his dream perfectly. Tatusen, your neural reflexes are excellent, and your spatial awareness is the best among you. You have a gift for projectile weapons like shuriken, and a rare talent for spacetime ninjutsu. Tatusen scratched her head. She had always found summoning ninja tools incredibly easy, but she never realized it was an actual talent. However, Tanbo added, aside from Genjutsu, I only know a tiny bit about those other fields. So, I might not be able to teach you anything too legendary. Irika and Tatusen's hearts sank. This was heartbreaking. Only Shinobu looked at Tanbo with pure anticipation. Though, out of respect for his teammates' feelings, he tried not to look too excited. Chapter 32, Teaching. Chapter 32, Teaching. Beneath the Great Waterfall. Rumble. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Verdant Gale. Earth style, Quicksand Pit. A water dragon burst forth from the surface, lunging toward Tanbo Tobate under Irika's control. Tobate Tatusen infused wind-style chakra into a Fuma Shuriken, flanking Tanbo to form a pincer movement with Irika. Simultaneously, a quicksand trap several meters wide opened beneath Tanbo's feet, intended to bind him and provide the finishing assist for her teammates. Facing this coordinated assault, Tanbo smiled slightly. He wove hand signs. It was incredibly fast, a mere blur of motion. The attacks connected with a solid thud. Poof. A block of wood appeared where Tanbo had been standing. Ah, the substitution jutsu, Irika muttered in frustration. The water dragon and the Fuma shuriken had struck nothing but timber. Huff, puff. The three teenagers were panting. Using jutsus of this scale took a significant toll on their stamina. Is that all you've got? Before they knew it, Tanbo was hanging vertically off the side of the waterfall, his hands already in a seal. He pressed his palm against the rock face. Small earth pillar rods. Thud, thud, thud. Countless stone rods shot out from beneath the trio like a blooming flower. Tanbo held back his power, however, he merely used the pillars to poke them in the rear, sending them flying into the air before stopping the technique. Yow. The three landed, clutching their backsides and jumping around in pain. This was the third day of their special training. Under Tanbo's guidance, they had used chakra induction paper to discover their elemental affinities. Irika, water and fire, Tatusen, wind, Mibu Shinobu, earth. Tanbo had taught each of them one B-rank ninjutsu just to let them taste the difficulty of high-level techniques. However, he had underestimated his own teaching ability. Within just 3 days, all three were already able to release their respective jutsus fully. Damn it, Captain. Didn't you say you only knew a tiny bit about ninjutsu outside of Genjutsu? Mibu Shinobu shouted in annoyance. They had been tricked. They truly thought it was just a tiny bit, so they had confidently challenged him to a 3-on-1 match today, under the condition that he couldn't use Genjutsu or Taijutsu. Little did they know that Tanbo's tiny bit was a vast understatement. Ninjutsu seemed like an extension of his own limbs, he directed them with effortless precision. Every one of their attacks felt like it had been read from the start. The other two nodded in fierce agreement. They had believed him too, until this fight. Tanbo laughed. It really is just a tiny bit. It's just that your proficiency is too low, not that I'm too strong. Understand? Alright, today's sparring ends here. Next, we review your current weaknesses. He pointed at Irika. Irika, your control over shape transformation is too poor. Whether it's attack power or speed, you're far behind where you should be. Next, you need to focus on mastering the shape of your jutsus. Mibu Shinobu, same for you. Your poor shape transformation makes your quicksand pit form too slowly. As for Genjutsu training, that starts only after your foundations are solid. Tatusen, your talent is the strongest among the three. Your attack speed and jutsu formation are both relatively fast. Therefore, you need to dive deep into nature transformation for wind, making your attacks much sharper. He gave his pointers generously. Concepts like nature and shape transformation, things Naruto didn't even touch until 2.5 years into training with Jiraiya, were being hammered into them now. It was difficult, but necessary. Mastering one's own nature transformation, then learning others to handle different types of enemies, was the standard path to becoming a jonin in Konoha. Except for anomalies like Guy, this was how it worked. And coincidentally, Tanbo knew a tiny bit about all of it. He wanted his students to all become jonin before the main plot began. Otherwise, it would be a blow to his reputation. In the original story, only Sakura became a jonin under Kakashi's tutelage, though the rest of the Konoha 11 eventually made it after the war. If he lost to them, that wouldn't do. Even though Tanbo insisted on being a simple worker who went where he was needed, a worker still had pride. Especially since he was getting married in 2 years, he needed a legacy worth bragging about to his future children. But that's enough for today. Come on, I'll take you to a hot spring. I heard there's a very comfortable inn in the nearby town. A ninja couldn't train 24/7. He understood the balance between work and rest. Oh yeah, the three cheered. Being with the captain was great, he always treated them to big meals and fun activities. The training was just a bit brutal. Watching them celebrate, Tanbo pulled out a dragonfly-shaped wallet and counted his funds. He had enough to last until they returned to Konoha. Some of the money had been given to him specifically by Iam before he left. It's so good to have a wealthy girlfriend. The Tanbo squad continued this daily routine. Mornings began with a hearty breakfast in a bustling town, followed by ninja attribute training. They'd return for lunch and gather the latest intel on Asuma's movements. Evenings were dedicated to night travel at Tanbo's request, moving to the next town while honing their stealth and navigation skills. Without distractions, the trio progressed rapidly. Not very fast, of course, even geniuses like Niji or Sasuke wouldn't see massive gains in a single month. This was a game of accumulation. Tanbo didn't push more high-level jutsus on them, one was enough for now. He focused on the basics, chakra control, shape and nature transformation, tool throwing, taijutsu development, and combat drills. He also used various battlefield case studies to teach them how to react to different scenarios. These fundamentals, distilled from the memories of countless ninjas he had absorbed, were the core of his curriculum. If their foundation was solid, they would learn at a blistering pace even when he wasn't around. In truth, the one who improved the most was Tanbo himself. Genjutsu aside, my ninjutsu is becoming smoother, and my overall ninja attributes are steadily rising. As expected, teaching others is the fastest way to master the material. Tanbo hadn't expected that teaching students would act as a catalyst for his already formidable talent. Regarding ninja fundamentals, he could now confidently say that even Jiraiya wasn't his match in terms of theoretical depth, whether it was chakra mechanics or general ninja knowledge. Perhaps in terms of deep cover intelligence, he was still far behind, but then again, he wasn't a spy. He was a worker from the analysis team, and having this level of ability was already more than enough. Chapter 33, Returning to the Village. Chapter 33, Returning to the Village. Capital of the Land of Fire. After Team Tanbo confirmed that Asuma had joined the Guardian Shinobi 12 and sent the intel back to Konoha, they took a tour of the city. Tanbo was truly amazed by the technology of the shinobi world. He bought several useful items here, things like radios and telescopes, which were quite practical even for ninjas. Compared to watching the anime, physically interacting with this world allowed him to feel the nuanced differences. Moreover, there were things the original series never explicitly showed. Audiences often wondered why Konoha, possessing the strongest military force, didn't simply claim kingship. Within Tanbo's sensory range, he detected a massive barrier protecting the capital. The power here was significant. Aside from the daimyo's Guardian Shinobi 12, the various noble families maintained their own private ninja corps. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Konoha was the Land of Fire's primary military organ, but it was not the only one. Truly an eye-opener. After wandering for a few days and soaking in the atmosphere of the most prosperous place in the nation, Tanbo and his team set out on the road back to Konoha. They had been out for nearly a month, the longest mission his genins had ever undertaken. However, the three kids felt a bit of regret that they hadn't had a chance to truly show off their skills in a major battle. Irika moved with light steps, easily keeping pace behind Tanbo. Hee, once we get back, the others won't be able to touch our level of strength. Mibu Shinobu added, that's a given. The captain's teaching ability is just too strong. I feel like I could take on 10 of my 1 month ago selves. Togtake Tatusen said, with the captain's guidance, I've finished developing my new technique. I can finally brag to my old men when I get home. They felt incredibly lucky to have been assigned to Tanbo Tobate's squad. Where else could you find such a dedicated captain? In Konoha, most captains didn't go this far, he treated them more like personal disciples than mere subordinates. The only regret was that they hadn't mastered the captain's secret technique. Even Shinobu, with his talent for Genjutsu, found it impossible. It was simply too perverse, it wasn't something an ordinary person could learn. You needed to master mind reading, achieve high-level Genjutsu proficiency, and have a medical ninja-level understanding of the human chakra pathway system. It was just too demanding. Hey, stop chatting, Tanbo called out. I'm picking up the pace. Use your body flicker technique, this is one of the most useful skills on the battlefield. Tanbo wove a sign to refine his chakra and instantly accelerated. Swoosh. Swoosh. Konoha Main Gate. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Higain were bored out of their minds, occasionally registering ninjas returning from missions. Izumo sighed. This is so boring. Why do we have to guard the gate? Kotetsu grumbled, I heard that guy Tanbo Tobate is already leading a team. Seriously, we've been promoted to Chunin too, why haven't they given us a squad? Izumo shrugged. It's fine. At least Guy is still on missions under Lord Choza and hasn't gone solo yet, otherwise, I'd be dying of envy. At the mention of that man, both of them conjured images of green jumpsuits and bowl cuts. Ah, my fist is starving for action, Kotetsu said, letting out a sleepy yawn. Someone's coming. The two looked toward the road. A familiar figure, followed by 3 youngsters, was walking toward them. Hi, Izumo, old Kotetsu. Tanbo greeted them with a wave. Hello, seniors, the 3 genin added politely. Kotetsu's eyes narrowed with mock annoyance. Why do I get treated differently? What's with old Kotetsu? Am I that old? He then turned his gaze to the genin. So this is your squad. I hope you didn't waste their talent. He was skeptical. Back in the day, Tanbo's academy grades hadn't even been as good as theirs. Now, the guy was not only a special jonin but a team leader. Nonsense. I am a man who has inherited the will of fire. How could I waste their youth? Hey, you 3, tell them, how is it being on my team? Tanbo glanced at them. The 3 genin spoke in unison, the captain is the best. He's amazing. The most dedicated ninja in the world. Izumo and Kotetsu stared at Tanbo suspiciously. Had he brainwashed these kids? Haha, anyway, I've got to go report the mission. See ya. Let's grab a drink when we have time. After finishing the registration, Tanbo led his team inside. Watching them leave, Izumo asked, "Did he just say he wanted to drink with us?" Kotetsu smirked. "Good. Next time, we'll drink him under the table. Special jonin or not, when it comes to alcohol, I'm not afraid of anyone." Tanbo and the three genin parted ways. He went straight to the Hokage's office to submit the full report on Asuma's experiences in the capital. He had organized the paperwork during the trip back. While he had sent updates via his grasshawks, the formal village protocol still had to be followed. "Tanbo, you've done well. Go home and rest," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, giving Tanbo a warm, fatherly smile as he looked over the report. "Yes, sir." Tanbo exited the office. Hiruzen looked at the file. "Asuma. I hope you can find your king. He knew there was a generational gap between him and his son. Communication was impossible right now. Letting him cool off outside and serving the daimyo was a good way to keep an eye on him from a distance. Elsewhere, Togutake Tatusen had returned home but couldn't sit still. After leaving his teammates, he sought out an old classmate, Saisa Kamano. "You want to spar with me?" Saisa looked at him skeptically. Tatusen hid his internal excitement and said calmly, "Yeah. I've been training with the captain, and I've improved a lot. I want to test the waters with you." Finally, he was going to show off. Saisa was from the Kamano clan. Back at the academy, they were roughly equal in skill, making him the perfect benchmark. Plus, they were good friends, which made the prospect of winning even sweeter. There was nothing better than showing off in front of a friend. Saisa shrugged. "All right. Just so happens I've been training with my sensei, and I feel like I've made huge progress too." "You think you're the only one who improved?" Wait until I beat you," he thought. The two headed to training ground 45. The sun was beginning to dip, hanging at a 35-degree angle above the horizon, casting a dim yellow light across the field. "Here I come. Let me show you my results. Who's afraid of you?" The two formed the seal of confrontation, their eyes flashing as they drew their weapons. Tatusen instantly threw several shuriken as a probe. Clang. Clang. Two sickles attached to chains appeared in Saisa's hands. He spun them, using the chains to deflect all the shuriken. Such heavy force, Saisa thought. He felt like the shuriken hitting his blades carried the weight of 80 pounds against his 50. How is this possible? It's been less than 2 months since graduation, is the gap already this big? He was from the Kamano clan, after all, he had a heritage. Swoosh. Swoosh. Clang. Clang. The two clashed. Tatusen realized immediately that Saisa's combat experience was severely lacking. Despite having his clan's techniques, Saisa seemed clumsy and overwhelmed by Tatusen's movements. The sickle chain style that used to give Tatusen trouble back at school now seemed full of holes. He could see a dozen ways to break the defense in an instant. However, to test his own limits, Tatusen didn't use ninjutsu yet. He stuck to close-quarters combat with his kunai. Chapter 34, The 2-year-old blonde kid. Chapter 34, The 2-year-old blonde kid. Training ground 45. Clang. Clang. Swish. Togutake Tatusen used his kunai to deflect a sickle, stopping the blade right at Saisa Kamano's throat. "Hee, you lose." Saisa looked at him deeply and lowered his weapons. How did you become so strong?" The fight just now had been suffocating. It felt as though Tatusen had predicted every move he was going to make and countered accordingly. Every strike landed exactly where it was most uncomfortable for him to defend. Tatusen grinned. Because our captain is amazing. He has us do non-stop combat drills every day, using all sorts of different tactics. I've become very accustomed to dealing with straightforward taijutsu like yours." He felt a surge of pride. Captain Tanbo was truly incredible. While fighting the captain, he had realized the man was strong, but only now, using what he had been taught against Saisu, did he truly grasp the scale of that strength. Tanbo was likely one of the top elites in all of Konoha. Elsewhere, Mibu Shinobu used the most basic genjutsu, the Tanbo Tobutake edition, Psycho Mind Transmission, discussed, to easily defeat his own former classmate. His thoughts mirrored Tatusen's. The moment he returned to the village, he wanted his acquaintances to see the results of his training. However, having been taught by the captain that a ninja must never leak intel needlessly, he kept his mouth shut about Tanbo's specific abilities. Whenever his classmates asked, he simply gave a thumbs up and said the captain's teaching was top tier. I definitely don't want to be the one on the receiving end of the captain's revised jutsu again, he thought. The three of them had experienced it enough, it was a miserable ordeal. The captain seemed to love using such torturous methods to motivate them. Just thinking about it made Shinobu shiver. By a secluded river in Konoha, Irika was practicing water style. A water dragon swayed back and forth in the river, twisting and turning as if it were dancing. The head only had small horns and the body was a simple long shape, making the water dragon bullet look somewhat like a cartoon. Damn it, shape transformation is so hard to learn. He was practicing diligently, desperate to master the techniques the captain had taught. According to Tanbo's explanation, to speed up the weaving and formation of the water dragon, one needed a deep understanding of its form. This was a requirement that went beyond just hand signs. Rat, horse, tiger. Splash. Another failure. As he practiced, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched him silently from behind. Seeing that the boy could already manifest such a high-level jutsu, the third smiled. Tanbo Tobotake's stock rose once again in his mind. Noticing Irika's frustrated expression, he stepped forward. What's the matter? Is the jutsu too difficult? Feeling discouraged. Panting, Irika heard the third's voice and turned around with a bright smile. Lord Third Hokage. He then answered the question, not exactly. The captain said ninjutsu mastery doesn't happen overnight, it takes day after day of practice. But even though I can follow the signs, my formation speed and power are nowhere near the captain's. At this, he recalled the first time Tanbo had shown them the water dragon. It was a majestic, 30-meter-tall beast. Even its swaying whiskers seemed more powerful than Irika's entire dragon. It was awe-inspiring. It could cause massive destruction and even carry them through the sky. That was a true water dragon bullet. According to the captain, Irika could achieve that too, if he mastered the basics. Looking at the third, and then at his own lackluster dragon, Irika felt a wave of shame. Lord Third, is my talent just too poor? Tatusen can already add wind nature transformation to his ninja tools. Irika asked. He had been doubting himself, feeling far behind his teammate. Tanbo always insisted their talents were similar, which was the only reason he kept going. Hiruzen looked stunned. Irika, mastering shape and nature transformation is something only jonin are required to master. It's still too early for you. That's why you're confused. Irika's eyes lit up. For now, you just need to practice more. Shape transformation will come gradually. Every jonin started by learning from their predecessors, mastering it directly isn't something most people can do. Irika nodded. The captain really thought highly of them, teaching jonin-level concepts to mere genin. Everyone has something they are good at, Hiruzen said slowly. You are a detailed-oriented child with a calm personality. You are suited for researching the fundamentals and then expressing them. I went through the same thing back then. And since I am a professor of ninjutsu, I shall guide you. Really? A Hokage's word is his bond. Ichiraku Ramen. After reporting to the third, Tanbo Tobitake headed straight for Ichiraku. He was unaware of his students bragging, right now, he only wanted to see Iam. Slurp. Iam's ramen is still the best. The stuff outside doesn't even come close. Tanbo praised her. It was that familiar, perfect taste. Iam's face turned slightly red, her eyes sparkling. Honestly, you're too much, it's embarrassing. Tucci glanced at him. Kid, I learned my craft in the capital before starting my own shop. Don't think I don't know you're just being smooth-tongued. I'm being framed, father-in-law. You've surpassed your masters, how can anyone else compare? Tanbo said between slurps. Iam looked at him warmly. The mission must have been hard, being away for so long. Tanbo replied, it wasn't hard at all. Thinking of Iam waiting for me in the village makes any hardship disappear. You didn't get hurt, did you? Who do you think I am? The finest sensory ninja in the Konoha analysis team. How could anyone hurt me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tanbo puffed out his chest to reassure her. He wanted to provide a complete sense of security. When away from home, the family's peace of mind is vital, so he always emphasized his strength to Iam. He wasn't worried about others speculating on his power, besides, everyone knows how to brag a little. I believe you. Those 3 words made Tanbo's heart soar. As expected of his beloved. Even the ramen tasted better now. After some sweet talk, Tucci, being a sensible future father-in-law, kicked them out to go for a walk. The two strolled through the streets of Konoha hand in hand, leaning into each other. Tanbo told Iam stories about the land of fire, the prosperity, the technology, the movie theaters. Konoha didn't have a cinema yet, it would likely be a few years before they were introduced. In return, Iam told him the gossip from the ramen shop. For instance, she mentioned there was a blonde-haired boy about 2 years old in the village. The residents were calling him the reincarnation of the demon fox. The rumor was spreading from person to person, making everyone who saw the blonde child feel a sense of dread. Chapter 35, Naruto. Chapter 35, Naruto. Konoha Main Street. Look, that's the one. Iam pointed toward a sneaky-looking little toddler. Tanbo Tobitake looked over at the small child. He had spiky yellow hair like a pineapple and a tiny body. He was wandering down the street, and whenever he saw a couple walking together, he seemed to want to run up and hug them. However, the moment the pedestrians on the street saw the blonde-haired toddler, their faces filled with terror. They moved away quickly. Huggy. Naruto opened his arms wide, seemingly looking for someone to hold him. But as long as he drew near, everyone pushed him away. After a while, he seemed to grow tired. He squatted on the ground, tears dripping one by one down his cheeks. At such a young age, he had no idea why everyone hated him so much. They ran the moment they saw him. Yet, he saw those same adults hugging other children. He looked utterly, profoundly lonely. Just then, a shadow covered him. Naruto looked up to see a scary-looking adult wrapped in bandages and a female adult with a gentle smile on her face. Tanbo, the people around here say he is the incarnation of the demon fox. Aren't you afraid? Ayam asked curiously. She didn't have much of a concept of a demon fox, she only remembered Tanbo telling her about the Ninetales nearly 2 years ago. It had caused a massive stir back then. But right now, she didn't see a fox, she saw a lonely child. She wondered what was wrong with his parents, letting such a small child wander the streets alone. Looking at Naruto, Tanbo let out a light chuckle. The demon fox. I wasn't afraid of it over a year ago, and I'm certainly not afraid of it now. Besides, he isn't a fox, he's just a little brat. Right, little brother. He squatted down, leveling his gaze with Naruto's. Naruto looked at Tanbo and felt that this person was different from the others, much like the old man third. Huggy. Little Naruto opened his arms. Tanbo sensed several Umbu signatures in his perception. Nevertheless, he picked Naruto up. In his sensory mind, it felt like picking up a massive, concentrated orb of chakra. Under his powerful perception, he could feel the sea of chakra hidden beneath the sealing formula. It's exactly the same as the Ninetales I saw before, just hidden under the seal. It's not as exposed, so the pressure isn't as heavy, Tanbo thought. As for why Naruto, who was barely a year and a half old, was alone on the street, he didn't know. But judging by the hidden ninjas nearby, he guessed the third Hokage had let him out for a stroll. That had to be it, otherwise the Umbu would have guided Naruto back long ago. Looking at the restless Umbu who were ready to intervene at any moment, Tanbo shook his head. The fourth sacrificed so much, yet the village gave Naruto this kind of environment. The third was truly incompetent in this regard. Even with interference from others, it shouldn't be like this. But he didn't intend to interfere too much. He had just happened to run into Naruto today. What was the harm in picking him up for a bit? Wow, he's so cute. How about we have 4 of our own in the future? Tanbo joked. Ayam's face turned beet red. If Tanbo-kun wants to, I suppose it's possible. Ah. How could he say something so bold on the main street? And how could I answer so directly? Still, the little kid really was cute. Ayam pinched Naruto's cheek. My name is Ayam. You should call me big sister. What's your name, little one? Naruto was in a state of excitement. Hearing Ayam's words, he shouted happily, Big sister Ayam. Naruto Uzumaki. Clearly, though he was young, his awareness was already comparable to a 6-year-old from Tanbo's previous world. I am Tanbo Tobatake. Remember that, I'm the one who held you. Tanbo handed Naruto over to Ayam to hold. It's the demon fox. They're holding the demon fox. How terrifying, aren't they afraid to die? I can still never forget the scene from over a year ago. One claw from that fox tore my house apart. It was horrible. The surrounding residents, seeing how bold the two were, fled the area. If the demon fox erupted, they would be finished. Little Naruto clearly heard them, and his expression turned somber. Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, someone has picked up the Jinchuriki. Should we take specific measures? An Umbu with a cat mask reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Who is it? And didn't I tell you all not to let Naruto out on the main street? Hiruzen asked sternly. The Umbu replied, a ninja named Tanbo Tobatake. It seems he is off duty today. The Umbu grumbled internally, weren't you the one who said not to have too much contact with the Jinchuriki so he wouldn't develop a dependency? Hiruzen froze. Tanbo Tobatake. He didn't do anything, did he? He and a girl who appears to be his girlfriend are just playing with the Jinchuriki. The Umbu hadn't expected anyone to dare hug Naruto given the rumors. Only those who had experienced the Ninetales' power knew how dangerous it was. Usually, such a person was either incredibly thick-headed or had designs on the Jinchuriki, which is why he had returned to report. Hiruzen sank into thought. Hiruzen. Anyone approaching the Jinchuriki must have an ulterior motive. Hand the man over to me, I will make him cough up all his secrets. An old man with a scar on his chin and a sharp, capable aura walked slowly into the room. His tone was arrogant, making the nearby Umbu break into a cold sweat. Danzo, you don't need to concern yourself with the Jinchuriki. What is the status on Orochimaru? Hiruzen diverted the topic. He trusted Tanbo Tobitake. This was a ninja who implemented the will of fire more thoroughly than anyone he had ever seen. Every step the man took resonated with that resolve. Whether it was during the Third War, in the analysis team, or as a squad leader, he consistently upheld that spirit. Therefore, he would not allow Danzo to destroy Tanbo's talent. It's your indecisiveness that let him escape. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago, Danzo snorted coldly. A year ago, I thought he had merely strayed temporarily. I didn't expect him to have done so much. I will find him and capture him, Hiruzen sighed. Over a year ago, Orochimaru's defection had cost Konoha a top-tier combat asset, slowing the village's recovery significantly. Danzo added, latest news, Orochimaru seems to have vanished in the land of bears. His whereabouts are unknown. Then let it be. Don't waste resources searching for him. With Orochimaru's abilities, looking for him abroad is a waste of time, Hiruzen ordered. That's fine. But there is one more thing. Danzo swept his gaze across the room. The Umbu took the hint and tactfully left the office. What is it? The Uchiha clan, there has been a lot of unusual movement lately. Danzo's words hit Hiruzen like a heavy bell. Due to the Ninetales incident, the Uchiha had been under constant surveillance for over a year, tying up a massive amount of Konoha's manpower. This had led to deep resentment within the clan, with some even proposing the terrifying idea of defecting. This was Hiruzen's biggest headache. But after a year of investigation, they knew the Uchiha didn't even have the ability to control the Ninetales during the attack. The Uchiha matter will be set aside for now. I will have the spies continue their surveillance. After a long silence, Hiruzen decided not to act rashly. You will regret this, Hiruzen. Not getting the response he wanted, Danzo slammed the door and left. Chapter 36, Happy Naruto. Chapter 36, Happy Naruto. Konoha Main Street. Up you go. Tanbo Tobitake seemed to have found a new hobby. Grabbing Naruto by the armpits, he tossed him high into the air and caught him as he fell. The watching Umbu were breaking into a cold sweat. If the Hokage hadn't already ordered them not to interfere with Tanbo's interaction with the Jinchuriki, they would have moved in by now. Still, they remained coiled like springs, terrified the Jinchuriki might suddenly surge and break the seal. As for Naruto himself, he was having the time of his life. This uncle wrapped in bandages wasn't scary at all, in fact, he was quite gentle. Tanbo's laughter was infectious. Naruto completely cast aside the negative emotions he had absorbed from the other villagers and simply enjoyed the moment. He didn't realize that in this brief window, his fate had shifted. He wasn't just the kid everyone feared. Tanbo didn't overthink it. He simply wanted to do as he pleased without compromising himself. What was wrong with playing with the fourth son? Would the third really punish him for it? Naruto was younger now and much more fun to play with. Once he grew up and attained the power of the six paths, he wouldn't be nearly as toy-sized. At the same time, this was Tanbo's way of honoring the fourth sacrifice, giving the hero's son a moment of genuine warmth. Of course, he didn't intend to build his entire career around Naruto. Based on his current progress, Tanbo's Genjutsu was already on a path to a sovereign throne. Seeing Tanbo having so much fun, Ayam's face grew redder as she thought more and more about having children of her own. Maybe we can have a few kids as cute as Naruto. Unbeknownst to them, at a nearby corner, a teenager holding the hand of a child about Naruto's age watched the scene. Sasuke watched as Tanbo lifted Naruto high and tossed him toward the sky. His eyes brightened with envy. He looked up at the teenager beside him. Big brother, I want to do that too. Itachi Uchiha smiled warmly. All right. We'll do it when we get home. Yay. Sasuke's face lit up with excitement. Itachi's mind, however, was elsewhere as he looked at Tanbo Tobitake. This man is very strong. He had considered using his Sharingan to observe Tanbo, but a shiver of dread ran through his heart, a premonition that something terrible would happen if he looked too closely. Let's go. Mother has made some delicious sweets. But you have to toss me high when we get back. Sasuke said, oblivious but happy, skipping along while holding Itachi's hand. Tanbo had no idea he was being observed, let alone that someone had considered using the Sharingan on him. If he had known, he'd be curious to see what Itachi would have experienced. Being aware that this was a world of legendary eyes, Tanbo was naturally guarded against dangerous visual and sensory prowess like the Sharingan and Byakugan. He had layered an information protection net around himself specifically designed for visual and sensory type jutsus. No matter the eye or the sensory method, anyone trying to peer deeply into him would be hit by a chaotic flood of messy, discarded memories he stored in his body. While not intentionally lethal, it was incredibly unpleasant. It ensured the Byakugan couldn't see through him and the Sharingan couldn't copy his techniques. Naruto, big sister, and I have to go now. Where do you live? Do you want me to walk you back? Tanbo checked the position of the sun and set Naruto down. The surrounding Umbu tensed up again. Inquiring about the Jinchuriki's address. Definitely suspicious. Actually, never mind. I'm sure you know the way home. Get back safely and don't get lost, Tanbo said, sensing the movements in the shadows and curling his lip. What a bunch of cowards. It's just the Nine Tails. I'll be the one handling it later anyway. Naruto watched them go, reluctant to leave. He looked back every 3 steps. Big brother Tanbo, will I see you again? Go on home, Tanbo laughed, waving his hand. I'm a ninja who protects Konoha. Even if you don't run into me on the streets, once you become a ninja, you'll definitely see me. Good luck, Naruto. I am added, cheering him on. Naruto beamed, a firm goal taking root in his heart. He was going to become a ninja. 2 years later. Tanbo Tobitake and Ayam had married in a modest ceremony attended by a balanced mix of friends and family. They were finally a wedded couple. On that day, Tanbo was incredibly happy. He had truly become a man in this world. Ichiraku ramen was becoming more popular by the day. Tanbo's father had also improved his weaving skills, already saving up money for his future grandchildren. In these 2 years, Tanbo hadn't seen Naruto again, though Ayam ran into him often. Tanbo's mission count had increased significantly. As Konoha's strength gradually recovered, the third Hokage regained international recognition, leading to an influx of mission requests. This made Tanbo's schedule increasingly busy. He occasionally led his squad across the land to complete missions and further their training. Now, all 3 of his students had become Chunin, recognized by the Hokage as capable of leading their own teams. Finally, Tanbo's duties shifted back to his preferred role, an intelligence ninja in the analysis team. He still liked this best. Leading a team, especially those 3, wasn't easy. At first it was fine, but as they improved and figured out his temperament, they became quite bold, constantly trying to extort better techniques out of their captain. Ah, it's finally over. Tanbo clinked his glass against Shimon's. You lucky brat. I'm so jealous you're actually married, Shimon said, his voice dripping with envy. He remembered swearing he'd be the one to show off his relationship to Tanbo. He hadn't even found a girlfriend yet, and Tanbo was already a husband. Damn it. Haha. Not just that, I might be holding a son by next year. You'd better hurry up, you're a Chunin now, after all. Tanbo smiled at the thought of his wife. Step 1 of his dream, marry a kind, capable, and wealthy wife. Done. Next step, start a family, maybe 4 or 5 kids. If their luck was good, his kids might even be in the same class as Konohamaru. Seriously though, why did you give up leading a team? Doesn't it pay better? Shimon asked, puzzled. Doing it once was enough. They're not exactly easy to manage, and I'm just not built for that kind of stress, Tanbo joked. Some things only needed to be experienced once. Leading fresh graduates involved too much running around. He preferred the analysis team, less drama and closer to home. As for money, his wife had plenty. I don't get it. I heard Togtake Tatusin is already becoming a mainstay of the village. He'll probably beat me to Jonin at this rate. Shimon sighed. He didn't believe for a second that Tanbo wasn't built for it. And Irika is a Chunin now, teaching at the academy. He'll hit Jonin eventually. Then there's Mibushinobu, who joined the torture and interrogation force and has already made a name for himself. He's their rising star. This was why he didn't understand. Why did an educator as brilliant as Tanbo want to stay cooped up in the analysis team? Chapter 37, Barrier Technique, Inverted Golden Bell. Chapter 37, Barrier Technique, Inverted Golden Bell. Konoha. Them. They're alright. They've barely managed to become Chunin. I'll be impressed when they hit Jonin, Tanbo Tobitake replied. Talent really does dictate a person's life. Tanbo felt that in terms of ninjutsu, excluding certain forbidden techniques, he wasn't inferior to the third Hokage. But even though he had carefully summarized his knowledge and taught them with absolute sincerity, the growth of the 3 youngsters could only be described as fairly fast. They weren't geniuses. Ordinary Jonin was likely their ceiling. Still not satisfied. They're only 14, they have plenty of room to grow. Unlike me, I'm 17 and still just a Chunin. I doubt I'll ever reach Jonin, Shimon lamented. He looked at Tanbo. This was a true genius. Whether it was his own learning capacity or his ability to teach others, Tanbo was top tier. Let's stop talking about that. Cheers to your return to the analysis team. Clink. The 2 drank happily. Tanbo was truly content. This was what life in the Naruto world should be like. A wife, friends, a boss, a father, disciples, he didn't have to worry about the scheming and infighting at the top. Plus, the analysis team was low drama, no backstabbing colleagues to watch out for. The work was simple: read memories, report them. They laughed and chatted until I arrived, grabbed him by the ear, and dragged him home. Tanbo's house. Drinking again. Do you even want to come home? I crossed her arms, looking at him seriously. Haha, just catching up with a colleague. It's necessary maintenance, Tanbo joked. For some reason, after getting married, Iam's personality had shifted slightly. In certain aspects, she was no longer just a girl, but the matriarch of a household. Unlike other wives who stayed the same, Iam seemed to have been influenced by him. She was becoming quite different from the norm. Suddenly, Iam's face flushed slightly. Tanbo-kun, we still have to do that immoral thing today. Immoral thing? Tanbo looked at her slightly tipsy face and immediately understood. Honestly, if you want a child, just say so. In an instant, they were behind the bed curtains, focused on continuing the bloodline. Training Ground 98. Swoosh, swoosh. Kunai split into 6 directions, piercing specific spots around the training ground: trees, the river, the earth. Barrier technique, inverted golden bell. Tanbo wove his hand signs, over 100 of them, at incredible speed. Chakra surged out of him, and the seals attached to the 6 kunai began to resonate. A massive golden bell manifested, shrouding Training Ground 98. As he formed the final seal, the golden bell flipped. Silently, the entire training ground vanished. All that remained was a massive, empty stretch of flat dirt. A bird hidden in a distant tree watched the sudden disappearance of the landscape, its eyes wide with shock. Caw. Caw. It cried out and flew away, leading a flock that left behind a few droppings in their panic. Beneath the surface level of reality, an ethereal golden bell had formed, one only Tanbo could see. Inside that bell was the entirety of Training Ground 98. The hills, the rivers, everything was perfectly intact, without a scratch. After 2 years of work, this barrier is finally complete. Tanbo felt the environment around him. To him, there was no difference. He was still standing in the center of the training ground, the river was still flowing, and the trees were still growing. Only the boundary of the barrier existed. Outside of that boundary, the world looked like a flat wasteland. From the inside, it looked as if the sun was still shining and water was still running normally. This was the technique he had meticulously researched, a spatial barrier to protect his family against Pain's ultimate moves. It was a spatial-type barrier. Without special abilities, it was impossible to strike the inside from the outside. As for whether space-time ninjutsu like Flying Raijin or Kamui could enter, that remained to be seen. Kamui likely couldn't, as the user would lack the coordinates. Flying Raijin might work if a mark was placed inside, but how many people could pull that off? The only drawback was that he could only make the barrier this large on his own. Covering all of Konoha would require the approval of the Hokage and those 2 village elders, which was impossible. The third was too indecisive. He'd have to wait for Tsunade to take office before suggesting it. The disturbance came from here. As he was thinking, a voice reached his ears. 3 figures approached from a distance. When they saw the empty, barren land, they were stunned. The training ground was right here. How did it just vanish? But the flat dirt told them this was no illusion. Uchiha police force. Tanbo thought. He wondered if the inside of the Sharingan could see through it. Shursui Uchiha crouched down, rubbing the soil between his fingers while scanning the surroundings. What's the situation? Did someone practice a jutsu here? One Uchiha asked. Judging by the looks of it, someone used a massive earth-style jutsu to level the area, another guessed. Shursui shook his head. No, this wasn't a standard ninjutsu. Sharingan. His eyes snapped open, the 3-tomo Sharingan spinning within. He scrutinized every inch of the training ground, searching for clues. His brow furrowed. At the edge of the flat land, the river seemed to enter another space and then flow out from the other side. Shursui walked to the boundary to see how the water was passing through. It looked as if the river had always been there, flowing normally. A genjutsu. Shursui had absolute confidence in his eyes, yet he found it hard to believe this was an illusion. He tried to disrupt his chakra flow to release it. Nothing changed. The other 2 Uchiha tried the same. What exactly is going on? The 3 huddled together, frowning in silence. Could it be an infiltration by spies? But why make such a scene? The birds being startled was enough for a ninja to deduce that something significant had just occurred. They were baffled. Shursui made a quick decision. Go back and report this to Lord Hokage. Why report to the Hokage? Patrolling Konoha is the business of our police force, one Uchiha snapped. To them, this was a matter for the Uchiha to solve alone. Uchiha's business is the village's business, Shisui said sternly. The clan was becoming increasingly radicalized. As Shisui watched his kin, every action and word dripped with resentment toward the Hokage. It made him deeply sorrowful. Tanbo-kun, I brought your lunch. Ayam walked onto the training ground carrying a bento box. What met her eyes were three fierce-looking Uchiha in a familiar environment that had been wiped off the face of the earth. The smile vanished from her face. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the three men. You're from the police force, where is my husband? A terrible feeling gripped her heart. Had Tanbo been arrested by the police force? She knew he had been researching some kind of ninjutsu. Thinking this, the tears began to fall. Chapter 38, The Meeting. Chapter 38, The Meeting. Shisui Uchiha's eyes sharpened as he looked at Ayam. Tanbo-kun. Who are you? She's likely a resident of the village. The Tanbo-kun she mentioned must be the culprit behind the training ground's disappearance. Seize her, we'll find out the truth after an interrogation. The two Uchiha subordinates exchanged looks and moved to apprehend her. Stop. You can't just arrest people randomly. She clearly isn't a ninja, her chakra is too weak to even be refined, Shisui Uchiha blocked them. The two Uchiha were dissatisfied with his restraint. The Uchiha had the right to detain first and question later, yet Shisui was being a hindrance. However, because Shisui was their captain, they maintained their discipline despite their radical leanings. They simply made a mental note to report this to the clan head later. Where did you take my husband? Ayam asked, tears beginning to fall. She couldn't understand their technical talk. Who is your husband? Shisui asked. This scene might truly be the work of a spy. That would be me. As a voice rang out, putting them on high alert, the ground beneath them began to shift. Trees, grass, the lush riverbank, and the training posts in the center suddenly appeared out of thin air without them even noticing. Everything returned to its original state. Shisui's Sharingan spun rapidly, but he found no traces of a transition, it just appeared, as if the barren land from moments ago had been the hallucination. Except now, there was a man with a bandaged face standing there. The three Uchiha gripped their blades, staring intently at Tanbo Tobitake. It was terrifying, he had appeared silently before them, the clan with the strongest insight in Konoha. Tanbo Tobitake saw Ayam and thought, oops. He had intended to wait for them to leave before deactivating the barrier to keep his secrets, but he had forgotten her lunch delivery time. Seeing her tears, his heart ached, and he immediately released the barrier. He had no desire to interact with the Uchiha or their eyes, his only interest was seeing how his own illusions would fare against the Sharingan. But he couldn't let them interrogate his wife. Protecting her was the reason he trained. Honey, it's okay. Didn't I tell you? Your husband is really strong. Tanbo quickly pulled Ayam into a hug and took the bento from her. Let's see what we have today. Is it your world-famous ramen? Seeing that Tanbo was safe and even joking, Ayam's tears vanished, replaced by a smile. She truly thought he had been captured. As long as you're okay. Kid, things are far from okay. Who are you? Explain what happened here just now, or I'll charge you with espionage. A slightly chubby Uchiha drew his blade, his two-tomo Sharingan spinning slowly. The other lean Uchiha did the same. If Tanbo made a move or lied, they were ready to strike. Even Shisui gripped his sword. In his Sharingan's vision, the way this man stood radiated strength. If he were an enemy, Shisui couldn't guarantee a quick victory. Fortunately, he didn't seem like an enemy, Ayam showed no signs of being a spy. But for the safety of Konoha, he couldn't drop his guard. Tanbo-kun, are they going to arrest you? Ayam asked, her heart tightening again. Tanbo patted her shoulder and turned to the trio. Analysis team, Special Jonin Tanbo Tobitake. Shisui of the body flicker, I've heard much about you. The chubby Uchiha barked, enough talk. I asked what you were doing. Don't try to get friendly with the Uchiha, you're not worthy. Speak, or come with us to the police station. Shisui frowned. He knows me. Analysis team Jonin. Explain how this place disappeared and reappeared. Even if there are no charges, as a Konoha ninja, you should understand the need for transparency regarding village safety. Tanbo sighed. Even the relatively kind Shisui couldn't escape the typical Uchiha arrogance. To keep Ayam from worrying, he said, I was just testing a new ninjutsu. I lost control for a moment and caused a stir. I didn't expect a routine practice to alert the prestigious police force. Under their watchful eyes, he pulled out his ID, complete with photo, ID number, and graduation date. This is my proof. Can we go now? ID can be forged, the chubby Uchiha sneered. Seeing Tanbo's cooperative attitude, he grew bolder. His Sharingan spun as he forced eye contact. I think you'd better come with us for an investigation. Shursui gasped, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Has the clan become this reckless? He wondered bitterly. He looked at Tanbo, hoping the men wouldn't be hurt. A Sharingan illusion was peerless. Once caught off guard, there was usually no escape. The reality, however. The moment the Uchiha refined his chakra, Tanbo sensed it. Wanting to test his anti-illusion measures, he didn't counterattack but took the hit head-on. In the mental world, he was bound to a massive pillar by stone restraints. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes, Tanbo noted. It was a complete illusion, an ordinary jonin would be finished. But the moment the illusion took hold, a light point within Tanbo's heart erupted. His chakra instantly fluctuated in a specific rhythm, creating a unique ripple that bounced the illusion back. Humph. With a muffled groan, the chubby Uchiha's eyes went dull. He froze mid-motion. Shursui and the other Uchiha watched in confusion as their comrade became a statue. Tanbo blinked, fully awake. The return mirror structure is a success. It broke the illusion in a blink, Tanbo thought, satisfied. It felt like a long time in the mental world, but in reality, it was a split second. The return mirror was an S-rank illusion he developed to counter the Sharingan. It could reflect standard illusions or disrupt his own chakra so he could break free without needing a teammate. It was his first S-rank technique, borrowing logic from how Jinchuriki used tailed beasts to break illusions. He then looked back at the Uchiha. Chapter 39, Illusion Confrontation. Chapter 39, Illusion Confrontation. Training Ground 98. Using Genjutsu on a fellow village comrade at a whim, that's a bit of a stain on the Uchiha reputation. It seems the Uchiha have truly fallen, Tanbo Tobitake said plainly. He wasn't afraid of the Uchiha anymore. Shursui wouldn't use Koto Emitsukami on him for a minor scuffle, and even if he did, Tanbo had backup plans. He had studied Mayuri Kuratsuchi's method of backing up memories from Bleach. If even Tsukishima's history rewriting could be countered, Tanbo believed he could replicate that logic in the Naruto world. With his professional-grade mind-reading skills, implanting or restoring memories was well within his talent. What did you do to him? Hey, Mura, wake up. The lean Uchiha was shocked to see Tanbo unharmed while his teammate stood like a statue. The chubby Uchiha remained motionless. He's caught in an illusion, Shursui noted. He reached out to disrupt the man's chakra flow. Only then did the chubby Uchiha's eyes gradually regain focus. Careful, he can reflect Genjutsu, the man rasped the moment he woke up, immediately alerting his teammates. The fact that his ocular jutsu was broken and turned against him in an instant was terrifying. The two subordinates gripped their blades tightly. Attacking the police force, are you trying to become a rogue ninja? Shursui asked, staring at Tanbo. While he was annoyed by his subordinate's impulsive attack, Tanbo's effortless retaliation angered him more. Whoa, don't go pinning labels on me. I'm an heir to the will of fire, Tanbo replied, his tone sharpening. That was just a reflex. You're being quite unreasonable. Come with me to see Lord Hokage, Shursui said. He wove a single-handed sign and vanished instantly. He reappeared behind Tanbo, his blade sweeping toward Tanbo's neck. Clang. Go watch from the sidelines. Watch your husband show his might against the Uchiha who protect our village. Tanbo blocked the long sword with a kunai. With his free hand, he wove a sign. A bird beneath Iam's feet expanded in size, lifting her into the sky to a safe distance before he turned his full attention back to Shursui. Come then, Shursui of the body flicker. I've heard of your fame for a long time. Let's see if you live up to it. The owner of Koto Emitsukami, this was a fight worth getting excited about. Clang. Clang. In an instant, the two figures engaged in a high-speed blur. Kunai clashed with steel, sending showers of sparks flying. Impossible. Someone can keep up with Shursui's body flicker. The chubby Uchiha watched with wide eyes. Even with the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he could only just barely follow the exchange. The stranger's speed wasn't inferior to their captain's, in fact, he seemed to be holding a slight edge. How was he tracking and reacting like this without a Sharingan? The lean Uchiha also activated his Sharingan to watch, staying back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. High above, Iam gripped the back of the giant eagle, looking down with worry. She couldn't see the details, only hearing the rhythmic clashing of metal and seeing the afterimages left behind by their sheer velocity. Shursui retreated after another trait of taijutsu, his brow furrowed. His body flicker is equal to mine. He has a specialized ability to counter Genjutsu, and his taijutsu is top tier. I can't hold back anymore. Shursui wove a set of signs. Suddenly, multiple versions of Shursui appeared. Mirage body flicker. A crowd of Shursui clones surged toward Tanbo. Naive. You might be the future #1 of the Uchiha, but allow me to teach you a lesson. Tanbo smiled mockingly. Using mirages in front of a sensory ninja was a joke. Tiger, rat, earth. Psycho mind transmission, fear. He released the illusion at the exact moment Shirsue's focus was at its peak. The Uchiha relied too much on their eyes, a visual trigger illusion was almost guaranteed to land. You know I'm an Uchiha, yet you use Genjutsu against me. Shirsue frowned, but didn't stop. With the Sharingan, he felt a natural suppression over other illusionists. His three tomo spun rapidly, using ocular power to shield his mind. Poof. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. He saw Fugaku Uchiha leading a bloody coup against Konoha. The village was in ruins, and citizens were weeping. Foreign villages were taking advantage of the chaos to invade. Release. Shirsue snapped out of it. Tanbo was right in front of him, surrounded by clones. Poof. The scene returned instantly. Ruined walls, a dying Konoha. Every time he broke the illusion, it reformed in less than a heartbeat. He only cast the jutsu once. But every time I think it's dispelled, I'm back in. This isn't a normal illusion, there's a recursive mechanism involved, Shirsue realized. He stopped his assault and retreated, staring warily at Tanbo. The illusion continued to assault his mind. Tanbo merely stood there with his arms crossed, not taking advantage of Shirsue's disorientation to strike. Should I use that? Shirsue felt the pressure mounting. No, an illusion can't just reform like that. I'm missing a key point. He closed his eyes. Inside, his Sharingan shifted, no longer mere tomo. He focused entirely on the flow of chakra. A moment later, he noticed a tiny, abnormal fluctuation in his own chakra every time he broke the spell. I see, a terrifying technique. It uses the enemy's own chakra to recast the illusion on themselves. Without a Sharingan, breaking this would be nearly impossible. Shirsue marveled at the man's mastery. Outside, Tanbo watched with a smile. It was about time Shirsue broke through. This technique was a puzzle. Once you found the thread, even someone like Shimon could break it. He didn't believe the Uchiha's greatest genius would fail given enough time. Tanbo was very satisfied with this jutsu. In his years of combat, this was his most used staple. While he had developed many new techniques, he usually only used them once for experimentation. In real fights, this illusion paired with a well-timed shuriken solved most problems. His squad members jokingly called it his one-trick wonder. He didn't mind the nickname one bit. Chapter 40, Resolved. Chapter 40, Resolved. Release. Having identified the core mechanism, Shirsue instantly dispelled Tanbo's illusion with precision. However, as he looked at Tanbo, the last trace of disdain vanished from his eyes. This man's Genjutsu was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Not only was his ability to break illusions top tier, but the illusions he cast were sophisticated and incredibly difficult to unravel. If the opponent had attacked while Shirsue was busy dispelling the technique, he likely wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Do we need to continue? Tanbo asked, spreading his hands. Shirsue's eyes focused. His Mangekyo, which had flickered briefly, receded back into the three-tomo Sharingan as he stared intently at Tanbo. Just as he was hesitating over whether to press the attack, a figure appeared. All right, that's enough. This battle ends here. He is no spy. The three members of the police force looked over and were instantly startled. Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't address them directly at first. Instead, he said, Tanbo is a squad leader under Inoichi in the analysis team. He is a trustworthy comrade, there is no need for drawn blades. Lord Hokage, you're a bit late. I almost couldn't hold back. Tanbo complained. Hiruzen gave an awkward cough. There has been a mountain of paperwork lately. I came as soon as I received your message, but my old bones aren't what they used to be. In reality, he had been observing the fight from the shadows, wanting to see the performance of these two future pillars of Konoha. His eyes swept over Tanbo. He hadn't expected Tanbo to hold his own against Shirsue, even briefly taking the upper hand. It seemed the prefix special in Tanbo's Jonin rank was ready to be dropped. Furthermore, an illusion capable of snaring an Uchiha was a feat comparable to the Genjutsu level of the second Hokage. The three Uchiha looked at the two men chatting and exchanged confused glances. When had Tanbo sent a message? Shirsue spoke up, Lord Hokage, since he is a fellow ninja, we shall continue our patrol. Go on. Just remember to submit a written report of the incident to me, Hiruzen said. He needed a full account of why they had come to blows in the first place. Swoosh. The three Uchiha vanished instantly. The fat and thin duo looked particularly sour, they felt humiliated by the disregard shown to them by a commoner ninja. Once they were gone, Hiruzen looked toward the sky. Let her down. It's not good to leave her up there in the wind. Yes, sir. Tanbo manipulated the giant eagle to bring Ayam down. Once he helped her off, the eagle shrank back into a small figurine. A truly useful secret technique. You're improving faster and faster. I vaguely remember our first meeting, you were quite intimidated by me. Now you have this kind of strength, Hiruzen praised. It was that very technique, a tiny messenger bird, that had alerted him. It seemed Tanbo didn't just have deep attainments in mind reading, he had reached Jonin-level proficiency in multiple fields. Ah, haha, it's all thanks to Minister Inoichi's guidance, Tanbo scratched his head. Lord Hokage, I am bowed politely. She breathed a sigh of relief. Tanbo-kun really was the best. So this is your wife. It's a pity I was so busy with village affairs that I couldn't attend your wedding, Hiruzen said regretfully. Tanbo hugged Ayam and laughed. Konoha's business comes first. My wedding was no big deal, but for the next happy occasion, you must come, Lord Hokage. I certainly will. Hiruzen's expression then turned serious. Now, small talk aside, tell me why you clashed with the police force. The Uchiha issue was escalating daily, and Hiruzen feared someone was intentionally stirring the pot. Even with his spies, he couldn't afford to be careless. It was just a misunderstanding caused by me testing a new ninjutsu. I'll be more careful next time. Tell me about this new jutsu. Perhaps I can offer some guidance. Really? That would be fantastic. Tanbo then recounted the events, explaining the details of the barrier technique and the subsequent conflict with the Uchiha. A barrier technique? Hiruzen was surprised. Hadn't Tanbo always focused on mind reading and Genjutsu? Why the sudden shift to barriers? He acknowledged Tanbo's Genjutsu talent, but barrier techniques were notoriously difficult to master. According to Intel, Tanbo lived a very disciplined life, completing missions and researching illusions or secret techniques in his spare time. While Umbu reports mentioned him reading books on sealing and barriers, Hiruzen hadn't believed he had the energy left to actually master them. Yes. More than 3 years ago, the Ninetales incident made me realize that against such a behemoth, even a slight aftershock can harm countless civilians, Tanbo said honestly. So, I started thinking about how to prevent that. I settled on barrier techniques. Today, I finally finished a small-scale version and tested it, which caused the misunderstanding. Tanbo spoke truthfully. He hadn't originally intended to reveal this technique, knowing Hiruzen's personality often led to intel leaking to a certain shadow of the village, Danzo. That would bring unwanted complications to his life. But since things had reached this point, there was no use hiding it. Under the gaze of Hiruzen and Ayam, he demonstrated the technique again. Training Ground 98 vanished once more. An incredible barrier. But surely this isn't enough to protect all of Konoha. Hiruzen mused, fascinated by the concept. Of course, this is only the small-scale version. A large-scale one has too many variables. I'm currently using this as a base to slowly develop something that could eventually cover the entire village. Excellent. You truly have inherited the will of fire, your vision is grand indeed. Hiruzen was very pleased. If Tanbo could one day complete a village-wide barrier, Konoha's security would skyrocket. Since you're working so hard, I must support you. From now on, once a week, I will send a team from the Barrier Corps to study and assist you. You must complete this development. Hiruzen left Tanbo no room for refusal, clearly recognizing the strategic value of the technique. Yes, sir, Tanbo replied helplessly. Doesn't this just mean more overtime? If he had known, he would have picked a much more remote place to experiment. But one does not refuse the Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and vanished. Are you okay, honey? Ayam asked, dusting off his clothes. I'm fine. It just means I have to work overtime 1 day a week now. I'm sorry about that. It's okay. As long as you're safe. Besides, working extra for the sake of Konoha is something to be proud of. Ayam said with a smile. That's my wife. Come on, let's go get a big dinner. Chapter 41, Little Ino. Chapter 41, Little Ino. Uchiha Police Force Headquarters. Captain, that guy actually dared to resist the police force. Even if the Hokage supports him, we should have brought him back for interrogation instead of just letting him walk away. Where is the Uchiha's prestige now? The chubby Uchiha spoke to Shursui, his voice full of indignation. He was clearly still nursing his bruised ego. What do you think the Uchiha are? This is the police force, a department meant to protect the village, not the Uchiha's private backyard. Shursui Uchiha frowned, his tone cold. The chubby Uchiha bristled with dissatisfaction. The lean Uchiha spoke up, Captain, we need to look into that guy. He was actually able to reflect our Uchiha Genjutsu. His focus was different, he was deeply wary of Tanbo Tobate's ability to repel the Sharingan's illusions. This was unprecedented. For an Uchiha to lose to a commoner in a battle of Genjutsu was practically a miracle, and a terrifying one at that. Their captain had actually struggled in an illusion confrontation. As a ninja with excellent vision, he had clearly seen Shirsui's movements earlier. Shirsui had indeed been caught in that man's Genjutsu and had to prepare himself for a good while before breaking it. Hearing this, both the chubby Uchiha and Shirsui frowned, though for different reasons. The chubby Uchiha was thinking about how to eliminate such a threat to the clan's reputation. Shirsui, however, was wondering about the man's sense of belonging to the village. Go to the records department and have them pull the files on Tanbo Tobitake. I want to know exactly who he is, Shirsui commanded his subordinates. The lean Uchiha bowed and left immediately. In less than 15 minutes, he returned with the documents. Captain, here is Tanbo Tobitake's file. The records department was surprisingly cooperative, almost as if they expected us to come, the lean Uchiha noted. Shirsui replied, it seems Lord Hokage intended for us to know. He understood that this was likely arranged by the third Hokage. Otherwise, personnel files are classified and involve complex procedures to access, all to prevent village intelligence from leaking. He opened the file and began to read. 17 years old. Yeah, 17. Isn't that the same age as you, Captain? The lean Uchiha asked in shock. Aside from Kakashi, was there actually another talent in Konoha who could rival Shirsui? MHM graduated early at age 11 to join the Third Great Ninja War. As a member of the analysis team, he served under Inoichi Yamanaka. He performed many feats reading enemy intelligence for Konoha during the war and was promoted to Chunin. He is currently a special jonin and a squad leader in the analysis team. Specialized in Genjutsu. Shirsui continued reading, evaluation by the fourth lord, a calm and talented comrade. Evaluation by the third lord, a man who has inherited the will of fire. As Shirsui read the profile, his expression gradually relaxed. With evaluations from both the fourth and third Hokage, this man was definitely not an enemy. He could also see that the file wasn't entirely complete, the third had likely only allowed them to see what was necessary. Damn it, to receive praise from both the fourth and third Hokage at the same time. What right does he have? The chubby Uchiha muttered resentfully. Despite their disdain for commoners who didn't belong to Konoha's famous noble clans, they still held Minato Namikaze in high regard. He was, in every sense, a perfect Hokage. And such a man had recognized Tanbo Tobitake as a comrade. The lean Uchiha shared the sentiment. It seems we can't touch him. Believe in the power of the Sharingan. It is not something ordinary people can reach, Shirsui said, knowing their thoughts. They feared Tanbo would threaten the Uchiha status, but Shirsui knew that the true peak of the Sharingan was not something a commoner could chase. Leave it at that. Archive the file so the police force can reference it if needed, he finally ordered. Yes, sir. Tanbo Tobitake had no idea that the fourth Hokage, whom he had only met a few times, had given him such a high evaluation. He was equally unaware of the third's praise. Right now, he didn't want to think about the Uchiha, nor did he want to dwell on the fact that the Hokage now knew about his new jutsu, meaning more overtime in the future. At this moment, he and Ayam were happily enjoying a feast. To him, being a ninja was just a job and a career that provided self-defense, it wasn't his whole life. He preferred to spend as much time as possible with his family. Those three people earlier were so scary, Ayam said, picking up a piece of sushi and feeding it to Tanbo. Tanbo opened his mouth wide and ate it, then used his chopsticks to pop a piece into her mouth. It's fine. No matter how scary they can't beat your husband. Don't worry about it. He flexed his biceps to show how strong he was. Ayam burst out laughing at his antics, her previous fear completely vanishing. The two chatted and laughed inside the Sushiro restaurant. Outside, Inoichi Yamanaka walked in, leading a little girl by the hand. Oh, Tanbo kid. His eyes lit up when he saw Tanbo. He walked over with the little girl. With his cheeks full of food, Tanbo looked up and saw Inoichi and the child. Yo, if it isn't the busy Inoichi. And this is your daughter, Ino. It's my first time seeing her. She's so cute. Greetings, Lord Inoichi, I am added with a polite bow. Hello. Ino, quickly say hello to big brother Tanbo, Inoichi said with a smile. Little Ino Yamanaka looked at Tanbo, and seeing the bandages covering his face, she got scared and took 2 steps back, hiding behind Inoichi's leg. She peeked out with her big eyes. Big brother. Tanbo, the few-year-old Ino said in a tiny, sweet voice. Hello, little beauty Ino. Come here, let me give you a hug. Tanbo's eyes brightened. Just like Naruto, Ino was incredibly cute as a child. He crouched down to hug her, but Ino dodged and clung to Inoichi's leg. I told you not to always keep your head wrapped up. Look, you've scared my precious daughter, Inoichi laughed. Tanbo retorted, nonsense. This is a unique kind of beauty. Isn't that right, Ino? He looked at little Ino. So scary. Ayam covered her mouth and giggled at Tonbo's speechless expression. This is my wife, Ayam, Tonbo introduced. I know her. Old man Tuchi's daughter from Ichiraku Ramen, Inoichi said, having a good memory. They all sat down at one table to eat together. Through their conversation, the situation became clear. Inoichi's wife had complained about him always working, and knowing that the analysis team didn't have much going on today, she specifically told him to take their daughter out to play. So, he was wandering the streets with little Ino when they saw the sushi shop and came in. It was a happy coincidence. The four of them chatted about everything from daily hobbies to personal interests, anything but work. Tonbo, who always wanted to have 4 children, looked at the adorable Ino and started using Genjutsu to amuse her. At the same time, he kept making eye contact with Ayam, making her face turn bright red. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Tonbo often told her he wanted 4 babies. Little Ino watched Tonbo's hands, feeling very strange. It was as if flowers were growing from them, blooming and withering in an instant. Whatever flower she wanted to see would appear in Tonbo's palm. It was magical. She reached out her tiny hand to touch them, but her fingers passed right through. Inoichi could only look on helplessly. Using Genjutsu just to tease a child, what a luxury. He also marveled at how his subordinates' illusions were becoming stronger by the day. Chapter 42, Gossip and Itachi. Chapter 42, Gossip and Itachi. Outside the Sashiro restaurant in Konoha. Bye-bye, big brother Tonbo. Little Ino waved her tiny hand as she was led away by Inoichi. Tonbo Tobitake waved back. See ya. Once you start at the Ninja Academy, Big Brother will teach you that flower-changing jutsu, okay? I know. Ino shouted back happily in her sweet, high-pitched voice. Ayam watched from the side with a smile. Husband, you really do love children. That's why we have to work hard, Tonbo laughed. Look how cute Ino is. We should try to have our kids a bit earlier, maybe our boy can grow up and marry her into the family. Stop it. How can you say that out in public? It's embarrassing. Ayam's face turned bright red at the bustling crowd around them, and she gave his chest a playful punch with her small fist. That night, Tonbo worked very hard on his mission to start a family. A few days passed. At the analysis team headquarters. Did you hear? Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha. They really do produce geniuses non-stop. Shimon was chatting with several colleagues. Tonbo was right there with them, soaking up the gossip. Aside from his daily studies and work, his favorite pastime was listening to Konoha's rumors. Hearing familiar and unfamiliar names or events allowed him to piece together many interesting things happening in the village. Dokuraku Mawashi looked over. What do you know this time? Ever heard of Itachi Uchiha? Shimon looked left and right, acting as if he were sharing a top-tier secret. The crowd looked at him flatly. Who doesn't know him? He graduated from the academy last year at age 7. I heard he used shadow clones to attend classes the whole time. Finally, during a fight with some upperclassmen, a teacher appeared suddenly, causing him to lose focus and revealing his incredible talent. This was common knowledge by now. It had been quite a sensation, only a year behind Kakashi's graduation record. Well, word is that a few days ago, his teammates were killed. In his grief, he actually awakened the Sharingan, Shimon whispered with a sigh. And? Did he kill the enemies? Someone asked. Shimon spread his hands. No idea. TSK. If you don't know that, what are you bragging for? It's just the Sharingan. As long as they're ninjas, those Uchiha kids awaken it sooner or later. Tonbo nodded in agreement. Any Uchiha with genuine ninja talent would basically awaken their eyes at some point. How am I supposed to know the details? It's classified. I only heard it from my great-aunt's cousin's brother-in-law's granduncle. His daughter married into the Uchiha. Boring. The colleagues lost interest, expecting some world-shaking revelation. Sergeant, I heard you've been teaching at the academy lately. You must have seen Itachi. What's your take on him? Tonbo asked curiously. Just as Tonbo occasionally worked as a part-time squad leader for missions, other chunin in the analysis team often held secondary roles. In times of peace, there wasn't enough work to go around, and ninjas needed to earn a living. Dokuraku Joan had started teaching at the academy after the Ninetales incident. The others perked up. This was gossip from one of the strongest clans in the village. Dokuraku Joan pushed up his glasses. A God-given talent. He's equal to, if not better than, Kakashi. Also, please call me team leader, not sergeant. He knew these guys gave him that nickname because of his strict training methods. Got it, sergeant. Oh. To be on par with Kakashi, as expected of an Uchiha. Incredible. I'm so jealous of those bloodline clans. The colleagues expressed their envy. If they had a bloodline limit, their potential ceiling would be much higher. I wonder if he could block Captain Tonbo's psycho mind transmission, discussed. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, and the room went silent as everyone gulped. They all remembered that unpleasant taste. Impossible, someone declared. No human can block that thing. Not even a Sharingan. I'm calling it. They had all sparred with Tonbo and had tasted that illusion. It was an experience more miserable than eating filth. Tonbo was speechless. How did this turn back to him? I just let you taste the flavor of your most hated food, is it really that big of a deal? Then it seems Captain Tonbo is the strongest. Kakashi, Uchiha, they're all amateurs. Shimon cheered loudly. Exactly. Tonbo is the best. Ha ha ha. The analysis team is the ultimate force. In an instant, the group started hooting and hollering. It was rowdy and festive. However, Tonbo was not pleased. This felt like they were setting him up for a fall. I just made you taste bad food, really. If you keep talking about me, I'll let you try my newly developed Psycho Mind Transmission 2.0, disgust. I've added what I consider to be the most disgusting flavor personally, rather than just what you find gross. Tonbo grinned wickedly. Swoosh. Swoosh. In a split second. I just remembered I have unfinished paperwork. Me too. Inoichi said he'd treat me to lunch, gotta go. Reporting for duty, see ya. The room cleared out instantly. Cowards. They're ninjas, yet they can't handle a little taste. How are they going to survive fire and torture from an enemy? Tonbo scoffed. He had really wanted them to test his new illusion. Ninjas were conditioned to endure physical pain, whippings, burns, you name it. That was the definition of a ninja. Based on this, he had developed a better food flavor version of Psycho Mind Transmission. The difference from the first generation, which only evoked the victim's own feared flavors, was that the second generation allowed him to input a specific, horrific flavor he had collected. Having tried different foods in his previous life, he had incorporated a pungent, nauseating taste into the jutsu. If the enemy was caught, the illusion would trigger their facial and glossopharyngeal nerves within 0.1 seconds, creating the sensation of having consumed massive amounts of disgusting essences. Even if the enemy dispelled the chakra influence, the sensory memory was already there, etched directly into the brain through the nerves. This was the power of medical knowledge. Unlike other illusions where dispelled means gone, this one left a lingering psychological trauma that could only be slightly weakened, not erased. Sigh. It's a pity I don't want to taste rotten eggs myself, otherwise that would be even more effective. Tonbo had one frustration. The weakness of this jutsu was that he had to have tasted the flavor himself to have a deep enough cognition to project it onto others. It required a high level of study into the gustatory nervous system, which meant reading thick medical books. Even with his current enhanced brain, those medical tomes gave him a headache. Also, Itachi Uchiha, he's probably being watched by Obito right about now, Tonbo thought, recalling the conversation. Since Itachi had awakened his eyes, his fateful encounter with Shursui was likely beginning. Once again, I'm glad I wasn't born an Uchiha, he mused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to train, work, marry a beautiful wife, and prepare for a family. He'd probably be crushed under the pressure of the impending massacre and forced into a desperate struggle for power. In the original series, hardly any of the notable characters from my generation got married, right? I'm the real winner here. Chapter 43, The Team. Chapter 43, The Team. Konoha. The Hokage's office. Tonbo, I'm entrusting this mission to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi handed him a file. Tonbo Tobite took the document and opened it. Inside was a series of intelligence reports. The Umbu had detected significant activity from Land of Lightning ninjas on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. It was unclear if they were testing defenses or planning something larger. The specific details had been gathered by an Umbu operative who had barely made it back alive. Konoha had already lost several elite spies to obtain this information. The village suspects that the Land of Lightning wants to sever the cooperation between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. They aim to cut off our primary supply line for ninja tools. Therefore, I want you to lead a team to reinforce patrols along the Land of Fire border. You are a sensory ninja, I have full confidence in your perception abilities, Hiruzen said gravely. A ninja's strength is built upon ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and intelligence. However, the vast majority of ninjas, from genin to jonin, rely heavily on ninja tools. If the supply line were cut and Konoha ran out of tools, the village's overall strength would be severely weakened. Hiruzen could not allow that. Since most of the ore for these tools came from the partnership with the Land of Iron, the matter was of the utmost importance. About the barrier technique teaching. Tonbo scratched his head. Not long ago, he was told to teach the barrier core, and now he was being sent on a different mission. It was completely disrupting his rhythm. Furthermore, conflict with the Land of Lightning was notoriously dangerous and exhausting. Plus, after his recent efforts, Ayam was already pregnant. He didn't want to leave Konoha, he wanted to stay and accompany her. The barrier technique can wait. The border incident is the priority. It is exceptionally urgent. I've also arranged for 3 helpers to form a patrol squad with you. You already know the team leader, Hayama Shirakumo, Hiruzen declared, settling the matter. Helpers? Yes, 3 of them. You 4 will form the patrol unit. As for the other 2, you'll find out when you assemble, the Hokage added with a chuckle. Really? They're my teammates, is it necessary to be so mysterious? Tanbo thought. Is this how a ninja should act? Doesn't he realize that imprecise intel can affect a mission? All right. But Lord Hokage, remember to help me look for a replacement for when I get back. Tanbo said. Hiruzen was taken aback. If something is wrong, I can have them leave first and you can follow a few days later. He was confused, this boy didn't seem like the type to avoid duty. Haha, it's nothing like that. It's just that my wife is pregnant. I don't want her to worry too much. You know how it is, the ninja profession is never safe. I'm afraid the stress will be bad for her, Tanbo explained with a smile. At this, Hiruzen softened and smiled. I see. I will do my best to find a replacement so you can return to her side. I understand that feeling well. He remembered being the same way back in the day. Even now, he worried about whether Asuma could handle his post in the capital, constantly fearing his son might die out there. Only the news that his eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant brought him some peace of mind. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Swoosh. Seeing that his business was done, Tanbo vanished from the office. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Tanbo felt a heavy weight in his heart. He thought having to work overtime was bad enough, but this was worse. Guarding the border was the most exhausting job aside from espionage, and arguably the most dangerous. Besides Hayama, who are the other 2? Tanbo guessed. Kakashi. Shursui. Yamato. When he reached home and saw Ayam sitting by the door soaking up the sun, he felt a pang of guilt. His wife was pregnant at home, and he couldn't be there for her. What a hateful ninja world. Honey, I'm home. Welcome back. Dad went out to buy groceries, he said he's going to make a super delicious meal to help me stay healthy, Ayam laughed, rubbing her belly with love. I see. When Dad gets back, I have something to tell you both. What? You're going to guard the border? That's wonderful. It's proof of Lord Hokage's recognition of my son. Tozai Tobitake was thrilled when he heard the news. To him, it meant his son was far more successful than he had ever been, being entrusted with such a difficult task. Ayam's eyes showed a flash of worry, but she forced a smile. He's right. Don't worry, we support you. Just, please be careful. I will. I'll make sure the border mission ends as quickly as possible, Tanbo nodded. Sensing Ayam's underlying sadness made him feel terrible, but for the sake of stability, the work had to be done. Before leaving the next day, he spent every moment with her. He accompanied her on a gentle walk through the streets, telling her cheesy pickup lines from his previous life to make her laugh. According to Konoha tradition, border rotations usually lasted 3 months. Realizing he wouldn't see his wife for quite a while, Tanbo poured his heart into their time together, gradually easing Ayam's anxiety. The next morning. Sunlight spilled over the main gates of Konoha, where the gatekeeper duo, Izumo and Kotetsu, were already on duty. Swoosh. Tanbo landed outside the gate and looked around. A figure immediately caught his eye, someone with a high ponytail and a katana strapped to his back. His silhouette looked exceptionally steady in the morning light. Captain Hayama, long time no see. Hayama Shirakumo turned and smiled. Tanbo-kun, long time no see. You look as energetic as ever. Haha, please look after me on this mission. Aside from seeing him at school and during the Ninetales incident, Tanbo hadn't seen Hayama for a long time. He looked even more handsome now, possessing the calm aura of a mature man. Compared to Kakashi and Tanbo, Hayama looked much more senior. Where are the others? Lord Hokage is quite something, refusing to tell me the names of the other 2 teammates. He made me guess, the old rascal, Tanbo grumbled. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hey, watch how you talk about Lord Hokage, kid. Careful, or he'll make your life difficult. A girl with grayish-brown eyes, purple hair, and a fishnet shirt under her ninja vest stood there. She was visibly well endowed. She was blowing a bubble with gum. Pop. Tanbo turned around. I'm pretty sure I'm 2 years older than you, girl. He recognized her instantly, Anko Midarashi, Orochimaru's former apprentice. At this point, she likely hadn't reached Special Jonin rank yet. What did you say? calling me girl? Do you even know who I am? Anko's eyes widened, her brows furrowing in anger. Tanbo found it amusing. You're the little follower of Sannin Orochimaru. Also, I'm married and have a child on the way. You can even call me uncle, I wouldn't mind. At the mention of Orochimaru, Anko's bright face suddenly darkened, her hands clenching. But hearing the rest of his words, her defense crumbled. She looked closely at the men before her, face wrapped in bandages, only his forehead protector and mouth visible, with a lean, tall build. Marriage only holds you back and ruins the path of a ninja. And you're actually happy about it. Chapter 44, Uchiha, Anko, and Hayama Shirakumo. Chapter 44, Uchiha, Anko, and Hayama Shirakumo. You shouldn't say that, elder sister. It is only through marriage and the nurturing of the next generation that the will of fire of the previous Hokage can be passed down, isn't it? A youth about 1.4 meters tall, with a ping-pong paddle crest, the Uchiha fan, on his back, appeared. His eyes were melancholic, looking as though they contained a lifetime of stories. He voiced his disagreement with Anko Madarashi's statement while clearly approving of Tanbo Tobate's perspective. Hey, kid, who are you? Don't tell me you're our teammate. If you are, you'd better go back and train some more before coming along. Border missions aren't for children, Anko frowned, looking at the young boy. She wondered why the third Hokage would send someone so young on a border mission. Wasn't this reckless? Hayama Shirakumo interrupted. All right, now that the team has assembled, everyone introduce yourselves and your specialties so I can make arrangements. The youth spoke first. Since you are all seniors, I will go first. I am Itachi Uchiha. I specialize in analysis, fire style, shuriken jutsu, and the insight of the Sharingan. Please look after me. Tanbo looked at the little brat. His eyes looked like he hadn't slept for days, with tear troughs deeper than his father's. So this is Itachi Uchiha in his youth. He looked so weary, not cute like Sasuke at all. It was clear that having the mind of an adult was not healthy for a child. To Tanbo, current Itachi was just a child, regardless of whether he had the philosophy of a Hokage, at age 7. Tanbo also pondered the third's intentions. Not long ago, he was gossiping about Itachi losing his teammates, and now they were on the same team. I hope Obito doesn't show up again. Moreover, the third was comfortable throwing a kid this age to the border where local skirmishes were likely. Did he think the rest of them were enough of a safety net? He glanced at the others. Both Hayama and himself were Jonin level. It seemed the Hokage placed a great deal of trust in them. Anko Madarashi, Chunin. I'm well balanced in all areas with a fair amount of experience in combat and reconnaissance, Anko said, still frowning. She hadn't expected this kid to be an Uchiha, much less the famous Itachi Uchiha. Graduating at 7 was an incredible achievement. As for passing down the wool through children, she figured it was just talk. Good men weren't that easy to find. Thinking this, she glanced at Tanbo. This guy has good luck, already married. Tanbo laughed. Haha, Tanbo Tobate. Specialist in mind reading, quite accomplished in Genjutsu, and I'm a sensory type. I'm also proficient in battlefield first aid. Everyone's gaze landed on him in surprise. Hayama Shirakumo hadn't known about the medical skills, the third's files hadn't mentioned it. It seemed his former classmate had learned a lot during the Third War. He was pleased, even basic first aid meant the team effectively had a medical ninja, making the mission much smoother. Itachi nodded. Senior is impressive. To know so many skills, he must be an outstanding ninja. With mind reading involved, this mission might be easier than expected. Anko was skeptical. Hey, kid, don't brag. Even a small discrepancy in intelligence can get people killed. Her tone was heavy. She didn't believe Tanbo, who was only 2 years older than her, could have mastered so many disciplines. She had studied under Orochimaru and still felt her repertoire was limited. I believe senior, Itachi stated firmly. Tanbo grinned and said to Anko, there's a reason I'm a Jonin and you're just a Chunin. That one sentence made Anko snap. Infuriating guy. She grit her teeth. What's so great about being a Jonin? I'll be one sooner or later. Talk to me when you actually become one, Tanbo teased. All right, stop bickering, Hayama Shirakumo commanded. I am your captain, Hayama Shirakumo, a Konoha Jonin. I specialize in the body flicker technique, Genjutsu, wind style, and taijutsu. Now, check your equipment. Make sure nothing is missing, it won't be easy to resupply once we reach the border. The three stopped arguing and began checking their ninja tool pouches. Tanbo was meticulous. Experience from the battlefield taught him that checking gear before a mission was mandatory. Even though he was powerful now, caution was never a mistake. He didn't want Ayam to become a young widow, he hadn't even raised his son or daughter yet. Swoosh. Swoosh. After registering with the gatekeepers, the four set out immediately. The land of lightning lay to the northeast of the land of fire, connected by a narrow stretch of land. Their destination was the land of iron, which sat near that intersection. Our mission is to deal with the Kimogakure ninjas infiltrating the land of fire and uncover their reasons for being here, Hayama explained as they leaped through the high mountain terrain. Itachi mused, the highest probability is that they want to intercept the ore supply between the land of fire and the land of iron. Or, they intend to cross the border to gather internal intelligence on Konoha to prepare specific measures against the village. We can't rule out interference from other villages either, Tanbo added his own analysis. For instance, the land of hot water, which is separated from the land of iron by sea, or even Kirigakure across from them. From the memories I've read in heads brought back by comrades, Kirigakure is undergoing intense internal turmoil. They might be looking to supplement their resources. The trade relationship between the land of water and the land of hot water has always been decent, they might use that as a bridge to target the wealthy land of iron. So you're saying our main enemies might be from Kumo, but we could also face ninjas from Yugakure or Kiri? Enko frowned. This was troublesome. Kumo was already a handful, but now there were so many variables. They looked to their captain. Hayama Shirakumo nodded. Yes, the situation is complex. That's why the Hokage specifically formed this special task force. Based on Lord Hokage's intel, it's confirmed the enemy is targeting our ore trade to undermine Konoha economically and fundamentally. Several trade routes have already suffered losses, which is why the land of iron requested aid. The four of them discussed the mission's nuances, each contributing. Aside from the genius Itachi, the other three were veterans of the Third War, so they quickly agreed on several strategies. Tanbo felt very comfortable with this team. Whether it was Anko who studied under Orochimaru, the Jonin Hayama, or the genius Itachi, they were all top-tier teammates. It was a relief, there were no scenes like Naruto constantly bickering with his teammates. He mentally praised the third for his thoughtful selection. Unlike the anime, which focuses on the protagonist's perspective, reality was much more complicated. Ore trade was one of the foundations of a great village's strength. Losing the source of minerals for ninja tools could reduce a village's power by more than a fifth. This was a realization Tanbo had reached over the years. Even someone like himself, or even the third or fourth Hokage, would see their combat effectiveness drop significantly without ninja tools. I hope the mission goes smoothly, Tanbo prayed silently as he leaped between tree branches. He had only just left Konoha, and he already missed his wife. Chapter 45, Taste the flavor of my Genjutsu. Chapter 45, Taste the flavor of my Genjutsu. 2.5 days. The four of them pushed themselves hard and finally reached the border line. They completed the handover with the ninjas stationed on the land of Fireside. There were no fortresses or bunkers here, just dense forests and towering trees, with small rest areas for ninjas scattered at intervals. Because their job was to patrol, they wouldn't stay fixed in one spot. Their assigned sector was the area bordering the land of iron, other sections of the border were manned by different teams. Tanbo-senpai, may I ask you a question? After the handover, Tanbo was resting when he saw Itachi Uchiha approach him. Tanbo was taken aback. Ask away. He was curious. They had only just met, what kind of question would this genius have? What do you think the will of fire is? Itachi asked, a question both unexpected and entirely predictable. Itachi wanted to know how others perceived the village. He had heard that the senior before him was considered a paragon and successor of Konoha's will of fire, someone who, since graduation, had been a steadfast executor of that ideology. Tanbo gave him an intrigued look. The third Hokage was right, this boy possessed a mature will at a very young age. He didn't ask directly about the village versus the clan, he approached it sideways. With his memories of the original story and years of training as a ninja, Tanbo saw right through his thoughts. The will of fire. It's simply about protecting the village and protecting your family, Tanbo replied simply, following his own heart. He had no grand ideas about changing the world, and what he said was a common refrain in the village. And if you had to choose between the village and your family? Itachi pressed. Tanbo's brow twitched. I was just praising you for being mature, but you couldn't help yourself, could you? It seemed while his thinking was mature, he was still young. You're so young, why think about such things? It only leads to internal strife. You'd be better off using that time to make yourself stronger, Tanbo didn't give a direct answer. He truly believed that mental exhaustion at this age was dangerous. He suspected Itachi's future illness was rooted in this kind of internal conflict starting from childhood. Furthermore, Tanbo had no intention of making Itachi's choices for him. Itachi didn't speak, but his eyes remained fixed on Tanbo, silent and unblinking. He seemed determined to pull an answer out of him. Feeling a bit creeped out by the stare, Tanbo raised an eyebrow. Kid, if you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to give you a taste of something bitter. You probably don't know how much the guys back at the analysis team fear me. Even the captain they call Sergeant trembles when I decide to make things difficult. You think you're the late-stage Itachi? Right now, hitting you is like hitting a toddler, Tanbo thought. We are comrades, Itachi said, unmoved. He didn't believe Tanbo would actually strike a teammate. Yeah. I want to know too. Anko Midarashi sat on a tree branch, her long legs dangling as she blew a bubble, looking on with curiosity. Tanbo picked up his binoculars and scanned the perimeter. I think I'll let you both taste some bitterness first before answering. That way, you won't come at me with these boring questions later. As he spoke, he wove a single-handed sign before their startled eyes. Before they could react. Vanish. The world spun. In Itachi's vision, he was surrounded by endless piles of grilled meat. Despite his attempts to control himself, his body began to gorge on it uncontrollably. On Anko's side, she was faced with bright red, terrifying devil's breath, chili peppers. To her horror, the peppers grew arms and legs and jumped into her mouth. Outside the mental world, both of their bodies began to twitch in unison. Anko's skin turned a vivid red. Itachi's brow was furrowed in a deep, constant scowl. Wait, for him, that most hated food is only bad tasting. Tanbo looked at Itachi's physical reaction with surprise. It seemed the boy lived a very healthy life and had never tasted anything truly revolting. He turned to Anko. Her skin was flushing red in waves, and her lips were starting to look like sausages. This was a classic case of the mind influencing the body. It seemed her most hated food had left a deep impression on her. His lips curled into a smirk. That's what you get for asking sensitive questions and being relentless. To prevent them from asking more non-mission-related questions, Tanbo had decided to give them a lesson. Of course, while letting them enjoy the flavors, Tanbo didn't forget his duty. His observation of the surroundings never wavered. While waiting for them to break the Genjutsu, he used his sensory abilities to sweep the area for miles. After years of cultivation, both his physical and spiritual energy were on another level. His chakra reserves were now deeper than Kakashi's. His sensory range had evolved from 1 mile at the start to over a dozen miles now. He wasn't at the level of the late-game Naruto, but he was formidable. Occasionally, ninja beasts would fly through his perception. If he hadn't already learned his own secret technique, he would have considered catching a few as summoning beasts. Captain Hayama Shirakumo, who had gone out to patrol right after the handover, also entered his perception. He was incredibly diligent, even more so than Tanbo, who swore by his worker bee mentality. Hayama was practically born with a workhorse constitution. However, Tanbo didn't dare look down on his classmate. Hayama was the fastest to reach Jonin in their year after Kakashi. Genjutsu. The moment he entered the mental space, Itachi realized it was an illusion. But before he could dispel it, the meat was already being shoved into his mouth. It was too late, he tasted it. It was a food he found unpleasant, but he could endure it. His young mind raced at high speeds. He actually attacked a comrade. Is his will of fire fake? Did he deceive the third? No, impossible. According to what he said, the man had a wife and was about to have a child. A ninja without the will of fire wouldn't have such obvious weaknesses. As far as Itachi knew, not a single rogue ninja from Konoha had offspring. So, is he trying to tell me that the will of fire is something that belongs to the individual? That I must make my own decisions? Also, this meat is truly terrible. Damn it. What kind of genjutsu is this? In her mental space, Anko was eating fiery red peppers, and she couldn't take it anymore. Finally, using her stubborn will, she suppressed the pain given by the peppers. She erupted her chakra and broke the illusion. As her vision returned to her physical body, she felt a burning sensation all over. Seeing Tanbo calmly sensing the surroundings, she exploded in anger. Hey! I was just curious. Why did you drag me into it too? Tanbo put down his binoculars and said unapologetically, it was nothing. Just a demonstration of my specialties. Also, now that I've answered the question, if you dare ask boring questions like that again, I'll let you taste my ultimate genjutsu. Heh. He then turned his gaze toward Itachi, who had also just broken through the illusion. Chapter 46, Patrol and the Caravan. Chapter 46, Patrol and the Caravan. Itachi stared at him fixedly. He seemed unmoved by the previous warning, still waiting for Tanbo Tobotake's definitive answer. You really are a stubborn kid. The so-called will of fire is simply about protection, protecting the things you want to protect. As for choosing between family and village, that's not something I consider. If you have the time to worry about that, we might as well spend it making ourselves strong enough to match Lord Hashirama Senju or your ancestor Madara Uchiha. Choices are for the weak, the strong take it all. Tanbo spoke slowly, his voice calm. With a Susanoo-clad Buddha, those two could level 4 nations. Who would dare to oppose them? Who could oppose them? Itachi's eyes flickered. He felt that Tanbo was correct in principle, but he didn't believe anyone could truly be invincible across the world. Therefore, if the conflict between the village and the clan became irreconcilable, a choice would be necessary. He silently etched Tanbo's words into his heart, while realizing he wouldn't get much more enlightenment from the senior. Nevertheless, he wouldn't give up on acting as the bridge to ease the relationship between his family and the village. Anko Madarashi dropped her angry facade and scoffed. You sure dream big. Even the third Hokage can't achieve that. Even the fourth, or the Sannin, they all had to be cautious on the battlefield and make choices when necessary. Even she had to choose between Orochimaru and the village. In the end, she chose the village. Just as Orochimaru had to choose between the village and his own ambitions. That's why I said these are boring questions. Especially you, Itachi, acting like your life depends on knowing the answer. Tanbo said helplessly. People's wills are different. You can use others' ideas as a reference, but no one can make the choice for you. You have to rely on yourself. Finally, he tapped his own temple while looking at Itachi. I understand, Tanbo-senpai. Realizing further questioning was futile, Itachi was decisive. Hey, don't think I've forgotten what happened earlier. Sooner or later, I'm going to punch you, Anko muttered, her eyes still slightly watery from the phantom heat of the peppers. Caw. Caw. Hoot. The sounds of animals echoed through the forest. All right, we've rested enough. Time to get to work. We aren't here for small talk, look how motivated our captain is. Sensing his stamina had recovered, Tanbo stood up. He wanted to finish the mission quickly so he could return to Konoha before the next rotation. Itachi and Anko straightened up. Understood. This is a new piece of technology from the land of fire, the radio. Tanbo tossed each of them a device meant to be worn around the neck. It looked like a smaller version of neck-hanging headphones from his previous life. Radio. The two caught the devices and examined them curiously. They were curved and rounded in shape. Yeah, they just came out within the last year. They're a bit clunky, and the range is only about 1 kilometer, but it's better than nothing, Tanbo explained. He had sourced these in the land of fire. The tech was still a bit primitive, with short range and bulkiness being the main drawbacks. The upside was that they could stay in constant contact over short distances. Give them a try. Tanbo explained how to use them, then moved a distance away to test the signal. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Tanbo's voice crackled through the device on Itachi's neck, sounding remarkably clear. Itachi looked around, confirming Tanbo wasn't nearby. The sound was definitely coming from the device. His eyes brightened. Following the instructions, he adjusted the dial. Received. Received. Oh, this is good stuff. How come I've never seen these before? I'm definitely getting one when I lead my own team, Anko's voice piped in. Patrol according to your assigned methods. Do not exceed the radio's range. Report any abnormalities immediately, Hayama Shirakumo's voice came through as well. Wait, Captain, you have one too. Because the captain and I were classmates, Tanbo replied. Naturally, I'd coordinate with him on such convenient tools first. High in the sky, among the white clouds. Whoosh. That's the mandatory route for trade between the land of iron and the land of fire. About 3 kilometers ahead is the spot where the previous caravans were hijacked. Tanbo sat atop his clay eagle, using binoculars to scan the area. A massive road appeared below, flanked by dense forests. The road stretched on for a long, long way. This was their 5th day on patrol, and they had yet to find a solid lead. Despite Tanbo's sensory skills, Itachi's Sharingan, Anko's snake-based reconnaissance, and the captain's wealth of experience, they hadn't found a single trace of the culprits. Tanbo had even received permission to scout the entire route between the two lands. Is that an ore trade caravan? Suddenly, a convoy entered his field of vision. There were about 50 people and over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, with escort ninjas patrolling the perimeter. They looked extremely cautious, likely aware of the recent disappearances. Tanbo pressed his radio. A mineral caravan of approximately 50 people has entered patrol range. I cannot rule out the possibility of an ambush. Received. 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 After confirming the responses, Tanbo focused his gaze on the convoy. He mapped out the number of people, the vehicles, the expressions on their faces, and the tracks left by the carriages, recording the scene in his mind using a mental coordinate system. He pulled out a notebook and pen to jot down the data. Something's off. Looking at his data, he noticed that several people had unnatural expressions. Their eyes wandered around furtively. Occasionally, they would glance at the escort ninjas, and their facial muscles showed micro-expressions that didn't quite match the situation when they looked at the cargo. Individually, it might have seemed normal, but when the data was compiled, it looked highly suspicious. He maneuvered his eagle over a patch of forest and descended slowly. Hayama, Itachi, and Anko were already waiting. Did you find something? Hayama asked. Yes. Based on my analysis, this caravan has been compromised. There are moles inside. If I'm right, they'll be attacked a bit further up where the road narrows, Tanbo said confidently, recalling the details. Wait, how can you tell there are spies from that distance? Anko asked, her curiosity piqued. Itachi also looked at him intently. If Tanbo had made contact, he would have told them. Since he hadn't, he must have spotted it through observation. Transformation jutsu, Tanbo explained. No matter the technique, you're always transforming into a reference. Several people had micro-expressions. A normal human wouldn't react that way, it's likely a result of imperfect transformation or poor acting. Plus, there's a perfect ambush point ahead. Combined with our prior intel, the pieces fit. Of course, I could be wrong, but if I am, it just means the caravan is safe. To Tanbo, data formed a closed loop. Just like a detective's evidence, once the loop was closed, the probability approached 100%. Chapter 47, Enemy Attack. Chapter 47, Enemy Attack. Swoosh. Swoosh. Equipped with Tanbo Tobate's intelligence, the four of them moved rapidly toward the caravan's location. Itachi Uchiha kept his eyes fixed on Tanbo ahead of him, marveling at the senior's analytical prowess. Mask your presence. Set up traps, Hayama Shirakumo commanded, raising a hand to signal the group. Understood. Swoosh. Swoosh. Working in unison, they quickly laid out a substantial perimeter of traps. Tanbo worked meticulously, weaving signs. Boar, dog, bird. A massive clay pangolin emerged and burrowed into the ground. After restoring the grass and soil surface to look undisturbed, he placed several explosive tag traps and barrier triggers in other strategic spots. He was used to this. Without the monstrous chakra reserves of someone like Hashirama Senju, these chakra-saving tactical preparations were essential. After all, Haiden was taken down by Shikamaru's traps. In a straight war of attrition, Shikamaru would have lost. Tanbo took that lesson to heart, don't just rush in. He had a wife waiting at home. Swoosh. Swoosh. Dark shadows flickered through the forest. A team advanced rapidly under the thick canopy. Captain, Konoha must have received word by now. Why are we taking such a huge risk to hit their supplies? One ninja asked. The leader was a burly man with muscles bulging from his sleeves, but his voice was calculating. The village's intel says Konoha's recovery has accelerated over the last 2 years. We must hinder their rate of regaining strength. I see. According to the mole's report, our arrival should coincide perfectly with the caravan's arrival at the choke point. There shouldn't be any Konoha ninjas lying in ambush, right? Someone asked worriedly. At most, we'll run into a land of fire border patrol. Normally, they move in foreman squads. There are 8 of us, if they show up, they die. True. Besides, Konoha ninjas are soft. They can't match our muscle. Don't be careless. Watch for traps. We're here. They reached a bend in the road, concealing themselves in the treetops and overlooking the path while setting their own snares. The Konoha team remained hidden in the darkness beside the road. Hayama Shirakumo was very satisfied with his teammates' discipline, none of them showed any signs of amateurishness in their stealth. He was particularly impressed by the 8-year-old Itachi. To achieve this level of concealment at such an age was truly the mark of a genius. Tanbo wove a sign to sense. A monochrome perception interface expanded outward with him at the center. Suddenly, 8 blue chakra sources appeared in his mind. Enemy contact. 8 of them, 7 o'clock direction. They're moving fast and will reach the road before the caravan does. They look like elites, stay sharp, Tanbo warned gravely. How strong is their chakra? Hayama asked. He knew Tanbo's sensory skill was based on detecting chakra intensity, which was the foundation of a ninja's power. One could often estimate an enemy's threat level by their reserves. While chakra didn't define everything, someone with powerful chakra was rarely weak. 2 of them have reserves comparable to ours, likely the captains of 2 squads, Tanbo explained. Anko and Itachi's expressions tightened. The first battle of their border patrol was already at this level of intensity. Hayama frowned. If their chakra is similar to ours, we have to assume they have at least 2 jonin. Tanbo, can you hold one of them off? Are you planning to finish your guy quickly and then back me up? Don't worry, leave one of the big ones to me. You handle yours and then go help these 2, Tanbo replied, gesturing toward the younger duo. Indeed, even if the enemies were only 2 jonin, their team still had 2 members who weren't at peak strength. As for himself, Tanbo was confident, even if the Reikage himself showed up, he could stall for a while. Intelligence and a bag of tricks bred confidence. I can handle the rest with Anko-senpai, Itachi suddenly spoke up, his voice steady and confident. Anko, however, wasn't quite as sure. She didn't have much confidence in taking on 2 full squads of enemies, even with a genius kid. She worried about Itachi's age. Itachi's eyes shifted, a 2-tomo Sharingan surfaced. Before these eyes, as long as the numbers and strength gap aren't insurmountable, there will be no problem. The Sharingan. Anko was stunned. She hadn't expected a kid this young to have already awakened it. Uchiha really do produce monsters every year. And he's only 8. Tanbo looked at the 2-tomo eyes and praised, "We'll leave the small fry to you then. You're quite something. I heard Madara Uchiha didn't awaken his eyes until he was 15. You're a 2-tomo at 8, limitless potential." He was privately surprised. It seemed the trauma of losing his teammates had been a powerful catalyst for Itachi. "I do not dare to compare myself to the ancestor," Itachi said. Hayama added, "Good. With the Sharingan, holding the flank should be fine. Plus, we have the advantage of our traps." Despite his words, Hayama mentally prepared himself to jump in and save them if things went south. Tanbo's expression suddenly hardened. "They're here." Clatter, clatter, clatter. The caravan moved at a steady pace, guarded by samurai and ninjas. The heavy creaking of the wagons betrayed the weight of the ore they carried. Leading the group was a bearded man in a fine kimono, shouting orders to the workers. Suddenly. Swoosh. Swoosh. Whoosh. A dense barrage of shuriken and kunai erupted from the forests on both sides. Enemy attack. By the time the warning was screamed, several guards had already fallen. The remaining escorts scrambled to react. Bzzzt. Bzzzt. In the midst of the chaos, several people within the caravan suddenly erupted with lightning chakra, striking those around them. Thump. Thump. Those hit collapsed to the ground, charred and smoking. "Kill them. All of them." The bearded leader didn't panic. Instead, he roared orders for a counterattack. "Bastards. To dare attack a noble of the land of iron. I'll show you my swordsmanship." The men drew his katana into an iai stance, precisely deflecting incoming shuriken as they neared. However, the betrayal of his own men within the convoy left him trembling with rage. Swoosh. 8 figures emerged from the shadows, blades flashing and lightning-style crackling. In moments, the 50-person caravan was reduced to a dozen surviving guards. Zap. "Sorry about this. You shouldn't have traded with the land of fire," said the leader of the attackers, a dark-skinned man with an afro, his body wreathed in electricity. "Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am? Offend me, and none of you will have a good end," the bearded noble roared. "Is that so? Lightning style, thunderbolt arrow." Chapter 48, Visual Displacement. Chapter 48, Visual Displacement. To run amok on the borders of the land of fire, are you looking down on Konoha a bit too much? Just as the Kimogakure ninja was about to execute the caravan members with his lightning style, a voice rang out from above, startling them. They looked up to see a massive toad descending from the sky. Scatter. The cloud leader cut his lightning style and dispersed with the others. Boom. A massive cloud of dust erupted. A giant toad, 3 meters tall, landed in front of the caravan. Tanbo Tobitake stood atop it, a smirk on his face. Tactical Step 1, disperse the enemy. Success. The cloud ninjas retreated while maintaining a highly vigilant posture. They watched not only the enemy who fell from the sky but also monitored the surrounding movements. Clearly, they were battle-hardened veterans. Swoosh. Swoosh. As the cloud leader retreated, a figure behind him, Hayama Shirakumo, suddenly exploded into countless falling leaves. When he reappeared, his katana was already swinging toward the enemy's neck. Clang. At the critical moment, the enemy proved he was no pushover, drawing his own blade to parry the strike. Wind style, breakthrough. Hayama wove a one-handed sign, and a blast of gale force wind slammed into the enemy's body. Sizzle. The cloud leader felt a stinging pain and looked at the thin trails of blood on his skin. His expression turned solemn as he caught sight of the opponent's forehead protector. Konoha. Borrowing the momentum from the wind-style blast, he retreated rapidly into the forest, intending to lead them into a guerrilla skirmish under the canopy. Tree-binding death. One of the cloud ninjas retreated, but hearing a sound, he turned back to see a pair of crimson eyes. His entire body went rigid as a giant tree sprouted behind him, its branches coiling around him like snakes. Genjutsu. Slash. Just as he tried to dispel the illusion, a giant serpent appeared and bit down on his head. Spurt. Decapitated, his blood geysered into the air under the pressure of his heart. Not a bad assist, Uchiha Kid. Anko Midarashi tossed the head to the ground as the giant snake transformed back into her arm. She offered Itachi a word of praise. Damn it. Enemies everywhere. The remaining cloud ninjas grew furious upon seeing their comrade die. They didn't give Anko and Itachi another chance to gang up on them, instead, they swarmed the two of them. Clang. Thud. Bzzzt. Boom. Your opponent is me. Tanbo manipulated the toad beneath him to leap, blocking a scarred, dark-skinned man, presumably a jonin, who was trying to support his subordinates. The man wore twin blades on his back and no forehead protector. He stared at Tanbo with extreme caution, his eyes flickering between the 10-foot-tall toad summon and the two other battlefields in the distance. You're seeking death. The man, Kawasuki, wove signs and gathered chakra in his mouth, spitting a lightning spear toward Tanbo. Whoosh. A bit impatient, aren't we? Tanbo's hands were a blur of afterimages, completing his signs before the attack landed. Wind style, breakthrough. Wind trumps lightning. The spear was instantly dissipated by the gale, which continued its path toward Kawasuki. Swoosh. The lightning spear was merely a feint. Kawasuki had already vacated his position before the wind style arrived, rushing toward Tanbo at high speed. He drew his twin blades, electricity dancing along the steel. This guy is a wind style specialist, I have to stay focused. Also, watch out for that summon, Kawasuki analyzed. The moment Tanbo used wind style, Kawasuki knew he was at a disadvantage in a long-range fight due to the elemental weakness. He decided to close the distance immediately. Bzzzt. With lightning-activated cells, his speed was immense. As he approached Tanbo, his eyes remained locked on his target. Suddenly, Tanbo wove a sign. Another wind style. Kawasuki thought. Too bad, you're dead. He braced himself for the impact, but the expected attack never came, even as he reached the toad summon. He swung his blade. Whiff. He swung again. Whiff. And again. What is this? Kawasuki realized that no matter how he swung, his blade consistently stopped exactly 1 inch short of the toad. Even with lightning surging through the blades, that 1 inch gap remained. His combat experience immediately suggested a possibility. Lightning body surge. He flared his internal chakra into electricity to disrupt his own chakra flow. Instantly, the scene before him shifted. His pupils shrank. As I thought. Genjutsu. There was no close-quarters combat, he had only moved 2 steps and was still 10 meters away from Tanbo. A visual displacement illusion. Yo, not bad. My visual displacement illusion, it's the first time I've used it in live combat, and you broke it so quickly. Impressive. Tanbo laughed from atop the toad. This illusion didn't require much chakra, and he wanted to test its viability on the battlefield. It performed better than he expected. As for the toad beneath him, it was merely an imitation of Jiraiya's summons created through the memories he had collected. Again. Boom. Bzzzt. Lightning clashed with steel as taijutsu and giant beast summons collided. Slash. Itachi leaned his head back as a blade grazed his hair. His hands flicked shuriken. At the moment the enemy went to block, they collided with each other mid-air, curving at impossible angles to strike the enemy's blind spots. Clang. Clang. This level of taijutsu and swordsmanship, they really are from Kimo, Itachi thought, his brow furrowing as his strikes were parried. Even with the Sharingan, taking on this many enemies was a struggle. He needed another way. He glanced at Anko. She was looking quite disheveled, covered in minor wounds. If it weren't for her unique snake secret techniques, her body would have likely been paralyzed by the enemy's lightning. The number of enemies had increased from 6 to 11. Aside from the original group, the 5 spies from the caravan had joined the fray. If it weren't for that, he and Anko wouldn't be in such a tight spot. In the distance, Anko's hidden shadow snake hands forced the enemies back. She caught Itachi's eye, and they began a tactical retreat into the forest, following the rhythm of the battle. Whoosh. Lightning, shuriken, kunai, the battle grew more intense by the second. Lord, should we go help? The guards of the bearded noble watched as the ninjas wearing Konoha protectors lured the enemies away. One subordinate spoke up, if the Konoha ninjas failed, they would be next. The others frowned. The bearded noble was relieved to be saved but still in a foul mood. No. We wait here. We cannot afford more losses. Looking at the ravaged ground, the broken wagons, and the dead servants, his heart bled. It's all Konoha's fault for being so slow. The other guards quickly agreed. Right, right. Let them fight it out, we'll wait for a chance. We only get paid a few coins a month, why risk our lives? They glared at the guard who had suggested helping, their eyes full of annoyance. Chapter 49, The Exhausted Itachi Uchiha. Chapter 49, The Exhausted Itachi Uchiha. Rumble. 2 figures blurred toward each other at high speed, the collision of kunai and katana sending sparks flying. In the sky, a giant dragonfly descended, its 6 limbs lashing out at Kawasuki. Another giant eagle circled above, ready to strike at any moment. This left Kawasuki in a state of extreme frustration. The summoning beasts called by the enemy seemed like battle-hardened elites with vast combat experience. Every time he attempted an attack, it was either anticipated or disrupted by the eagle diving from the sky to break his rhythm. It made his taijutsu struggle miserably. Furthermore, the strength of the controller was not to be underestimated. He was a master of Genjutsu, taijutsu, and wind style. Kawasuki had suffered greatly since the battle began. Especially with the Genjutsu, after falling under its spell, he had tasted things more disgusting than filth. He didn't know what the flavor was. It had a hint of beans, but not quite. If it weren't for the fact that Kimogakure ninjas were always at the forefront in terms of physical constitution and willpower, he would have been dealt with by the opponent's Genjutsu long ago. Clang. Clang. Thud. Tanbo Tobitake retreated a step, his eyes glancing behind Kawasuki as his hands wove signs. Kawasuki, who had been closely watching Tanbo, immediately became vigilant, preparing to dispel any illusion at a moment's notice. He had already suffered too much from not being careful earlier. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. As Tanbo completed the signs, countless cherry blossoms suddenly drifted down from the sky. The pink blossoms appeared extraordinarily magnificent amidst the carnage. With a finger point from Tanbo, the infinite petals surged toward the enemy. Some leaves fell onto the path of the blossoms. Slash. Leaves, bark, wood, any object touched by the cherry blossoms was instantly shredded. Each petal was like a divine weapon. Kawasuki naturally noticed this. He used lightning to stimulate his cell activity and retreated rapidly. Keenly aware, he had already identified this as a wind-style ninjutsu. If he used lightning style to block it, he would be falling right into the opponent's trap. Moreover, there was genjutsu attached to it. Once caught, he would be beyond redemption. Years of battlefield experience led him to retreat quickly, intending to attack from another direction or use a more targeted technique. Swoosh. Fast, but... Tanbo smiled slightly. Boom. Just as Kawasuki reached a point over 10 meters back, a pangolin suddenly erupted from the ground, biting down hard on his waist. Tear. From the moment Tanbo began the genjutsu setup, to the wind-style bait, to the pangolin's emergence, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Kawasuki was snapped in half at the waist. Damn it. Kawasuki was unwilling to accept his defeat. To be outmaneuvered like this. Even if I can't kill you, I'll take one of your summons with me. Bzzzt. His severed half suddenly erupted with violent lightning, filling the area for several meters with electric light. The pangolin couldn't dodge in time and was charred black. Right before Kawasuki's final consciousness faded, he saw the pangolin transform into a broken bamboo weaving. The ninja world is dangerous indeed. I must stay careful. Everyone has an ace up their sleeve. Tanbo felt the enemy's chakra completely vanish and let out a sigh of relief. A jonin was a jonin, without prior intelligence, even he couldn't take one down in a short time. And that last move was likely a mutual destruction technique kept for the very end. Fortunately, his sensory skills were strong and his methods were varied. Kumo's will and techniques are quite resistant to my genjutsu. Tanbo hadn't expected to use so many tricks. Genjutsu was surprisingly suppressed by the Kumogakure jonin. Whether it was fear, nausea, or pain, the opponent could suppress and break the illusions with sheer willpower. It seemed his genjutsu still had plenty of room for improvement. Even his technique that forced the subconscious to repeatedly cast genjutsu on itself was broken through multiple times, born once, destroyed once. It could only briefly disrupt the opponent's rhythm and increase their consumption, lacking the power to decide the battle in one hit. This made him realize the flaws in his genjutsu. It was currently only fit for support. If every ninja with a will as strong as this jonin could power through his illusions, it would be a waste of his advantages as a sensory ninja. Tanbo wasn't bad in other areas, but compared to his genjutsu, the gap was significant. Genjutsu should develop toward being hidden, undetectable, and irreversible. Or toward external manifestation, like the Eye of the Creator ability. These were his designs. Being hidden and undetectable meant controlling the 5 senses, morphology, shape, touch, and mass with subtle adjustments, causing the enemy to misjudge distance, timing, and other nuances. The visual displacement he used earlier was a step in this direction and had shown progress. The irreversible aspect involved memory implantation, using mind reading in reverse. Ultimately, this would be a pinnacle technique like inserting history, but he found it didn't work well during active combat. The enemy's resistance would drastically weaken the technique. It required a gradual invasion that couldn't be completed quickly. Current progress was slow. As for the Eye of the Creator ability, turning the false into reality, he already had inspiration. Using genjutsu to control the heavens and earth, the thought was exhilarating. Just like Yakumo Kurama in the original story, controlling the weather with genjutsu, perfect. These thoughts flashed through Tanbo's mind. Clang. Clang. The battle continued in the distance. He wove a sign to sense. He found that the chakra of the captain's enemy was gradually weakening, a win was certain. Then he looked toward Itachi and Anko. Looks like they're struggling. But it makes sense, there are over a dozen enemies. For those two to hold out until now is already impressive. Tanbo smiled as he sensed the situation. Swoosh. He then rushed off to provide support. Huff. Huff. Anko and Itachi stood back to back, their clothes tattered. Their hands and bodies were covered in blood, and they were breathing heavily. The small-statured Itachi still had a look of serious concentration, seemingly thinking of a way to deal with the enemy. Anko looked at the surrounding enemies, gasping for air. Damn it, why haven't the captain and Tanbo finished yet? There's nothing we can do about that. Jonin are probably harder to deal with than our situation. Itachi said softly. His body had reached its limit. An 8-year-old body, frequent use of the Sharingan, his chakra was failing. Even Anko was exhausted. Of course, the other side wasn't much better. After the traps those two had laid, only 6 out of the 11 enemies remained. However, they were in much better shape than the 2 Konoha ninjas. Are we going to die here? Anko muttered. The Kumogakure ninjas, after observing for a moment, realized these 2 little brats were at the end of their rope. They exchanged looks and began to weave signs. Chapter 50, Itachi Uchiha's Verbal Dagger. Chapter 50, Itachi Uchiha's Verbal Dagger. Boom. Behind a Kumogakure Chunin, the pangolin erupted from the earth. Distracted mid-sign, the ninja could only watch as the creature's claws tore through his chest. The remaining enemies were struck with terror, cold sweat drenching their backs. Swoosh. Another ninja was pierced through the chest by a kunai. By the time the rest reacted and retreated, their eyes locked onto a single spot. A figure emerged slowly, dragging a fresh corpse, followed closely by the clay pangolin. Lord Kawasuki. The cloud ninjas gasped in horror at the body in Tanbo's hand. Kawasuki, a man who had performed countless feats for Kumogakure, had been reduced to a corpse. The will to fight evaporated instantly, replaced by a desperate urge to flee. Seeing Tanbo, Itachi, and Anko finally let out sighs of relief. Taking advantage of the moment the cloud ninjas focused their gaze, Tanbo wove his signs. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Rustle. Massive trees sprouted behind the 4 remaining survivors, their branches coiling tightly around their limbs. Terror flooded their faces. This illusion allowed the victims to maintain their sanity, they knew perfectly well they were trapped in a genjutsu. However, given Tanbo's current mastery and the fact that they were exhausted from battle, they found it impossible to break. Damn it, not enough chakra to trigger the lightning body surge. The 4 struggled violently, trying to use brute strength to snap the illusory bonds. Tanbo shook his head. The essence of this illusion was that the victim's own mind bound their body. Without a proper dispel, even a taijutsu master like Guy couldn't break free through raw strength alone. He scanned the nearby battlefield, the environment was ravaged by shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu. Instinctively, he used his knowledge of mathematics and geography to reconstruct the flow of the fight in his mind. Then, he looked at his 2 teammates and grinned. Yo, not bad. You 2 didn't just take down enemies, you held out until now. Truly worthy of being my teammates. With the danger past, Itachi and Anko finally sat on the ground to rest. Hearing Tanbo's comment, Anko rolled her eyes. Save the sarcasm. If you were any later, we'd be finished. Huff. Huff. She was utterly spent. Itachi looked at Tanbo, then at the 4 paralyzed enemies. Konoha's traditional genjutsu, the binding death. He analyzed. His respect for Tanbo rose another level. He doesn't just have his own will of fire, he's already putting it into action. Itachi recalled Tanbo's words, that if one possessed the power of the first Hokage or great-grandfather Uchiha, they could protect both village and family. Tanbo possesses his current strength because he upholds that will of fire, right? Can I do the same? Itachi inwardly shook his head. Even the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha had to negotiate with other nations. Where was this absolute strength to protect everything? Didn't they both die in battle? Neither the legends of Konoha nor the Uchiha records mentioned the 2 founders dying of old age. That meant they died in combat. This realization hardened Itachi's resolve. He felt more in tune with what Shisui had said, only the determination to sacrifice everything could buy peace for Konoha. Having seen the battlefield at such a young age, he knew how fragile peace was. Tanbo, unaware of the boy's dark thoughts, approached the 4 terrified enemies. After weaving a sign, he placed his right hand over the temple of the first one, the area densest with nerves and closest to the brain. Illusion. Space-time tunnel. The long-awaited mind-reading images appeared. He moved through the ninja's life as both an observer and a first-person participant. After sifting through the noise, he finally found the core, the enemy's mission. Stop. What are you doing to him? A nearby cloud ninja screamed. Damn it, Konoha bastard. Captain Saimatsu will kill you. If you're a man, give us a quick death. You son of a, just kill me already. The other three realized something was wrong and tried to provoke Tanbo into killing them. Don't be in such a hurry. It's almost your turn. Tanbo smiled thinly and began reading the second person. Cheap taunts think they can shake my iron will. As for their Captain Saimatsu, Tanbo had already sensed that Hayama had slain him and was on his way here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No matter how they struggled, their memories were stripped away by Tanbo. He even took the time to read the head of the Jonin corpse at his feet. Anko, watching him touch the heads of the enemies one by one from her spot on the ground, muttered, "Does he have some weird fetish? He likes touching people's heads." Itachi replied, "Ankone-san, Tanbo Nii-san is likely using a mind-reading technique to extract enemy intelligence. He mentioned it during his introduction, remember?" Anko felt a surge of joy hearing Itachi call her sister. But the following words made her flush with embarrassment. Making a mistake regarding teammate intel was indeed a blunder. Her face grew redder the more she thought about it. So embarrassing. To have her mistake pointed out by an 8-year-old was mortifying. It's Tanbo's fault. His introduction wasn't memorable enough. Yeah, that's it, it's all his fault. Itachi watched her face cycle through various emotions and thought to himself, female ninjas are terrifying. I can't grasp even a hint of her current thoughts. He had thought his study of psychology was well applied, yet he couldn't see through this older sister at all. Pucci. 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 Tanbo killed the 4 ninjas with his kunai. He then piled all the enemy corpses together and pulled a scroll from his waist pouch. He spread it on the ground, performed a set of signs, and pressed his palm onto the blank space. Runes surged from the scroll, wrapping around the bodies. One by one, they transformed into bands of light and were sealed into the center of the scroll, where the Kanji 4 corpse appeared. Hey, why are you collecting the bodies too? Anko asked, confused. Itachi looked even more puzzled. Ankone-san, corpses are a vital source of intelligence. Whether it's to find ways to counter enemy ninjutsu, read their memories, or perform other experiments. I remember this was covered in the second-year intelligence course at the academy. The corpse processing team of the medical department was established specifically for this. Red. Bright red. Steam was practically rising from Anko's head. Every word Itachi said made her more ashamed. She was a chunin, yet she kept forgetting basic common sense. That's right, Anko. Weren't you a student of Lord Orochimaru? I heard he defected precisely for his experiments. He should have taught you various ways to handle corpses, Tanbo added with a smirk, twisting the knife. You bastard. I only forgot because Orochimaru sealed my memories. That's right, that's why. Why are you acting so superior? Who do you think you are? Acting like you're the captain. Rant, rant, rant. Having found an outlet for her frustration, Anko didn't scream at the 8-year-old Itachi. Instead, she unleashed a torrent of rage at Tanbo, her animated gesture suggesting she had a lot more feedback to give. Chapter 51, Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 51, Unexpected Harvest. Swoosh. Just as Tanbo Tobitake was enduring the monk-like nagging torture of Anko Mitarashi, Hayama Shirakumo emerged from the dark forest path. He held his katana in hand, and seeing the group chatting while surveying the surrounding scene, he guessed that his teammates had already finished their battle. Clang. He sheathed the katana back into the scabbard on his back. The captain is here, Tanbo noted. Anko put her hands on her hips and turned around to see Hayama, finally stopping her non-stop chatter. Are you injured, Captain? I'm fine. What about you guys? Where are the enemies? Hayama looked around in confusion, seeing no enemy corpses. He wondered if they had escaped, which caused him to frown. This guy used a sealing jutsu to pack them away, Anko said, pointing at Tanbo. She actually admired this quite a bit. Though collecting the bodies looked simple just now, that was a sealing jutsu, not something an average person could learn. Even as a former student of Orochimaru, she had given up after studying them for a while. Even the mark on her neck had required the third Hokage's help to seal. Tanbo asked, Captain, where is your opponent's body? I've already read the memories of the others, yours is the only one left. My apologies. The enemy was powerful and the battle was too intense, he was dismembered. I doubt your mind-reading technique will work now, Hayama sighed. The opponent was a ninja from a great nation with extraordinary methods, his newly created vacuum sword was hard to control, and he had accidentally sliced the men into 18 pieces. I see. That's all right. In that case, I will report the intelligence I gathered just now. The others perked up their ears. According to the memories I read, these people are indeed from Kimogakure. They are two important sub-squads tasked with striking the trade route between the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire. These people received orders to ambush caravans trading with the Land of Fire, and they've been doing this for some time. There are 2 other elite squads, making a total of 4 elite teams operating. Based on the current situation, the enemy seems to realize Konoha is preparing to strike back. They plan to perform a final blockade and then return to the Land of Lightning, leaving a complete mess for Konoha to clean up. Itachi Uchiha mused, in other words, this attack might be their last. It's possible. Does that mean we've basically finished the mission Lord Third gave us? Anko asked excitedly. This was an S-rank mission, completing it meant a lot of pocket change, which translated to a long supply of 3-colored dango. Completing it in just a few days was perfect beyond words. She just wished this guy's mouth was as sweet as Itachi's. She seemed to have completely forgotten that it was Itachi who delivered the verbal stabs. No. It could also be a trap, a feint to lure us into a false sense of security. We cannot relax. We must continue patrolling the border and send the intelligence back to Konoha. This trade route is vital, we cannot be careless. If possible. Tanbo, find the other 2 teams. We'll slaughter them, Hayama declared as the captain. His steady side was on full display, showing absolutely no emotion toward the ninjas of another nation. Understood. Let's pack up and go meet the caravan leader. We should showcase Konoha's strength and spread the word to put the Land of Iron's merchant convoys at ease, Tanbo suggested. Over the years, he had learned more than just ninjutsu. Even if he wasn't an expert, he had studied other fields. Such things were important for a politician. To be a qualified worker and live a stable life, he had to understand the psychology of those above him to consolidate his position. Yes, Tanbo makes a good point. We'll talk to them first, then go hunt down the other 2 enemy squads. Hayama nodded. Itachi Uchiha took everything in. His opinion of Tanbo Tobitake rose once again. Truly a ninja praised by the 3rd Hokage for his will of fire, he always thought of what was most beneficial for Konoha. He felt he still had a long way to go. Lord, perhaps we should leave quickly. If those Konoha fellows lose, we're dead. A guard had been waiting for a long time. Listening to the intermittent sounds of clashing blades from the forest, the psychological pressure felt like an invisible sledgehammer slowly crushing him. The other guards felt the same. From what they saw earlier, their strength wasn't enough to retreat safely under the enemy's assault. Now was the best time to run. The bearded noble frowned. The guards' words weren't entirely baseless, but even if they ran, they wouldn't get far, the enemy's strength would definitely allow them to catch up. These guards were just afraid of death and wanted to escape. He wished he had hired Konoha ninjas from the start, look at them, for people taking on over a dozen and fighting so gallantly. But if Konoha lost? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Just then, there was movement in the forest beside the road. All the guards immediately gripped their swords, staring tensely at the shadows. When they saw the Konoha forehead protectors, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The bearded noble's eyes lit up. Since the 4 Konoha ninjas had emerged, it meant the enemies had been driven off. He hopped down from the carriage and rushed to meet them, a smile like he was greeting a VIP plastered on his face. Our thanks to the great ninjas of Konoha for dealing with those wandering bandits. We are truly grateful. It was no trouble. These Kumo ninjas dared to run wild on the borders of the Land of Fire, they got what they deserved. You can rest easy from now on. Konoha has already sent reinforcements to the border, no one will dare touch you again, Hayama Shirakumo said. Kumo? The bearded man's face soured upon hearing this. So it was those guys. Land of Lightning, to think they would do such a thing. Many of the Land of Iron's merchant guilds had a lot of trade with the Land of Lightning, now, just to target Konoha, they were hitting the Land of Iron over the head. When he got back, he would definitely mobilize the merchant guild's power to suppress the Land of Lightning's trade prices and show them who's boss. Thank you. I will recommend Konoha ninjas to my colleagues in the Land of Iron. You are safe and reliable. The bearded noble didn't say anything about giving Konoha specific benefits that wouldn't fit his status as a merchant. Despite that, Hayama's eyes brightened. He hadn't expected an unexpected harvest. Tanbo felt the same. A hidden village is a military mercenary organization, 70% of its operating funds come from commissions. If this man followed through, it could bring significant revenue to Konoha. If they achieved that, it would count as another great merit, which they could exchange for new ninjutsu to further their growth. Having achieved their goal and gained an extra bonus, the 4 chatted with the noble for a while before bidding farewell and vanishing to track the remaining 2 enemy squads. Swoosh. Swoosh. Sigh. Konoha. If only they had come earlier. After the ninjas left, the noble looked at the dead men and horses around him and felt like weeping. A heavy loss. He admired Konoha's strength, but that didn't mean he didn't resent them for arriving so late. It was just his merchant instincts that prevented him from showing it earlier. Chapter 52, Instructions. Chapter 52, Instructions. Swoosh. Swoosh. The four moved rapidly through the forest. Tanbo Tobitake remained in the center of the formation, maintaining his sensory ninjutsu to monitor the area. The other three fanned out, with Hayama Shirakumo leading the point while Itachi Uchiha and Anko guarded the rear flanks. They had maintained this formation for a long time. Ever since they eliminated the two Kumobikuru squads 3 days ago, they had been patrolling in this exact manner. On that day, they had rushed to the rendezvous point the Cloud Ninjas had agreed upon, only to find no trace of the enemy. They realized then that someone in the squads they had wiped out must have used a specialized method to send intelligence out before dying. Because of this, they were now patrolling at a high tempo. With his teammates guarding him, Tanbo could focus entirely on his sensory range without distraction. Stop. Did you find something? The four came to a halt, looking toward Tanbo. Gurgle. Tanbo's stomach let out a loud rumble. My apologies. I'm hungry. Anko and the other two were speechless. Finding a sheltered spot away from the wind, they hunted some game and started a fire to cook. Sizzle. Captain, we've patrolled the borderline connecting to the Land of Iron twice now, and there's still no sign of the enemy. We may need to send someone into the Land of Iron itself to gather intelligence, Tanbo suggested as he flipped the roasting meat, addressing Hayama Shirakumo. Over the past 2 days, it wasn't just him sensing. Anko had been using her snake-based scouting, Itachi had been carried into the sky by Tanbo to survey the land with his Sharingan, and even Hayama had employed professional battlefield scouting techniques. It was a literal carpet search. Aside from killing a few wandering ninjas trying to slip into the Land of Fire, they had gained nothing. It had left them exhausted. Working day and night made Tanbo miss his wife and her homemade ramen. A worker's life is truly that of a beast of burden, he thought. Itachi and Anko were also physically and mentally spent. Itachi, despite his outstanding talent and mature mind, showed clear signs of fatigue in his eyes beneath his calm exterior. Hayama Shirakumo spoke, I have already sent a report to Lord Hokage. For now, we will slow down the patrol pace and wait for his instructions. Understood. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tanbo relaxed as well. This was exactly the sentence he was waiting for, though he couldn't be the one to say it. He was a dedicated worker who would give his all for Konoha. How could he utter such passive words? Come on, while we're idle, I'll teach you some battlefield experience. These are the great lessons of a ninja who participated in the Third Great War. Tanbo stood on a tree branch, lecturing Itachi and Anko. Hayama glanced at him. This classmate of his simply loved to show off in front of teammates, yet he was unexpectedly steady, experienced, and always provided effective advice. Hayama sat against the trunk, clutching his blade and closing his eyes to rest. Did you know? Back in the Third War, I was invincible across the map. I never lost a single skirmish, striking fear into the hearts of the enemy. Tanbo's words flew like spray as he bragged about his great achievements. Itachi listened with genuine interest. Get to the point. Almost everyone who lost on the battlefield is dead, can you stop bragging? Anko's veins bulged. And what, striking fear? The only ones who did that were Senior White Fang and the 4th Hokage. Even the 3rd and the Sannin didn't have that specific reputation. She had experienced the war too. She thought Tanbo had some valuable insights, but he was just here to blow his own horn. She debunked him without hesitation. Itachi's eyes lit up upon hearing her. Could you tell me stories about Senior White Fang, the 4th, and the Sannin? Anko looked at his cute expression and cleared her throat, feeling quite smug. She began recounting the legendary feats of those seniors. Because she had followed Orochimaru, although some of her memories were sealed, those were specifically related to Orochimaru's crimes. She hadn't lived all these years for nothing, her storytelling was vivid. Tanbo was speechless. The point was supposed to be his achievements. How annoying. However, there were things even Tanbo didn't know that Anko did. For instance, the specific details regarding Tsukumo Hatake and the Sannin. Most of Tanbo's intel came from reading the memories of random people, he hadn't met the legends in person. Anko was different, being at Orochimaru's side, she had seen and heard much more. As she spoke of White Fang's suicide for the sake of his comrades, the 4th sacrifice to save the village, and the Sannin standing against the demigod Hanzo, both listeners were enthralled. Tanbo felt a bit left out. Wasn't I supposed to be the one boasting? How did it turn into Anko praising others? For Itachi, many thoughts flashed through his mind. These were the great predecessors of the village, the embodiment of the will of fire. This hard-won peace should not be destroyed by the radicals within his clan. All right, I'm done. Anko wiped some sweat away, exhausted from talking. But she felt great. Finally finished. Then it's my turn. I'll teach you some actual combat techniques, Tanbo said. Since he had led a genin squad once, he found that educating others was quite satisfying, especially when it involved two famous figures from history. Anko and Itachi listened intently. One was a student of Orochimaru, the other had clan masters, but Tanbo's ability to take down a Jonin solo proved his strength was unusual. He was worth learning from. Tanbo didn't phone it in. He seriously explained techniques for battlefield intelligence gathering, first aid, support maneuvers, trap design, and more, practical, hard-earned experience. Finally, one of the most important points. As Tanbo's voice dropped, Itachi and Anko focused. Everything he had said so far was highly beneficial, and that wasn't even the key point yet. Intelligence is a ninja's lifeblood. The two nodded in agreement. Analyzing the current situation is your trump card for victory. They nodded again. Mastering diverse methods is the foundation that allows you to counterattack once you've analyzed the enemy. This was profound, they nodded. Lastly, every ninjutsu has a weakness. Find it, overcome it, and you win. Screech. Just as Tanbo finished and the two were deep in thought, an eagle's cry echoed from the sky. Hayama Shirakumo opened his eyes and wove a sign. The messenger eagle spiraled down from the clouds and landed on his shoulder, a small pouch strapped to its back. The trio looked toward their captain, knowing the Hokage's orders had arrived. Captain, check it quickly. What are Lord Third's instructions? Anko was already impatient to show off her skills. Hayama didn't dawdle. He opened the letter and began reading. His brow furrowed, then slowly relaxed. Chapter 53, Sparring. Chapter 53, Sparring. Lord Hokage has already dispatched reinforcements to the Land of Iron to gather intelligence. Our responsibility is simply to patrol the border and prevent Kimogakure from invading the Land of Fire, Hayama Shirakumo announced. Hearing this, Tanbo Tobitake scratched his head, feeling immensely relieved. If they had been ordered to infiltrate the Land of Iron to gather intel, it would have been truly difficult to endure. Espionage is the most dangerous and grueling aspect of a ninja's work. Although the Land of Iron was a neutral nation, unlike the 5 great nations where entering without proper clearance was an immediate declaration of invasion, they still followed a kill-on-sight policy for unauthorized ninjas. The title of Ninja Slayer, held by the samurai, was no exaggeration. As the largest military force in their country, they typically employed ruthless measures. The Land of Iron was neutral, but they wouldn't just let you collect national secrets as you pleased. If discovered, escaping was notoriously difficult. When watching the original story, Tanbo felt that aside from the 5 great nations, the strength of other countries was incredibly weak. But having experienced it personally, he realized that wasn't the case. That weakness was a comparison between major powers, not an individual versus a whole nation. For instance, when the original story claimed Sasori's puppet technique could topple a nation, it referred to small countries with only a few cities, not a place like the Land of Iron, which possessed hundreds of towns. According to Tanbo's memory, if he recalled correctly, the religion that birthed an immortal like Haiden was located in the Land of Steam. Yet, Konoha's subsequent investigation into the Land of Steam yielded little progress, they only knew a sinister religion existed there. This showed that the strength of other nations was not something a single person could easily dismantle. The Land of Iron was the same. Oh yeah. So as long as we guard the border until our rotation ends, we get credit for an S-rank mission. Anko was quite excited. This would count as her first solo S-rank mission completion. A small smile played on Itachi Uchiha's lips as well. This was effectively his first S-rank mission too. He looked at the captain and Tanbo, those two were the keys to completing the mission. He and Anko were more like students sent by the 3rd Hokage to learn. This was what he had been reflecting on over the past few days. Why would the 3rd Hokage send him and Anko, two relatively low-ranked ninjas, on such a difficult task? Beyond his Sharingan and Anko's snake summons, it was likely meant for their development. This kind of nurturing suggested that the 3rd Hokage truly treated the Uchiha as part of the village. But the clan? Itachi shook his head, hoping things could still be reconciled. Otherwise. Yes, but we must be ready at all times. If the reinforcements dispatched by Lord Third run into trouble, we will definitely be called in to support them, Hayama Shirakumo nodded. It wasn't that simple. Until the situation in the Land of Lightning was clear, Konoha had to be prepared for war. They couldn't relax just because they had a bit of intel. Tanbo stretched lazily. There are no small matters on the battlefield. Everyone stay ready. We can't let our guard down until the mission is officially over. Itachi and Anko nodded. Another half-month passed. Go. Go. Uchiha, go. At the temporary camp, Tanbo Tobitake watched the confrontation between Hayama Shirakumo and Itachi Uchiha. At some point, a red flag had appeared in his hand, which he was now waving enthusiastically. Anko stood to the side, looking on wordlessly. She thought she was shinobi enough, a term Tanbo had coined, but this guy was on a whole different level. Swoosh. Swoosh. Hayama's katana clashed rapidly with Itachi's short blade, sparks flying as every strike narrowly missed a vital point. Despite his young age, Itachi's swordsmanship was impressive. Under the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, he was gradually able to keep up with Hayama's attacks. He had truly made the Uchiha-style Genjutsu his own. This had become their daily routine, sparring and training the youngsters. During this half-month, nothing major had happened at the border, most of the time was spent on routine patrols. Given the quiet, Tanbo and Hayama would alternate, one would remain at full strength to handle potential threats, while the other would spar with Itachi and Anko. Currently, it was the captain versus Itachi. The match was restricted to swordsmanship to hone Itachi's practical skills. Tanbo could see that Itachi's talent was truly that of a chosen one. His progress in learning the sword was already half as fast as Tanbo's own. And I just practiced casually, Tanbo thought smugly. Regardless of his thoughts, he kept waving the flag. Opportunities to slack off like this were rare. Hey! Stop shouting. I'm trying to watch the fight seriously and learn something. Anko couldn't take it anymore. Tanbo gave her a suspicious look. You. Learning. I feel like you've become a bit arrogant because you inherited Orochimaru's secret techniques. I don't believe a word you say about learning. Hearing the word arrogant made Anko's blood boil. That's exactly what Tanbo had said during their fight yesterday. At the time, she was confident that this man, only 2 years older than her, just had a bit more combat experience, and that his genjutsu was only average. She told herself she had just been careless the first time. During yesterday's spar, Anko used the snake techniques she learned from Orochimaru, fully confident she would make him suffer. Instead, he had trapped her in a genjutsu that tasted like something unmentionable and mocked her for being arrogant and failing to master genjutsu dispelling. She still felt nauseous thinking about it. Of course, she had to admit Tanbo was a genius. But the Itachi currently fighting was a genius among geniuses. He had the Sharingan, exquisite swordsmanship, solid taijutsu, mastery of fire style, and incredible genjutsu. She couldn't understand how someone so young could know so much. She thought she had analyzed him during their first battle, but in a spar a few days ago, she had actually lost to him. Sometimes she wondered, who is the Chunin and who is the Genin here? With Itachi's talent, if he didn't exhaust himself with internal conflict and fall ill, he might have lived to the Boruto era and told Sasuke, "You've grown lax, you're as weak as a sage of 6 paths," Tanbo joked to himself. Unfortunately, besides the influence of the Uchiha bloodline, Itachi's ideology had already taken root amidst the clash of philosophies over the years. It couldn't be changed. Unless one day Tanbo perfected his ultimate genjutsu of inserting history to completely rewrite memories, there might be a tiny chance. But Itachi wouldn't wait for that, nor would he allow anyone to rewrite his mind. Clang. Clang. Itachi was unaware of the two people gossiping behind him. He was currently struggling to use his Sharingan to track the captain's movements and mount a counterattack. He was learning a great deal. Tanbo and Ai-san said every ninjutsu has a weakness. Taijutsu and Genjutsu should be the same, Itachi thought. But he soon realized in combat that even though he could perceive the captain's intent, his physical body was limited and couldn't reach the speed required for a counter. Is this what Tanbo brother meant by mastering diverse methods? Otherwise, even if I analyze the enemy's moves and tactical intent, I still can't beat them. Clang. Hayama Shirakumo held his blade against Itachi's neck, ending today's session. Chapter 54, Shape Manipulation. Chapter 54, Shape Manipulation. Land of Fire. The border. Watch out. Tanbo Tobite gave a light warning. His right hand swung the katana down toward Itachi, while his left hand, almost imperceptibly, wove a genjutsu seal. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly. In his eyes, Tanbo's current speed seemed slow, the trajectory of the katana was so clear it was as if it were laid out on a map. He felt he could capture it even without the Sharingan, it was nothing like their previous high-intensity spars. Is there a trap? Suddenly, he caught sight of Tanbo's other hand disappearing from view, blocked by his own body. Recalling Tanbo's signature move of one-handed seal weaving, Itachi realized something was wrong. He had intended to use his ninja blade to parry the strike, but instead, he tried to rapidly distance himself from Tanbo. Swoosh. Too late. Even though his senses told him there was still a 10-centimeter gap between Tanbo's blade and his own, his sleeve was suddenly shredded. It was as if Tanbo's blade had invisibly extended. Tap. Tap. Retreating several steps quickly, Itachi frowned as he stared at the katana. What happened just now? Did the weapon actually lengthen? What's wrong with Itachi? Tanbo's blade entered a range that's hard to defend against before he even raised his sword to parry. How could he make a mistake of that caliber? It's not like him, Enko Mitarashi muttered from behind, her brow furrowed. Having spent 2 months together, she understood Itachi's strength well. This kind of error shouldn't be made by Itachi, honestly, even a freshly graduated genin shouldn't miss that. Against Tanbo, Itachi losing was a given, but he shouldn't lose like that. Hayama Shirakumo focused his thoughts for a moment and said, "Did you see his hidden hand? He likely cast a genjutsu in secret, and Itachi fell for it." Enko blinked, recalling Tanbo's movements. She indeed hadn't seen his other hand. Remembering his one-handed seal technique and genjutsu prowess, she felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a basic mistake by Itachi, she could accept it. What kind of genjutsu is this now? This bastard Tanbo, just how much is he hiding? During these 2 months at the border, besides patrolling, they had spent their time sparring and learning from one another to stay in peak condition. Everyone had come to admire Tanbo's genjutsu immensely. They had even gone so far as to ban him from using those disgusting taste-based illusions. They were simply too ridiculous. He was the strongest genjutsu specialist she had ever seen. It's not that he's hiding it, Hayama noted. It's that none of you can force him to use his full strength. Enko was speechless. She knew that. But being unable to break a genjutsu even when you knew the opponent was an illusionist felt like a disgrace to the profession. Itachi was, after all, Itachi. After a brief moment of reflection, he reasoned out the purpose of Tanbo's hidden hand. Combining it with Tanbo's usual style, he realized the blade hadn't actually lengthened, it was a displacement in his perception. His genjutsu made me misjudge the shape of the blade. He reached a conclusion. Release. He immediately performed the dispel technique. Looking back at the smiling Tanbo and the katana in his hand, the reality became clear. Although the weapon didn't look drastically different, through the eyes of the Sharingan, the katana was now about 10 centimeters longer than it had appeared a moment ago. What an insidious genjutsu. As a fellow genjutsu-type ninja, he knew how terrifying such subtle illusions were. Normally, a ninja realizes they are in a genjutsu quickly and can react, even if they can't break it. But an illusion like Tanbo's, where the victim doesn't even realize they've been affected, was horrifying. If Tanbo hadn't held back just now, Itachi would have lost an arm. Itachi looked at the severed section of his sleeve. "Ah, you realized it. How is it?" "My new genjutsu. I haven't been slacking during these 2 months of patrol, you know." Tanbo was a bit disappointed not to see a look of shock on Itachi's face. It's no fun when people are too smart, he thought. He had wanted to see Itachi look stunned and then beg him for the secret. "A new genjutsu?" Itachi asked. This meant the technique had been developed within the last 2 months. It made him feel somewhat inferior. Everyone called him a genius, but perhaps the man standing before him was the true prodigy. Tanbo nodded. Genjutsu, shape manipulation. It can alter an enemy's perception of an object's form. In the moment you're caught, I define all shapes. However, the physical shape of the object remains unchanged. It's your perception that changes, not the physical matter. So, now that I've explained it, do you have a counter-strategy? Come, show me if you truly are a genius. Looking at the smiling man holding the sword, all 3 of them, including Itachi, felt a chill. Even knowing the mechanics, countering it wouldn't be easy. One would have to split their focus at all times to watch for potential illusions. Even if you thought you hadn't been caught, you wouldn't dare be careless. If he hadn't revealed the secret, the enemy would suffer. Now that he had, the enemy would be forced to divert mental energy as if fighting an extra person. In short, knowing the secret or not, the effect remained powerful. Unless, of course, the enemy was a robot with no consciousness. Itachi began weaving signs. His mouth opened, exhaling a massive fireball toward Tanbo. This obscured the vision between them, preventing visual genjutsu. He then pulled out several kunai, with steel wires attached to the loops, and launched them from different directions. Swoosh. Swoosh. Worthy of a genius. You found a way to block my line of sight so quickly. However, blocking my vision also blocks yours. Tanbo thought he was being a bit naive. He sheathed his katana, which had shrunk to the size of a dagger in his hands, and wove a new set of signs. Earth-style, underground projection. He didn't need eyes to see his way. This tactic only rendered his visual-based genjutsu useless. He bypassed the great fireball through the earth and popped up right in front of Itachi, making a funny face. Swoosh. 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 However, he was greeted by kunai coming from all directions. Guided by the steel wires, they swerved toward him. Simultaneously, Itachi's Sharingan spun, observing his every move to make adjustments on the fly. Young people today have no respect for their elders, attacking a 17-year-old old man like me. Tanbo remained calm in the face of the incoming blades. Wind style, vacuum wall. Whoosh. The kunai from all sides were instantly repelled by an invisible wall of air, flung outward in every direction with Tanbo at the center. Thud. 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 The kunai embedded themselves into the trees with heavy thuds. Clap, clap, clap. Tanbo applauded. Let's stop here. Good job. You've made more progress recently. Anko Madarashi walked up and pointed at his face. Hey. You're cheating. You closed your eyes, so Itachi's Genjutsu couldn't even be used. Tanbo shrugged. If you're bad at the game, practice more. That smug look made Anko want to punch him, but knowing she couldn't win, she could only clench her fists and grit her teeth. Just wait until I find an opening. Itachi, lost in thought, silently began to retrieve his ninja tools one by one. Chapter 55, Forbidden Technique. Chapter 55, Forbidden Technique. Land of Fire. The border. Screech. A messenger eagle circled in the sky twice before swooping down. Intelligence from Lord Third. The land of lightning has withdrawn its troops. Meanwhile, the ninja squad sent to relieve us is already on its way, Hayama Shirakumo announced, reading the scroll in his hand. Tanbo Tobitake stretched his arms. Finally. It's over. 3 months. Does anyone know how he spent these 3 months? Patrol, training, patrol, training. Anko and Itachi were practically on the verge of psychological collapse because of him. Both were geniuses, yet when facing him, they were constantly broken by his sudden new Genjutsu variations. As the eldest son of his clan, Itachi Uchiha finally Psycho Mind Transmission 2.0, discussed. Previously, his least favorite food was roasted meat, now, his list had changed. Anko was the same, besides spicy food, she now had several new tastes she absolutely loathed. In short, Tanbo's life was fulfilling. Even while working, he didn't forget to enjoy life. When he missed his wife, he would send a letter back reporting his safety. His Eye of the Creator technique could imbue illusory beasts with specific memories, allowing them to know exactly which path to take and even how to register at Konoha's main gate. Tanbo called these beasts imbued with his technique, Phantom Beasts. He felt having a unique title added a bit of flair. Itachi Uchiha also let out a silent sigh of relief. I never want to fight Tanbo and Ai-san again. That feeling of being toyed with to death without even a glimmer of a chance at victory was something he had now fully experienced. I must study hard when I get back and strive to break his Genjutsu. This became Itachi's next minor goal. Tanbo had explained many of his illusions to him, giving him a lot of intelligence. Itachi believed that once he was prepared, he could make those illusions fail. He had learned much from Tanbo, especially regarding Genjutsu and combat. However, there was one thing he would never learn, Tanbo's warped sense of humor. The men seemed to derive a strange sense of accomplishment from playing pranks on him and Anko. It was the kind of satisfaction a commoner might feel after successfully landing a punch on the face of a famous person. Itachi found it utterly bizarre, though he told himself it was probably just a delusion. All right, Tanbo. Once I get back to the village, I'm definitely going to learn a jutsu to deal with you. Just you wait. Anko Madarashi's eyes were practically spitting fire. Tanbo was very supportive of her ambition. You're welcome to challenge me anytime. I've recently had some new ideas for Genjutsu, I'll make sure you're the first to try them. He was serious. After several months of research, he felt that visual-based Genjutsu was no longer enough to satisfy him. His shape manipulation was now highly proficient. The next step was auditory-based Genjutsu, the most difficult of the 5 senses to defend against. Visual Genjutsu was a bit out when facing ninjas who, like him, didn't rely on their eyes. It was also the most commonly countered type of illusion. While he had plans to evolve shape manipulation into form manipulation, that was a vertical power increase, right now, horizontal expansion would provide a bigger boost to his overall strength. Anko froze, a look of terror crossing her face. She felt unwell just thinking about it. Damn it. So we're just your test subjects. I'm going to complain to the 3rd Hokage. Eh? Those are all minor illusions, Tanbo said nonchalantly. The truly high-end stuff. Lord Third told me not to use it on comrades lightly. He won't care about these little tricks. He was referring to mind reading, depression, which was his true trump card. Because he had so many tools, he had actually forgotten to test it on the enemies. However, his eyes flickered toward Itachi, he wanted to keep a card hidden. Who knew if they would face off in the future? Right now, Itachi was young and lacked enough countermeasures. When he grew up, it would be a different story. What? Those were only minor illusions. Anko's mental state crumbled. The Genjutsu she and Itachi had struggled so desperately to break were mere minor techniques to Tanbo. Itachi was also shaken. Recalling his clan's teachings and the various illusions recorded in their archives, he realized that compared to what Tanbo had shown, none of them were technically forbidden techniques. He grew curious about what Tanbo's, unusable on comrades, technique actually was, something significant enough for the third Hokage to personally issue a warning. Well, yeah. Did you think I'd need an ultimate move just to spar with you? Not just me, the captain is the same, Tanbo laughed. Anko and Itachi looked at Hayama. Hayama Shirakumo nodded. The arsenal of a jonin is never limited to just one method. For instance, if you want to be promoted to jonin, you must master the nature transformation of other elemental attributes besides your current specialty. This allows you to better handle different ninjas and prevents you from being neutralized by a single elemental weakness. Like the cloud ninjas we fought, Tanbo and I were effective because we both know wind style. If those cloud ninjas met ninjas from the hidden stone, the advantage would flip. It's the same for Itachi's Genjutsu or Anko's snake techniques. You only have the foundation for jonin once your methods are recognized as being impossible to counter with a single simple jutsu. Ack! That's too hard. Anko shouted at the sky. She had studied nature transformation under Orochimaru, it was anything but easy. If that was just the foundation for a jonin, she felt she had no hope. Tanbo patted her shoulder. Don't lose heart. Look at me, I have so many methods and I'm still just a special jonin, not a full jonin. It'll be even harder for you, so don't worry about it. You bastard. Anko swung a kick at him. He was basically saying she'd be lucky to even reach special jonin. Tanbo hopped back, easily dodging her. Alright, enough playing. Rest up. Once the handover is done, we're going back to the village, Hayama intervened. Understood. One day later. Within Tanbo's sensory range, a team of ninjas appeared from the direction of Konoha. The leader's chakra was far more massive than that of an average ninja, certainly larger than his or Hayama's. It seemed the village wasn't taking any chances, the replacement was a true powerhouse. As Tanbo stood up, the other three followed his gaze. Soon, a large man in a red flak jacket came into view. Once they were within range, Hayama exchanged a code signal to confirm their identities. It's Tanbo. We'll be taking over the guard duty from here, Choza Akimichi greeted him with a smile. Tanbo didn't recognize the other members of the squad, they were likely a newly formed team. It's been a while, Senior Choza. You look even more robust than before, Tanbo complimented politely. And Choza truly was robust, no wonder he could hold his own against the Geto Mazo later on. His massive chakra reserves made sense now. Choza scratched his head happily. Haha, is that so? Hayama, as the captain, nodded in greeting. He gave Choza a real-time report on the patrol status and recent developments. After the briefing, he led Tanbo and the other two away. Chapter 56, The Return. Chapter 56, The Return. Swoosh. Swoosh. The main gate of Konoha. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane were busy registering the various merchant caravans and ninjas entering the village. Suddenly, Izumo looked down the road leading away from the gate. Tap, tap, tap. Leading the group was a young man with a ponytail and a sword strapped to his back, followed by three teammates wearing ninja flak jackets. They were approaching with steady steps. Izumo nudged Kotetsu. Hey, it's Hayama and Tanbo. Those two actually went on a mission together. Kotetsu looked toward the gate as his two former classmates drew closer. Damn it. Hayama and Tanbo are already partnering on missions, and here we are, still acting as doormen. It's so unfair. He felt a bit dejected, he wanted to be out on missions too. Hi, old friends. Playing doormen again. Honestly, why can't I ever get lucky enough to pull that shift? As the four approached, Tanbo Tobitake greeted his former classmates. Hayama Shirakumo also nodded at them with a smile. Izumo finished the registration for the four inside. Stop with the sarcasm. I'd love to be like you, running all over the different countries. I don't like running around at all, Tanbo scratched his head. Aside from my work at the Intelligence Analysis Division, watching the gate is actually my dream. Why run around? He'd seen plenty over the years. It was exhausting, and he didn't get to see his wife. Thinking of her, he felt a surge of impatience to get home. Big brother. Just then, a cute child with spiky hair appeared, shouting happily toward Itachi Uchiha. He ran forward with small, hurried steps. Swoosh. The child stepped on a pebble and a look of terror crossed his face as he began to stumble. Itachi suddenly appeared in front of him and caught him. Sasuke, don't be so restless. Itachi picked up the now smiling Sasuke. He heard that today was the day you were returning from your border patrol, so he came early specifically to wait for you. Behind Sasuke, Mikoto Uchiha watched the harmonious brothers and chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. She then looked toward Hayama. Thank you for looking after him. Hayama nodded. There's no need for that. He's my teammate, not my student. It wasn't a matter of looking after him. Besides, he is very capable, truly a genius ninja of the Uchiha. In Itachi's arms, Sasuke's big eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing someone praise his brother. Brother is the best, he cheered, waving his small hands. So cute. Anko Mitarashi grinned and stepped forward, intending to pinch Sasuke's cheek. Slap. Sasuke patted her hand away, then rested his head on Itachi's shoulder, staring at her without blinking. Anko's face froze. She forced a smile and said, I'm your brother's teammate. I took great care of him during the mission, you know. Let me pinch your cheek, okay? Sasuke didn't say a word, burying his head deeper into Itachi's shoulder. Be good, Sasuke. Play with Anko and Ai-san, Itachi said. Sasuke, no. Anko. Then let me hold you for a bit. Tanbo looked at the 3-year-old Sasuke. Those big, innocent eyes were a world away from the emo persona he'd have later. Tanbo reached into his pouch and pulled out some long strips of bamboo silk. As Sasuke watched, Tanbo's hands blurred as he wove the materials together. Under Sasuke's curious gaze, a figure slowly took shape. Feet, ankles, waist, torso, and finally, the head. A mini, chibi-style Itachi appeared in his hand. Sasuke's eyes lit up as he looked at the toy that looked exactly like his brother. It's Big Brother. How about it? Looks just like him, right? If you play with me, this is yours. Tanbo dangled the mini Itachi toy, smiling at Sasuke. Gotcha, kid. Anko bit her lip. This guy, damn it, I lost to him again. She decided she'd have to learn some crafts in her spare time too. I don't want it. Just as Tanbo sensed Sasuke's intense interest and thought he was about to agree, Sasuke turned his head away and rejected the offer. However, his eyes remained glued to the mini Itachi. Heh, my multi-talented teammate, looks like you failed too. Anko suddenly felt delighted. Her previous annoyance vanished instantly. Maybe I don't need to learn crafts, I'll save my money for 3-colored dango instead. The bystanders laughed. They had never imagined members of the Uchiha could be so adorable. This was completely different from the stern faces of the military police force. Itachi also smiled. If the Uchiha can slowly integrate into Konoha like this, maybe things can still be saved. Seeing Tanbo showed him that there were ninjas in the village who bore no ill will toward his clan. Darn it, kid, I'm giving you face. You're taking this whether you want it or not. Do you think you can refuse something I give out? Tanbo suddenly reached out and plucked Sasuke from Itachi's arms, holding him up by the back of his shirt so he dangled in front of him. He shoved the mini Itachi into the boy's hands. You think you can escape my grasp? Humph. In the future, I can brag that I'm the man who once held Six-Path Sasuke by the collar. Who else can say that? Tanbo felt another burst of satisfaction. That arrogant teenager, that defiant youth who loved to act cool, right now, he was like a puppet in his hand. As they say, if you're going to hit someone or play with them, you have to do it while they're young. When he grows up, heh. Wah. Sasuke stared at the bandage-wrapped face inches from his own. After a moment of processing, he suddenly burst into loud wails. Tears streamed down his face, but his hands gripped the mini Itachi toy tightly. The others looked at Tanbo, speechless. Was it really necessary to bully a toddler? Mikoto Uchiha gave a strained smile, thinking to herself, I hope this man with such warped humor didn't corrupt my Itachi during the mission. Itachi was even more certain now. He had suspected his powerful teammate had a streak of mischief, but now his theory was confirmed. Tanbo Tobitake was a man with some very strange quirks. A man who upholds the will of fire having some colorful personality quirks that should be normal, right? Probably. Itachi could only hope. Wah. Bad man. Looking at the wailing Sasuke, who was still clutching the toy, and feeling the judgmental stares of everyone around him, Tanbo maintained a stoic face and stuffed the boy back into Itachi's arms. Fine, fine, crybaby. Back to your brother. Consider the toy a gift. Looking at the adorable Sasuke, Tanbo's heart had already flown home. It had been over 3 months. In 7 months, his own baby would be born, and it would definitely be cuter than Sasuke. He felt that when Sasuke grew up and started acting cool in front of powerful people, he still wouldn't be able to compete with his own child. Brother. Back in Itachi's arms, Sasuke gripped his brother's shirt with his right hand while holding the toy in his left. His crying stopped, replaced by joy. With a runny nose and a big grin, he looked down happily at the little Itachi in his hand. Chapter 57, Rest and Danzo. Chapter 57, Rest and Danzo. Konoha Main Street. Big brother, who was that mean uncle? Sasuke was clinging to Itachi's back, clutching his mini Itachi toy tightly as he asked curiously. Behind them, Mikoto Uchiha followed, equally curious. A man with such a peculiar personality shouldn't be allowed to lead her little Itachi astray. Itachi smiled. That is Senior Tanbo Tobitake, a special jonin of the village. He isn't a mean uncle. He is. He is. He bullied me, Sasuke insisted, pouting. He hadn't forgotten being made to cry. A special jonin. Mikoto was quite surprised. She hadn't expected 2 jonin-level ninjas to be deployed for a single mission. Looking at the unscathed Itachi, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Itachi's teammates were quite reliable. Yes. A powerful Genjutsu specialist. I believe he is on par with Big Brother Shisui. Ever since his previous teammates were killed and he was saved by Shisui, the two had become close friends. Itachi knew how formidable Shisui's Genjutsu was. In his eyes, Shisui was the strongest illusionist in the Uchiha clan. Until Tanbo Tobitake appeared, Itachi hadn't realized that non-Uchiha Genjutsu users could be just as terrifying. Mikoto was startled. How is that possible? As the clan head's wife, she had heard Fugaku say that Shisui was the greatest genius the Uchiha had seen in a decade, with Genjutsu even stronger than Fugaku's own. How could a mere special jonin like Tanbo Tobitake be compared to Shisui in Itachi's mind? Was there truly such a prodigy among the commoners? Sasuke, playing with his toy, asked curiously, "What's a Genjutsu?" The Tobitake residence. I used a Genjutsu feint, sending the enemy to their grave amidst magnificent cherry blossoms. In the end, I achieved a total victory, taking them down with traps while remaining completely unharmed. Did you hear that, baby? When you grow up, you'll definitely be stronger than your old man. Tanbo was sitting across from Ayam, gesturing wildly as he recounted his heroic deeds. His voice was gentle yet firm, as if he were lecturing the unborn baby in Ayam's womb. Ayam stroked her belly, giggling at Tanbo's antics. Did you hear that, little one? Your father is very strong. You must grow up to be a powerhouse just like him. Of course. My baby won't be second to anyone, Tanbo said proudly. Kakashi Hatake, Tsukumo Hatake, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Hashirama, Madara Uchiha. Tanbo was already imagining his son or daughter, under his tutelage, punching Madara and kicking the first Hokage, at the very least reaching the power level of Boruto. This was the unwavering confidence of a father. To be a proper role model, he knew he couldn't slack off. Since he wasn't the captain this time, he didn't have to deal with the tedious paperwork and had rushed home to see Ayam. Sensing the vibrant life force within her, Tanbo was immensely satisfied. Hence the bragging, he considered it prenatal education. After some more quality time with Ayam, assuring her of his strength and that missions were low risk so she wouldn't worry, he began to plan his training for the near future. To be a role model, one needed respectable strength. Currently, there was still a gap between him and the world-destroying ninjas of the late-game era. He contemplated his growth. The mind-reading series was his priority. These were his one-hit kill ultimate moves. Ive the creator had hit a bottleneck. He couldn't just create whatever he wanted. He had tried creating a Kakarot, but the result was just a physically strong ninja who couldn't use Kamehameha or Destructo Disc. The Phantom Beasts couldn't use ninjutsu yet. Currently, the technique only summoned different types of strong bodies that he could then imbue with combat experience via mind reading. It was too one-dimensional. As for the ability to deceive heaven and earth with Genjutsu, he had an idea involving sealing and barrier jutsu, but it was just a seed for now. If he remembered correctly, there was a ninja family that dealt in weather in the ninja world. He might look for them later to speed up his progress. Regarding the 5 senses manipulation series, he had achieved decent success with visual illusions, enough to show off against someone of Shisui's caliber. His shape manipulation was also master level. Next would be research into mass, morphology, touch, smell, and sound. Tanbo set his sights on sound first. Compared to other fields, auditory Genjutsu had huge advantages. It was easier to initiate, had a wide area of effect, and was much harder to defend against. Right, sound Genjutsu first. The 4th war is still far off, and with my talent, I have plenty of time to develop everything one by one. The Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the mission report submitted by Hayama Shirakumo. It detailed the mission's progress, border terrain changes, caravan frequency, weather patterns, and more. When his eyes landed on Tanbo Tobitake's performance, he raised an eyebrow. Excellent taijutsu, excellent ninjutsu, excellent sensory skills, excellent genjutsu, excellent analytical ability, excellent communication with teammates. Attached was Hayama's recommendation: Tanbo Tobitake should be promoted to a full jonin. While a special jonin is technically a jonin, the titles differed in prestige. Special jonin are powerful but specialized. They can be countered if their specialty is known. A true jonin's versatility makes them harder to target. The pay and benefits, however, were roughly the same. He indeed has enough merit for the promotion, Hiruzen agreed. Whether it was leadership or raw power, Tanbo was no longer inferior to Kakashi or Hayama. It would be improper not to promote him. However, he needed to consult the two advisors. A Jonin appointment, while a recognition from the Hokage, also needed to be reported to the Land of Fire's upper echelons. Full Jonin received a monthly stipend from the Land of Fire in addition to mission pay. Since it involved the daimyo's treasury, Hiruzen had to follow protocol. He called in his two old friends and explained the matter. Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Yudate nodded. As advisors in charge of civil and administrative affairs, they handled the communication with the Land of Fire. Hiruzen, this man is a talent. Why not hand him over to my route? I will certainly train him well. As they spoke, a man with his arms crossed and a cross-shaped scar on his chin appeared. Danzo, Tanbo Tobotake's abilities are already sufficient, he does not need training from root. Do not overstep, or root will cease to exist, Hiruzen warned. How could he allow a ninja with such a strong will of fire to enter root? Besides, Tanbo's wife was pregnant, he was the very definition of Konoha's future, whereas root was not. Hiruzen, you will regret this, Danzo snorted coldly. He knew it was unrealistic, but he had to maintain his right to claim talent. Chapter 58, Sound-Based Genjutsu. Chapter 58, Sound-Based Genjutsu. Konoha, Tone River. Ding ding. Zheng zheng. Song song. Bang bang. Dang dang. Ding dong. Ing ing. Ling ling. Ding ding dong dong. Wang wang. By the side of the trickling river, crisp and enticing high notes, soft and lingering melodies, and deep, heavy bass flowed along with the water. Rising and falling. The notes leapt from the harmonica in Tanbo Tobotake's right hand, carried by his long, steady breaths. From the initial staccato of one note at a time, gradually, the notes began to bridge and flow. A cheerful melody slowly emerged from Tanbo's lips. Starting from airy leaks and sharp tones, Tanbo found accurate and stable pitch after only a few trials of scales and notes. As the cheerful tune took flight in the air, small birds from the trees by the river flew down to circle around his head. Chirp chirp. Twitter twitter. Tanbo extended his left hand, and several birds landed on his arm. Their eyes were filled with intoxication, swaying their heads back and forth as they perched. Flatterers, he thought, sensing the birds' expressions. He had only just finished reading through various ways to use a harmonica. No matter how great his talent was, being able to play a tune in a short time shouldn't have been enough to actually intoxicate birds. Eh? Uncle Tanbo. Just as he was about to continue practicing, a childish and milky voice sounded from behind him. Tanbo sensed several figures in the vicinity, put down his harmonica, and slowly turned around. Naruto stood there with a fishing rod over his shoulder and a battered bucket in his hand. Yo, Naruto-kun. You still remember me? As he spoke, he took some grains from his pouch and fed them to the birds on his arm as a reward for their flattery. He was very practiced at this. At the same time, he didn't expect Naruto to have such a good memory. They had met once when he was 1, and now at nearly 4 years old, the boy could still recall him. Hearing that the uncle still remembered his name, Naruto beamed with a wide smile. It was as if he had just heard the most beautiful words in the world. Uncle still remembers me. I'm a ninja, and intelligence is our top priority. How could I forget a little guy like you? Tanbo pointed to his forehead protector. Naruto tilted his small head, his cute blue eyes blinking. A ninja. Are you the kind of people who fly around on tall buildings? Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Naruto's stomach let out a loud growl. Ah, never mind. I have to fish now. Little Naruto rubbed his stomach, sensing a crisis. Although he wanted to keep chatting with the uncle, he rolled up his pant legs and went to the riverbank. He took some scraps he had found somewhere out of his tattered bag and hooked them on the line. With a flick of his small hand, the hook splashed into the river. Tanbo smiled faintly and picked up the harmonica to continue his musical practice. Sound-based Genjutsu could be released without knowing music theory, but the effect would be greatly diminished. This was experience gathered by many ninja predecessors. Different music could provide different amplifications to Genjutsu. As he played, he infused a small amount of chakra into the sound frequencies, allowing them to spread through the air with the music. Neither the fishing Naruto nor the Anbu hidden in the surroundings felt anything unusual. However, when the sound waves merged into the river and seeped into the depths, the effect changed. Some fish that were sleeping, either stationary or swaying slightly with gills opening and closing, suddenly felt a surge of appetite the moment the sound waves reached them. Captain, that guy is a ninja. Could he have designs on the 9 tails? In the shadows, an Anbu with a dog mask spoke to the silver-haired leader wearing a cat mask. Another Anbu added, should we stop him? They watched Tanbo chatting with the 9 tails Jinchuriki, their professional paranoia kicking in. They were terrified the man was targeting the Nine Tails. If anything happened, it would be a severe dereliction of duty. The ANBU captain looked at little Naruto, watching his small frame hold the fishing rod, and felt a pang of pity. I know that man. He wouldn't do such a thing. Don't worry. Hearing this, the other ANBU suppressed their urge to drive him away, though they remained ready for combat at a moment's notice. The ANBU captain breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Tanbo only played his music and didn't continue interacting with Naruto. Although his long-standing impression of this friend was that he had no interest in the Nine Tails, they still had to be on guard. It was their duty. He didn't want to have to face off against this friend. Swoosh! A palm-sized fish was dragged out of the water by 3-year-old Naruto. He happily pinned the fish to the grass and threw it into his bucket like it was a precious treasure. Eh? What's going on today? Why are the fish so easy to catch? Looking at the bucket filling with fish, his little heart was full of confusion. Then, the sound of the uncle playing reached his ears again, and he felt it sounded better and better. He looked at the fish in his bucket, picked one up, and looked toward Tanbo. Uncle Tanbo, I caught so many fish today. I'll give you one. Tanbo was stunned for a moment, then a smile touched his lips. That's the result of your own hard work. Eat it yourself. I'm heading home now. He put away the harmonica, waved his hand, and walked away. Ah. Little Naruto felt a bit disappointed as Tanbo disappeared from sight. However, remembering that the uncle remembered his name and called him Naruto-kun, and with his bucket full of fish, his sunny smile returned. I'm lucky today. I'll catch a few more to take back. Naruto looked at the full bucket and then at his clothes, deciding to take advantage of the luck. Eh? Why can't I catch any more? Let me try another spot. Darn it, was it really Uncle's song that attracted the fish? Next time I see him, I have to learn from him. Little brass horn, toot toot toot. Walking home, Tanbo hummed a familiar tune. Meeting Naruto was an accident, helping him was an act of kindness. He didn't help too much simply to avoid affecting his own life. As long as it didn't negatively impact him or his family, he was happy to do good deeds. Of course, he had limits to his charity. He didn't do great good, only small good. Small favors win hearts, great favors breed resentment. With a foundation in visual Genjutsu, the difficulty of learning sound-based Genjutsu has indeed dropped. From the test just now, sound Genjutsu seemed quite simple. As for why Konoha had so little data on it, he guessed it was because most ninjas lacked musical talent. Only a genius like him could call it simple. Just like visual Genjutsu, the system for sound-based illusions was the same, making the enemy perceive an illusion. The information transmitted was the same, only the medium of transmission differed. Visual Genjutsu can force an enemy to keep their eyes from wandering, effectively neutralizing one of their greatest tools. In the original story, when facing Itachi's Genjutsu, Asuma and Kakashi had no idea what to do except endure it, and even a master like Kurenai was stretched thin. That showed the advantage of the visual type. The advantage of sound Genjutsu was its range and ease of hitting. The disadvantage was that it wasn't as stealthy. The moment the music starts, the enemy realizes there's a problem and immediately thinks of a way to break it. It's not like the visual range displacement I used on the Kyumo Jonin, which catches them completely off guard. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Irika and the others in a while. Now that they're Chunin, their strength must have improved significantly. Once I get used to sound Genjutsu, I'll find them for a sparring session in a few days. Hee hee. Another mischievous thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 59, Head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Chapter 59, Head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. For a few days, Tanbo stayed home with his family. From time to time, he helped his father weave cute little animals out of bamboo and reeds for him to sell. Because of her pregnancy, Ayam didn't dare do any heavy labor besides her daily walks. Seeing what her father-in-law was doing, she helped out with the lighter tasks. Tanbo didn't have the mindset of forcing his father to stop working just to sit at home and enjoy life. On the contrary, he felt gratified that his father had something to do every day. He remembered his father from his previous life. When he had nothing to do, he'd just lie in bed staring at his phone, refusing to even step out for a drink unless forced. Tanbo had hated seeing him like that and didn't want his current father to turn into a shut-in. Tanbo, don't you have any missions lately? Tozai Tobitake asked curiously. For the past few days, Tanbo had been fiddling with a harmonica, trying to learn music. Tozai was skeptical. Was his son even the musical type? He was getting anxious. Even if there were no missions, shouldn't he be training? Back in his day, Tozai was incredibly diligent, never missing a day of training. If his arm hadn't been cut off, he might be as world-renowned as his classmate, the White Fang. Tanbo replied, no missions. Ninjas need rest too. Guarding the border is exhausting work, even a man of iron can't do missions non-stop. If you don't train, you'll get rusty. If you face an enemy then, you'll end up like me, Tozai said, waving the remaining third of his arm. Look at this. I can't even weave signs. My path as a ninja is ruined. Ayam chuckled as she listened, but her face showed concern when she heard that Tanbo might end up with a severed limb if he didn't train. Tanbo was speechless. You really haven't given up, have you? You still want to be a ninja? Are you even cut out for it? I can weave signs with one hand, he said calmly. As he spoke, he wove a sign with a single hand. The bamboo butterfly he had just finished weaving slowly became lifelike, then transformed into a vibrant, multicolored phantom butterfly. It fluttered around Ayam, causing her worries to vanish in the magical atmosphere. Finally, it landed on her hair, its wings gently flapping. Tozai Tobatake felt as if he had a lump in his throat. And I haven't neglected my training. I spend time every day on taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. It's just that lately, I've been practicing sound-based genjutsu. Get it? Genjutsu, Tanbo continued. Alright, I know you're amazing. Tozai muttered dejectedly. He had wanted to use his authority as a father to lecture his son, but who knew the kid's abilities had reached such a level. Ayam then smiled towards Tanbo's direction. Suddenly, Tanbo's brow twitched. He sensed a figure rapidly approaching his house. I have something to take care of. I'm going out for a moment. Swoosh. He used a body flicker technique and vanished instantly, reappearing in front of his gate. Seeing the familiar cat-faced mask, he was puzzled. Is there another emergency mission? In an instant, he wrapped the bandages around his head and adjusted his forehead protector. He didn't wear the bandages at home, but he was used to having them on in public. Eh? Another mission already. Tozai muttered, watching his son vanish. He had just complained about it, but he didn't expect it to happen so fast. Ayam's face was filled with worry as she prayed it wasn't a dangerous task. Daughter-in-law, don't worry about that brat. He's incredibly capable, Tozai comforted her. He truly believed it. After all, one-handed signs weren't something an average ninja could pull off. To stay a ninja, he had practiced that for years after his injury before finally giving up. He believed in his son's strength more than anyone. Ayam stroked her belly and thought the same. Her husband was very strong. Orders from Lord Hokage. If you have no urgent business, please come to the Hokage building immediately. The cat-faced ANBU landed in front of Tanbo and presented a verified command scroll. This was a security measure to prevent anyone from bypassing the Hokage to issue orders to the village's jonin. Tanbo checked the seal and nodded. Understood. It didn't seem like an emergency mission, but it wasn't a small matter either. Whoosh. The ANBU left. Tanbo went back inside to give a brief explanation, then hurried toward the Hokage building. Swoosh. Swoosh. I almost forgot, I made an appointment with Irika for today. I hope this doesn't make me late. Tanbo suddenly remembered he had promised to test his student's abilities today. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to test his new sound genjutsu on him. It was for Irika's growth. At the same time, he wondered what Hiruzen wanted. Did the Cloud Ninjas double back for a surprise attack? If that were the case, it would be an emergency order. Could it be that the third agreed to my application to learn Bringer of Darkness? A few days ago, although he decided to develop sound-based genjutsu, he hadn't planned on abandoning other techniques. He had set his sights on the genjutsu created by the second Hokage specifically to counter the Uchiha's Sharingan. Given the difficulty of the request, he figured the higher-ups wouldn't let him learn such a forbidden technique so easily. He expected them to agree only after he had basically finished his sound genjutsu development. Ah, if I could get a forbidden technique that easily, that would be nice, Tanbo thought, though he doubted that was the reason. Swoosh. Swoosh. The scenery of Konoha blurred past. Soon, Tanbo arrived at the foot of the Hokage rock, entering the building that sat beneath the four giant stone heads. Knock, knock. He approached the office with practiced familiarity and knocked. Come in. When Tanbo stepped inside, he froze for a moment. Lord Hokage. Advisors. Standing before him were two of the old guard trio, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatane. They were seated on either side of the third. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, Tanbo, you're here. Yes. Does Lord Hokage have instructions? Tanbo asked. Hiruzen smiled and pulled out a document, handing it to him. Congratulations. You have been promoted to a full jonin. At the same time, Inoichi has been promoted to the head of the intelligence department. We all recognize your ability and your will to protect Konoha. You are hereby appointed as the head of the intelligence analysis division. Koharu Yudatane nodded. That's right. You are now a full jonin receiving a stipend from the Land of Fire. Make sure you do your job well. Hamura Mitokado added, We leave the heavy responsibility of protecting Konoha to you. Tanbo took the document. Listening to the three of them, he opened it to find official papers from the Land of Fire regarding a Jonin's duties and benefits. It was mostly the same as being a special Jonin, with one major addition, a fixed monthly salary of 500,000 ryo. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, advisors. I will fulfill my duties to the best of my ability and take full responsibility for everything within my jurisdiction. Tanbo tucked the document away happily. A promotion and a raise. A fixed salary of 500,000 ryo wasn't much, it was roughly the value of 500 explosive tags. But 500. That's enough to blow up Haiden several times over. Considering Tuchi's current business only made about 100,000 ryo a day in revenue, 1 month of Tanbo's salary was worth 4 or 5 days of his father-in-law's total sales. Wait, actually, it really wasn't that much. Chapter 60, How did you know I'm a Jonin? Chapter 60, How did you know I'm a Jonin? Training ground number 98. Darn it, did Sensei stand me up? Irika, wearing his forehead protector with his hair in a ponytail and a new scar across the bridge of his nose, muttered incessantly. He glanced at the sky every few moments. Tanbo had said he wanted to test his progress today. Irika was thrilled and arrived at the training ground early. To his surprise, he had been waiting for half a day, and even though the appointed time had passed, there was no sign of his teacher. Since becoming a Chunin and a squad leader a year ago, his growth had been visible to the naked eye. Additionally, having received the third Hokage's approval to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he had been studying hard, learning as much as possible. He was just waiting for the chance to show off in front of Tanbo Tobatake. Screech. Just as his anxiety was peaking, a hawk's cry rang out from the distance. By the time he looked up, a massive eagle had already appeared above him. Darn it, I still haven't learned that move. What a loss. Irika knew his teacher had arrived the moment he saw that eagle. It brought back memories of his days training under Tanbo. The secret technique called Eye of the Creator was something he and his two teammates had all tried to learn. Unfortunately, only Mibushinobu had a bit of talent for Genjutsu and managed to learn a half-baked version. Neither he nor Tojito Tetcho could grasp it. This was exactly why, in his heart, he called Tanbo Tobatake sensei. The man had truly taught them as if they were his own disciples. Swoosh. Tanbo leapt down from the sky, and the giant eagle rapidly shrank as he tucked it back into his pouch. Thud. He landed lightly on the ground, giving Irika an awkward smile. Haha, looks like I'm a bit late. Yes, sensei. I remember you aren't usually the type to be late. Irika asked curiously. In his eyes, Tanbo was a man who was diligent in everything he did. He had never seen him late before. Tanbo tilted his head up. Utilizing his newly acquired musical knowledge, he spoke in a low, resonant, yet crystal-clear voice. Is that so? Then how did you know I was just at Lord Hokage's office receiving my official appointment as a full Jonin and the position of head of the Intelligence Analysis Division? A few imaginary crows flew over Irika's head. He whispered, Sensei, I didn't know that. But inside, he was genuinely happy for him. Is that so? Well, do you know now? I know now. Tanbo nodded with satisfaction. Tactful. By the way, I heard you're going to be a teacher at the academy. Irika nodded, his expression turning excited. Sensei, you once said my talent wasn't the strongest but that I was meticulous and suited to being a teacher. After leading a squad this past year, I realized you were right. I feel that being a teacher might be a good choice, a way to contribute to Konoha and inherit the Will of Fire from Lord Third and yourself. Tanbo really wanted to tell him that the Will of Fire was nonsense. It was like worshipping a god. If it works, it's a god, if it doesn't, it's just superstition. But he held his tongue. Explaining that to others wouldn't help them, it would only hurt him. After all, he was supposed to be a firm executor of the Will of Fire. How could he have such thoughts? Bah. The Will of Fire was him, and he was the Will of Fire. Very good. A Chunin at 14, and teaching at the academy by 15. Worthy of being my disciple. Keep it up, the future belongs to you, Tanbo encouraged him, patting his shoulder. Compared to the original timeline, Irika had become a Chunin 2 years earlier, certainly a genius among commoners. Sensei, you're only 2.5 years older than me. Don't talk like you're an old man. Irika said, exasperated. Enough talk. I didn't call you here for small talk. Let me see how much you've improved. If you embarrass me, you know my methods, Tanbo threatened. Gulp. Hearing those words, Irika's throat moved. He remembered the punishments for failing training tasks under Tanbo. Those flavors were scarier than any danger he had faced leading a squad for a year. However, he quickly regained his confidence. He was a man who became a Chunin at 14, only 2 years behind his teacher, and he had a year of field experience as a leader. What was there to fear? Irika looked at Tanbo with fighting spirit. Bring it on, sensei. I'm going to be a role model for my students, I won't be frightened by your genjutsu. His eyes were burning with determination. Oh. Tanbo took a serious look at him, observing that confident gaze. Very well. Worthy of my disciple. You need that confidence. Come, show me your current strength. Shoo. Tanbo retreated to a set distance, then wove the seal of confrontation. Irika did the same. The wind blew, hair fluttered. Swoosh. Clang. Clang. Shuriken collided in midair, creating passionate sparks. Kunai clashed in brief exchanges as Irika displayed impressive taijutsu, engaging Tanbo head-on. Irika, if this is all you've got, it's not enough, Tanbo said, handling all of Irika's attacks with a single kunai. Irika grinned. Hee hee, of course it isn't. Tiger, rabbit. Sizzle. Tanbo expanded his sensory perception. The shuriken and kunai Irika had thrown earlier had actually formed a massive formation, surrounding him. Fire style, fire slicer. Every ninja tool emitted a thin wire of flame. With Tanbo at the center, they formed an inverted bowl shape that rapidly contracted. Rumble. In Tanbo's perception, even the ground was surrounded by the jutsu. The soil was being sliced into tiny cubes, closing in on him rapidly. Irika had closed his eyes by now. Sensei, I won't let your genjutsu stop me. Take this. This is a fire-style jutsu I developed using the fire nature transformation you taught me. Every fire wire carries condensed high temperatures. Its cutting power is even greater than your wind style. Be careful. There was a hint of pride in Irika's voice, mixed with a bit of worry, would he actually kill his teacher? That was why he spoke up to explain the jutsu. Pat. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Who is it? Don't disturb me, I'm sparring with sensei. Irika tried to brush the hand off. Then, his eyes snapped open. Standing right in front of him was Tanbo Tobitake, smiling. Not bad. You're already developing your own ninjutsu. Impressive. Irika looked at him, then back at the spot where the jutsu had just triggered. The ground there was diced up like burnt grass jelly, and in the center sat nothing but a small, shredded reed-woven doll. That was a Eye of the Creator substitute. Irika recalled the exchange just now. Tanbo hadn't used ninjutsu or genjutsu, he had used only taijutsu and shuriken. Irika thought his teacher was going easy on him. He hadn't expected it to be a substitute. But when? His teacher had been right under his gaze the whole time. Because it was a test, he had predicted Tanbo wouldn't use genjutsu right at the start, which is why he made those arrangements. When exactly did he do it? Chapter 61, sorry, I did it. Chapter 61, sorry, I did it. Swoosh. While Irika was still processing what had happened, Tanbo Tobitake rapidly retreated, a harmonica appearing in his hand. I've seen your progress. Now, take a look at your teacher's progress. What? Irika hadn't expected this move. Seeing the harmonica, he had a very bad feeling. Every time his teacher brought out a new prop, it meant he had a new trick up his sleeve. Irika's right hand quickly snatched several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, throwing them to stop Tanbo's momentum. Shoo. Shoo. Do. Dang dang dang. Zong zong zong. Facing the flying shuriken, Tanbo tilted his body slightly to dodge. His chest resonated as chakra accompanied his breath into the harmonica, and he began to play. A melodious tune rang out. I knew it. Irika thought as the sound hit his ears. He was about to become a test subject again. He could have put a blade to my throat just now, but he chose to play the harmonica instead. Before he could finish the thought, his vision went black. When the world reappeared, he was strapped to a cross. In front of him stood a sinister old woman with bandages wrapped around her head. Before her sat a bubbling cauldron filled with a chaotic mixture of foods. Irika felt like not only was his vision black, but his soul was darkening too. The old woman scooped up a large ladle of the mixture. Irika's mouth opened involuntarily, and she fed it to him. Gag. Ugh. Sensei, no. He screamed in the mental space, and in the physical world, Irika's body screamed in perfect synchronization. Tanbo lowered his harmonica. He sensed a surge of energy in Irika's chest, a feeling of something desperately wanting to escape the throat but being unable to. A grin spread across Tanbo's face. The taste of that rotten cheese. Irika must really love it. After his internal commentary, he used Eye of the Creator to manifest a rocking chair, sat down, and waited for Irika to break the genjutsu. Since he wasn't maintaining the release and hadn't used an overpowered technique, a standard dispel should work. He just didn't know if Irika could handle the flavor long enough to focus on the dispel. Irika had tried individual, flavor punishments before, but this was the first time they had all been served together. Eyebrows knitted tight, cheeks and forehead tensed, nostrils flared, and vision reduced to a pinhole, Irika's facial features were scrunched into a tight knot. Tears streamed from the tiny slits of his eyes, a long string of snot dangled like a crystal pendant, and his muscles were locked in a spasm. I never want to spar with sensei again. After a brief struggle to adapt, he finally remembered that this was a genjutsu and it could be broken. Concentrating his last shred of energy, he suppressed his chakra to its lowest point and then let it explode outward. The scenery slowly shifted. The terrifying old woman in the cauldron of horror vanished, replaced by the sight of Tanbo Tobitake sitting there, looking as if he were taking a nap. Then, Irika felt something cold and wet on his chin. He reached up to touch it, and a sticky sensation registered in his brain. He took a close look. It was snot. Click. Ah, Irika, that's so gross. I got a picture of it. Tanbo's voice rang out. He had pulled out a camera at some point, the flash Irika saw was from the shutter. Not bad, not bad. Huge progress. You're already a qualified teacher. The student truly has surpassed the master. Tanbo ignored Irika's pleas to delete the photo and praised him instead. He thought to himself, that was close. I almost forgot to document life. Glad I remembered at the last second to preserve Irika's shameful photo. He imagined the day when Naruto's generation grew up and he showed this photo to them. What would their reaction be? It would be hilarious. Irika said resentfully, Sensei, you weren't testing me at all. You just wanted to test your new genjutsu. Tanbo nodded, then quickly shook his head. Nonsense. How could I use my own disciple as a lab rat? I just wanted you to experience this genjutsu because I'm going to teach it to you. It's to help you contribute to Konoha's growth, a trump card for when you're teaching at the academy. He patted his chest, looking completely sincere. Irika looked even more skeptical. Sensei, you're the one who told me my genjutsu talent is limited to only breaking them. What? Did I say that? No matter. Your teacher has grown. I've specially modified this genjutsu. I've researched the resonance between chakra and the gustatory organs. As long as you follow the seal method I teach, you can trigger specific flavors. Mind you, it only works on humans, not summoning beasts. Irika's eyes lit up. Really? If that were true, whenever a student dared to be naughty, couldn't he use this as punishment? Just like his teacher did to them. If so, no student at the academy would ever dare to defy him. As Irika thought about it, a weird, slightly twisted smile appeared on his face. No one understood the deterrent power of this genjutsu better than he did. Back in the day, the potential of himself, Techo, and Shinobu had been squeezed out by exactly this kind of pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop new ninjutsu. Don't worry. Do you still doubt your teacher's strength? Tanbo patted his shoulder. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji. I'm not doing this out of malice. It's for the future growth of Konoha. If you get caught in the crossfire, it's for your own good. Gak gak gak. Tanbo's mind was already picturing the scene of Irika punishing Naruto's generation at the academy with this move. Achoo. In a simple room, Naruto was eating cup ramen when his nose suddenly itched. A sneeze nearly knocked over the cup. He quickly steadied it with both hands. He wiped his nose with his sleeve. Am I catching a cold? The Nara residence. Clack. Young Shikamaru moved a shogi piece to the desired position. Suddenly, his nose felt itchy. Achoo. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Don't use sneezing to cover up the fact that you're about to lose, Shikaka said, placing a key piece that cornered Shikamaru completely. I'm not admitting defeat yet. I just had a really bad premonition for some reason. The feeling was baseless, leaving little Shikamaru scratching his head. Shikako laughed. Heh, a man should be able to admit when he's beaten. That's not it. Achoo. Woof. Woof. It's okay, Akamaru. Let's try it again. Little Kiba Inuzuka rubbed his nose and looked at the partner his mom had just given him, Akamaru. He smiled and prepared to resume their coordination training. A barbecue restaurant. Achoo. Little Choji let out a chubby sneeze. But even at 3 years old, his proficiency with chopsticks was like a bird catching a fly. A sneeze couldn't stop his appetite for meat. Choji, eat slowly. Look, you've caught a cold, Choji's mother said, quickly wiping his nose with a tissue. Chapter 62, The 8 Cents of Fire. Chapter 62, The 8 Cents of Fire. After testing Irika's current strength and giving him a taste of his new technique, Tanbo tossed him a scroll. It contained his latest research, a sound-based genjutsu designed to make the victim experience the most extreme flavors imaginable. 1 technique, 8 variations. Since it was now a complete set, the name, Psycho Mind Transmission, discussed, no longer fit. Tanbo gave the new technique a fresh name. The 8 Sense of Fire. The 8 Sense of Fire. Irika took the scroll and opened it eagerly. The 8 Sense of Fire, a classic Genjutsu inheriting the will of fire. A great technique designed to make naughty disciples and those who don't listen in class focus on their studies. Created by Konoha's greatest Genjutsu master, Tanbo Tobitake, and now passed down to his disciple, Irika, in hopes that he will carry it forward. Irika glanced at his teacher. Sensei, you really know how to flatter yourself. Despite the thought, his eyes lit up as he read the specific execution methods and the 8 variations. The technique specifically targeted the gustatory organs of ninjas. It was ineffective against summoning beasts or monsters. Its advantage was clear: this Genjutsu targeted the enemy's physical body rather than just their spirit. It caused the central nervous system, specifically the chorda tympani and glossopharyngeal nerves, to fall under the illusion, producing specific tastes that the body then fed back to the brain. Compared to the Psycho Mind Transmission discussed method, the sound-based 8 Sense of Fire bypassed the process of using the eyes to create a mental hallucination that then fed back to the body. Instead, the ninja who hears the sound has their physical body directly hallucinate the taste, which then signals the brain. It was much harder to break. Sensei, you're a psycho. To create a Genjutsu like this, aren't you just using this for your own twisted amusement? Although Irika was happy to learn such a powerful, if twisted, technique, he wasn't thrilled about having had it used on him. Before, it was visual, now it was auditory, making it even harder to defend against. Nonsense. Is your teacher that kind of person? Tanbo refused to admit it. Look at the description: a Genjutsu inheriting the will of fire. This is a great technique meant to help future generations succeed. How could you think otherwise? Is that right? Irika's eyes flickered. Sensei, to verify if I can learn it, why don't you stand there and let me try it on you? Don't defend yourself, let's see if your Genjutsu actually works. You brat, you just want revenge on your teacher. Get lost. Tanbo sent him flying with a playful kick. Fine, fine. Irika dusted off his pants and ran off. Tanbo shook his head and headed home. Tozai Tobitake was overjoyed that his son had become a full jonin. He had 2 drinks that night and ended up passed out at the dining table. Ayam was equally happy for him. Late that night, after finishing his daily Genjutsu research, Tanbo began to reflect on his promotion to jonin and the position of division head. After thinking it over, there seemed to be no downsides. His working hours were more flexible, and he didn't have to worry about the whims of superiors. Well, Inoichi Yamanaka was still his boss, but at this rank, he didn't need to walk on eggshells anymore. Moreover, he now had a say in various village affairs. Being a jonin meant his subordinates would trust him more, a respect earned through capability. Of course, it also meant more responsibility. Sleep, sleep. I can handle this position. The next day. The Intelligence Analysis Division. In front of numerous colleagues, Tanbo Tobitake officially took over the position of division head from Inoichi Yamanaka. The veteran members couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The genius captain from back then was now their superior. In a way, they had watched him grow up. Shimon, in particular, had witnessed Tanbo's growth, his marriage, his promotion to jonin, and now his rise to division head. The colleague he used to drink and joke with was now his boss. Dokuraku was the same, lamenting how talent dictates one's fate. Before his demon sergeant persona could even fully intimidate the new recruits, Tanbo was already a jonin and his superior. It seems my teaching ability is quite strong. Having produced a jonin so quickly, Dokuraku shifted his gaze to the new recruits in the division. The newcomers were currently bowing respectfully to their new division head, completely unaware that Captain Dokuraku, the demon sergeant, had already set his sights on them. Tanbo's first order of business was business as usual. The workflow of the analysis division was already very mature and didn't need changing. Only he, as the new head, needed to adapt. Aside from the tough nuts among captured ninjas, he only needed to organize and report on the intelligence collected by his subordinates. The work was relatively relaxed. Of course, being a division head wasn't about doing nothing. He was now part of the upper management of a department and had much to learn. He needed to learn from Inoichi about coordinating with other departments and reporting to the Hokage. While Tanbo was diligently applying his salaryman spirit to his new job, an official document arrived from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hidden Cloud Village will arrive in Konoha in 3 days to negotiate an alliance. Looking at the file, Tanbo froze. Is the famous major event from the original story about to happen? The moment he saw the cloud was coming to form an alliance, he immediately thought of the death of Hisashi Hyuga. The orders he received were to instruct his subordinates not to get into conflicts with the cloud representatives. It made sense. He was the head of analysis, not the military police. He just had to do his duty. He wouldn't even run into the cloud people. As for saving anyone, he was powerless. In terms of sensory abilities, the Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, were no worse than him, just different. For the cloud to kidnap someone under their noses meant the spies used a specific method to bypass the Byakugan, or the Hyuga weren't allowed to keep their eyes active at all times within the compound. In short, the political strings were too tangled. Even with a good brain, he couldn't unravel it all. Not unless he went around reading everyone's minds. Besides, when it came to politics, he knew he was no match for the third. With a single mention of the will of fire, Hiruzen could make the younger generation work themselves to the bone. And him. His best ideas were using things like the 8 sense of fire, or tempting people with high-level jutsu. That was nowhere near as effective as the third's will of fire. So, he chose not to worry about it. He was just a stinky salaryman. Doing the job he was paid for was enough. He only made a few $100,000 a month, why risk his life? For now, he just needed to stay steady and keep getting stronger. He once again felt lucky that he hadn't reincarnated into the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. That lifestyle of having a golden finger but no freedom seemed incredibly empty. A false freedom. I bet the other high-level officials are running around like headless chickens. The analysis division really is the most relaxed department. Chapter 63, The Hidden Cloud. Chapter 63, The Hidden Cloud. The main gate of Konoha. Under the arrangements of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a team was already waiting. In the distance, several figures gradually came into view. Stay sharp. Not long ago, the Hidden Cloud intercepted and slaughtered merchant caravans carrying ore from the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. This so-called alliance might just be a cloud conspiracy. In the shadows, several ANBU monitored the area for any signs of an ambush. The possibility exists. However, since the Hokage's orders have been issued, we simply carry out the mission as commanded. Honestly, why didn't Lord Hokage order a counterattack? That trade route is vital for Konoha's ninja tool resources. So this is Konoha. Occupying the most fertile land in the Land of Fire, it truly is irritating. They still have some strength. I heard that recently on the border of the Land of Fire, seniors Kawasuki and Saimatsu were killed by a Konoha squad. Who killed them? Was it Kakashi Hatake, the one who obtained the Uchiha Sharingan? Or the famous Shursui of the body flicker? Or perhaps the Hokage's direct ANBU? According to spy intel, they were defeated by 2 jonin leading 2 brats. The men were named Hayama Shirakumo and Tanbo Tobatake. It seems Konoha still produces plenty of talent. So what? Once our mission is complete this time, we will further strengthen our village's power. Stop talking. We've arrived at Konoha. The envoys from the Hidden Cloud village each carried a blade on their backs, their muscles exceptionally solid. Intelligence Analysis Division. Rustle. Tanbo Tobatake flipped through various documents and records left by the previous division head, striving to master the workflow of the analysis division as quickly as possible so he could figure out how to slack off effectively. Some parts of the job are quite relaxed, but it requires a lot of brainpower. Luckily, I have a brain. The work of a division head, besides being responsible for collecting and organizing the intelligence read by subordinates and submitting important findings to the Hokage, also involved analyzing the corpses of enemies. They had to summarize the strengths and weaknesses of enemy ninjutsu into reports for the Hokage. The workload didn't seem high, but it was actually quite tedious because intelligence involved so many variables. It required tracking iterations of enemy ninjutsu and codes, and analyzing potential enemy movements from subtle clues. For example, like the economic analysis modern people are familiar with, if a certain resource is suddenly bought or shipped in large quantities on a specific day, many things can be deduced. This was his real job. Reporting to the Hokage was actually the easiest part. Fortunately, this was what he excelled at. The Cloud envoys should be bickering with the third right about now, shouldn't they? He kept a small part of his mind on the matter. It was a famous event from the original story, after all, and he was curious enough to wonder exactly what the third was thinking that would lead him to hand over his Ashi Hyuga. 3 days into the Cloud's visit. After 3 days of bickering and frequent communication between the envoys and the Hidden Cloud village, an alliance agreement was finally reached. It was called an alliance, but it was essentially a non-aggression treaty, one that could be broken at any moment. For the signing ceremony, the Hokage invited the heads of various clans and department leaders. Tanbo Tobatake was among them. Boring. I'd rather this end quickly so I can go back to my advanced research on sound Genjutsu, he sighed. His recent promotion and the Cloud Alliance had cut into his research time. He had already reached the stage of manipulating the enemy's sense of hearing. In a few more months, he would be able to make an enemy hear whatever sound he wanted them to hear. Sound Genjutsu wasn't just about using sound to trap an enemy, it also involved using other methods to cause the enemy to experience auditory hallucinations. The visual and auditory systems are interconnected, not two separate lines. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Leaf Village formally establish an alliance agreement. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Cloud Envoys concluded the ceremony. Tomorrow, the envoys would return to the Hidden Cloud. The event happened anyway. While Tanbo Tobitake was at home sleeping with his wife, in the darkness of the Hyuga estate, a Cloud Envoy attempting to kidnap Hinata from the main house was killed. The next day, Tanbo caught wind of it. The entirety of Konoha was in a state of high alert. Because the ceremony had just been completed the day before, a Cloud Ninja dying in Konoha today was too unexpected for the high-ranking officials. The Hidden Cloud Envoys were aggressive, refusing to admit to their actions and instead throwing mud at Konoha. They claimed Konoha feigned an alliance to make them lower their guard, only to kill them to obtain Cloud intelligence from the corpse. Ultimately, it played out just like the original story. The world gained a boy who believed in fate, and lost a younger brother who died in his older brother's place. The Hidden Cloud gained a useless corpse. For a time, many Konoha officials sighed with heavy hearts. Niji Hyuga clenched his fists, looking at the portrait of his father in the funeral hall, his grief impossible to hide. Hayashi Hyuga, leading Hinata, stepped forward to place a chrysanthemum. After the Cloud Envoys departed, Tanbo Tobitake was suddenly summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tanbo, the Barrier Development Division has been established. I need you to take on an additional role. There was a trace of fatigue in Hiruzen's eyes. Clearly, the recent incident had weighed heavily on him. Understood, Tanbo accepted. He had mentioned barrier development a long time ago, and only now did they remember it. He suspected this incident had given the third more thoughts about preventing future trouble. As for barrier techniques, although Tanbo hadn't studied them intensely lately, his genius mind allowed even casual thought to mature his previous techniques. He hadn't slacked off. Taking on another job just meant more tasks, but since these were missions, and missions meant money and resources, it was acceptable. Moreover, holding two important positions that were both village-bound greatly reduced the chances of him being sent out of the village. This meant more time to spend with his family and wife. He was willing. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued, at the same time, with your current abilities, you should be able to learn that Genjutsu. I have approved your application. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Tanbo's face. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Go. That technique is very dangerous, do not force yourself. Tanbo automatically filtered that last part, his talent didn't allow for ninjutsu that were too difficult to learn. He walked out the door with a smile, politely closing it behind him. After Tanbo left, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. Sigh. I'm getting old. If I were 10 years younger, I would never have let the cloud act so arrogantly. Now, I can only hope to nurture more children like Tanbo who can stand on their own in the coming years. Regarding the cloud incident, it wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but that he didn't dare. The Third War had only ended a few years ago, Konoha had just begun to recover and its residents were finally living stable lives. If they went to war again, forget whether Konoha could take it, the Land of Fire's High Command wouldn't allow it. Chapter 64, Mizuki Eats Dirt. Chapter 64, Mizuki Eats Dirt. Wu, Tiger, Ox. At Training Ground 88, Irika, his hair tied back in a ponytail, was practicing his newly acquired Genjutsu, the 8 Sense of Fire. After weaving the signs, he picked up the whistle hanging from his neck. Gathering chakra in his mouth, he began to blow into the whistle according to a specific rhythm. Toot. 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 Screech. Screech. The birds in the vicinity were startled, seemingly terrified by the unpleasant music. They flapped their wings and fled into the distance. Some distance away from the training ground, a figure was on his way to practice. Seeing the birds fleeing in panic, he grew curious. Who was practicing a jutsu that could scare away birds from such a distance? This was a young man with light blue hair and a slender build. A sports-style headcloth covered the upper half of his head, revealing a refined, blue-toned face that looked like a protagonist's. His medium-length hair brushed against his jawline. Currently, he wore a look of intense curiosity. If Tanbo Tobitake were here, he would surely recognize him, one of Konoha's classic characters, a minor villain with the face of a lead actor, Mizuki. Mizuki slowly approached the training ground, habitually suppressing his presence. As he drew closer, bursts of unpleasant music drifted from the distance, making him frown. Who was playing such a terrible tune? However, after walking just a few more meters, he felt something was wrong. His tongue began to produce saliva involuntarily, and as the liquid flowed, a foul stench permeated his oral cavity. What kind of taste was that? The moment the flavor filled his mouth, his stomach reacted instinctively. A surge of gas rushed from his stomach up his throat. Gag. Mizuki leaned against a tree, dry heaving for a while and spitting out a mess of bitter fluid. What is going on? He didn't understand why his body was reacting this way. Had he fallen under a jutsu? Or was the other person's music so bad that it caused a physical rejection? With these thoughts, Mizuki endured the nauseating taste and continued to creep forward. After a few more meters, the music changed into a different, equally unpleasant melody. They have absolutely no musical talent, Mizuki sneered inwardly. But before he could savor his mockery, his face distorted. A wave of bitterness he had never experienced before spread from his mouth. His features instantly scrunched together as his mouth produced more saliva, trying to dilute the bitterness to spit it out. But it was useless, the bitterness remained. Is this some kind of secret technique? Mizuki was an experienced ninja. After the third accident, he knew the music was definitely the problem. Thinking of secret techniques, a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Why was he a commoner? Why wasn't he born into a great clan? He had learned the basic 3 academy jutsu and performed countless missions just to trade for his own techniques, while others were practicing powerful ninjutsu and secret arts since childhood. With this resentment, Mizuki suppressed his aura even further, wanting to get close enough to see if he could steal the technique or find out who was practicing. Song, song, song. The rhythm changed again. Mizuki sensed danger, but a burst of wasabi flavor exploded in his mouth, instantly rushing to his head. He felt as if his skull was being pierced by the pungency, and his senses were assaulted by the kick of the mustard. Damn it, I have to see who it is. With this obsession, Mizuki pushed on. Spicy, foul, cilantro, fishy, sour. After experiencing the next 5 flavors, the sound finally stopped. With a distorted, aching face, Mizuki quickened his pace. He could no longer maintain his stealth, he just wanted to see who the musician was. Tap, tap. Irika lowered the whistle from his lips, a smile appearing on his face. After several days of practice, he could finally manage to use the genjutsu his teacher had given him. Although the power control wasn't perfect yet, with his chakra control, it would be no problem with more practice. Suddenly, he heard someone approaching. He turned around. A familiar yet strange figure appeared before his eyes. His features were a bruised mix of red and purple, looking as if he were deathly ill, and his steps were shaky. Mizuki, he asked in confusion. Are you here to practice too? Are you injured? Mizuki approached slowly. Hearing the familiar voice, his mask of pain slowly lifted to reveal his face. Irika. Irika. How could it be Irika, the guy he looked down on with pity? Big brother Mizuki, it's me. Are you all right? Irika asked worriedly. Mizuki didn't answer. Instead, he quickly scanned the training ground. Where are the others? He didn't see any other ninjas besides Irika. He assumed they were either hidden or had already left. Ah. It's just me here, Irika said, puzzled. Are there supposed to be others? You bastard. After how well I've treated you. I'm talking about the guy who was just playing that music, that incredibly awful music. Quick, tell me, where is he? Mizuki roared, his face contorted with rage. Irika was startled by his expression and stammered, that. Mizuki, the person playing the music, might be me. He held up the whistle on his chest to show him. I was blowing this. Mizuki froze. Irika's expression didn't look like a lie, but he was still unwilling to accept it. How could Irika have such a secret technique? After double-checking that Irika wasn't lying and that there were no traces of anyone else nearby, he finally believed it was Irika's handiwork. Damn it, how did he get his hands on a secret technique like this? While he thought this, his face resumed its usual friendly smile, and he pretended to sigh in relief. Irika, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just passing by when my body reacted like that. I thought it was an enemy attack. Since it was you, then that's great. By the way, what kind of ninjutsu was that? Why do you have to play such unique music? Seeing big brother Mizuki return to his usual smile, Irika felt deeply embarrassed. His teacher's notes on the scroll mentioned that even if the enemy lacked human taste buds, the sound itself would assault their ears, providing an extra point of attack. But having Mizuki call it incredibly awful was awkward. Would people start saying he had no musical talent? He laughed nervously. Ahaha, it's a gift from my teacher. It's a genjutsu called the 8 Sense of Fire. Then, realizing something, he asked cautiously, Mizuki, you didn't get caught in the crossfire, did you? He finally took a good look at Mizuki's face. It was the exact same shade of misery he himself had worn when he was hit by his teacher's jutsu. He felt even more guilty. Mizuki had been very kind to him after his parents died, comforting and encouraging him. Now, to have accidentally hit him with the genjutsu, and apparently all 8 variations, Irika was so embarrassed he could have curled his toes through his sandals. Only someone who had experienced all 8 flavors at once knew how miserable it was. Irika felt a strong urge to cover his face and run away. Chapter 65, The Barrier Division. Chapter 65, The Barrier Division. Training Ground 88. The 8 Sense of Fire. Genjutsu. Your teacher taught you this. Every word Iruka spoke made Mizuki feel more uncomfortable. This 8 sense mentioned in the Genjutsu must have been those 8 flavors he just experienced. To hell with 8 sense. The fact that it was Iruka's teacher meant it wasn't an academy instructor or Lord Third himself, that left only Iruka's former squad leader, Tanbo Tobitake. Damn it. They aren't even on the same team anymore, yet he's still teaching him new ninjutsu. Why don't I have a teacher like that? Mizuki wore a smile on his face, but the jealousy in his heart had twisted into something ugly. He knew Tanbo Tobitake. 2 years ago, Mizuki had sparred with the rapidly improving Iruka and, given their relationship, knew exactly who his mentor was. If it hadn't been for the training methods he stole from Iruka, Mizuki wouldn't have been promoted to Chunin so quickly. Back then, Mizuki used to think how lucky he would be if his teacher were Tanbo Tobitake instead of Iruka, that pathetic little orphan who lost his parents to the Nine Tails. But even now, after the team had disbanded, Tanbo was still being so good to Iruka. Mizuki was consumed by envy. Why did Lord Third, Tanbo Tobitake, and everyone else treat Iruka so well? Why was the spotlight always on him, while Mizuki remained obscure, forced to rely entirely on himself? Ah, your teacher is truly wonderful to teach you such a secret technique. I'm fine, really, your progress is what matters most. Mizuki laughed it off as if it were nothing. Seeing that big brother Mizuki didn't mind, Iruka breathed a sigh of relief. Hee, Tanbo-sensei is amazing, but he has a wicked sense of humor. For instance, this Genjutsu, well, you felt it, right? Its use in actual combat isn't that great. Sensei taught it to me so I could use it to intimidate students and make them study harder. Iruka scratched his head and chuckled. Students. Hearing that word, a flash of gloom crossed Mizuki's eyes. He remembered that he and Iruka had passed the academy instructor trials at the same time, but because of a previous incident where he allegedly killed a teammate to complete a mission, his teaching certification had been delayed. Mizuki felt a burning hatred. Lord Whitefang was condemned by thousands for failing a mission to save his comrades, yet Mizuki, who chose the mission over a teammate, and didn't even directly admit to the killing, had his entire career path stalled. He hated it. He hated the Hokage's favoritism and he hated the ambiguity of Konoha's system. Why was nothing he did ever recognized? Konoha Library of Techniques. Tanbo Tobitake had no idea that Iruka had already found his first test subject. At this moment, he was staring at the scroll right in front of him, Bringer of Darkness. This jutsu was created by the first Hokage. Tanbo raised an eyebrow at the creator's name. It was quite a surprise that this technique, designed to counter the Sharingan, was created by Hashirama Senju. Previously, he had assumed it was Tobirama's creation. Hashirama, you old fox, you were a ninjutsu development master too. Truly worthy of the title, God of Shinobi. It was both unexpected and logical. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha were the two strongest rival clans. It made sense for them to develop techniques specifically to counter the other's abilities. With Hashirama's talent, it wasn't hard to believe. You have only 1 hour. If you don't memorize the entire formula, you'll have to wait for another opportunity. A squad of ANBU guarded him, preventing him from taking the scroll. This was a forbidden jutsu, one of Konoha's highest secrets. Tanbo wasn't surprised. He had already gone through several layers of security just to see the original scroll. His sensory perception radiated outward. The symbols in the scroll became like little dancing figures in his mind. Every seal, every formula, and every detail was rapidly etched into his memory. When his perception reached the edges of the room, it was blocked by a barrier, allowing him only to observe what was inside the chamber. 15 minutes later, Tanbo finished learning the technique. He couldn't be too fast, he had to hold back a little. It was a massive harvest. Bringer of Darkness, rank of difficulty. A short to mid-range supplementary genjutsu. It strips the enemy of their sight, plunging them into a silk-like abyss of darkness. It is a genjutsu that robs the light. The underlying principle was incredibly complex, no wonder it could counter the Sharingan. However, it had its flaws. If the user performed it incorrectly, they could fall into the abyss of darkness themselves and lose their own sight. An excellent genjutsu. I have another reference for my visual-based illusions. Tanbo was very satisfied. Specifically, the fact that even the Sharingan could be caught by this was exactly the material he needed. The Sharingan has powerful insight and can observe chakra movement. Against such an enemy, ordinary genjutsu is much less effective. Tanbo knew that the only reason he had caught Shursui so quickly before was because of the information gap. If they fought again, Shursui would know he was a genjutsu-type ninja and would be on guard. His innate genjutsu defense could block the enemy's insight for a while, but it couldn't protect his outgoing chakra. If Shursui were determined enough, he could resist most of Tanbo's illusions. Ultimately, most genjutsu work by using one's chakra to disrupt the enemy's chakra. That kind is easy to break. Techniques like Koto Ematsukami, Eye of the Creator, and Izanami were the exceptions. With Bringer of Darkness as a reference, he could absorb its experience and find a way to target powerful ocular jutsu. After all, the ninja world was essentially world of legendary eyes. This was crucial. Konoha Barrier Division, secret training ground. Just the three of you? Tanbo asked, looking at the three people before him. Yes, Master Tanbo. We are the ninjas responsible for barrier maintenance and sensory barriers. We are here to learn from you under Lord Third's orders. The leader was a chunin with a forehead protector and the white eyes of the Hyuga. The two behind him were of average appearance. Tanbo was a bit surprised. From the Hyuga clan? Yes, sir. Tetsum Hyuga, the ninja, introduced himself. It seemed every department had members from the great clans. As one of the strongest clans, it wasn't unusual for a Hyuga to be working in the barrier division. Tanbo nodded. In that case, let's begin. I assume Lord Third told you why I was appointed as the captain of this barrier development team. Yes. Lord Hokage said it is to develop a defensive barrier capable of responding to ultra-large-scale area attacks. Tetsum Hyuga nodded. The other two followed suit. There was no sign of defiance. They knew the importance of the barrier division, and the Hokage wouldn't do anything pointless. Since this man was sent by the Hokage, it proved his capability. Then, the first step of developing the ultra-large defensive barrier, inverted golden bell, begins now. Chapter 66, The Dangerous Tanbo Tobatake. Chapter 66, The Dangerous Tanbo Tobatake. Konoha, Barrier Development Division. Swoosh, swoosh. Specialized kunai placed around the perimeter of the field flew back into the hands of Tanbo Tobatake's development team in rapid succession. That's enough for today. Off the clock, let's go get some food. We'll pick back up next week, Tanbo said to the three men. Yes, Captain, Tetsum Hyuga replied respectfully. After a month of working together, the level of expertise Tanbo displayed in barrier ninjutsu made these professional members of the barrier division feel ashamed. As elites specially trained by Konoha from childhood, their foundation in barrier arts wasn't as strong as Tanbo's, despite him joining halfway through. When he first started, while Tanbo had deep theoretical insights, there were many technical details he didn't know and had to ask them about. However, with each passing day, they noticed massive leaps in his progress. His development of barrier jutsu became more refined by the hour. It was as if he was advancing through an entire stage of mastery every single day. Furthermore, they were deeply impressed by the barrier ninjutsu Tanbo had created, the inverted golden bell. In their minds, once this barrier was successfully scaled up, it would be a divine tool for defense. If they ever encountered a rampaging monster like the Nine-Tails again, as long as someone could keep it outside, this barrier would prevent the beast from causing any destruction. Tanbo nodded to them and checked the time. It was about right. The work at the barrier division didn't occupy too much of Tanbo's time. He only spent 2 days a week there. Most of his time was spent at the intelligence analysis division handling his duties as division head. His routine consisted of going to work, finishing work, going home to eat, and his daily training. 2 weeks ago, he had already mastered the Bringer of Darkness. It was exactly as he had envisioned, though with a slight difference. The technique wasn't just a genjutsu targeted at an individual's vision, it was a wide-range genjutsu that affected every ninja within its radius. Once cast, all enemies would find their field of vision plunged into darkness. Furthermore, it was a continuous release technique. Even if you disrupted your chakra to break it, you would be hit by the illusion again the very next instant. It could only be countered by completely blocking out the caster's chakra or by killing the caster. For instance, an Uchiha Susanoo, which completely envelopes the user, would likely be able to negate this kind of illusion. Today is little Ino's birthday. What should I get her? I'll give her a Tanbo Tobatake action figure. Tanbo smiled, thinking he had come up with the coolest gift ever. He truly was a genius. The Ninja Academy. Irika-sensei is coming. Sit down, quick. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to complain to the office. Irika-sensei uses ninjutsu on students. It's no use. I told my dad, and he actually supported Irika-sensei. Darn it, to think Irika-sensei developed such a jutsu. It's too despicable. I heard his teacher taught it to him. Just you wait. You guys can keep the dream of becoming Hokage. My new dream is to beat up Irika-sensei and his teacher. Me too. In the second-year classroom, the moment they heard it was Irika-sensei's period, the rowdy kids immediately returned to their seats and behaved. They even shut their mouths quickly. They all looked like they were studying with intense focus. Even the proud young boys of the Uchiha clan and the nobles of the Hyuga clan looked as if they had just swallowed something foul. Clearly, they had been subjected to some unconventional discipline. Tap, tap, tap. Irika walked in through the door, clutching his books, a friendly smile on his face. Seeing all the students studying quietly without making a peep, he nodded in satisfaction. As expected of me. Even many seniors can't make the students behave this well, but I fixed it the moment I arrived. Irika felt that his teaching career was destiny. His dreams, his abilities, and his personality were all born for the classroom. Suddenly, he saw a boy from the Uchiha clan raise his hand. He assumed there was a question. Uchiha-2, do you have a question? I've already told you, you should use the restroom during the break. You can't just decide to go in the middle of class. Uchiha-2 replied, Teacher, I just wanted to ask who your teacher is. Anyone who could teach a great teacher like you must be an incredible ninja, right? The other students pricked up their ears. They had wanted to know the answer to this for a week. Do you know what they had been through this past week? Except for the top scholars, every naughty kid had been taught a lesson. The only ones who hadn't been hit were the few quiet students who studied diligently, but even they had heard how terrifying Irika's ninjutsu was and had no desire to become troublemakers. Good. Student Uchiha-2 asked a great question. Everyone should learn from him. This is one method of gathering intelligence, don't ask directly, ask from a side angle. Since he wasn't asking for a bathroom break and had even complimented him, Irika was very pleased with the question. It seemed that under his encouragement, they were all studying hard. Teacher, just say it. Who is your teacher? I swear, when I grow up, I'm going to beat him up. Uchiha-2 stopped pretending and asked bluntly. Irika smiled warmly. What courage. He's a jonin, you know. Are you sure you want to fight him? I'll be a jonin too one day, and I have the Sharingan. I'm definitely going to flatten him. Uchiha-2 clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Growing up in the Uchiha household, when had he ever tasted such disgusting flavors? In his heart, the person who developed this technique was only slightly less hateful than someone who insulted the Uchiha name. The Hyuga boy sitting next to him nodded, a rare moment of solidarity between the two clans. In fact, the whole class felt the same. His name is Tanbo Tobitake. He is currently the head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. If you guys are capable enough, remember to land a few extra punches for me too. Irika encouraged them. That was a thought worth being happy about. The students were stunned by Irika's words. Wait, we want to beat him up, why are you including yourself? And shouldn't we beat you up first, teacher? Of course, at 7 years old, they already had their own little schemes. They only memorized Tanbo Tobitake's name and didn't say anything more about beating Irika. Very well. Tanbo Tobitake, right? Just wait until I grow up. I'll beat him up, steal his ninjutsu, and then feed it back to him. Uchiha-2 was full of fighting spirit. Beside him, the Hyuga boy's Byakugan flickered with a ripple of intent. There were smart kids, and then there were clever kids. Some were already preparing to gather intel on Tanbo Tobitake so they could use their advantage as children to act cute, get close to him, and then deliver a punch he'd never see coming. If they didn't land at least one hit, they wouldn't be able to rest easy. Alright, small talk is over. Next is math class. Listen carefully. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to beat my teacher, but you'll have to taste another round of my 8 cents of fire. But I'm generous, I'll let you pick the flavor. As soon as Irika said this, the faces of every student turned dark, and no one dared to speak another word. Their desire to beat him up only grew stronger. Chapter 67, a special gift, accept the punishment of justice. Chapter 67, a special gift, accept the punishment of justice. The Yamanaka residence. Come on, open it up. It's a super duper cool gift Uncle Tanbo prepared just for you. Tanbo Tobitake sat across from little Ino, watching her excited face. Before her sat a palm-sized, exquisitely wrapped gift box, the fruit of Tanbo's meticulous preparation. Inoichi Yamanaka and his wife watched the two of them with smiles. Little Ino rubbed her hands together and glanced at this weird uncle. She still remembered how, last time, Tanbo could make the flower she liked appear out of thin air. I'm opening it now. She pressed her hands together in a silent prayer, and with a sliver of anticipation, she slowly pried open the box. Inside, she saw fluffy gift padding. Her small hands brushed the fluff aside, finally revealing the gift's true form. The gift was revealed, but little Ino's face instantly fell. She was utterly speechless. Inside was a bamboo-woven action figure in the likeness of Tanbo Tobitake. The figure's hand was resting on the head of another, smaller figure that looked exactly like a little Ino. It was a frozen image of a big brother giving a head pat. Uncle Tanbo, this is your super-duper cool gift. Ino was not pleased. She had thought it would be a beautiful flower or something elegant, she hadn't expected a toy like this. She gave Tanbo a look of pure disdain. Inoichi and his wife laughed from the sidelines, surprised by how creative Tanbo's gift was. Ino, don't talk like that. This is a birthday present from your uncle Tanbo. Don't be rude, Ino's mother scolded gently. Ino pouted. But this gift is too abstract. I don't like it at all. Now, little Ino, don't underestimate my taste. This isn't just any toy, it's a ninja tool handmade by Uncle Tanbo himself, Tanbo said proudly. A ninja tool? Inoichi raised an eyebrow. Since when did you learn how to make ninja tools? Why didn't I know about this? Ino looked at him skeptically. Watch. When you're a bit older and learn how to refine chakra, all you have to do is channel it into the figure. Tanbo wove a sign and infused chakra into the model. Suddenly, the figure came to life. To the astonishment of the Yamanaka family, the two bamboo figures began to look and move like real people, just very small ones. The little figures even smiled. Suddenly, the mini Ino spoke, Uncle Tanbo is the handsomest man in the world. Then the mini Tanbo replied, Little Ino is the cutest girl in the world. They repeated this cycle several times. Once the chakra was exhausted, they reverted to being static bamboo figures. Ino was dying of embarrassment. While it was true that Ino was the cutest girl in the world, Uncle Tanbo was definitely not the handsomest man. What a shameless, weird uncle. Inoichi looked on with an awkward smile. A real ninja tool indeed. How about that? Cool, right? Once you learn chakra refinement, you can listen to the world's handsomest uncle talk to you every day. Tanbo spoke with a straight face, seemingly very satisfied with his creation. Under a pointed look from her mother, Ino tucked the figure away. I'll take it, I guess. But you can't give me stuff like this next time. Despite her words, it was a gift, so she planned to keep it. But she vowed she would never let anyone see her playing with it. It was too shameless. Tanbo was very satisfied. At the same time, he thought of Sasuke Uchiha, that kid was probably inseparable from his little Itachi figure by now. The Uchiha compound. Sasuke Uchiha watched his brother flick his forehead and head out for another mission, his face full of displeasure. He pulled the little Itachi figure Tanbo had given him out of his bag. Stinky big brother. Always on missions, never playing with me. See if I don't tickle you. Sasuke flipped the figure over and used his small hands to tickle its feet, a punishment for his brother not staying home. The Itachi figure was already polished to a smooth sheen from how often he handled it. Clearly, it was his favorite toy. That bad uncle has good skills. I'll ask Mom for money to buy more later. But where does that bad uncle live? Sasuke remembered the bad uncle. He wondered if he could get him to make a whole army of big brother figures. A few more days passed. As time went on, Iam's belly grew larger, and Tanbo began to slack off at work. Most of the time, he used a shadow clone to handle his duties while his main body stayed home to accompany Iam. As his body grew stronger and his spiritual energy accumulated, his chakra reserves became increasingly potent. Using a shadow clone for work was no longer a strain. According to his perception, his chakra volume was now only about 1/4 less than the third Hokage's. This increased his efficiency in both developing techniques and physical training. His rate of growth had accelerated. It was no wonder that Konoha 12 grew so rapidly once they hit their teens. As the body matures and spiritual energy accumulates, chakra increases, allowing for longer, more intense training sessions before hitting a plateau. Of course, when it came to slacking off, he had to report it to the Hokage. He was a successor of the Will of Fire, after all. Since the Analysis Division and the Barrier Development Division were important posts, he couldn't just use shadow clones to phone it in without permission. If he were caught, it would be bad for his reputation. So, he chose to tell Hiruzen Sarutobi directly. My wife's belly is getting bigger, and I need to be with her. I'll be using shadow clones for work. You don't mind, do you? That was the gist of it, though he put it much more politely. As it turned out, the moment Hiruzen heard this, he didn't raise a single objection and gave his approval. The reality was that his own eldest daughter-in-law was due around the same time, so he was very sympathetic. Besides, even a shadow clone of Tanbo was more than capable of handling the Analysis Division's work. Tanbo left a shadow clone to stay with Iam while his main body, following his usual habit, headed toward Training Ground 98. A day without practice results in 10 days of emptiness. He understood this well. He never slacked on his personal training. Russell. Hey, is he really coming? Are you sure your intel isn't wrong? In the bushes beside Training Ground 98, 3 small kids were crouching, accompanied by a small dog. They were peeking out toward the field. Impossible. I have a perfect score in intelligence class. There's no mistake. He comes here every day to practice. I heard he's been playing music a lot lately, too. He's a ninja, does he want to be an artist or something? Doesn't matter if he wants to be an artist. We have to land a punch on his face. Right. It's his fault Iruka-sensei learned that awful ninjutsu. Remember, stick to the plan. We have to act cute. I specifically studied child psychology in the library for this. That way, he'll lower his guard, and we can get him. Got it. I'll rush up for a hug and then hit his face. You guys stomp on his feet. If Iruka were here, he would recognize these as kids from the Academy second-year class, led by a third-year student. They were currently plotting their ambush on Tanbo Tobatake. Chapter 68, Earth-style Wall. Chapter 68, Earth-style Wall. Training Ground 98. The moment Tanbo Tobatake approached, he sensed three little heads huddled suspiciously in the nearby bushes. He let his eyes wander but didn't expose them, instead going about his training as if no one were there. He started with the guy-style routine, 200 single-finger handstands, 2,000 push-ups, followed by one-handed push-ups and various movement drills. The physical body and the spirit are the dual sources of chakra. Naturally, Tanbo had never neglected his taijutsu. For him, these exercises were like a light drizzle, easy. While he didn't possess Guy's natural physical gifts, he had a brain. He used technique to compensate for any lack of innate talent. So strong. Hana Inuzuka, the only girl among the three, watched Tanbo's training method with deep admiration, stars practically sparkling in her eyes. The Inuzuka clan's combat system was specialized in taijutsu. Having practiced since childhood, she could immediately tell the difficulty of his routine. Even her father couldn't do those movements with such ease. Gulp. Are we really going to punch him? Can we even find an opening? Hana swallowed hard, feeling that their chances were looking slim. Is that really Iruka-sensei's teacher? He's so powerful, if we actually hit him, he won't beat us up, will he? The boy with the middle-parted hair and suspenders was already getting cold feet. The other boy, a slightly chubbier kid with whisker-like marks on his cheeks, was bolder. What are you afraid of? We're kids. According to child psychology, as long as we don't accidentally pee on him, he won't have the heart to hit a child. Is your child psychology even reliable? The suspender boy whispered. Hana's gaze turned firm. Don't be scared. The moment we land a hit, before he can even react, we'll say Iruka-sensei told us to do it. He'll definitely shift his target to Iruka-sensei. She remembered Iruka-sensei's words, the teacher actually hoped they would grow up to beat Tanbo. They must have a grudge. If they just redirected the attention, hee. Hanane has a point, the two boys nodded in agreement. This was a basic lesson in espionage and subversion that Iruka-sensei had taught them. Achoo. Iruka, who was currently grading student assignments, rubbed his nose. What's going on? The weather just started getting cool, am I already catching a cold? He shook his head and looked back at the papers. He was very satisfied, with the support of his teacher's new genjutsu, he was like a fish in water at the academy. These kids are here to punch me. Do I even know them? And that guy Iruka, did he do something at school to point them in my direction? Questions flashed through Tanbo's mind, but his movements didn't stop. He practiced his self-created, Tanbo-style taijutsu against a training post. Bang. Bang. It was a style that combined various taijutsu from the stone, cloud, and leaf villages, something he had developed to suit his own physique and combat style. It wasn't necessarily stronger than other styles, it was just more suitable for him. Suddenly, Tanbo stopped and looked in a specific direction. The three little rascals finally emerged. Led by a girl with inverted triangular markings on her cheeks, two little boys followed closely behind her. Wow, mister. Are you a ninja? Hana Inuzuka looked at Tanbo with wide, watery eyes, putting on a perfect act of pure admiration. The two followers behind her felt extremely awkward, their big sister was born in a family full of ninja, how could she not pull off such a personality change? Tanbo looked at the markings on her face. A kid from the Inuzuka family, huh? That's right. Shouldn't you all be in class? He wanted to see how these kids would try to punch him. Whoa, so cool. Big brother, you're amazing. Is your dream to be Hokage, too? We're off today, and we came here to practice ninjutsu. Big brother, can you teach us? The three kids spoke in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration. It was almost too much. Even though he knew it was an act, they were genuinely adorable. Way cuter than Itachi. At that age, Itachi was always carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, these kids actually had a childhood. Tanbo felt like he was becoming younger just being around them. Tanbo shook his head. No, I don't want to be Hokage. I'm going to leave the position of Hokage successor to you guys. You are the future of the village. Come, show me what you've learned at the academy. I'm something of a genius when it comes to teaching. When they heard the words, Hokage successor, the three kids' eyes lit up for a moment. That sounds pretty good. They exchanged a glance but stayed committed to the plan. Big brother, I want to be a strong ninja too. Can you give me a hug so I can feel the greatness of a ninja? Hana asked with watery eyes. Tanbo nodded. No problem. But you should introduce yourselves first, right? Hana Inazuka. Shirkuin Fuma. Zai Izuno. The three were eager. Hana even held out her arms for a hug. All right then. It was a brief introduction. He only recognized Hana Inazuka, Kiba's older sister. If he remembered correctly, her personality was quite similar to Kiba's. She was definitely faking this. Nevertheless, he picked her up. To be honest, Hana was in the same age group as Itachi. He wondered how she could stomach acting like a toddler asking for a hug. Zai and Shirkuin exchanged a look. Each of them delivered a stomp to Tanbo's feet. Take that. Hana, who was being held, didn't wait either. Her face instantly transformed as she let out a roar and threw a punch directly at Tanbo's face. Tanbo let go, and Hana, along with her two lackeys, sprinted away toward the path they had come from. Hee, I'll let you experience the achievement of a successful ninja tactic. But next, it's your turn to let me experience what it's like to be a teacher. Tanbo pretended to be in pain for a moment before a smile played on his lips. The kid's tactics were good. He appreciated people who used their brains. Their only mistake was plotting too loudly. Rabbit, rabbit, monkey, tiger, monkey. Earth style wall. Yeah. The tactic worked. We punched Irika-sensei's teacher. As expected of big sister. You actually pulled off that watery-eyed look. What? You brat, do you want a beating? Ah. Sorry, Hanane. You are naturally watery-eyed. The three were running with everything they had, knowing they couldn't beat Tanbo and needing to escape. Suddenly, something felt wrong. Why was there a cliff in front of them? Swish. The three skidded to a halt right at the edge. Looking down at the ground dozens of meters below, their heads started to spin. The two boys even slumped to the ground, their legs turning to jelly. What's happening? Are we in a genjutsu? Hana realized something was wrong. She looked at the distant forest and the Leaf Village residential area even further away. When she turned back, she saw cliffs on all four sides. They were standing on top of a massive, elevated square of earth. It's Earth style, an enormous Earth style. Chapter 69, Small Clans. Chapter 69, Small Clans. Woof. Woof. Just as they were panicking, the sound of a dog barking rang out. Tanbo Tobitake, holding a gray ninja hound in his hand, flew up while standing atop a massive summoned eagle. A smile played across his lips. Haimaru. Hana Inazuka looked at the dog worriedly. Woof. Haimaru looked down at the ground and decided it was better not to struggle. If he fell from this height, it wouldn't end well. Give Haimaru back to me, big brother. Hana was worried about what Tanbo might do to the dog, especially seeing that eerie, smiling mouth. She intentionally made her voice sound sweet and high-pitched to gain sympathy. Her two sidekicks, however, were already terrified. Don't kill us. It was Irika-sensei who told us to hit you. The two boys burst into tears, their previous courage completely vanished, though they hadn't forgotten their plan to shift the blame. To them, Tanbo looked terrifying. He had no face, only bandages and that unsettling smile. Why would I kill you? You're the future Hokage successors, Tanbo chuckled, tossing Haimaru back to Hana. He was now certain, Irika had definitely been bad-mouthing him at the academy. Woof. Hana caught Haimaru and stared at Tanbo. What are you going to do? Didn't you just say you wanted to learn ninja knowledge from me? I'm going to train you, Tanbo said. Train us? Yes. You're from the Inazuka clan, and these two are from the Fuma and Izuno clans, right? According to my intel, the Fuma clan has been declining, and the Izuno clan doesn't even have a single jonin. Since you've asked for my guidance and fate has brought us together, I'll give you some basic training to increase your chances of becoming jonin. Tanbo looked at Hana and the two boys. As a high-ranking official in Konoha, he had access to this information. Konoha had many small clans, like the Fuma clan, creators of the Fuma Shuriken, or the Izuno clan with their secret techniques. Many of these clans hadn't produced a jonin in generations, even becoming a chunin was difficult for them. The lack of resources compared to great clans like the Hyuga, combined with a smaller population base than commoner ninjas, meant these small families struggled to produce even mid-tier elites. This explained why small clans were rarely mentioned in the original history. Since he was bored anyway, Tanbo figured he might as well foster the next generation while he trained. Besides, the secret techniques of other clans were always interesting. These kids were likely the shining hopes of their family since their numbers were so small, but their current talent success rate was enough to make anyone shake their head. Hearing Tanbo mention their families, Shirkuin Fuma and Zai Azuno snapped out of their panic. Learning that their clans lacked even a single jonin made them feel a wave of dejection. They lived under immense pressure, every generation of their families pinned all their hopes on the next. Now it was their turn to carry that weight. They actually had decent talent, for instance, their performance in analytical theory class was top tier, which was why they were confident enough to try and ambush Tanbo. We will definitely become Chunin, the two boys declared firmly. Hey, I just said all that, and your goal is only to be Chunin. Shouldn't you want to be Jonin? Tanbo was speechless. They're a bit too insecure. Where did the confidence they had when they planned to punch him go? The two boys hung their heads. Generation after generation of their families failing to reach the top had robbed them of their confidence. Hana Inazuka frowned, she hadn't realized her two underlings were so discouraged. Hey! Don't let him look down on us. We just punched him, didn't we? Be confident. We can become Jonin, maybe even Hokage, she shouted, trying to cheer them up. This only made the boys hang their heads lower. They knew their talent was good within their small clans, but it wasn't great on a village scale. They could feel it from the looks their parents gave them. Because the clans were so small, the pressure on them was suffocating. Chunin was already their ultimate goal. Alright. Regardless of your goals, as people who managed to land a punch and a stomp on me, you have something to be proud of. You've surpassed the genius ninja Kakashi, you've surpassed the genius Uchiha Itachi, and you've even surpassed the Sanin's disciple, Enko Midarashi, Tanbo said with a laugh. Huh. The three kids looked up at him, bewildered. They had heard of the first two. Itachi was a genius from Hana's year who had already graduated. They had also heard of the Sannin, so their disciple must be incredibly gifted. How could they have surpassed such people? Yep, you heard me right. Kakashi is my classmate, and he hasn't touched a single hair on my head to this day. Tanbo held up a finger. Uchiha Itachi was my teammate recently. During our spar, he was so overwhelmed he couldn't even reach me. Same goes for Anko. He then praised them, but you three, using your excellent ninja instincts, read my psychology and successfully hit me. You're amazing. Don't underestimate yourselves, but you must work hard. Zai and Shirkuin's eyes brightened. Is that true? Did we really surpass those geniuses? Only Hana Inazuka was sharp enough to analyze his words. She really wanted to ask, is that even a fair comparison, but seeing the restored spirits of her two friends, she swallowed the question. Now then, as punishment for hitting me, your task for today is to get down from this earth-style wall. Tanbo pointed to the edge. The three kids and the dog looked down again, feeling like they would plummet to their deaths. We'll die if we fall, right? Hana said. Woof. Woof. Haimaru barked excitedly in agreement. Tanbo wove a hand sign, and a small but tall pillar rose from the center of the massive earth block. Fine, let's start with something simpler. Every 5 minutes, if I decide someone is slacking off, you'll get a taste of my Genjutsu. I assume that's why you came to find me in the first place. Tanbo pulled out a harmonica and smiled. He had a good idea of why they had sought him out. If Kiba hasn't enjoyed it yet, his sister might as well go first. He felt quite satisfied. He then explained the chakra control techniques for tree climbing and demonstrated it a few times, telling them to climb up and down the central pillar. Once they mastered that, they could try descending the main wall. Having led a team before, Tanbo knew how to explain things so that ninjas at different stages could easily understand. Gulp. The three kids looked at the bandaged face and the harmonica in his hand. They remembered Irika-sensei's move. If this was his teacher, he must be even scarier. They were terrified and immediately regretted coming to ambush him. Looking at the tall pillar, the three had no choice but to follow Tanbo's instructions and begin practicing. Because Tanbo had compared them to famous geniuses, the two boys were much more confident. They were no longer dejected, they were full of drive. Combined with Tanbo's threat, they didn't dare stop. As they repeatedly fell and climbed back up, Tanbo began practicing his music, while simultaneously pondering how to integrate the Bringer of Darkness into his own combat system. Chapter 70, Sasuke. Chapter 70, Sasuke. The Bringer of Darkness technique belongs to a unique category of Genjutsu. Unlike visual Genjutsu, which rely on sight to manipulate the enemy's chakra, or auditory types that use sound as a conduit, this is a wide-area technique that disperses chakra directly into the air. It follows the execution process of a ninjutsu but produces the effect of a genjutsu. Integrating this into his personal system was proving difficult for Tanbo. It certainly wasn't something that could be mastered in a day or two. He wasn't pouring all his energy into it, however, he spent a little time each day gathering experience, waiting for the moment his understanding reached critical mass. For now, his primary research remained focused on standard Genjutsu, visual, auditory, and his ongoing mind-reading series. The 8 Sense of Fire was a concrete application of his auditory research, using sound to transmit chakra and overwhelm the enemy's 5 senses. Ow, 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 that hurts. Zai Azuno fell flat on his backside, tears welling in his eyes from the pain. Looking at the pillar in front of him, he desperately wanted to use his family's secret technique to smash it to pieces. But one look at Tanbo practicing his music nearby made his courage fail. Shirkuin Fuma was in the same boat. This level of precise chakra control was simply too difficult. His middle-parted hair and suspenders were currently soaked in sweat from exhaustion. Hey, work harder. I'm starting to get the hang of it, Hana Inuzuka said. Her feet left the ground as she slowly walked up the pillar at a 90-degree angle. No sooner had she finished her sentence than she slipped and fell. Despite the fall, her face was bright with excitement. This feeling was amazing. It wasn't that hard at all. Zai's chubby face turned toward her. Hanane, how did you do that? Shirkuin looked over as well. They hadn't felt that click at all. Most of the time, they couldn't take 2 steps before falling. Hana encouraged them. Like this, then that, and then, you just find the rhythm. Twang. Dong, dong, dong. Just then, a familiar yet slightly different tune played. A sharp, spicy sensation flared in their throats and rushed straight to their skulls. Their fatigue vanished instantly, replaced by a sudden, jarring alertness. Keep at it. Once you complete this, you're free. Otherwise, hee. Tanbo lifted his harmonica, gesturing for them to stop daydreaming and get back to work. Yes, sir. They didn't want another hit of that jutsu. It was terrifying. That rush to the brain made them feel like they were about to meet their ancestors. Not daring to slack off, the 3 continued their training. Tanbo watched their progress, frowning slightly. Hana was fine, she had a natural talent for chakra control. But the other 2, their talent was somewhat lacking. It seemed unlikely these 2 brats would finish this basic training anytime soon. He smoothed his brow. No rush. He was just training the juniors on the side, not trying to turn them into the sage of the 6 paths. Big brother, is that bad uncle really over here? Sasuke held Itachi's hand, walking slowly beside him through the open forest. Itachi smiled at the question. I thought you said he was a bad uncle. Why are you looking for him then? But the big brother he made is really pretty. Sasuke held out his right hand, clutching the little Itachi figure. The sunlight reflected off its smooth surface, it had clearly been rubbed and handled quite a lot. Itachi looked at the figure and smiled, but when he turned back, his expression returned to its usual composure. The lines under his eyes seemed deeper. Clearly, in the past month or 2, he had experienced things that had forced him to mature even faster. The man you call bad uncle practices at this training ground almost every day. He'll definitely be here at this time, Itachi replied. Big brother, why does the bad uncle get to train every day, but you have to go on missions every day? Sasuke asked innocently. He didn't understand. He just wanted to play with his brother, even just watching him train was enough for Sasuke. But most of the time, Itachi was away on missions. Itachi chuckled. Because I'm still a genin. I need to improve my strength and experience, so it's more frequent. Once I become a jonin, I'll have more time to spend with you. Sasuke seemed to only half understand. Just like Dad. Something like that. Tap, tap, tap. Whoa, big brother, what's that? Sasuke looked up as a shadow loomed over them. A massive stone wall blocked their path. Itachi's eyes were sharper, he could see Tanbo sitting on the edge of the wall, playing some sort of music. That's likely an Earth-style ninjutsu released by your bad uncle. He must be training, Itachi explained. Why are they here? Tanbo sensed Itachi and Sasuke entering his range. Are they here to train at ground 98? Unlikely, the Uchiha have their own grounds. Are they looking for me? Before long, Itachi led Sasuke to the base of the Earth-style wall. Senior Tanbo. Yo, Itachi. You looking for me? Also, why did you stop calling me big brother? Tanbo leaped from the height of dozens of meters, landing light as a feather in front of them without making a sound. Sasuke hid behind Itachi, watching Tanbo's movement with wide eyes. So cool. He jumped from so high up. Itachi's face twinged with embarrassment. For some reason, after not seeing him for a while, calling him big brother felt a bit awkward. Please don't tease me, senior. My younger brother is the one looking for you. Tanbo's lips curled into a smile as he spotted the figure in Sasuke's hand. Oh. I thought you were here to spar. I've developed some new Genjutsu recently and wanted to test them against a Sharingan user, he said with mock disappointment. Itachi choked on his words. Despite his visible progress lately, he had zero desire to face Tanbo's Genjutsu. He still hadn't found a way to break them, or rather, his chakra reserves and arsenal weren't yet sufficient to counter Tanbo's methods. Bad uncle, I want to buy more of these big brothers. Sasuke held up the little Itachi figure, his voice high and childish. Fine, I'll grant your wish. But let uncle give you a hug first. Tanbo didn't wait for permission. His sense of mischief flared up, and he scooped up the nearly 4-year-old Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively resisted, but Tanbo held him firmly with one arm. Last time he had just picked him up by the collar, this time deserved a proper hug. Stop squirming. I'll make you a few more little Itachis. As he spoke, Tanbo pulled bamboo strips from his ninja tool pouch. In less than a few seconds, several small Itachi figures in different poses appeared, all in chibi style, some sitting, some standing. They even held different items like shuriken or kunai. Sasuke's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he watched. Chapter 71, Family Secret Techniques. Chapter 71, Family Secret Techniques. Training Ground 98. Atop the earth-style wall, 3 little figures were lying flat on the ground, poking their heads over the edge to look down. Hey, it's Itachi Uchiha, Shirkuin Fuma whispered to Hana Inuzuka, pointing at the figure below. Hana Inuzuka nodded. It really is Itachi. I guess a bandageman wasn't lying when he said he used to beat him up. Because Tanbo Tobate's face was wrapped in bandages, the 3 of them had given him a nickname as a small act of rebellion against their punishment. Zai Zuno shivered. Why do I feel a chill? It feels like he's watching us. Oh no. He doesn't show his eyes, so he must be a sensory ninja. He definitely knows we're looking. Hurry up and practice, or we're dead meat. Hana hissed. She pulled her 2 lackeys back and resumed their training in a panic. Itachi, sure you don't want to spar? It's a good chance to show your little brother your strength, Tanbo said as he set Sasuke down. Itachi's growth was staggering. After not seeing him for a while, his chakra volume had increased significantly. It seemed his recent experiences had been substantial. Tanbo could sense that Itachi's spiritual energy was accumulating rapidly. It was only his young, physical body that acted as a bottleneck. Otherwise, he would be even more formidable. Truly the chosen one of the ninja world, the man who became a literal legend in the fandom, Tanbo thought. No. We'll be going now, Itachi replied, glancing at the 3 heads that had just retracted from the wall above. After offering his thanks, he took little Sasuke and slipped away. He had zero desire to fight. Sasuke, clutching his new Itachi figures, waved goodbye to Tanbo. He was a polite child, and he was clearly very happy. Tanbo watched them leave. I wonder, when the time comes for Itachi to make his big decisions, will he come to me for advice? Probably not. To him, I likely just appear as a slightly above-average jonin. He wondered if Itachi, upon meeting Obito/Madara, would think to ask Tanbo for help in dealing with the masked men. Then he shook his head. My talent is high and I'm improving fast, but maybe I'm getting a bit arrogant. I'll leave those world-shaking events to the children of destiny. I just need to do my job. He shifted his perception back to the 3 kids on the wall and realized they still hadn't mastered the balance required for tree climbing. To be honest, aside from Hana Inuzuka, the other 2 were quite underwhelming. Their talent didn't even match the early stages of Naruto's, in fact, they weren't even close. Sunset. The evening glow bathed the village. At the Inuzuka residence, Kiba Inuzuka was playing with Akamaru. Hey, Akamaru, why is Sis so late today? Do you think she went on a date? Kiba grinned, showing off his little shark-like teeth. Woof. Akamaru barked in complete agreement. Knock, knock. Hearing the door, Kiba and Akamaru rushed to open it. When the door creaked open, they saw a completely exhausted Hana Inuzuka, with Himura slumped over her shoulder, tongue out and panting heavily. Little bro, get me some water. I'm dying. Kiba was confused but quickly poured her a glass. Sis, what happened to you? Don't ask. I ran into a perverted uncle and he worked me to the bone. So it wasn't a date. Kiba hugged Akamaru and asked curiously, did he bully you? When mom and dad get back, let's tell them to go beat him up. Don't. Hana immediately stopped him. Just a moment ago, Tanbo had finally ended the session. It wasn't because she had completed the task, but because it was getting dark. She thought she was off the hook, but then the men dropped a bombshell. The 3 of them were ordered to go to the training ground every day after school for tutoring. If it were just a beating, she could handle it. But since it was training, her parents would definitely support it. She didn't dare tell them that she had tried to ambush a jonin for revenge. She felt her life was over. For the foreseeable future, they were tethered to Tanbo Tobate. Woof, Himura moaned. Toward the end, Tanbo had noticed the dog and made him train too. It was a dog's life. The Izuno family. Upon hearing that a jonin wanted to train Zai, his parents were ecstatic. In their family, the number of times they had received direct guidance from a jonin over the years could be counted on one hand. For Zai to get jonin-level tutoring before even graduating was a massive blessing. Despite his exhaustion, Zai saw the look on his parents' faces and knew this was a golden opportunity. Mom, Dad. Uncle Tanbo said that if you're willing, he'd like to see our secret techniques to help map out my future development. The smiles on the couple's faces faltered slightly. They looked at each other with hesitation. Those were secret techniques. Even team leaders rarely got to see a family's bottom-drawer secrets. If the man's goal was just to steal their techniques. This requires a family meeting, they decided. The Izuno clan had dozens of members, a decision of this magnitude had to be discussed with the elders. The Fuma family. Unlike the Izuno, the Fuma clan was much more decisive. They were desperate to revitalize their family and allowed Shirkuin to take their secrets to Tanbo for guidance. This was because they were more influential and had better intel. They knew who Tanbo was. They knew he was the head of the Intelligence Analysis Division, a position the Fuma clan had never been able to touch. They weren't about to let this chance slip. To restore the Fuma name, they were willing to make many unconventional decisions. Their greatest genius, Erashir Fuma, had already been secretly sent to Orochimaru. Now that Shirkuin had a jonin's guidance, the family's rise seemed within reach. 5 months passed. Tanbo's daily routine remained fixed and uneventful. His work at the Analysis Division and the Barrier Division progressed day by day. The large-scale barrier, inverted golden bell, was nearly complete. During this time, he met Irika and trained him once. He had to, after the first 3 kids punched him. Several other groups of academy students had tried their luck. He didn't take them on for training, though, he simply taught them a painful lesson so they'd know better. These 3, their talent really isn't much to look at, Tanbo thought as he watched the kids train. For months, he had focused only on basics. They were too young and lacked the chakra for high-level ninjutsu. He focused on chakra control and shape transformation, or customized training for their family techniques. Except for Hana, the other 2 took a whole month just to master tree climbing and water walking. Compared to Mibu and Irika, they were far behind. Small clans, it's a hard life. However, the secret techniques of the 2 small clans were actually quite interesting. The Fuma technique involved deep chakra research. They could actually form chakra wings, though the difficulty was immense. Without jonin-level control, it was almost impossible. The Izuno technique, Nekagami possession, cat demon summoning, was nicknamed Nikosano by Tanbo. It summoned a cat spirit to possess the user, forming a giant Maneki Niko, beckoning cat, construct around them to attack. There was also ninja art, cat cover, which formed claws, ears, and a tail out of chakra, granting the user feline attributes. Chapter 72, Irika's Troubles. Chapter 72, Irika's Troubles. The Ninja Academy. Irika looked at the students in his classroom, a trace of worry etched on his face. He wasn't sure what had happened, but for the past few months, his teacher seemed to have taken a special interest in him, often pulling him aside for a lecture. Being lectured whenever there was a spare moment had left him utterly confused. It had started on a bright, sunny day. He was having a meal with his former teammate, Mibu Shinobu, reminiscing about old times, until Tanbo-sensei suddenly appeared. The teacher claimed he wanted to test Irika's progress in Genjutsu, and in the process, Mibu Shinobu was dragged along for an unforgettable training session. Initially, armed with information about the 8 sense of fire, Irika had studied hard and finally found a way to counter it by creating a jutsu to block his ears. He thought he had succeeded. However, he had vastly underestimated his teacher's strength. With just a single glance, he had succumbed to the technique once more, reminding him that this move was originally a visual-based genjutsu. His teammate Mibu Shinobu, being a member of the Intelligence and Torture Department, had undergone special training and could endure such torment. However, adhering to the principle of, if you can be comfortable, never choose to be uncomfortable, Mibu only dared to ask Irika out for meals when he knew Tanbo-sensei was busy. At all other times, he avoided Irika like the plague, fearing he would be caught in the crossfire. Damn it, so it was these little brats who sold me out. Sensing something was wrong, Irika utilized the intelligence-gathering skills he had honed on missions and finally identified the source of his misery, certain kids right in front of him. If they wanted to beat up Tanbo Tobatake, they should have just done it, why drag him into it? They actually shifted the blame onto him. Because of them, he had suffered immensely. And to think he had put so much effort into their studies and future development for their sake. Was this fair? While he was impressed that his students could pull off a successful intelligence operation, it wasn't pleasant when he was the target. So today, having gathered all the necessary counter-intel, his focus was entirely on the students. If anyone dared to be rowdy or act out in class, he would make them taste bitterness. Especially two of them, Shirkuin Fuma and Zai Azuno. He had heard they were the ones who started the trend, and the tactic of shifting the blame onto him was their idea. Then there was the third-year student soon to enter the fourth year, Hana Inuzuka. In the classroom, sensing Irika-sensei's gaze, Shirkuin Fuma and Zai Azuno exchanged several looks. Irika-sensei is acting strange today. Yeah, it feels like he's watching us. It looks more like he's looking for an excuse to pick on us. Study hard. I don't want to get hit with a genjutsu from Tanbo-senpai and another one from Irika-sensei. Although the two of them had very little talent for chakra-based ninjutsu under Tanbo's tutelage, they were surprisingly good at espionage. After months of working together, they could read each other's thoughts with a single glance. They quickly analyzed Irika's gaze and reached a conclusion. Irika was disappointed. After several months, the naughty children were no longer naughty, many were even studying seriously. He felt as if the students had lost their childhood innocence. The whistle around his neck felt itchy with anticipation. Beat up Irika-sensei. Just then, a child's voice rang out. Swish. Everyone turned with looks of disbelief toward the source of the sound, Takuma Hyuga. He was currently fast asleep, and heaven knows what he was dreaming about, but he was muttering about beating up Irika. Irika smiled. His lips curled upward like never before. The other students, including Uchiha, were deeply impressed. Months had passed, and in every class Irika taught, the students were terrified of his reputation. There were very few troublemakers left, including the arrogant kids from the Uchiha clan. Being disciplined for slacking off in class was considered shameful even within the Uchiha family, so they couldn't exactly call their parents to complain. Thus, Uchiha truly admired Takuma Hyuga. I don't respect anyone else in the Hyuga family, but right now, Takuma, I acknowledge you, thought to himself. Thwack. A piece of chalk hit Takuma Hyuga on the head. He woke up groggily, seeing Irika-sensei's eerie smile and his classmates' staring eyes. Gulp. He knew he was in trouble. It was too late. Irika gestured for him to follow, and he was led out of the classroom. Everyone, continue studying. We're going outside to discuss the problem of sleeping and talking in one's sleep during class. As the two left, the classroom immediately erupted into whispers. Takuma is amazing. He's done for. He's going to be miserable all day. I wonder what flavor Irika-sensei will make him taste today. Humph, the Hyuga family is nothing more than this. Usually, Takuma's grades are so good and he's so quiet that he's rarely hit with Irika-sensei's genjutsu. Finally, he got caught. This is great. Exactly. Damn it, I've been caught so many times. Finally, it's Takuma's turn. I wish Uchiha would get caught too. I bet the teacher will give him a wasabi-flavored genjutsu today. No, I think it'll be chili. Takuma hates spicy food. The students in the classroom were gloating. Being caught yourself was miserable, but seeing a classmate get caught was exceptionally delightful. They could already imagine the top student, Takuma Hyuga, with a bright red face or a distorted expression. The thought alone was exciting. Uchiha frowned. How could I be like you mediocre fools? After a short while, Takuma Hyuga walked back in behind Irika, looking quite grim. Alright, students, I hope everyone follows the classroom rules and studies hard. Only by studying hard can you avoid being killed by the enemy in future missions. Understand? Irika said meaningfully as he let Takuma return to his seat. The curl of his lips betrayed his current mood. No wonder his own teacher liked educating him this way. It turned out this mischievous teaching style not only helped students progress but also brought oneself great joy. After lecturing the students for a bit longer and warning them not to get caught by him, he stepped out of the classroom. Byakugan, activate. Takuma Hyuga activated his Byakugan, watching Irika-sensei slowly walk away. His expression shifted instantly, returning to a calm state, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Takuma, what flavor of genjutsu did you just taste? His deskmate asked. He felt Takuma was acting a bit strange. Uchiha pricked up his ears. As the only one in class who could be considered Takuma's rival, he paid extra attention. Everyone else was curious as well. I don't know, Takuma Hyuga smiled. You don't know. Wait, did you actually get a flavor you liked? Irika only used one flavor at a time because it was for education, not punishment. As a ninja, if I couldn't find a way to crack it after all this time, then you've seriously underestimated the Hyuga bloodline, Takuma snorted coldly, a look of triumph on his face. Everything before had been an act to make Irika-sensei feel smug. That was why he didn't know the flavor. How did you do it? This was the question in every student's heart as they all listened intently. Earlier it was just gossip, but now it concerned their personal interests. Uchiha frowned. Takuma Hyuga actually cracked the teacher's genjutsu. And he even fooled Irika-sensei. This made him very uncomfortable, as he hadn't managed to crack the teacher's Genjutsu himself yet. Chapter 73, the Counter. Chapter 73, the Counter. I'll tell you guys, but you absolutely cannot tell Iruka-sensei, or none of us will have a good time, Takuma Hyuga said proudly. Cracking the teacher's Genjutsu was something he had been working on for a long time. After observing for a very long period, he had finally confirmed its completion. Tell us. The other students couldn't wait. Zai Izuno and Shirkuin Fuma also pricked up their ears. If they learned how, they could use it to act in front of senior Tanbo Tobitake as well. This is a jutsu I developed myself called throat guarding art. It protects the main nerves of the sense of taste and prevents them from being invaded by chakra. I observed for a long time before I finally developed it. If the teacher finds out, it'll be trouble, Takuma said. He was a bit worried about whether his classmates could keep their mouths shut. But right now, he couldn't keep it in either. Having achieved such a feat, he felt like he would burst if he didn't tell someone. Possessing a high-purity Byakugan, Takuma Hyuga had secretly activated his eyes to observe since the second time Iruka performed the Genjutsu. The path of the teacher's chakra, which parts of his own chakra were being affected, and where it was primarily targeted, he had seen it all. If his knowledge base hadn't been lacking, he would have cracked it long ago. It took him several months of collecting data on Genjutsu and medical documents regarding the human sense of taste to finish it. We won't say a word. And we'll study acting skills carefully so the teacher never finds out, the students nodded in perfect unison. To Uchiha clenched his fists, thinking, damn it, if I had awakened the Sharingan, I could have developed a ninjutsu like that too. Takuma mastered the Byakugan, yet as a rival and a scion of the Uchiha, had yet to awaken his Sharingan. It made him feel anxious. La la la, la la la, I'm in such a good mood today. Iruka hummed a tune as he walked toward the office, looking quite happy. Since you dared to shift the blame to me, I'm going to watch you like a hawk. Inside the office. Iruka, you're in high spirits today. Mizuki asked with a smile as he watched the excited Iruka enter. Nearby, Ebisu was also processing assignments. Hearing this, he looked over at Iruka, the teacher who could strike fear into the hearts of students. Although he didn't entirely agree with using such methods to guide students, Iruka's tactics were undeniably effective, even making Ebisu's own work a bit easier. Iruka laughed. Yes, I've noticed many students are getting better and better at their studies. I'm happy for them. That's true. Thanks to that move of yours, it's really effective. Mizuki added. Ebisu thought for a moment and advised, Iruka, it's better to use that method sparingly. That isn't your true teaching ability. Relying too much on it might make you too dependent, and it doesn't set a perfect example for the students. As former classmates of Tanbo Tobitake and ninjas stationed within the village, they met and sparred frequently. Ebisu had experienced Tanbo's moves himself, but he had his own philosophy regarding education. After several years of teaching, he understood pedagogy better than Iruka. He knew Iruka's method had drawbacks. It might make students thinking too uniform and stifle their creativity in certain areas. Iruka wasn't stubborn, he had a genuine ambition to nurture Konoha's talent. After thinking it over, he nodded in agreement. You're right. I shouldn't abuse ninjutsu. Perhaps it would stifle my own creativity as well. Ebisu was satisfied. The young man was teachable. Of course, for those particularly stubborn troublemakers, you can still use it. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Ebisu chuckled. He wasn't a pedant. If there was a useful method, it should be used. Only Mizuki, while maintaining a smile, completely disagreed in his heart. If I knew that jutsu, I'd make the students study until their brains melted so I could get a promotion. In the past few months, because there was no direct evidence that he had killed his teammate, Mizuki had finally entered the academy as a teacher. But he knew his career path was likely at a dead end. With such a suspicion over his head, there was no room for advancement. Therefore, he wouldn't let any opportunity pass him by. He was currently jealous of Iruka. The guy gets a great opportunity and then gets all sentimental about it. What did students need creativity for? They just needed to get strong. The method didn't matter. Wah. Wah. In the Sarutobi estate, Shinosuke Sarutobi paced outside the hallway. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in a chair nearby. When the sound of a baby's cry finally drifted out, a look of pure joy erupted on Shinosuke's face. Hiruzen also broke into a smile. Click. The door opened, and a medical ninja dressed in white stepped out. Congratulations, Lord Hokage, Lord Shinosuke. It's a boy, and everything went very smoothly, the medic said with a smile. Shinosuke couldn't wait and rushed inside. Hiruzen felt a great sense of relief as he waited outside. Over the last few years, Konoha had endured the Third Great War, the Ninetales incident, and the Hyuga affair. Its talent pool was dwindling. Now that his grandson was born, and with other clans also working hard to increase their numbers during this period of recovery, more and more newborns were arriving. Konoha was recovering quickly, allowing him to relax a bit. Furthermore, he was satisfied with the emergence of excellent teachers at the academy. In a few more years, Konoha would regain its original strength. Tonbo's wife should be due soon as well, shouldn't she? Hiruzen suddenly thought of Tonbo Tobatake. Based on the timeline, it should be around the same time as his grandson. For the past few months, he had kept Tonbo within the village on internal missions, which was essentially a long period of light duty. He was weighing his options. Once Tonbo's child was born, should he send this capable combatant out on special missions, or keep him in the village? Currently, the pressure on Konoha remained high. Even his eldest son was only given a brief window of time to return for the birth. Tonbo's strength was exceptional in Hiruzen's eyes. Out in the field, he could handle a lot of pressure. If he stayed in the village, he could only perform tasks that others could do. Though he didn't want Tonbo to lose out on time with his child, avoiding a situation like the one he had with Asuma, the reality of the world often forced his hand. Sigh, we'll see. For now, Inoichi can handle the analysis division's duties part-time, and the barrier division's development is nearing its end. I'll make a decision once his child is born, Hiruzen sighed. If only Minato hadn't died, or if Tsunade and Jiraiya were here, Konoha wouldn't be in such a difficult position where subordinates barely had time for their children. But turning toward the room and hearing the cries from within, a smile returned to his face. I hope my grandson can grow up to help his grandfather and become a pillar of Konoha. Tap, tap. An elderly woman about his age walked slowly toward him. It seems my grandson is safe and sound. Iwako Sarutobi saw the smile on her husband's face and knew all was well. She stood beside him, her own face lighting up with a smile. Chapter 74, The Final Crushing Defeat of the Three Rascals. Chapter 74, The Final Crushing Defeat of the Three Rascals. Training Ground 98. Whir. Two massive Fuma shuriken spun through the air at high speed, letting out a sharp, piercing whistle. Shurikuin Fuma extended chakra threads from both hands, manipulating the trajectory of the shuriken with precision. With a sudden cross of his arms, the Fuma shuriken clamped down on Tonbo Tobatake from both sides in a pincer attack. Tonbo watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the Fuma clan, their heritage in chakra research truly has its unique merits. In his sensory world, Zai Izuno was approaching from the rear flank. Zai's hands and feet were wrapped in chakra, translucent cat claws extending from his limbs. Two cat ears flickered atop his head, and a long, swaying chakra tail trailed behind him. Despite his chubby frame, he moved with unexpected agility. Four-legged technique, beast mimicry art. Bang, bang, bang. Hana Inuzuka entered her feral state. Beside her, the Haimaru triplets all transformed into copies of Hana. Like a pack of highly intelligent predators, they lunged toward Tonbo simultaneously. This time, they were prepared with the counter technique they learned from Takuma Hyuga. They were convinced they wouldn't lose to Bandage Men again. Too naive. Zai, watch closely, this is how your family's secret technique should actually be used. Tonbo's senses were razor sharp. He immediately detected the specific chakra flow in the throats of the three students. He was impressed, they had actually found a way to nullify his genjutsu. However, it was useless. After nearly half a year of training, the gap in talent wasn't just talk. While these three were superior to their classmates, they were still a long way from being qualified genin. Before the Fuma shuriken could land, Tonbo flicked a scroll from his waist pouch. It unfurled in midair instantly. He wove hand signs, refined his chakra, and slammed his palm onto the scroll. Nekagami possession. As the jutsu activated, a massive beckoning cat, Maneki Niko, formed from dense chakra, enveloping Tonbo like a protective shell. This was to be their final lesson. To ensure they didn't become arrogant, he decided to crush them using their own family's techniques. Bam. Clang. With a flick of a cat's paw, the two Fuma shuriken were swatted away. With a swipe of the tail, he coiled around Zai Izuno and sent him flying toward Shurikuin Fuma amidst a chorus of startled yells. Shurikuin scrambled to release his control over the shuriken to catch his teammate. Thud. The two Fuma shuriken embedded themselves in the ground. Meanwhile, the four versions of Hana Inuzuka landed powerful punches on the chakra cat. It was like scratching an itch, the cat didn't even budge. Hana, this won't do. And Haimaru, don't think I didn't notice you were triplets just because you rotated who came to training every day. Now you're feeling the consequences of slacking off, aren't you? Tonbo lectured the four Hanas while they were busy scratching at his barrier. Haimaru was indeed a set of triplets. Hana had 3 ninja hounds, 2 more than her younger brother Kiba. During training, she often rotated them out, thinking Tonbo wouldn't notice. For this final session, she had brought all 3 to try and catch him off guard. Swish. Hana's reactions were significantly faster than the other two, but she was still green. Tanbo manipulated the chakra tail to sweep them off their feet, and as they jumped to avoid it, he brought the cat's thick paw pad down in a heavy swat. Poof! The Haimaru brothers were knocked out of their transformation and reverted to their original forms, completely spent. Huff, huff, huff. The battle ended. The three rascals stared breathlessly at Tanbo, specifically at the beckoning cat shroud still surrounding him. Shirkuin and Hana both turned to look at Zai Zai. I say, Zai Zai, is your family's secret technique really this strong? This was the question on all their minds. Good grief, what kind of freakish ninjutsu was this? All-around defense combined with powerful offensive capabilities, there was simply no opening. Zai Zai stared at the slowly dissipating chakra cat, his eyes burning with a fervent light. Yes. This is the legendary secret technique of our clan. Legend has it that during the Warring States period, we established ourselves in the land of fire through this very art. This battle gave him a massive boost in confidence. It turned out his family could be this powerful, they had truly failed their ancestors by not producing a single jonin lately. It's just that the cultivation difficulty is too high, and it has high requirements for chakra volume. I see. Then maybe you can do it too in the future, Zai Zai. Shirkuin said with a look of envy. His own family didn't have a technique that looked quite so overpowered at first glance. Hana also realized that while the Inuzuka clan had powerful secret arts, most required physical maturity before they could be mastered, and the difficulty was immense. This is the last lesson. You don't need to come here for practice anymore, Tanbo said as he deactivated the Nekagami possession. You can train on your own now. Your foundation is solid. By the time you graduate, becoming a genin won't be a problem. The Nekagami possession was useful, though not essential for him. He had only used it today to show off and leave a lasting impression. Nikosano lived up to its nickname. However, his wife was due to give birth soon, for the foreseeable future, he wouldn't have time to look after these kids. Hearing this, all three looked a bit reluctant. Over the past half-year, Tanbo had taught them a lot, and they felt they had grown rapidly. They had already surpassed most of their peers and were top students at the academy. They knew that having a jonin train them for so long was a stroke of divine luck that they couldn't take for granted. Shirkuin Fuma, Tanbo-sensei, I will work hard to become a strength that protects Konoha. Zai Zai Izuno, me too. I will definitely become a powerhouse like you. Hana Inuzuka patted the Haimaru triplets. Humph, just you wait. I won't let you down. Over such a long period, Tanbo hadn't just laid the foundation for their ninjutsu and taijutsu, he had also hammered in the will of fire. This concept was simply too useful. From Irika and Mibu to Itachi and Anko, and now to these three, it had never failed him. It almost made him want to believe in the will of fire himself, he had never used a tool so effective. Very well. The sparks of Konoha will be lit by you. The future position of Hokage will surely be yours. Hana can be the 5th, Shirkuin the 6th, and Zai Zai the 7th. I have faith in you. Keep it up. Tanbo acknowledged their resolve while piling on the expectations. Eh? Why am I the 7th? Why is Shirkuin the 6th? Make me the 6th and Shirkuin the 7th. Zai Zai was fired up, though he had his objections. Shirkuin patted his shoulder. We're teammates. It's fine if I'm the 6th first. Why quibble over the order? TCH, I'll definitely become Hokage before you. No, me first. Humph, you saw my clan's secret technique just now. It's strong. Don't make me laugh, my clan's secret technique lets me fly. You can't even touch me. Watching the two of them bicker, Tanbo laughed heartily. Hokage. What a nightmare. Aside from Tsunade, not a single one had lived a long life. Only people like him, holding a portion of the village's high-level power while living a steady, peaceful life, were the true winners. In this regard, one really had to learn from the Inoshikacho trio. Chapter 75, Fraternal Twins. Chapter 75, Fraternal Twins. Konoha Hospital. A young man paced restlessly in front of the delivery room, while two middle-aged men sat nearby. Tanbo Tobitake had removed his bandages for the occasion, revealing his true appearance, snow-white hair and eyelashes, pale blue eyes that looked like they held a swirl of white mist, and a tall, upright stature. His presence caused several passing nurses to steal frequent glances. However, seeing his anxious pacing and the worried look on his face, the nurses felt a pang of disappointment. He was clearly taken. They couldn't help but envy the woman inside for finding such a handsome husband. Tanbo, stop walking back and forth. You're turning my excitement into irritation, Tucci finally spoke up. He had been through this before and knew the feeling, but Tanbo's constant pacing was making everyone even more nervous about the situation inside. Tozai Tobitake chimed in with a mock complaint, son, where's your composure? Did you buy your Jonin rank with coupons? Tanbo finally stopped and rolled his eyes. This is the first time I'm having kids. It would be weirder if I wasn't worried, wouldn't it? He didn't believe for a second that his father or father-in-law hadn't felt the exact same way when he or I were about to be born. Dad, father-in-law, do you think it'll be a boy or a girl? What should we name them? I've been thinking for so long and I still can't decide. Tanbo felt a genuine headache coming on. He had read countless memories on the battlefield without flinching, but this task had him stumped. His usually sharp brain felt like it was stuck in mud. You mean to tell me I was pregnant for 10 months and you haven't thought of a name? Tucci looked at him with disdain. Men. Tozai pondered for a moment. In that case, trust me. If it's a boy, call him Shoryu. It implies a mighty dragon soaring through the sky. Back then, I named you Tanbo so you could fly among the trees of Konoha, and look, you became a Jonin. Having finished, Tozai felt quite impressed with his own naming skills. No, Tucci interrupted. I think a boy should be Tonkatsu and a girl should be Miso. That way, my grandchildren can inherit my legacy from birth. Tanbo stroked his chin. Is that how naming works? Just find a reference and slap it on the family name. What if we call a boy Taicho, Captain, and a girl Butcho, Chief? Tanbo suggested after a long silence, looking quite pleased with himself. That way they're high-ranking officials from birth. He was met with two simultaneous glares. Why don't you just call them Hokage? Why not daimyo while you're at it? They had assumed Tanbo's brain was top tier since he was a Jonin, but it seemed he was hopeless in this department. Tanbo clapped his hands. If the higher-ups agree, I'm not opposed. The two older men nearly collapsed. Go. Stop talking. When I comes out, the two of you will decide. You stay in the corner, Tozai barked. TCH, Tanbo turned his head back toward the delivery room. Suddenly. Wah! A sharp cry rang out. The three men jumped with joy. The baby was here. Then. Wah-ee. Another, distinct cry followed. Tanbo was overjoyed. It clearly wasn't just one child, it was twins, or perhaps fraternal twins. His main concern now was whether was okay. A moment later, the doors opened. The medical staff walked out carrying two bundles. Congratulations. Fraternal twins, one boy, one girl. It was a natural birth, and both are healthy, chubby babies. The mother is doing great as well. As the doctor spoke, Tanbo finally let out a long breath. Looking at the two children in the doctor's arms, a profound sense of blood connection washed over him. This is my legacy. A massive sense of responsibility surged in his heart. He felt his entire mindset shift, filled with a new, powerful energy. This, he realized, must be fatherly love. The Hokage's office. Tanbo, I truly apologize for cutting your time with your newborn short. But the mission is urgent. Most other Jonin are currently deployed, and we are short-handed. I have to ask this of you. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at a visibly grumpy Tanbo and handed him a file. Tanbo was indeed annoyed. His children were only a month old, and he was already being sent out. Such was the bitterness of the working class. However, he didn't complain. The Hokage's own son had been sent out even earlier. According to the grapevine, Konohamaru had been born about a month before Tanbo's twins, and his father, Shinosuke, had only stayed for 2 weeks before being deployed. He had to admire that, if he had the power, he certainly wouldn't be so selfless. He picked up the document and read carefully. Hiruzen continued, this concerns the Hidden Rain Village. According to our spies' final reports, there was an internal upheaval about 2 years ago. This intel only recently reached Konoha. Your objective is to lead a team to investigate the internal situation of the rain. Be extremely careful, I have already sent 3 elite intelligence squads, none of them returned. He slowly revealed the gravity of the mission. Hiruzen was privately fuming, Danzo had intercepted the rain's intel for 2 years. It was becoming excessive. After the repeated failures of the previous teams, Hiruzen decided only Tanbo would suffice. Having survived the Third War, Tanbo's abilities were unquestionable, and his will of fire was among the firmest in the village. It seems something very big is happening inside the Rain Village, Tanbo remarked. Looking at the report, 3 elite squads had vanished. If they were caught, the difficulty was clearly off the charts. His mind flashed to the Akatsuki, the rain was their birthplace, after all. 7 years after transmigrating, he was finally becoming entangled with them. Hiruzen nodded. I want you to uncover their goals and gather as much intel as possible. If it becomes too dangerous, I authorize you to lead your team in an early retreat. Having lost 3 elite teams, Hiruzen realized this was no ordinary mission. Understood. And my teammates? Your team will consist of your former student, Mibu Shinobu, and 2 elites from the ANBU. Before Hiruzen could finish, a figure walked in from the door, a cross-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo. Tanbo looked at him. Danzo still looked energetic, his arms were intact, and he wasn't using a cane yet. He looked much like he did during the Ninetales incident. Tanbo then turned to Hiruzen, his eyes filled with confusion. Noticing the look, Hiruzen explained, "This is the head of ANBU training, and like me, a disciple of the second Hokage, Shimura Danzo." Lord Danzo, Tanbo nodded. What is this old man up to now? Chapter 76, S-Rank Intelligence Mission. Chapter 76, S-Rank Intelligence Mission. The Hokage's Office. Danzo spoke up, "I have heard much of you, but this is the first time we have met. I am entrusting this mission to you. You must bring the intelligence back at all costs, even if there are sacrifices." Tanbo Tobitake was undoubtedly a Konoha elite. His ability to extract information through the mind-reading technique surpassed even Inoichi Yamanaka's, and his mastery of barrier ninjutsu made him a man Danzo highly admired. If Hiruzen Sarutobi hadn't been blocking him, Danzo would have long ago recruited Tanbo into his own ranks with the promise of a higher position. Sacrifice. Tanbo remained speechless. As expected of Danzo, basically saying it doesn't matter if people die, right? How ruthless. At the same time, it was clear how much Danzo valued this mission, considering he had actually crawled out of his lair to speak personally. Is he coveting the power of the Rinnegan? Undoubtedly, the civil war mentioned in the reports referred to the clash between Nagato and Hanzo. By now, the Akatsuki should have complete control over the Hidden Rain village. Hearing Danzo's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected sharply, "Danzo, stop always keeping the word sacrifice on your lips. My orders are to bring the intelligence back provided a safe retreat is possible." Pedantic. Small sacrifices are made for the sake of Konoha's greater good. Hiruzen, you're becoming an old fool. Danzo was deeply disappointed by Hiruzen's hesitant words. To him, only he was the fit choice for Hokage. Once he obtained the power of the Rinnegan, the title would be his. I am the Hokage. Tanbo, I'm counting on you. Go home and speak with your family, you depart tomorrow. This mission may take a long time, so do not neglect them before you go, Hiruzen said. Understood. Tanbo had just witnessed a classic, Hokage vs. Root, scene. Holding the intelligence file, he turned and slowly withdrew. As he passed Danzo, he could sense the man's cold, emotionless gaze fixed upon him. The Tobitake residence. Tianyu, Maki, Papa has to go on a mission tomorrow. You have to be good for Mama, okay? Tanbo looked down at the fraternal twins in their cradle. His pale blue eyes gazed at them softly. Both children had inherited his eye color, their watery, blue-mist eyes looked exceptionally bright. After much arguing between the 4 adults, they had finally settled on the names, Tianyu Tobitake and Maki Tobitake. They were simple names, nothing world-shaking or overly rustic, just easy to say. The truth was that neither I am nor anyone else in the family was particularly good at naming. Maki and Tianyu seemed to understand his words, offering toothless baby smiles. Their tiny eyes followed him as if saying, I'll take care of Mom, you go ahead. Truly my kids. Your senses are sharp. Tanbo smiled back at them. Unsurprisingly, the little ones had inherited his sensory talent, they had a keen intuition for adult emotions. They already knew exactly when to cry and when to laugh to wrap their parents around their little fingers. I am watched the interaction and smiled. You haven't had an out-of-village mission in a long time. Will this one be long? She was used to the life of a ninja's wife. Living in Konoha, this was expected. There was no overly dramatic sense of parting, she was simply concerned for his safety. Tanbo looked apologetic. Yeah, it's been months. This one might take a while. I'm leaving the little ones in your hands, honey. This was an intelligence mission, Tanbo didn't dare estimate how long it would take. Especially since he was facing a ninja of Nagato's caliber. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that his knowledge of the original series would make things perfectly smooth. The original story lacked many specific details, at most, he knew about the Rinnegan and Nagato's control over the 6 paths. Furthermore, he couldn't just wander around and come back with a fake report. Konoha had organizations to verify intelligence to prevent people from fabricating reports out of fear. Besides, he wasn't going alone, he had his student and 2 men who were likely Danzo's subordinates. Don't worry. They aren't just your babies, they're mine too. Do you think I wouldn't take care of them? I am teased. Yee. The babies chirped as if sensing the mood. Right. Tianyu, Maki, while I'm gone, these will keep you company. Tanbo pulled out 2 wooden figures carved in his likeness, polished until they were perfectly smooth, and placed them by the baby's bedding. Inside the figures was a significant amount of his chakra. He had given similar items to his father and Ayam. In a moment of crisis, these figures could release pre-prepared jutsu to protect them. That night, Tanbo wove hand signs, inscribing countless sealing formulas onto the bandages he wrapped around his head. This was to reduce the casting time for certain techniques when needed. He packed his ninja tools, antitoxins, radio, binoculars, and every gadget that might be useful. This would be his most difficult S-rank mission. Facing an enemy with the Rinnegan while possessing partial foreknowledge meant he had to be exceptionally prepared. He didn't claim to know all of Nagato's secrets, and his current genjutsu was somewhat countered by the shared vision of the 6 paths of pain. But when it comes to combat experience, I've never feared anyone, let alone a young Nagato. Tanbo was confident. His orders were to gather intel safely. If he couldn't win, he could run. He wasn't like Jiraiya, whose will of fire was so overflowing that he'd refuse to retreat. Tanbo had zero psychological burden when it came to running away. He had elders and children at home. Why would he throw his life away for a paycheck? A 2-story apartment. I get to fight alongside Sensei again. This time, I'll show him what I'm truly capable of. Mibu Shinobu checked his tools, tied his headband, and smiled. After 2 years of tempering, he was no longer the boy he once was. He was a chunin capable of standing on his own. His experience and combat power were incomparable to his past self. As the most talented of the original trio, he was full of confidence. This was his first S-rank mission, and he was determined not to let Tanbo-sensei down. Your mission is intelligence on the wielder of the Rinnegan. Use Tanbo Tobotake's power to draw the enemy's attention. You are the elite of the route, I trust you know what to do. Danzo looked at the 2 masked figures before him. Understood. Their voices were completely indifferent. Poof. They vanished. The legendary power of the Rinnegan, it actually exists. Hiruzen, time will prove that I was right. Danzo looked at the sky, his lips curling upward. Everyone had their own hidden agendas. But as the morning sun rose, everyone was ready and arrived at the meeting point. After saying goodbye to his family, Tanbo was the first to arrive. Chapter 77, Numerous Difficulties. Chapter 77, Numerous Difficulties. Swish. Swish. Not long after Tanbo Tobitake arrived and began contemplating the infiltration plan, the other 3 appeared. Sensei, long time no see. We finally get to do a mission together again, and such a high-level one at that. Excitement was written all over Mibu Shinobu's face as he greeted Tanbo. Tanbo nodded toward him, feeling very satisfied. Mibu was the most talented student he had trained, and he had always held him in high regard. He then shifted his gaze to the other 2 teammates. You too. Although I have your basic profiles, I need a more specific understanding of your abilities to ensure the mission's success. Both were unfamiliar faces. One was a burly man with a scruffy beard. The other had a slender frame and a fair, scholarly face. However, through Tanbo's perception, he realized both possessed chakra levels comparable to Kakashi's. This meant their strength was not to be underestimated. It seemed Danzo took this mission very seriously. And he had to, after all, it concerned the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage of the 6 paths. The burly man spoke, I am Nkue. Specialized in earth style, taijutsu, and assassination. The slender youth followed, I am Murakumo. Specialized in tracking, assassination, and various support roles. Both introductions were delivered with deadpan expressions. They gave the bare minimum of information, and their faces revealed nothing. Very well. Check your equipment. Once ready, we moved toward the land of rain in a wedge formation, Tanbo ordered. He also double-checked his own supplies. Seeing his pouches full of explosive tags, kunai, and various tools, he finally felt at ease. The others did the same. Then, let's move. Whoosh. Leaping across the tree branches toward the land of rain, Tanbo kept his perception focused on the 2 newcomers. There was no resistance, no talking, they were perfectly obedient. Tough customers, he mused. He knew Danzo's route produced nothing but talents. The quieter they were now, the more trouble they would likely cause later. It was quite possible Danzo had given them orders that clashed with Tanbo's own goals. If 2 Jonin-level ninjas decided to go rogue during the mission, it would be a massive headache. Fortunately, he still had his loyal student. Mibu Shinobu was alert on the flank, constantly scanning for danger. He truly had grown, he was no longer the boy who had to be traumatized into studying by the psycho-mind transmission technique. As time passed, the humidity in the air began to rise. A layer of dampness settled on Tanbo's skin. The land of rain had a unique geography, it was perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with rain falling nearly every day. Compared to other nations, the air was significantly heavier. It was further from Konoha than the land of iron. At their current pace, it would take about 3.5 days to arrive. The 4 of them moved in bursts, stopping to rest periodically. The 2 ANBU ninjas never complained or rushed him, following silently. Keeping his perception on them was starting to feel a bit boring for Tanbo. Mibu, meanwhile, spent his breaks tinkering with his ninja tools. After 3 days, they approached the border. From a distance, they could see the kingdom of perpetual thunderstorms. Tanbo came to a halt and looked at Nkui. "I'll have to trouble you." Nkui remained silent, but since Tanbo was the captain, he began weaving hand signs. Earth style, earth abode. Rumble. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, a sturdy earth house rose from the ground. Nkui looked at Tanbo with a hint of impatience. Tanbo just smiled back. Ever since learning this guy was an earth-style specialist, Tanbo had thought of Yamato and his wood-style houses. He had wondered if an earth-style user could do something similar for resting, and as it turned out, he could. Mibu Shinobu was impressed. "Man, this doesn't feel like a rough-and-tumble mission at all. If only I could master earth-style nature transformation." The moment he saw the house, he was envious. Life would be so much easier for the whole team if he had that skill. "Focus on your space-time ninjutsu and wind style," Tanbo patted his shoulder. "With your talent, learning earth-style nature transformation would take another 2 or 3 years. Don't overreach." Once again, he marveled at Danzo's resources. The man had a specialist for everything. He still didn't know the full extent of Murakumo's skills, but it didn't matter as long as they didn't interfere with him. If they did, he'd show them his true power. Under the silent drizzle. According to the Hokage's intel, 3 elite squads were sent into the land of rain previously, and all failed. Tanbo began reviewing the information. "We can infer that the interior is likely blanketed by a sensory barrier. We cannot use conventional infiltration methods, nor can we make a large disturbance." The other 3 nodded. The team sent by the Hokage approached from the directions of the land of grass, the land of birds, and the land of river. All failed. This confirms that infiltrating from any direction, including our own border or the borders of wind and earth, will likely be detected. The analysis was simple. The land of rain was small and surrounded by 6 nations in a triangle. If every approach had failed, the enemy's sensory capabilities were extraordinary. Tanbo knew about Nagato's rain tiger at will technique, but he had to go through the motions of analysis with his team. Otherwise, how would he explain his knowledge when he rarely left the village? Regarding the technique, Tanbo felt a mix of disdain and envy. Disdain because it was a massive waste of chakra, but envy because Nagato actually had that much chakra to waste. A jutsu that covered an entire country. If he had that much chakra, he wouldn't even have to worry about the heavy hitters of the ninja world. Mibu asked, "Then how do we get in?" That was the crux of the problem. If the previous elite squads failed, how could they succeed? Tanbo looked at the 2 assassination specialists. Nkui shook his head. "It won't work." Lord Danzo also sent teams in aside from the Hokages. They all ended in failure. If it were easy to get in, Tanbo wouldn't have been summoned. "I see. A direct assault is out too. That would cause a major diplomatic chain reaction. If the other great nations get twitchy, we could be looking at the 4th Shinobi World War," Tanbo said with a sigh. It seemed Danzo's route was lacking truly elite infiltrators at the moment. If the walking priestess, Nono Yakushi, were still en route, this probably wouldn't be his problem. Tanbo had read many memories and knew that the ninja world was full of countless secret techniques beyond those in the Scroll of Seals. There were many ways to bypass tracking and perception. The walking priestess had successfully roamed through various nations to get intel for Danzo. She could have handled the rain. But now, she was likely busy being the director of an orphanage. Or perhaps, she had already tried and failed here too. Chapter 78, Stealth. Chapter 78, Stealth. Konoha, Ninja Academy. Several days had passed, and Irika finally started to feel that something was off. Lately, he noticed his students had become lively again. When they looked at him, there was no longer fear but laughter and chatter. Only when he actually used the 8 sense of fire Genjutsu would they show an expression of distress. However, the moment he turned his back, they were back to joking around, showing none of the lingering misery that used to last for half a day after being hit by the technique. At first, he thought the children had simply adapted and were more resilient than him. But then, this phenomenon began with the 3rd-year class and gradually spread to the 2nd years, the 4th years. Eventually, everyone except the 1st years, who were still learning the basics, was showing the same pattern. His instincts as a skilled ninja told him he had to investigate. Poof. Irika used the transformation jutsu to turn into a chalkboard eraser and waited quietly. As the class time approached, he prepared to use his Chunin-level intelligence-gathering skills to uncover their secret. Ring, ring, ring. As the bell rang, students filed in one by one. Each was exceptionally energetic, though a few looked a bit sleepy. Ah, another class with Irika-sensei today. Great. Yeah, the thought of acting all miserable in front of him is just too funny. Should we keep playing along today? I actually want to skip class and go play outside. Iruka-sensei's trick is useless now anyway. The laughing voices of the children reached Iruka's ears, providing him with a vital piece of intel. The technique his teacher taught him had been cracked, and he had been pranked by their acting for several days. No wonder things felt weird. Hey, the board wasn't erased from yesterday. Rio, you're the only one in the whole 3rd grade who hasn't been punished by the teacher. As a model student, why don't you go erase the board? One student suddenly suggested this out of a whim to help the teacher. The boy named Rio didn't complain. He was indeed a model student who took such tasks seriously. He was one of the few students in the entire academy who had never been punished by Iruka. Stop, stop, stop. No. Iruka wanted to scream, but he couldn't let them know he was eavesdropping, so he forced himself to maintain the form of the eraser. Rio grabbed the eraser. He felt it was a bit heavier than usual today, but he didn't think much of it and began scrubbing the board. Iruka was in tears. Feeling the friction of his body against the board, especially at the hands of a perfect student like Rio, made his heart ache even more. If he had known, he wouldn't have transformed into an eraser. A podium would have been better. Once Rio finished, he returned to his seat like the others. Seeing the student settled, the eraser suddenly sprouted 4 legs, intending to scurry out the door. However, before he could move, Mizuki walked in carrying textbooks. This forced Iruka to halt instantly and retract his legs. Hello, class. Hello, Mizuki-sensei. Alright, turn to page 27 of information categorization. Based on trace identification, we will judge a combat scene. Mizuki lectured while writing problems and answers on the board. From time to time, he picked up the eraser to clear space. For a split second, Mizuki's hand paused, but then he continued erasing. Teacher's office. Iruka, what were you thinking? Using transformation to become an eraser? Ha ha ha. Mizuki laughed until his face turned red. Nearby, other teachers overheard and chuckled behind their hands. Mizuki, you knew I had transformed the whole time, didn't you? Iruka complained dejectedly. Mizuki shrugged. Well, you didn't say anything. I almost thought an enemy had snuck in. In reality, he had suspected it was someone sent by the 3rd Hokage to monitor him. Sigh, I just noticed the students were acting strange and went to gather intel, Iruka said. So, did you find anything? Yeah. Those brats cracked my Genjutsu and have been spreading the secret. Except for the first years who just learned to refine chakra, that move is useless against everyone else. Iruka lamented. He had only thought of a crude way to block his ears, but the students had already completely dismantled the Genjutsu. The teachers in the office were stunned. The students. They cracked that annoying Genjutsu. As teachers, they all had the ability to bypass or defend against it, but for a method to spread across the entire school so easily meant it was something else entirely. Who cracked it? Everyone wanted to know which talented kid, or whose parent, was responsible. Iruka shook his head. I don't know yet. I only know it started with the 3rd years. Ebisu smiled and said, haha, consider it a lesson learned. Teaching should be about proper guidance, not using tricks to threaten or force them. Iruka nodded, feeling that his previous methods were indeed flawed. Still, there are some truly gifted ones among those kids to be able to crack the Genjutsu. Impressive. Land of Rain, 3 feet underground. Rat ox dog dog tiger dog. Super range perception. A deep tunnel extended in a straight line toward the hidden rain village. Tanbo Tobitake fully expanded his sensory ninjutsu, penetrating through 3 feet of earth to focus on his surroundings. Endless drizzling rain fell from the sky. Dark clouds cast a gloomy shadow over the entire land of rain. Civilians and ninjas in raincoats and boots moved along the roads. Occasionally, rain ninjas could be sensed moving swiftly through the downpour. Because the land of rain had not joined the 3rd Great Ninja War, the happiness of the residents was significantly higher than in most other places. Due to the unique environment, most buildings were made of sheet metal, giving Tanbo a cyberpunk vibe. How is it? Nkue asked. Beside Tanbo, Nkue acted as the laborer, periodically using earth style to open the path as directed. Mibu Shinobu and Murakumo held special scrolls, maintaining a unique barrier that enveloped the 4 of them. We're nearing the hidden rain village. Stay sharp. Shinobu, Murakumo, keep the barrier steady. We can't rule out the possibility that the enemy already knows our location. Be ready for combat at any time, Tanbo ordered. Even as he spoke, his perception didn't stop for a second, watching for a sudden appearance of the 6 paths, Nagato, or Konan. He wasn't entirely sure if traveling underground while maintaining his custom, breath-hiding barrier, could truly evade the Akatsuki's detection. After all, the hidden rain didn't just have Nagato and Konan, their other ninjas were not to be underestimated either. Chapter 79, Intelligence Activities. Chapter 79, Intelligence Activities. Hidden Rain Village. A hand reached out from the ground, followed by a figure clad in a raincoat identical to those worn by the local residents. Tanbo Tobitake surveyed the outside world from his concealed position. He did not step into the rain. He knew that Nagato's sensory technique relied entirely on the rainfall. Using the transformation jutsu, he took on the appearance of an ordinary resident. He traveled through the earth using the hiding in surface technique, using his sensory ninjutsu to navigate. He found a tavern and took an opportunity to slip inside. Looking around, he noted it wasn't much different from the taverns in Konoha, aside from the different decor. At the moment, groups of ninjas were gathered in small clusters, talking. This time at the Fogstream River, I took down a massive aquatic beast. The thing was as tall as a building. But who am I? A single rain of 1,000 needles and it was finished. The local villagers were so grateful they showered me with gifts. If I hadn't run fast, the village beauty would have insisted on marrying me. TCH, are there even any large beasts left in the land of rain? Lady Angel and the messenger addressed all of them. You're just blowing smoke. There are always strays. Don't you remember it took the village Jonin a lot of effort to clear the local beast plague a while back? The village environment is so peaceful now, all thanks to God and Lady Angel. It's truly an honor to serve them. Tanbo listened to the discussions around him. As a cup of sake went down, he felt the dampness of the past few days dissipate. He glanced at the protectors on their foreheads. These were all hidden rain ninjas. The Lady Angel and God they spoke of were undoubtedly Conan and Pain. The ninjas didn't discuss Lady Angel in great detail. Their words were filled with reverence but lacked actionable intel. It seemed information wouldn't be that easy to obtain. Then again, if he remembered correctly, Sai, Danzo's subordinate in the original story, had once assassinated a hardline leader in the reign who opposed Konoha. This proved that infiltration wasn't impossible, but getting specific data on Conan and Nagato was the real challenge. His eyes fell upon a paper Sunny doll hanging in the tavern. He looked away instantly. The surveillance in the hidden rain was even more extensive than he had imagined. No wonder even Jiraiya met his end here. This was going to be difficult. Underground. The breath-hiding barrier. The three people other than Tanbo were waiting. Mibu Shinobu kept a close eye on the other two to prevent them from causing trouble. This was a secret instruction from his teacher. He didn't know why, but if his teacher said so, he believed it. It seems the captain has successfully infiltrated, Nkuei remarked. They had been within the territory of the hidden rain for 15 days now. As the captain, Tanbo had been outside gathering intel for a long time. By now, the enemy sensory method was clear. It was the rain falling from the sky. The fact that they hadn't been discovered for so long meant their infiltration method was correct. Nkuei and Murakumo exchanged a glance. Mibu Shinobu scanned them. He sensed these two teammates had ulterior motives. No wonder Sensei wanted them watched. He felt the third Hokage was getting a bit senile. Sending teammates with divided loyalties on a mission this dangerous was asking for trouble. Don't do anything rash, Mibu said. If the enemy spots us, it won't just be a failed mission, it'll compromise the captain. He felt it necessary to lay down the law. Murakumo, the fair-faced youth, gave a fake smile. Our only goal is to complete the mission. We won't interfere with Captain Tanbo. However, we must be ready to provide support at any moment, shouldn't we? While he spoke to draw Mibu's attention, several small black rats scurried out from beneath his feet and disappeared into the tunnel they had come from. Nkuei also made a slight noise to distract him. As long as you understand. Acting on your own is bad for everyone, Mibu said, failing to notice their subtle movements. Nkuei and Murakumo looked at each other, their faces expressionless, as if nothing had happened. Based on Lord Danzo's intel and their time spent together, they knew Tanbo was a sensory-type ninja and didn't dare pull any stunts in front of him. Today, they had timed Tanbo's departure and estimated his sensory range before making their move. Mibu was ultimately too naive and underestimated their capabilities. However, while Mibu was channeling chakra to maintain the barrier, his left hand was hidden beneath his thigh, tapping out a distinct rhythm. He might not have seen their specific actions, but he remembered the intelligence training his teacher gave him. When you confirm a teammate has a divided heart, you must treat them as a potential enemy in certain aspects. If an enemy draws your attention in this situation, it's a departure from their usual behavior, it means they've done something. In such a case, if you have a trustworthy teammate, you must signal them covertly. Mibu was ready to strike at a moment's notice. Hidden Rain Village. Tanbo Tobitake removed his hand from a ninja's head and quickly wove signs. He tapped the ninja's forehead near the pineal gland. Tiny runes flickered, surging into the man's brain. Whoosh! After completing the task, Tanbo vanished back into the ground. After he left, the ninja slowly opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. Eh? How did I get here? Why did I come here? He remembered he was just drinking a moment ago. Maybe he was just drunk. Shaking his head, he oriented himself and walked home through the rainy night. In a temporary underground resting area, a space Tanbo had created with Earth style, Tanbo sat thinking about the intel he had gathered. As a master of the mind-reading technique and the head of the Intelligence Division's analysis class, he was very thorough. Due to the resistance of a ninja's mental and physical chakra, even he couldn't extract every single piece of information through mind-reading alone. Therefore, he used some techniques from the torture force first to break them, then used mind-reading to supplement the data and prevent errors. Finally, he used a sealing jutsu to lock away any memory of his presence. So that's it. The Rain Tiger at Will technique, its ability to distinguish intruders is based on its long-term record of residence. It senses stranger chakra that suddenly appears, which Nagato then perceives. Based on the intel from the Rain ninjas, his research into jutsu principles, and an analysis utilizing probability and human psychology, he was 90% sure this was the principle of Nagato's sensory field. As for why it wasn't 100%. He had a family to think about, he couldn't afford to be reckless. He wished he had paid more attention to the details when watching Shippuden. Everyone knew Black Zetsu was black and White Zetsu was white, but who looked closely enough to see if Black Zetsu had pink fingernails? He was missing that final bit of detail on Nagato's sensing, otherwise, he would have cracked it long ago. Chapter 80, Espionage Activities. Chapter 80, Espionage Activities. Tap, tap. Just then, the specialized radio in his ear transmitted a series of long and short signals with varying rhythms. Danzu's subordinates really can't stay still. Deciphering the code, Tanbo Tobitake understood the situation back at the base. He shook his head helplessly. Old man, don't you dare ruin my mission. Completing this mission would net him at least 10 million Ryo, a third of the bounty on Chirika's head. His base annual salary was only 6 million, so this was a significant payday. Researching certain ninjutsu required financial backing, after all. Of course, the most important thing was avoiding discovery by Nagato and the others. That would lead to total failure, like throwing an egg against a rock. He didn't know exactly what Nkue and Murakumo had done, but he decided to be more cautious and pay closer attention to any movements. Rat rat tiger tiger snake. Tanbo's body slowly merged into the earth, moving rapidly back toward the team. Outside the borders of the Land of Rain, several teams of ninjas wearing black cloaks appeared, gazing toward the Land of Rain. One ninja was weaving signs to perform a technique while the others stood guard around him. Intel is coming in. In the distance, several black rats scurried out from the ground. Squeak, squeak. They opened a blank scroll and injected chakra into it. The rats seemed to find their direction, scurrying onto the scroll and entering it. Their bodies slowly dissolved into ink, forming text on the blank surface. It looks like we finally have results. Send word back to Konoha and report to Lord Danzu. The lead ninja scanned the intel on the scroll, rolled it up, and summoned a messenger hawk, tying the scroll to its leg. Flap, flap. Screech. The messenger hawk beat its wings and soared high, heading toward Konoha. Captain Tanbo, you weren't spotted, were you? Nkue asked the moment Tanbo emerged from the tunnel wall. Tanbo nodded. After half a month, we finally have progress. I've discovered the principle behind the hidden rain sensory ninjutsu. Next, we crack the technique and find a way to infiltrate their internal institutions to gather core intelligence. Murakumo was stunned. Tanbo had identified the enemy's jutsu principle so quickly. During this time, they had only just confirmed that the enemy's perception relied on the falling rain and were still trying to figure out how to bypass it. Who exactly was the assassination expert here? But this was for the better. Their goal was the Rinnegan. The more capable Tanbo was, the more advantageous it was for them. For now, we will remain quiet for a while until we find a way to shield ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be discovered eventually. Humans cannot stay in underground caves forever. Beyond air issues, there were food and psychological factors that affected even the best-trained ninjas. Once they caused too much commotion in the rain, intelligence work would become even harder. The other three nodded in agreement. While they were working on cracking the jutsu, back in Konoha, Danzu received the report from the Tobitake intelligence squad. Seeing the information, a smile touched his lips. So that's it. To maintain a ninjutsu of such scale, the Rinnegan truly is worthy of being the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths. The report contained the details of the rain's sensory ninjutsu. Having obtained the method, Danzu was confident he could crack it within half a month and dispatch more men into the village. He hadn't expected the rain village to hide a jutsu within the perpetual rainfall. A continuous, wide-range technique like that consumed a massive amount of chakra, which was why he hadn't considered it before. Someone, come here. Order the research team to use this intel to develop a countermeasure within 15 days, Danzu commanded. 5 days passed. Tanbo finished his research and gave orders to the three. They were to set traps in place and be ready to provide support at any time. Wait, Captain, aren't you going to teach us? Nkue and Murakumo realized Tanbo had likely found a solution. Mibu Shinobu also looked at him. He hadn't yet formulated a countermeasure within his own ninjutsu system based on the principles they'd found. A teacher was truly a teacher. In just a few days, Tanbo had solved it. This involves a secret technique, you wouldn't be able to do it. Stay hidden, stay ready for my signal, and be prepared to provide backup, Tanbo said. Then, he merged into the wall and vanished. The two could only watch him go. Secret techniques weren't something easily learned. However, as assassination specialists, Nkue and Murakumo had their own ways. They exchanged a look and once again performed their trick to transmit the intelligence outward. Hidden Rain Village. A rain chunin named Hayakawa felt a sudden chill after finishing his daily training, as if an invisible pair of eyes was watching him. The weather is too cold. It hasn't been sunny for so many days. I really envy the environment in the land of fire. Hayakawa grumbled. He tightened his raincoat, looking up at the dark clouds and the rain that hadn't stopped for half a month. He longed for the land of fire, a place of flowers, birds, and 4 distinct seasons with bright sunshine. Compared to the rain, which only saw the sun for a few dozen days a year, it was heaven. But envy aside, he was satisfied. Ever since God and Lady Angel appeared, the land of rain had enjoyed years of peace and a better standard of living. He hurried through the drizzle and returned home. Only after turning on the heater did the chill leave his bones. Looking at the heating pipes, Hayakawa's eyes were full of reverence. It was under Lady Angel's administration that the people's lives had improved. In the past, they could only rely on their physical constitution to handle the overwhelming dampness. But since Hanzo was defeated by God, the rain had seen its spring. Firewood and heating, once luxuries for nobles, were now available to commoners. God is truly great. In his field of vision, a figure stood there as if they didn't exist. Hayakawa looked right through him. Even when walking past, he didn't see a thing. The figure was Tanbo Tobatake. Genjutsu, presence concealment. During the execution of this technique, any person who sees the caster without being on guard will subconsciously ignore everything about them, visuals, sound, smell, and touch. This is the divine skill Jiraiya dreamed of, it's perfect for espionage. This was one of Tanbo's proudest 5-sense genjutsus. Though it had major drawbacks, it was incredibly practical. Against a chunin like Hayakawa, it was effectively god tier. Tanbo was only being this bold because Hayakawa was about to die at his hands anyway. He was always a very cautious man. Who knew if someone had a special constitution and was naturally immune to his illusions? Chapter 81, Assassination Techniques. Chapter 81, Assassination Techniques. Puchi. Tanbo Tobatake drew a kunai. Waiting until the chunin Hayakawa had finished his lunch, he drove the blade straight through the man's chest. Sorry about that. Mind-reading technique. While the neural signals were still active, Tanbo's spirit delved into the man's memories like a traveler through a time tunnel. Before long, he had absorbed the majority of the man's past. Tiger tiger horse snake. Seal. A scroll at his waist unfurled, and sealing formulas surged out, dragging Hayakawa's corpse inside. The character for corpse appeared in the center of the seal. Poof. With a plume of smoke, Tanbo transformed into Hayakawa's exact likeness. Genjutsu, deception. He applied another layer of illusion specifically designed to counter the rain tiger at will technique. This was the jutsu he had spent 5 days developing. It could deceive external probes. Any chakra-based detection would automatically feed back the specific chakra signature information he had collected. Since completing the development of this technique, he had spent the past month searching for a suitable target. After a month of observation, Tanbo had gained a thorough understanding of this rain chunin's daily routine, rank, social circles, and interpersonal relationships. He had also absorbed the man's chakra signature during the process. Supplemented by the mind-reading technique, he was now Hayakawa in every sense, save for those extremely close to the men. But Tanbo had specifically chosen Hayakawa for his mediocre social life, a commoner background whose closest ties were merely his superior and his 3 subordinates. His routine was simple. As a squad leader, he spent his days leading his team on missions. Through this, Tanbo learned even more about the hidden rain. In the past, the village had been isolationist, and even a Konoha Jonin like Tanbo knew very little about it. Now, he finally had a clear picture. The Hidden Rain was a village with highly developed assassination capabilities, favored by various factions across the nations. Because of this, they thrived. They lacked the mission resources of the 5 great villages, but they possessed far more assassination contracts than any other village. This reminded him of the Guardian Shinobi 12, like Asuma and Chiraku. It was likely that the squabbles between daimyos and nobles frequently involved hiring rain ninjas. Hayakawa's last mission had been the assassination of a minor noble in the Land of Birds, proving that the rain's hidden mission resources were substantial. No wonder Conan is said to have 600 billion explosive tags. Besides Kakuzu's hard work, the bulk of the funding likely comes from the Hidden Rain's home base. Well then, from now on, I am the Hidden Rain Chunin, Captain Hayakawa. Tanbo picked up a specialized ninja tool, a weapon disguised as an umbrella. According to the memories, this tool, combined with Hayakawa's unique ninjutsu, was perfect for certain types of assassinations. The Hidden Rain placed great emphasis on the development of individual abilities. The so-called squad leader role was merely to guide fresh genin through their initial missions. Most high-level work consisted of solo assassinations, team-based hits were rare. Thus, every ninja promoted to Chunin had their own unique killing method. Next, he would familiarize himself with Hayakawa's behavioral patterns and slowly begin his deep-cover espionage. He wanted to see if his intelligence-gathering skills could, in some ways, surpass even Jiraiya's. This was getting interesting. Screech. High above Konoha, a hawk landed on the perch of the intelligence department. A ninja retrieved the message, decoded the cipher, and hurried to the Hokage's office with the report. Hiruzen, this head of your analysis class is a remarkable spy. Are you sure you won't reconsider handing him over to me? He would be far more valuable in my hands than in yours, Shimura Danzo remarked. After over 2 months of exploration by Tanbo, the reports being sent back were becoming more detailed, providing a deeper understanding of the Hidden Rain. Danzo highly admired Tanbo's talent. In his heart, the man's espionage skills were now among the elite even by root standards. If he could control him, Tanbo's intelligence gathering would bring immense benefits to Konoha. Stop dreaming. That is impossible. Hiruzen knew his old friend all too well. Putting Tanbo in route would only turn him into a tool who would use any means necessary to complete a mission, losing his humanity in the process. Hiruzen finished reading the report. The current leader of the Hidden Rain calls himself God and rarely appears before the common ninjas. Most affairs are led by his subordinate, a ninja known as Angel. Hanzo of the Salamander is dead. The report made him frown deeply. Hanzo, the demigod of shinobi and considered one of the strongest after the first Hokage's era, had died during the Third War at the hands of someone calling themselves God. Anyone who lived through the Second War knew how troublesome Hanzo was. If he truly died in battle against this god, then the title was perhaps not an exaggeration. It seems the Land of Rain, which once sparked the Second War, has birthed another powerful ninja. Danzo thought of the boy with the Rinnegan, his eyes darkening. Such power could not remain in the hands of an enemy. The threat to Konoha had to be eliminated. Soon. He had already deciphered the Rain's sensory capabilities and had quietly sent more spies in. He would find him, kill him, and take those eyes. Danzo, you can recall those 2 subordinates of yours now. Tanbo has successfully infiltrated the village interior. Don't let them stay too long. If they are discovered, it will compromise Tanbo's work, Hiruzen ordered after a moment of reflection. He realized he had been rash. The enemy's perception covered the entire country, making numbers useless. Danzo replied, no. Since they haven't been spotted for this long, there's no need to worry. I believe they are better off staying there. If Tanbo steals the intel but is discovered, they can provide immediate support so he has a chance to send the information back. Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Then tell them to remain quiet and do nothing reckless. He knew Danzo's, by any means necessary, personality, so he gave a stern warning. Danzo nodded, though he was dismissive in his heart. Besides those 2, he had already dispatched several other teams now that the sensory rain had been cracked. Yee. Tianyu and Maki, the 2 infants, held their Tanbo figurines, refusing to let go while happily nursing. Over 3 months had passed, and the babies were becoming cuter by the day, losing the wrinkled look of newborns. Suddenly, both babies began to make woo-wah. Woo-wah sounds. Ayam was confused. Weren't they already eating? Flutter, flutter. 2 small birds resembling parrots appeared outside the window. The baby's eyes widened as they watched. Safe, safe. All is safe, don't worry, the parrots spoke. Then, they landed in front of Ayam and transformed into 2 bamboo-woven figurines. Yee. The 2 babies suddenly burst into laughter. Honestly, I feed you every day and you never laugh this happily. The moment there's news from your father, you're all smiles, aren't you? Seeing the parrots turn into figurines, Ayam knew Tanbo was safe, and her heart found peace. But looking at the 2 giggling rascals, she felt a sudden wave of playful jealousy. Just wait until you get back, Tanbo. I'll settle the score with you then. Chapter 82, Turmoil. Chapter 82, Turmoil. Hidden Rain Village. Atop a tower reaching hundreds of meters into the sky. A young woman stood with pale blue-purple hair styled in a bun, adorned with a light blue paper flower on the right side. Her eyes were a pale amber, her face refined, marked by light purple eyeshadow and a stud beneath her lower lip. She wore a black cloak embroidered with white-edged red clouds over light purple leggings and a backless top with a ring piercing her navel. The hidden rain protector was tied to the right side of her waist. She looked down over the hidden rain from the edge of the tower, appearing exceptionally serene amidst the drifting mist and rain. Suddenly, her brow furrowed slightly. Turning back toward the interior of the tower's peak, she approached a gaunt figure pierced with black rods, whose eyes were marked by concentric circles. Nagato, someone has infiltrated the village, Conan said. Just now, she had sensed an aura that did not belong to the hidden rain. It seemed there were always those who did not fear death. Hearing this, Nagato focused his awareness on the rain tiger at will technique. After a moment, he spoke, "It seems someone capable has cracked my technique. Is it those ninjas again, those who know nothing of true pain? Conan, issue the order. Find them." Understood. Conan nodded, leaving a paper clone to tend to Nagato. She stepped out into the open air, slowly unfurling paper wings in the rain, and flew toward the village's administrative center. Meanwhile, in 4 different corners of the village, 4 figures pierced with black rods slowly opened their eyes. Swish. Swish. They began patrolling the streets of the hidden rain. Foreign ninjas have infiltrated. Lead your team to find them, signal immediately upon discovery. Tanbo Tobitake had been resting while practicing Hayakawa's ninjutsu and physical habits when he suddenly received the order from his superior. This caused him to pause. Was I discovered? That makes no sense. He had been undercover for so long, if he were to be caught, it would have happened already. Furthermore, he had mimicked Hayakawa's life perfectly. As long as he didn't come face to face with Nagato or the others, he was confident he wouldn't be exposed. Could it be Shinobu and the others? Tanbo frowned. Was it possible those 2 from Root had pulled some stunt? Thinking back to the report Shinobu gave him earlier, he felt a surge of annoyance. Danzo is such a burden. It had to be those 2 subordinates. His own disciple, if nothing else, would never disobey his orders. Picking up his tools, Tanbo notified Hayakawa's squad and hurried to the assembly point. Since he was currently a hidden rain chunin, he could use the search operation as a cover to figure out exactly what was happening. Whoosh. As he moved through the streets, he saw many ninjas in motion, and even civilians helping with the search. Based on Tanbo's perception, the village's cohesion was incredibly high. Zip. Just then, he saw a giant bird flying across the sky. Its eyes possessed the concentric ring pattern of the Rinnegan as it soared over the village, its gaze scanning everything below. The whole crew is out. Tanbo thought, recognizing the summoning path's creature. Moving further, he spotted several winged dogs patrolling, the multi-headed hounds of the animal path. Tanbo prepared himself to flee at a moment's notice if he was indeed the one being targeted. His main worry was Shinobu. If his team was found, they'd have to retreat early and declare the mission a failure. Underground, Tobitake squad. On the scroll in front of Murakumo, several rats returned from the outside and stepped onto the blank surface. What's the situation? Nkue asked. Murakumo replied, the hidden rain suddenly launched a large-scale search. It could be an enemy intrusion, or... He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. It was highly likely Tanbo Tobitake had been caught spying and was currently on the run. Mibu Shinobu stared at the 2 of them. Seeing they didn't appear to be lying, he analyzed the situation. It was very possible his teacher had been spotted. Did Sensei obtain some critical information? If the captain was discovered, he should be bringing the intel back. Since there's no word, he might be in a crisis. We should go look for him, Murakumo suggested. The intelligence Tanbo held was vital. If it triggered a village-wide search, it had to be massive. Reporting this to Lord Danzo was the priority. Wait. If Captain isn't in danger, our movement will only cause him more trouble. I believe we should stay put, Mibu Shinobu stated. He recalled his teacher's methods. Tanbo wouldn't be found that easily, and even if he were, he wouldn't be caught so simply. As a chunin, Shinobu was now a qualified leader, and his judgment was sound. If he were the captain, he would want his teammates to stay hidden rather than risk exposure by searching for him. Nkue and Murakumo exchanged a look. They thought of another possibility. The intel they sent to Lord Danzo long ago might have already allowed him to crack the rain's sensory technique. The people being hunted now might very well be other agents sent by Danzo. Thud. Puchi. A kunai whistled through the air, piercing the chest of a ninja wearing a rain village raincloak. Conan's figure slowly descended from the sky. She pulled back the cloak to reveal a stranger. There was no protector, and the body carried nothing but standard tools. The brain had also been self-destructed. Seeing these familiar methods, a flash of anger crossed Conan's face. Konoha ninjas. This wasn't the first time they had used such tactics, they couldn't hide it from her. Furthermore, back then, Yahiko had been led to his death because of the deceptions of people like this. Lady Angel. At that moment, several rain ninjas landed around her, looking at Conan with pure reverence. So impressive. She found a spy so quickly. As expected of God's messenger. Conan spoke coldly, this is only one of them. Others have infiltrated as well. Do not let a single suspicious person escape. With that, she flew away under their worshipful gazes. Swish. Tanbo Tobitake arrived with his squad members. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his brow furrowed. Captain Hayakawa, Lady Angel is truly amazing. She's dealt with another enemy coveting our village, a boy around 12 years old behind him said, his voice full of admiration. The other two echoed the sentiment. Tanbo feigned a nod. Naturally. Lady Angel is the messenger of God, it's no surprise she can do this. Internally, however, he was cursing 1,000 times over. In his perception, although the corpse lacked visual clues, the residual chakra and the suicide method, combined with his own situation, made it clear, this was definitely one of Danzo's men. Truly a burden. As much as Danzo contributed to Konoha, his destructive tendencies were far worse. He truly deserved his reputation as a man beyond redemption. Most importantly, he had ruined Tanbo's plan. Despite having expected this, Tanbo was still thoroughly disgusted. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, Swirl. Chapter 83, Swirl. Swish. Swish. Tanbo Tobitake continued his search as part of the Hidden Rain squads, meticulously playing the role of Hayakawa. He made sure to keep a surreptitious eye on the movements of Conan and the Six Paths puppets, while carefully avoiding the high tower where Nagato likely resided. With such a massive commotion and the entire village on high alert, he knew he could forget about active intel gathering for the time being. He decided to play it safe and just be Chunin Hayakawa. However, while he remained stationary, the Rain Village and Danza did not stop. Realizing they were being hunted, Danza's men hid even deeper, yet Conan continued to root them out and execute them one by one. As spies fell, the intensity of the search remained mind-bogglingly high. It was clear Nagato was determined to keep his secrets buried. At such a critical juncture, Tanbo didn't even dare risk contacting his teammates to tell them to run. It's only a matter of time before someone slips up, he thought. Better prepare an exit strategy. He didn't trust that he could play a Rain Chunin forever in a world filled with bizarre secret techniques. He began mapping out multiple escape routes in his mind, flight through the sky, swimming through the waterways, tunneling underground, or simply walking out the front gate with a brazen face. It's a good thing we didn't rush out, or we'd be dead for sure. In their underground hideout, Murakumo spoke to the other two while looking at the intel he had just gathered. Using the unique properties of his super beast imitating drawing, he had been handling the scouting while Tanbo was away. Any news from the captain? Mibu Shinobu asked. Murakumo shook his head. The heat is too high. I doubt the captain would risk sending a signal back right now. They knew Tanbo had infiltrated the village, but they had no idea what he was specifically doing. So, we're effectively cut off? Nkue asked. Yeah. For now, we rely on ourselves. The captain's barrier technique is amazing, though. We haven't been detected even with this wide-scale sensory net active. Murakumo popped a stolen piece of sushi into his mouth and chewed. He was genuinely impressed. When he used his secret techniques to scout, he barely escaped detection despite his experience. Yet, the barrier Tanbo left behind stood firm against the rain's scrutiny. Mibu Shinobu felt a wave of worry for his teacher, but also a sense of frustration at his own inability to help. He felt he still wasn't doing enough to lighten Tanbo's load. Konoha. Bang. Shimura Danza slammed his fist onto his desk. Damn it. Another failed infiltration. It seems the enemy sensory capabilities aren't limited to just one method. Before him stood a root ninja who had just delivered the news regarding the situation in the rain and the fate of the agent sent there. Send word, even if there are sacrifices, we must crack every single one of the enemy's sensory methods. He would never give up on the power of the Rinnegan. 6 months passed. Hidden Rain Village. Captain Hayakawa, training again. You're so hardworking. I heard you just finished another B-rank assassination mission, a ninja remarked to Tanbo at the training grounds. Tanbo retracted his kunai and smiled slightly. It's all thanks to God and Lady Angel that the village has so many contracts. Praise God, praise Lady Angel. True. Praise God and Lady Angel, the ninja echoed. Ever since God replaced Hanzo, their lives had improved significantly. But this lockdown has been going on for a long time, Tanbo said with a feigned look of lingering fear. Every time I go on a mission, I'm afraid my own comrades might stab me in the back by mistake. Can't be helped, the ninja replied. Those foreign ninjas are too despicable, sending in so many spies. But I heard the spies are mostly dealt with. Things should return to normal soon. That's wonderful news, Tanbo said. He was surprised himself. He had managed to stay in the hidden rain for 6 months without being discovered. Is this identity really that effective? Over the past year, he had been a diligent rain chunin. And he hadn't expected the rain to maintain such a high level of alert for a full 6 months. It's about time to go back. Damn it, my son and daughter are almost a year old. I miss them like crazy. He had gathered roughly 80% of the intel he needed. Ironically, the village-wide chaos had forced many rain ninjas to reveal their skills and routines, giving him a perfect vantage point for observation. He had counted around 30 jonin and over 500 chunin. While they might not be as refined as Konoha's elite, the rain's military strength was formidable. Though intel on Konan and Nagato personally remained sparse, his mission was essentially complete. The third Hokage just wanted to understand the state of the civil war to maintain strategic awareness. Back at his temporary home, Tanbo wove signs. A small earth-construct pangolin tunneled through the soil, heading toward his teammate's hideout. Checkmate. Mibu Shinobu moved his piece, defeating Inkue. The three were dying of boredom. Due to the lockdown, they couldn't wander or train outside. Even for trained ninjas, 6 months in a black room was soul-crushing. They had resorted to various games, mostly shogi. The appearance of the small pangolin immediately snapped them to attention. Mission complete. Retreat, the pangolin spoke. Their eyes lit up. For Inkue and Murakumo, this had been 6 months darker than their time en route. For Mibu Shinobu, it was the hardest test of his career. They packed their gear and left the cave without looking back, feeling a profound sense of liberation. Just as they vacated the cave, a figure emerged from the ground nearby. The figure wore a black cloak and a white swirl-patterned mask that covered the entire head, with only a single Sharingan peeking through. How interesting, a playful voice chirped from behind the mask. To think someone could stay hidden under Nagato's nose for half a year. What a capable spy. We don't need to deal with this ourselves, another, more stable voice replied. Let Nagato handle it. It looks like they've finished their intel mission and are leaving the village. Their information will serve as a nice bargaining chip to make Nagato trust my strength. Hey, can we catch them and make them poop? The playful voice asked. I really want to know what the urge to go feels like. I heard it feels great once you let it out. The stable voice replied, boring. With a swirl of spatial distortion, the masked man vanished. Chapter 84, Blocking the Way. Chapter 84, Blocking the Way. Hidden Rain Village. The High Tower. Konan stood at the edge of the tower. Beside her sat a orange-haired figure wearing the black cloak with red clouds. Is it really a good idea to let the new recruit manage the organization's funds? Konan asked Pain. No problem. This guy is a ninja who has survived since the Warring States period. I think he should have a healthy awe of power, Pain replied indifferently. Konan nodded. Yes. We will definitely fulfill Yahiko's dream. A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Before you complete your plan, I think you should deal with a few rats from Konoha. This is a matter for your rain village, so I'll leave it to you, the swirl masked man said, suddenly appearing beside them. Rats. The two looked at him, the man calling himself Uchiha Madara. The swirl masked man chuckled. Yes. I originally came to discuss some business, but I happened to run into a few Konoha spies. They are likely on their way out of the land of rain as we speak. If you need help, I can lend a hand. The two were taken aback, staring at the masked man. Pain stood up. It seems Konoha still has capable people. To go undetected for so long under such high alert surveillance, impressive. I find it impressive too, that they could hide from your perception, the masked man teased. To evade the sensory abilities of the Uzumaki clan combined with the power of the Rinnegan and a village-wide search was a feat that even he found interesting. I wonder if we should recruit them into Akatsuki. Outside the hidden rain village, near the border of the land of fire. Whoosh. 4 figures moved rapidly. Mibu Shinobu looked at the approaching border with a smile. Sensei, you're amazing. To think you could stay hidden in the rain village for so long without being caught. Tanbo Tobitake replied, we haven't reached the village yet. Don't be careless. He had a bad premonition that things wouldn't go smoothly. Hearing this, Mibu and the other 2 teammates didn't argue. Mibu trusted his teacher implicitly, while the others trusted Tanbo's ability and his judgment as a jonin. Zip. Zip. After a while, Tanbo suddenly stopped. What is it? Mibu asked. The other 2 were even more alert, immediately entering a defensive posture. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Since you've come, why bother going back? You shall be buried here in the land of rain, let it be your pure land. In front of them, after a distortion in space, 6 figures appeared. Leading them was Pain. Upon receiving the masked man's intel, he had deployed all 6 paths to prevent any accidents. Tanbo Tobitake sighed and pointed at them. Hey, you 6 orange hairs. We're in a hurry. How about you move aside? You know, I hate orange hairs the most. Simultaneously, he made a secret hand signal behind his back, telling Mibu and the others to run while he held the enemies off. The 3 understood and shifted their weight, preparing to flee. Looking at these 6 enemies with identical hair, they knew this wouldn't be an easy fight, it could even result in total annihilation. Except for the leader and the one who looked like an older man, Tanbo had warned them about the other 4, they were the primary force responsible for eliminating spies in the rain. Orange hairs. Pain glanced at the heads of his various paths. Are you trying to distract me so your companions can escape? Don't be naive. All of you will stay here today. Tanbo scratched his head and said to his teammates, you heard him. Go. I'll block them. He then looked seriously toward the 6 paths of pain. He let out a long breath. Man, we were just about to make it back. Pain asked, sacrificing yourself to save your teammates. Is it worth it? He was reminded of Yahiko's tragic end. Yahiko had done the same. However, for the sake of Yahiko's dream, even if this man's actions were similar, he had to die today. Have you ever heard of the Will of Fire? Tanbo asked. Since the opponent asked such a question, he suddenly wanted to try talk no jutsu. Naruto made it look so easy, surely he could do it too. With Naruto's clumsy social skills, Tanbo figured he was much more persuasive. If he succeeded, maybe there wouldn't even be a 4th war. He would be the savior who silently rescued the ninja world. Pain was confused, unsure of what the man was trying to say or how it related to his question. He had heard of the Will of Fire, of course, Jiraiya used to talk about it constantly. At first, he had been a firm believer, but Hanzo's broken promise and Yahiko's death had changed his mind. In the shadows, the swirl-masked man listened to the conversation. Another pathetic soul deceived by the Will of Fire. Tanbo Tobitake. I didn't expect you to be the leader. He recognized the man talking about the Will of Fire. Do you know him? The playful voice asked from beneath the white mask. Yes. We were classmates at the academy. I didn't expect him to actually become a jonin. In their school days, Tanbo couldn't even keep up with him in combat practice. Oh my, a reunion. You're going to be moved to tears. Are you going to save him? The playful voice teased. Konoha's affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. My current goal is to destroy this false world and create a real one. Ah, you're so heartless. The height of a fountain will never exceed its source, and a ninja's strength will never exceed the conviction in their heart. The Will of Fire is the conviction that grants Konoha ninjas their strength. You must have a similar conviction, orange hair, Tanbo said. Captain. Mibu Shinobu was deeply moved. As expected of his teacher, his understanding of the Will of Fire was truly profound. Even Murakumo and Inkue were stunned. Pain paused and looked at him deeply. You are right. But that makes it all the more reason not to let you leave. What are you standing around for? Run. Tanbo was speechless. He had given them so many hints, yet the 3 of them were still standing there. Yes. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 3 used body flicker to escape. Universal pull. How could Pain let them escape? He raised his right hand. An invisible force erupted, and the 3 were instantly seized as if by an invisible grip, flying back toward him. What's happening? What is this power? Damn it. As the 3 drew near, Pain pulled out black rods and instantly impaled them. Arg. The 3 screamed in agony, their eyes wide. Blood spilled onto the ground, a tragic sight. However, their captain, Tanbo Tobitake, was smiling. He made no move to rescue them. He even clapped his hands and shouted, what a fascinating ability. I've never heard of someone like you in Konoha. You've been hiding quite deep. Tanbo's words made Pain pause. They were your comrades. Ah, actually, they weren't. Look for yourself. Tanbo pointed at the 3 fallen bodies. Where there should have been corpses, there were only 3 explosive tags burning away. Chapter 85, just get it done. Chapter 85, just get it done. Boom. 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 Swish. At the critical moment, the 6 figures used body flicker to vanish from their positions, causing the explosive tags to miss their mark. Genjutsu. When did he cast it? Thoughts flashed like lightning through Pain's mind. Was all that talk earlier just a ruse to lead my line of sight? Sizzle. In an instant, the chakra disruption from the black receivers inside the bodies disturbed the flow of their chakra, breaking Tanbo Tobitake's illusion. What a powerful Genjutsu. Where are the others? Pain frowned, seeing only Tanbo remaining. The other 3 had already vanished. Whoosh. Whoosh. at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. In the sky, a black and white ink bird carried the team toward Konoha. Those guys are terrifying, Murakumo said, still feeling a lingering fear. Just moments ago, after receiving the captain's signal, they had slipped away under his cover. Using his secret technique, they were now soaring through the sky, out of the enemy's line of sight. But even those few glimpses of the enemy had left him with a crushing sense of oppression, as if they were facing an invincible force. Who were they? Those eyes with the concentric circles, is that some kind of bloodline limit? Mibu Shinobu asked. He was determined not to fail his teacher's expectations, they had to get this intel back. Drawing on his years of experience as a ninja, he too felt the immense pressure. Those individuals were anything but ordinary. Ankue spoke up, likely so. Regardless, we must return to Konoha as quickly as possible. I don't know how long the captain can stall them. He didn't hold much hope for Tanbo holding off 6 of them. His root training told him that a temporary sacrifice was sometimes necessary. I've already sent out the signal. Reinforcements should be here to meet us soon, so we should be fine, Murakumo added. Mibu Shinobu wanted to go back and support his teacher, but considering his own strength, he knew he would only be a burden. He touched a concealed pocket in his vest. With his ability to create things like this, Sensei should be fine, right? Rumble. Zip. Zip. Tanbo used body flicker to evade the Azura Path's missile strikes while engaging the Predapath in close-quarters combat with his short blade. Those black rods have chakra-disrupting properties and act as signal receivers for Nagato's main body. What a pain. Clang. Clang. He applied body flicker and taijutsu to their absolute limits, blocking the melee attacks from the human, Preda, and Azura paths. Only by experiencing it firsthand did Tanbo realize how troublesome the 6 paths were. Even with prior knowledge of their abilities, he felt restricted. The Preda path absorbed chakra. The human path ripped out souls. The Azura path was a human puppet tank. And the Deva path sat on the sidelines using universal pull for support, it was more sinister than stagnant water. With the reaction speed of the 6 paths, a normal Genjutsu only lasts for less than a tenth of a second before being broken by the black rods. Now that they are on guard, the Predapath's ability makes standard Genjutsu useless. Tiger tiger hair hair. The human path's black rod thrust into Tanbo's chest, piercing through. However, it made a mechanical clack sound, as if stabbing through a machine. Tanbo smiled slightly, flickered backward, and quickly wove hand signs. Pain's eyes narrowed from a distance. Such incredible hand sign speed. He used the exact moment the human path attacked to cast a Genjutsu, making it too late for the path to disrupt its own chakra to break it. This level of neural reaction was not that of an ordinary ninja. Meanwhile, the Azura path's arm was shattered by the human path, whose vision had been distorted by Tanbo's visual range Genjutsu. ZZZZT. Electric sparks flew from the severed joint of the mechanical arm. I'm not done yet. Earth style, earth spikes. Tanbo slammed his hand onto the ground, and dozens of spikes impaled the Azura path from every direction. Zip. Zip. He immediately reached into his tool pouch and threw kunai laced with explosive tags toward the Azura path. Almighty push. Pain repelled all the kunai. I'll give you something to repel. Tanbo seized the interval of the 5-second cooldown. He raised his hand and unleashed the 8 cents of fire. He knew the 6 paths shared vision, making it nearly impossible for them to miss it. The sensory feedback would travel back to Nagato. Even if the black rods could break the illusion quickly, it still took time enough to trigger a visceral reaction in the opponent's gustatory nerves. Whoosh! The Predapath appeared behind him, reaching out to grab the sign-weaving Tanbo. It was met with a smirk. Poof! A log replaced Tanbo. Substitution jutsu. Inside a large tree at a distance, Nagato suddenly gagged, feeling extremely nauseous. Bleg. The 6 paths of pain were merely puppets, their sensory input was experienced only by Nagato. He was the one bearing the brunt of the 8 cents. The 6 puppets slowed down by a visible half-beat. Nagato, what's wrong? Conan asked, looking at his distressed state. It's that man's ninjutsu. He's a formidable opponent. Nagato had to admire the man's mastery. Zip. Zip. For a moment, despite Tanbo's tenacious resistance, the 6 paths only held a slight advantage, mainly because it was 6 against 1. The Azura path, which had been taken out by Tanbo's Genjutsu, was dragged back by the cheating Naraka path, chewed up, and spat out fully repaired. If Tanbo hadn't been able to weave signs with one hand at lightning speeds, his Genjutsu wouldn't have even lasted as long as the enemy's dispelling speed. Almighty push. Having tested Tanbo's capabilities, Pain didn't want to wait any longer. Those other 3 could not be allowed to escape back to Konoha. Using the Deva path as the center, a massive invisible force erupted, surging toward Tanbo. Tanbo tried to use a visual range Genjutsu to make the distance appear infinite, but it had no effect. Bam. He was hit. His chest, facial features, internal organs, and skin were struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Whoosh. Whoosh. The Azura Path's missiles followed immediately. Genjutsu, self-repair. Tanbo cast a Genjutsu on himself, deceiving his own cells, nerves, and platelets to revert his body to its state from 1 minute ago. He then crunched down on a food pill to replenish the nutrients needed for the repair. He used the momentum from the almighty push to retreat rapidly, back, until he was out of range of the push and the missiles. Are you kidding me? I thought he could only repel ninjutsu, but he can repel Genjutsu too. What a bug jutsu. Tanbo lamented how useful the Rinnegan was. In that case, I'll have to use my ultimate move. Psycho Mind Transmission, Depression. Puchi. A wooden stake shot through the air. Under Murakumo's frantic control, the ink bird dodged the attack, but it was hit soon after and dissolved into a pile of ink. The three tumbled from the sky. With their sharp eyes, they immediately spotted a figure. A white swirl-patterned mask. The men stood there silently, watching them fall. Sha-sha. The three landed lightly on the treetops. Who are you? There's no need to worry about who I am. Dead men don't need to know. The swirl-masked man held long iron chains in his hands, staring at the three of them expressionlessly. Putting the Rinnegan on him is truly a waste if he can be fooled by a Genjutsu of that level, the playful voice echoed in the masked man's ear, filled with deep dissatisfaction. Yes. If I hadn't stepped in to help, they might have actually escaped back, the masked man replied. Chapter 86, Top-Tier Proxy. Chapter 86, Top-Tier Proxy. Yahiko is dead, is there really any point in me living? Even if I defeat the world, so what? I can never return to a world that has Yahiko in it. I might as well go to the Pure Land to be with him. Let him go. Killing him, hurting him, wouldn't that just make me the evil of this world? I should just die. This world no longer has meaning. War. I don't want to experience war anymore. I'd rather just die. Where Nagato sat, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Auras of death began to emanate from the Rinnegan. Conan immediately noticed something was wrong. Nagato. Nagato, what's happened to you? I want to die, Conan. Kill me, let me go be with Yahiko. Nagato spoke hollowly. Conan's heart skipped a beat. What is going on? How did the perfectly fine Nagato suddenly turn into this? Something is wrong. Yo, it hit. Then it's my turn. Seeing the six bodies filled with a lifeless, bleak aura, Tanbo Tobitake's lips curled into a smile. This technique, Psycho Mind Transmission, Depression, had an A+ difficulty level in his mind, but its power was extraordinary. Why use depression instead of pain or sorrow? Simply because it was the most practical. Pain and sorrow often caused people to erupt with massive energy, just like the protagonists in novels. At this stage, Nagato was undoubtedly a protagonist type. Depression forced a person's emotions into an unprecedented low. In this state, they didn't just fail to break the Genjutsu, they didn't even want to move. This was why the third Hokage had warned him never to use it on allies. If a comrade got caught in this spiral of despair and couldn't claw their way out, they were finished. Without a will of steel, escaping this emotional abyss was nearly impossible. The longer one stayed in it, the deeper the roots of despair sank into the spirit. Even if the Genjutsu was eventually broken, the mood would linger, making a full recovery incredibly difficult. The six paths of pain sharing all sensory data isn't always a good thing, he smirked. His hands moved in a blur of signs, he didn't dare waste a second. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh. The ground was torn up, and trees were uprooted. Crack. Trunks and branches snapped into jagged shards. The debris slammed into the six paths of pain. First to go were the clothes. In an instant, the black cloaks with red clouds were shredded to pieces. Their hair was shorn off as if by a razor, and their skin began to crack inch by inch. The Azura Path's mechanical body saw parts being flung away. The Deva Path's body was notably tougher. Under this assault, its skin merely twisted and warped. Even the long objects hanging below swung back and forth without breaking. It's over. Tanbo exhaled a sigh of relief. He only had half his chakra left. In just that short exchange, heaven only knew how many ninjutsu and genjutsus he had burned through. Fortunately, he wasn't Kakashi, he didn't have a Sharingan draining him dry. On the edge of the battlefield, a blurred face shaped like a pitcher plant appeared on a large tree. What was that jutsu just now? A genjutsu. To actually cause all six paths of pain to lose control in an instant. Zetsu was filled with suspicion. The strength of the six paths was unquestionable, yet they were currently like lambs to the slaughter. I need to investigate this man more to prevent the plan from going off track. Zip. Zip. Bang. Bang. Clang. Shuriken and kunai littered the ground. The forest was charred. Mibu Shinobu's trio was panting heavily, facing their enemy with unprecedented gravity. What was that? Physical attacks don't have the slightest effect. Mibu muttered. Facing this new foe, the three had cooperated continuously. With their somewhat unpolished teamwork, they had managed to find an opening, allowing Mibu to strike the enemy with a windmill shuriken. However, the attack passed right through the enemy's body as if they were in another dimension. Ankue spoke, "It must be a space-time ninjutsu. Be careful. And those eyes, they are the Uchiha's Sharingan." This fact alone made them tense. Why was an Uchiha here, seemingly connected to the hidden rain? You've got some skill. But next, I'm getting serious, the swirl masked man said. He wove signs and spat a massive torrent of fire from his mouth. So strong. The three retreated rapidly, narrowly avoiding the blast. Where the flames passed, explosions erupted. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes. Instantly, the three were pulled into an illusionary space, pinned down by massive wedges. Goodbye. Actually, let's make it, no see you again. The masked man looked at the paralyzed trio. A wooden branch extended from his palm as he stepped toward Ankue. Pucci. The chest was pierced. The heart was crushed. With the pressure gone, blood surged from the exit wound in Nkue's chest. His eyes slowly closed. 1. The masked man moved toward Mibu Shinobu, thrusting the wooden spike down. At the critical moment, Mibu's eyes snapped open. He summoned a specialized blade-like ninja tool and slashed at the man's neck, a suicidal counterattack. The masked man, holding all the cards, naturally wouldn't trade lives. He activated his ability. Mibu's blade passed through his neck. Simultaneously, the masked man's wooden spike passed through Mibu's chest. Both remained unharmed. Mibu retreated instantly, summoning and throwing two massive windmill shuriken. As they passed through the enemy, he used the distraction to reach Murakumo and break his genjutsu. Damn it, Ankue is dead. When is that reinforcement you mentioned arriving? Mibu asked grimly. Luckily, his teacher had once told him that when facing a Sharingan or a Genjutsu master, standard chakra disruption wouldn't work. He had been taught specific ways to break Sharingan illusions. But this enemy was too strong, and his abilities were broken. Strong fire style, strong Genjutsu, and an ability to ignore attacks. Which Uchiha was this? Murakumo remained expressionless. A few more minutes. They should be here. Crap, I'm not sure we can last 1 minute. Mibu complained. Quite capable, to be able to break my Sharingan Genjutsu, the masked man praised. Well, my teacher is a Genjutsu master. It would be weirder if I couldn't break it, Mibu replied, trying to buy every second possible. True. Anyone who can pull the god of the hidden rain into a Genjutsu deserves the title of master, the masked man admitted. He was impressed, for a commoner without a bloodline limit to pull that off was remarkable. But it ended here. He saw through their stalling and stopped chatting. Whoosh. He wove signs. A deluge of wooden spikes rained down on them. So much for honor. Mibu and Murakumo dodged frantically while summoning countless specialized shuriken to return fire. Wind style, air current wild dance. Mibu released the jutsu, and the shuriken in the air gained a massive boost in cutting power, flying in unique, guided trajectories to intercept the wooden spikes. He then reached into his vest pocket and pulled out something Tanbo had given him back in the Rain Village, a pentagonal token, half the size of a palm. On it was written, Tanbo Tobatake, top-tier proxy. Chapter 87, Honored Throughout Heaven and Earth. Chapter 87, Honored Throughout Heaven and Earth. Sensei, don't you dare bluff me now. The token in his hand was something his teacher had personally given him. Mibu Shinobu still remembered the shock he felt when his teacher described its effects. Mibu, my boy, I made this during my time as a spy in the Hidden Rain. I didn't have much space to practice loud or flashy ninjutsu, so I cooked this up instead. It's a one-time-use ninja tool called the proxy. It took me half a month of sleepless work just to craft a single one, it was a real pain in the neck. Its ability is simple, if you ever run into an opponent you absolutely can't beat, and you have a spare second to use it, give it a go. Sealed within is a lifetime of my combat experience. Once you activate it and accept it, you'll temporarily gain my combat instincts, and your reaction speed will get a short, massive boost. Don't go using it for fun. The difficulty of making this thing is no less than creating an S-rank ninjutsu. Heaven knows how stunned Mibu had been at the time, especially given how casually his teacher had said it. A ninja tool that could seal a lifetime of combat experience, even if it was a one-time use, was unimaginably powerful. Combat experience was the very essence of a ninja's strength, and the idea that it could be borrowed was mind-blowing. Furthermore, if the difficulty of crafting it rivaled the creation of an S-rank jutsu, one could only imagine how hard it was to invent the technique in the first place. Watching the enemy continuing his assault, Mibu Shinobu activated the tool without a moment's hesitation. Flash. The moment chakra was funneled into it, the large characters on the token shimmered with a brilliant blue light. A surge of chakra that didn't belong to him spread rapidly, following his own chakra pathways until it connected with his brain. It formed a genjutsu space that interfaced with Mibu's consciousness. Instantly, a wave of absolute confidence washed over him. This guy. I can take him. A significant change seems to have occurred. The spiral-faced man keenly sensed the shift in his opponent. Kuei had originally intended to slip away, but seeing Mibu's transformation and knowing reinforcements were close made him stop. On a blank scroll, he quickly drew several ferocious giant beasts and sent them charging at the enemy. Swoosh. Swoosh. At the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, a dozen figures moved with blurring speed. Kuei has gathered a lot of intel, but he's likely being pursued. We must reinforce him immediately, the leader commanded, urging the squad to accelerate. The Pain Battlefield. Whoosh. Just as Tanbo Tobotake's great breakthrough was about to tear through the six paths, the eyes of the Deva path suddenly shifted. He raised a hand slightly, and an invisible force blocked the gust. Then, it pushed back against Tanbo. Swoosh. I'm not falling for the same trick twice. Tanbo activated his Eye of the Creator, and a massive hawk materialized to carry him high into the sky. He scratched his head while looking down at Deva path. To think he actually snapped out of that emotional state so quickly, as expected of the men who wanted to change the world. Simultaneously, Tanbo formed a seal to expand his sensory range. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius entered his mind, the chakra signatures of various creatures appearing clearly. He didn't find Nagato's true body. No wonder the Hyuga clan ninjas in the original story hadn't found him, the place where he hid must have been protected by a powerful sensory shielding barrier. Mibu and the others weren't within range either, which likely meant they had escaped. In that case, there's no need to keep fighting. I get paid 500,000 a month, why am I risking my life? He steered the hawk, preparing to fly away. Since you have come, accept God's punishment. Tanbo wanted to leave, but pain wouldn't allow it. A massive gravitational pull snagged him, dragging him toward the ground. Beside pain, only a head and one arm remained of the Naraka path, but it summoned a giant head that sucked the damaged six paths into its mouth. Crunch. Munch. A moment later, they were spat back out, completely restored. Hey. Stop fighting. I don't want to play anymore. Can we just call it quits? Tanbo babbled incessantly as his body plummeted. He reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a scroll. With a poof, it expanded, revealing the character 4 stone in the center. My wife is incredibly rich, watch me crush you to death with money. Storage scrolls were expensive, but Tanbo had prepared plenty of them filled with all sorts of things. After casting the spell, a 5-meter-tall boulder appeared beneath him, taking the brunt of the gravitational pull in his place. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tanbo commanded the hawk to pull up and climb higher. He didn't have Naruto's tailed beast-enhanced body, so he had come prepared for this specific ninjutsu. With his exceptional neural reflexes, he was fast enough to react even to the Deva path's speed. The appearance of the boulder made Pain frown. He had no choice but to use Almighty Push to blast the rock away. Boom. Does he have intel on us, or is he just excessively prepared for every possibility? Pain wondered. Since the fight began, he noticed that aside from the move that induced emotional collapse, the man's abilities were rather ordinary. Yet, in this 6-on-1 fight, every move the man made hit Pain exactly where it hurt most. It was as if he were one step ahead. The abilities of the Preta path and human path hadn't been useful once. The animal path's summons weren't suitable due to Tanbo's proficiency in close quarters and genjutsu. Now, even his universal pull had been countered by a simple rock. Everything suggested the opponent was reading his moves. Regardless, he couldn't let the man escape. The animal path formed seals, poof. The giant drill-beaked bird and the Cerberus appeared. The 6 paths of Pain mounted the giant summons and took to the sky, chasing after Tanbo. Hey! I'm already retreating. Why are you chasing me? Where are your manners? Tanbo shouted back at his pursuers. Join our organization. Your abilities are strong. If you join us, I will let you live, Pain said. He had taken an interest in the man's power. This was no ordinary ninja. Pa. Who wants to join you guys? 6 against 1. You're just bullies. I don't accept this. Tanbo saw the two giant beasts and realized he was facing even more help. That dog's ability was a bit too ridiculous. He couldn't keep fighting, his chakra was less than half full. He needed to get out of there. Then, you shall die. Universal pull. Boulder toss. Missile attack. Wind style block. Fighting 6-on-1, your organization clearly isn't up to any good. If you keep following me, I'll use my ultimate move and take you down with me. Tanbo yelled. It was time. Tanbo turned around to face them. He stood on one leg, tilted his head back 45 degrees toward the sky, pointed his left hand to the heavens and his right hand to the earth. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. The bizarre pose and the nonsensical shouting made Pain hesitate for a moment. Could it really be a suicidal ultimate move? He had already suspected the men had intel on him. Now, Tanbo's dramatic posture gave him pause. Furthermore, that earlier Genjutsu had nearly done him in. If Conan hadn't helped his true body break it, he might have fallen right then and there. Even now, the lingering negative emotions from the technique weighed heavily on him. It was a technique that could truly threaten his main body. Chapter 88, Unlimited Void. Chapter 88, Unlimited Void. The Deva Path prepared Almighty Push, ready to repel Tanbo Tobate's Genjutsu at any moment. The Preta Path stood ready with the blocking technique absorption to intercept any high-level ninjutsu. The multi-headed hound leaped between them, using its amplified summoning ability to act as a shield against Tanbo's ultimate move. The Naraka Path prepared to resurrect the other puppets, while the Azura Path opened its head to charge a laser cannon, aiming to blast him before the attack landed. The Human Path stood to the side, observing. Here it comes. Bringer of Darkness. Just as Tanbo prepared his Genjutsu, the Azura Path's attack triggered. Boom. The laser moved at a despairing speed. Tanbo, mid-cast, was instantly severed at the waist. Only a few strands of skin held his upper and lower halves together, his midsection vanished entirely. However, the Genjutsu was completed. An all-consuming darkness spread across the sky. Among the 6 paths, only the Preta Path, who had absorbed the continuous influx of Genjutsu chakra, remained unaffected, maintaining normal vision. The other 5 were plunged into total darkness. Even the Deva Path's almighty push only held the darkness back for a split second. The moment the technique went on cooldown, the darkness eroded his senses. But that was enough. Having the Preta Path's vision was equivalent to not being blind at all. The Preta Path looked toward Tanbo, the ink eagle had reverted into a figurine and was falling, and the enemy's mangled remains were tumbling through the air. Whoosh! Controlling the giant drill-beaked bird to catch Tanbo's remains, Pain looked at the bandages covering the man's head. To think Konoha possessed such a talent, the Deva Path muttered. Wait. Suddenly, the corners of the corpse's mouth curled upward. Unlimited Void, seal. Not good. Pain realized the danger, but it was too late. The moment the corpse spoke, the bandages on its head transformed into infinite streams of light. They expanded to cover a 20-meter radius, forming a massive sphere that encased the 6 paths of Pain. Pain tried to use Almighty Push and the absorption to break the trap. Click. A gargantuan volume of information flooded his mind, causing an immediate brain overload. Data processing became impossible. Vision, hearing, touch, and smell were all disrupted by a sudden, non-stop torrent of information. Pain experienced the extreme paradox of seeing nothing and feeling nothing, yet seeing everything and feeling everything all at once. This sensory distortion left all 6 bodies and the summons in a state of chaos and powerlessness, unable to judge their surroundings. Below the glowing sphere, Tanbo Tobitake watched the trap succeed, a smile playing on his lips. His azure-blue misty eyes were exceptionally bright. He scratched the white hair on his head. Without the bandages, he felt a bit exposed. That corpse had been a specialized clone created via his Eye of the Creator. Just before the Azura Path attacked, the exact moment the darkness fell, the real Tanbo had slipped away to the ground. This move was a sealing technique that contained his ultimate 5 senses Genjutsu and mind-reading technique, stacked together into one powerful strike. He had prepared it for a long time. It released a massive, repeating loop of information to crash the target's mental processing mechanism while distorting the 5 senses. Unless the target became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, mastered Yin-Yang, and became immune to everything but Senjutsu, Tanbo didn't believe anyone could break it. Once caught, it was even harder to escape than mind-reading technique, depression. Of course, if it didn't land, it was useless. Ninja battles were like this, the importance of intel was shown in its full glory. Time to go. I'm going home to see my kids. Tanbo turned to leave. That move had consumed a staggering amount of chakra, he was down to 1/10 of his total. If other Akatsuki members showed up, he'd be in trouble. Swish. After he left, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground, revealing a black and white face. Zetsu stared at the retreating Tanbo and then at the motionless 6 paths of Pain suspended in a light sphere. To actually defeat the 6 paths of pain and the Rinnegan, incredible, Zetsu muttered. Konoha's power was truly not to be underestimated. The Mibu Shinobu battlefield. Zip. Zip. Wind-natured windmill shuriken sharply sliced through the incoming wooden stakes, continuing their assault on the swirl-masked men. Meanwhile, Murakumo drew dozens of ink snakes that slithered across the ground, surrounding the enemy to create an opening for Shinobu. TCH. Why did they suddenly become so troublesome? The masked man distorted and vanished. He reappeared behind Murakumo, reaching out to grab him. Whoosh. The moment he touched Murakumo and space began to warp, a wind-enhanced kunai flew straight at his face. He was forced to abort the grab and phase through the attack to avoid injury. Murakumo used the gap to pull back. Careful. It's a space-time ninjutsu. He can move within a certain range and phase through attacks at will, Mibu Shinobu shouted, having quickly analyzed the enemy's patterns. He only materializes the moment he tries to touch us. That's the only time we can hit him. When he's intangible, we can't hit him, and he can't hit us. Murakumo nodded. As a root elite, he immediately understood the logic. He was surprised by his teammate. This level of analytical skill proved Shinobu was the right choice for this mission. It was a pity they lacked this intel earlier, leading to Inkue's death. He also looked at the enemy's wood style with dread. Was this another of Orochimaru's experiments? How annoying. Why the sudden spike in skill? The masked man looked at Shinobu. From a moment ago, the boy had become a different beast altogether. The jutsus were the same, but the tactics and experience had jumped up several tiers. It was even more exaggerated than when Uchiha Madara had trained him. The boy had cracked the secret of his jutsu in record time, just like his late teacher. Furthermore, whenever he tried to enter the boy's mental space with Sharingan Genjutsu, he hit a wall. A specific chakra was interfering with the illusion. I'll just have to outlast them, the masked man thought. Experience was one thing, but the boy's chakra reserves were his weakness. Someone's coming, the playful voice whispered in his ear. He looked toward the horizon. A dozen figures were approaching rapidly. Seeing their forehead protectors, he knew the opportunity was gone. He gave Mibu Shinobu one last look before swirling into a void and disappearing. Only then did Mibu Shinobu and Murakumo breathe a sigh of relief. That enemy was a monster. As the reinforcements arrived, Shinobu deactivated the technique his teacher had planted. He exited that godlike state, and his head immediately throbbed with a massive wave of dizziness. Chapter 89, The Temptation of Returning to the Village. Chapter 89, The Temptation of Returning to the Village. Murakumo supported Mibu Shinobu, his eyes flickering with an unreadable light. He was debating whether to kill him right here so that Lord Danzo could monopolize the intelligence. Swish. You guys ran into a fight too. Tanbo Tobitake suddenly appeared. He looked at the wreckage of the battlefield and his clearly weakened disciple. He scanned the surroundings and frowned upon seeing Inkue's corpse. It seemed there really had been an enemy, and judging by the scale of the destruction, a powerful one. His eyes landed on the wooden stakes driven into the ground, and his heart skipped a beat. With style. It seems it was my old classmate, Obito. Seeing Tanbo arrive, Murakumo suppressed his previous murderous thought. Suddenly, a dozen ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors and masks emerged from the surrounding woods. Seeing the newcomers, Murakumo gave a secret signal and said, "Yeah, an incredibly powerful enemy. If Shinobu hadn't stepped up, we might all be dead. By the way, did you lose your pursuer?" "Yeah. Let's move fast, or it'll be trouble if they catch up." Tanbo looked at the newly arrived squads and gave Murakumo a deep, knowing look. Danzo, that old fox, he really wanted to have his cake and eat it too, keeping everything under his thumb. Murakumo looked at Tanbo, then at the weakened Shinobu in his arms, his eyes shifting. Tanbo was powerful, but they had many people on their side. If. Whoosh. Before he could finish his thought, another foreman team appeared, causing everyone to go on high alert. Tanbo saw the team and smiled. "Hayama, thanks for coming." Whether it was reinforcements for pain or ill intent from Danzo's side, Tanbo had naturally made preparations. Before he had set out on his mission, he had contacted the third Hokage and arranged for a backup team. Hayama Shirakumo just happened to be stationed nearby at the border. "Hard work," Hayama Shirakumo said with a smile. Seeing this new team, Murakumo abandoned his plan. The disparity in strength was no longer in his favor. "Who are these people?" Tanbo asked, looking at the masked group. "Reinforcements from Lord Danzo. The mission is complete, so we'll be heading back first. I'll leave him to you." Murakumo let go of Mibu Shinobu and led his team away without looking back. Shinobu stumbled. "Sensei." Tanbo caught him. "Good job. Let's get home." Heaven only knew if Nagato would send more people to hunt them down. Better to run now and be respectful later. Inside the hollow tree. Humph. Nagato let out a muffled groan. Blood vessels burst in his Rinnegan as he fell into a state of total chaos. As his five senses failed and his perceptions warped, the chakra inside his body began to fluctuate violently. Nagato, what's wrong? Konan saw his condition and assumed he had been hit by another genjutsu. She hurriedly tried her usual method, injecting her chakra to disrupt his and break the illusion. But her heart sank. She realized the method was useless. The chakra inside Nagato was in complete disarray. This was no ordinary genjutsu. ZZZZT. Just as Nagato's internal chakra reached its breaking point, the black rods on his back, connected to the Geto Mazo, suddenly surged with a strange force, allowing Nagato a momentary flash of clarity. Regaining his senses, Nagato immediately severed his connection to the six paths of pain. Heave, heave, heave. He gasped for air, his gaunt frame emphasizing his frailty. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Nagato said, still shaken. If not for the Geto Mazo, the sheer volume of violent information would have fried his body's processing system. What happened? Konan asked, relieved to see him recover. She had never seen Nagato like this, not even during the battle with Hanzo had he lost his composure so completely. That man is strong. Notify Zetsu. I want every scrap of information on him. Konoha. The Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, this is the intelligence gathered during this period. It contains several critical pieces of information, the rest I leave to you. Tanbo Tobitake presented a thick scroll of intel. On it was the data he had recorded bit by bit, along with the freshly organized reports on the six paths of pain and the enemy shinobu had encountered. The enemy shinobu met was indeed Obito. Fortunately, Tanbo had anticipated his disciple's needs and given him the newly developed ninja tool. Whether it was Obito, the six paths, or Konan, the data consisted of things he had seen or heard, with each entry marked with his own notes. He didn't record a single thing he hadn't personally witnessed during the mission. With this intel, if Jiraiya ever encountered the six paths in the future, he shouldn't have to die, right? The butterfly effect of this mission was significant. A lot of hidden Rain secrets were now exposed, as were parts of Pain's and Obito's abilities. The future plot would likely drift out of his control, but he now had basic self-preservation. No matter what, the stronger he became, the less he had to worry. You've worked hard. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the intel and began reading seriously. Then I'll be heading home, Tanbo said with a grin. His heart had already flown back to his house the moment he stepped into the village. Yes, go on. Wait for my, Hiruzen knew the feeling of being away for a long time. Tanbo's longing was clearly uncontrollable. Zip. Before the Hokage could finish his sentence, Tanbo had already vanished. Well, Hiruzen shook his head with a smile and returned to the report. Sharingan, Rinnegan, wood style. Every piece of information on that paper was far more important than any general intel on the land of Rain. Konoha Main Street. Tanbo Tobitake first went to get a haircut to freshen up, then bought a set of stylish, sunny casual clothes and new shoes. He used ninjutsu to cleanse every speck of grime from his body and adjusted his mindset, scrubbing away the murderous aura accumulated from the mission. In an instant, a bright, handsome guy emerged. Walking down the street, he frequently turned heads, and a few girls even came up to confess. Unfortunately, after learning he was already married, they all lamented not meeting him sooner. On the way home, he looked at his empty hands. It felt like something was missing. After a moment's thought, he headed toward a flower shop. Yamanaka Flowers. He looked at the sign, pushed open the door, and walked in. Welcome, a sweet, cute young girl's voice rang out. Tanbo looked down. Isn't this Ino? The current Ino looked even more refined, with her blonde hair in a chin-length bob and a small butterfly clip on one side. Upon seeing Tanbo, her eyes lit up. What a handsome big brother. Beside her was her mother, who was also smiling at him. Yo, little Ino. Long time no see, you're getting more and more beautiful, Tanbo said with a wave and a smile. And hello to Ino's mom as well. Huh. The two looked at the overly familiar Tanbo with question marks over their heads. Do we know him? And you are. Chapter 90, Returning Home. Chapter 90, Returning Home. Yamanaka Flowers. What? You're actually the weird uncle. Ino stared at the handsome guy in front of her. It was impossible to imagine that the weird uncle with a face full of bandages, the subordinate her father admired so much, was actually this handsome. She scrutinized him seriously, her small face filled with suspicion. He's not tricking me, is he? When Ino's mother heard that he was Tanbo Tobitake, her eyes widened. Well, I suppose it makes sense why you usually cover your face. Walking around looking like that would be quite a hassle. Haha, it does come with its share of troubles. As a father now, I was just out shopping and already had a few girls approach me. It was a bit embarrassing. Back in the village, Tanbo seemed to radiate the warmth of everyday life. Ino pouted. No fair. Why was the birthday present you sent me all wrapped up in bandages, and not like how you look now? Recalling that figurine, it was so ugly and awkward. Recently, her father had started teaching her chakra refinement. Although the figurine was ugly, it could talk. Sometimes when she was bored, she would inject chakra into it just to hear it speak. To think the real person was this handsome but gave her such an ugly gift, how annoying. I remember that gift. If you talk to the little guy, doesn't it say, Uncle Tanbo is the most handsome man in the world? Tanbo rubbed his chin with a grin. A vein popped on Ino's forehead. Fine, whatever. Why are you at the flower shop anyway? I'm Mommy's best assistant, I know the meaning of every flower. She spoke with a sense of pride. Ino's mother smiled. That's right, Ino is the best. She can help you. Tanbo scratched his head. He had studied advanced mathematics, biology, geography, and many other subjects, but the language of flowers was a course he had never taken. Even when reading enemies' memories, his focus was never on flowers, so he was a bit stumped. Well, I've been away on a mission for a very long time. I just got back, so I want to bring a bouquet for my wife and my kids. Hearing this, little Ino tilted her head in thought. After a moment, she had an idea: sunflowers, hope, sunshine, representing a positive attitude toward life and a happy mood. Tulips, representing deep affection and sincere emotion. Lilacs, representing longing and missing someone, that's also very suitable. Tanbo thought she was going to give a specific recommendation, but she ended up reciting every flower with a good meaning like she was reading from a textbook. I'll take a bouquet of lilacs. Longing sounds perfect. He cut through Ino's chattering and chose the flower representing the distance he had felt. Coming right up. Short-legged Ino immediately got to work, skillfully wrapping the lilacs and handing them to Tanbo. At the same time, she held out her small hand, her pale blue eyes looking up at him expectantly. Ha! Tanbo chuckled and paid the bill. Little Ino was too cute, looking at her was like seeing what his own daughter might look like in a few years. Wait, Ino eventually becomes a total love brain for Sasuke. My daughter can't learn that. He was already brainstorming how to educate his daughter to stay far away from yellow-haired boys and cool loners. The Hokage's office. Danzo. You kept such vital intelligence from me for 2 whole years. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed at the reports on the desk, his face flushed with anger. I did it for the sake of Konoha. If the existence of the Rinnegan were known by too many, it would no longer be a secret, Danzo replied expressionlessly, glancing at the desk. He hadn't realized this mission would involve so much. If he had known, he wouldn't have sent such a small force. Beyond the Rinnegan, there was the Sharingan, and someone with the Sharingan who could use wood style. It was too unexpected. His mind went straight to Orochimaru. A successful wood-style experiment, plus a murdered Uchiha. Orochimaru must have created an experimental subject possessing 2 superpowers. That was his deduction. Bang. Hiruzen slammed the desk, his cold snort echoing. Is this for Konoha's sake? You are trying to drag Konoha into war again. According to Tanbo's report, the leader of the Hidden Rain has completely mastered the power of the Rinnegan. Once we go to war with such a person, Konoha will be plunged into agony once more. The power of Root is not for you to use so recklessly. Konoha had only just emerged from war a few years ago. Their strength was just beginning to recover. Having lived through 3 great ninja wars, Hiruzen loathed the idea of another one. He was old, and he was tired. Such power should not be held by anyone outside of Konoha, Hiruzen, Danzo countered. To him, anyone who posed a threat to the village deserved to die. Enough. You are forbidden from taking further action against the Rinnegan wielder. You know as well as I do that Konoha cannot handle more turmoil. We are old, Danzo. We aren't young men anymore. Hiruzen sighed. The power of the Rinnegan. Tanbo's report stated the enemy was sealed by his trap and wouldn't get out without special means. However, the report also mentioned a chilling detail: the 6 enemies were likely puppets. It was impossible for 6 pairs of the legendary Sage of 6 Paths eyes to exist simultaneously. Furthermore, the enemy summons also possessed the Rinnegan, confirming the theory. The enemy could produce a continuous stream of puppets. Even if there were limits, they could clearly maintain at least 6. And based on Tanbo's combat data, each puppet possessed rare and devastating powers. Worse, Tanbo's own abilities were now partially known by the enemy, pulling off another successful trap would be nearly impossible. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo gave him a dissatisfied look. Fine. Then let's discuss the Uchiha. To think they have mastered with style, combined with the current ideology of their militant faction, we cannot allow that mindset to spread further. Hiruzen closed his eyes. The Uchiha. Konoha streets. Demon Fox, get away. I won't sell anything to you. It's because of you that my husband is dead. Beat it. Don't show your face here again. You're not welcome here. We don't want to play with you. You're a fox, you lead us. Tanbo Tobitake was walking home carrying the lilacs when he heard a commotion and looked over. He saw little Naruto scurrying away, trying to shield himself from the verbal and physical bombardment of the villagers. The boy looked utterly dejected. A moment later, Naruto ran toward him and accidentally collided with Tanbo's leg, tumbling backward. Ow, that hurts. Naruto looked up to see a tall figure standing before him. A pair of bright eyes looked down with a warm smile. Yo, long time no see, little Naruto. Huh? Are you Uncle Tanbo? Naruto sensed a very familiar aura, but the handsome face made him doubt his own eyes. He shook his head, he couldn't be wrong. This was Uncle Tanbo. Even after more than a year, he remembered the uncle who didn't look at him with those other eyes. Since the last fishing and singing incident, Naruto had hoped to see him again, but after a year of silence, he had given up. Seeing him now, Naruto's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 91, Eavesdropping. Chapter 91, Eavesdropping. Konoha streets. So you came out specifically to buy things. Tanbo Tobitake walked toward home, feeling helpless as little Naruto practically glued himself to his heels. Yeah, the cup ramen at home ran out, Naruto replied, his little feet moving in a quick trot to keep up. Tanbo asked, then instead of buying your groceries, why are you following me? It's been so long since I saw you. I want to play, Naruto said with a wide grin. I just got back from a mission. I don't have time to play with a brat like you. Why not? My wife and kids are waiting for me at home. I have to spend time with them, so of course, I can't play with you, Tanbo laughed. Kids. Naruto instantly thought of himself. He had never seen his own father or mother. Hearing that the weird uncle actually had children made him look at Tanbo differently. This weird uncle was someone's father, where was his own father? His dejection was visible to the naked eye. Alright, it seems I poked a sore spot. How about this? I invite you to my house to see my babies, Tanbo said, glancing at him. The kid really is sensitive. Really? Is that okay? Naruto's cerulean eyes went wide. He had only hoped the uncle would play with him, he never expected an invitation to his home. His face lit up with surprise and joy. This was the first person besides the third Hokage to ever invite him over. Of course. Aren't you afraid that I'm the demon fox? Naruto asked cautiously. Tanbo said dismissively, only the weak fear the demon fox. To the strong, pinching it is as easy as me pinching you. Do you think a strong person would be afraid? Naruto blinked. Then, are you a strong person? As expected of the weird uncle, he talks with such authority. Ahem. While I might not be able to beat the demon fox, it certainly couldn't catch me if I ran, Tanbo replied. The Tobitake house. Your daddy is coming home today. Are you happy? Ayam gently rocked the cradle. Two small infants blinked their large eyes. Hearing that their father was returning, and perhaps sensing their mother's joyful emotions, both babies broke into happy smiles. Why? All right, this is my house. Wait for me outside for a second, Tanbo told Naruto. Okay, Naruto nodded. Tanbo began to tidy his appearance. He smoothed his hair which had been tousled by the wind, brushed the dust from his journey off his clothes, and put on his best smile. He pushed open the door and walked in. Wife, I'm home. Pat pat pat. A moment later, a figure rushed out. Seeing Tanbo, she leaped into a flying hug, burying herself in his chest. You're finally back. If it weren't for those occasional messages, I would have thought you died in the line of duty, Ayam said, her eyes turning red. During his undercover mission, whenever Tanbo operated outside as a spy, he would send intelligence to the third Hokage while also reporting his safety to his family. This was something he insisted on doing. It was the only thing that kept Ayam and his father from worrying themselves to death. It's fine. Your husband is very capable. Here, these are lilacs. I heard they represent longing. Tanbo held her tight, patting her shoulder to comfort her. Thank you. Ayam let go of him and took the bouquet. I ran into an old acquaintance on the way, and he followed me here. Tanbo waved at little Naruto, who was peeking in from the doorway. Naruto walked in with a smile and looked at Ayam. Hello, big sister. Hey, I know you. Back before Tanbo and I were married, your name is Naruto, right? I am recognized him instantly. The legends of the Konoha demon fox never stopped, so he was quite easy to remember. Yes. While the two of them chatted, Tanbo couldn't wait any longer. Sensing the location of the two children, he headed straight for the nursery. I am and Naruto followed. Naruto felt so happy in this moment. Neither the weird uncle nor the big sister looked at him with those other eyes. It was just like before. Naruto might be a bit slow, but he held these kindnesses close to his heart. Inside the room, Tobitake Tianyu and Tobitake Maki, babies nearly a year old, were smiling at each other. They didn't cry even though their mother had suddenly left the room. They laughed, their little mouths making yee sounds. Suddenly, both of them looked toward the bedroom door with sharp gazes. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They sensed a familiar aura. Yee. Tanbo opened the door to find his son and daughter staring fixedly at him, their tiny hands waving with smiles. When I am followed him in, Mama. The two little ones spoke up. Though the pronunciation was slurred, Tanbo heard it clearly. Whoa. My two treasures can say Mama now. Come on, say Papa. Tanbo's heart melted. He walked over to the babies and urged them. Papa. Papa. The two babies stared at him without blinking. Wow, my babies are so smart. Tanbo hadn't expected his children to be this intelligent. At only about 9 months old, they could not only say Mama and Papa, but they recognized him instantly. He had noticed the moment he walked in, their sensory talent was exceptionally strong. They had fixed their gaze on the door before he even entered. Furthermore, their physical builds were very sturdy, judging by his perception, they were much stronger than average infants. Their potential as ninjas was clearly high. Come here, let Papa hold you. Tanbo picked up one in each arm. Tianyu and Maki didn't cry, instead, they laughed with yee sounds. So these are your babies? They're so cute, Naruto said, looking at them. Right then, the two little ones saw Naruto. Their smiling faces suddenly twisted, and they burst into tears. Wah! This left little Naruto very embarrassed. It was his first time being so close to such small babies. He stood there, flustered and unsure of what to do. So sharp, could they be sensing the aura of the nine tails inside Naruto? Tanbo wondered as he watched the scene. It seemed the next generation of his family was going to surpass him in sensory talent. As for surpassing him in everything else, impossible. He was the traveler here, he had to maintain that much confidence, even if he secretly hoped his children would eventually outshine him. Haha, you're just a stranger to them, so they're a bit scared, he told Naruto. They kept Naruto for dinner, and then he headed home, not wanting to intrude on their family reunion further. As he left, he kept looking back, his face filled with envy. Family. Tanbo spent the day playing with his wife and kids. During the day, Tobitake Dongqing returned as well. Seeing Tanbo, he was deeply moved, thinking his seed was truly becoming more outstanding by the day. At night, the couple waited until the children were fast asleep before sneaking into the bedroom next door. After triple checking that the babies were out cold, they got down to business with the hunger of a long drought meeting rain. However, while things were getting heated, the two babies opened their eyes. With their keen senses, they heard the noise. In perfect synchronization, they climbed out of their cradles. Tanbo's feeling had been correct, they were physically strong. They climbed down steadily and then crawled silently together toward the wall. Reaching the corner, the brother and sister leaned against the wall, perfectly quiet. From time to time, their little faces frowned in confusion. Chapter 92, 15 million Rio. Chapter 92, 15 million Rio. After finishing their business and thoroughly cleaning up all traces and lingering scents, the couple returned to the baby's room. Seeing that they were still fast asleep, both sighed in relief simultaneously. Slowly, they drifted off to sleep on the tatami mats next to the cradles. Only then did the two siblings suddenly blink their eyes open, looking at each other. Yee. Morning. Little Naruto prepared his favorite cup ramen and began eating with gusto. Beside him sat a set of interconnected figurines, one large and one small, a handsome version of Tanbo Tobitake and a tiny version of Naruto. Uncle Tanbo said that once I start at the Ninja Academy and learn to inject that stuff called chakra, these two little people can talk. He said this is his greatest masterpiece. Tanbo had given him this gift before leaving yesterday. Now, looking at the figurine, Naruto grinned widely. This was the first person to ever give him a gift. He didn't know what a greatest masterpiece was supposed to look like, but it must be very grand. I want to learn from Uncle Tanbo and make 2 dolls as gifts for his 2 babies. Little Naruto smiled, feeling that he needed to return the favor. Ichiraku ramen. Mibu Shinobu was twirling a token in his hand. Tuchi handed him a bowl of steaming ramen. After thanking him, Shinobu slurped the noodles into his mouth. Uncle Tucci, hasn't sensei arrived yet? He asked while eating. Tucci laughed. He said he'd come to help out today. Maybe the kids were being too naughty. My babies aren't naughty at all, they're very well behaved. Tanbo Tobitake walked in from the door with a beaming smile. No crying, no fussing, no causing worry, thinking about the fourth Hokage's son, the third's grandson, and the future seventh son, at least for now, his two little ones were very stable and reassuring. Sensei, you're glowing. You must have had a very happy few days. Shinobu teased. Tanbo replied, speaking of which, Shinobu, you're 16 now. Isn't it time you found a girlfriend? When I was your age, I already knew how to look for a partner. If you don't look now, it'll be hard to find one later. Sensei, you're only 2 years older than me. Don't talk like you're an old man. Shinobu looked speechless. Besides, isn't it a bit early to look now? I don't think so. I know a girl the same age as you. I'll introduce you in a while, she's an excellent kunoichi, Tanbo laughed. For some reason, after getting married, he enjoyed playing matchmaker. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. He had no intention of stopping. Shinobu asked, who? Do I know her? You'll have to discover that yourself. I'll introduce you when the time is right. It would be perfect if you two hit it off. If you can't handle it, I'll introduce her to Irika or Mibu Shinobu instead. Tanbo was being mysterious. Shinobu was silent. Introducing one girl to several different guys, and they're all acquaintances. Just how much do you approve of this girl? However, he didn't reject his teacher's kindness. Every time he saw his teacher and wife together, he felt a spark of longing to find his own partner. If sensei approved of the girl, she must be outstanding. All right, introduce me when you have time. I'll try to get to know her. Sensible. Now, give me back that proxy token, Tanbo said, shifting to serious business. This gathering wasn't just to review the successes and failures of the mission, it was primarily for this item. Shinobu handed over the token that read, Tanbo Tobitake, top-tier proxy. Sensei, this thing is incredible. Can you give me another one? Smack. Tanbo slapped him on the back of the head. Brat, do you think these are easy to make? First, this token is made of chakra metal, which is why it can adapt to my chakra nature transformations. You know the price of chakra metal, right? Hiss. Shinobu sucked in a breath of cold air. As a weapons master who also specialized in space-time ninjutsu, he knew that even if he doubled the value of all his current weapons combined, they wouldn't equal the cost of the materials in that token. No wonder the token had felt off before. Second, as I told you, I have to work for half a month without sleep to complete this technique once. Do you have any idea how much effort that takes? Shinobu nodded. For such a powerful technique, no amount of preparation time was surprising. And thirdly, you're a chunin. I expect it won't be long before you're promoted to special jonin. It's not good to rely too much on things like this, Tanbo advised. Anyway, let's move on. Today we're going to review the after-action report of the Hidden Rain mission. Yes. After giving his disciple a lesson and working half a shift for his father-in-law, Tanbo went to the Konoha Resource Department. He collected his payment for the S-rank mission. 15 million Ryo. That was his cut as the captain. Someone like Shinobu only received 8 million, barely enough to buy a bit of chakra metal. Indeed, chakra metal was that expensive. In the original story, the twin blades held by Asuma were worth more than the man himself. Oh yeah. I'm finally not a man living off his wife. I'm officially a jonin earning 500,000 a month. Between the S-rank mission pay, his monthly salary, and his savings from the Third War, he had a substantial amount. Although he spent a lot on missions and training, his savings were healthy. He could now afford more resources to maintain his training. Training was expensive, a single storage scroll cost him a month's salary. Honestly, thinking about Boruto, it made sense why Sasuke's family was still paying off a mortgage and why Choji's appetite could make Asuma's heart ache. Most of a ninja's funds went into life-saving gear. If you can't finish 5 laps, do 1,500 leg kicks. 1-2, 1-2. Just as he collected his money and prepared to head home, he heard a familiar voice. He looked toward the sound. Good grief, green jumpsuit and a bowl cut. He shifted his steps, pretending he hadn't seen him, attempting to glide past Guy, who was currently walking on his hands. He felt relieved that his special bandages hadn't been finished yet. Due to the unique nature of the unlimited void carrier, it couldn't be made from ordinary cloth, so he hadn't been wearing bandages around his head for the past few days. He was very glad he wasn't wearing them. Watching the anime, Guy's outfit and hair were just funny, but it was different when the person was right in front of you. It was like your best friend cosplaying Guy, tight jumpsuit, bowl cut, and a slightly prominent package, wanting to go shopping with you. The mere thought made Tonbo's scalp tingle. He definitely won't recognize me, Tonbo prayed. Guy surely wouldn't recognize that his former classmate was actually a major heartthrob. Tap, tap, tap. Yo. It's Tonbo. Long time no see. Want to join me for a soul-stirring handstand race? The terrifying moment happened. Guy suddenly turned his head toward him, smiling with a literal glint off his white teeth. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, Dangerous Person. Chapter 93, Dangerous Person. The Hidden Rain Village. The Six Paths of Pain stood once more atop the high tower, gazing down at the residential buildings below. Nagato's main body had acted personally, utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, far superior to that of the puppets, to break Tonbo Tobotake's seal from the outside and retrieve the Six Paths puppets. Yo, is that guy really that strong? It seems cooperating with you to change the world might be a bit difficult. The Swirl Maskman stood beside them, teasing the Deva Path. He hadn't expected Nagato, possessor of the Rinnegan, to stumble so badly at the hands of an ordinary Konoha ninja. Whoosh! A cold breeze blew through the heights, making their robes rustle. He is indeed a remarkable ninja, the Deva Path replied calmly. Though he lacks your boastful Sharingan, his Genjutsu is no inferior to it. As for not wanting to cooperate, you are free to leave. I never begged for your help, you're the one who forced yourself upon us. The Deva Path cast a cold glance at him. He didn't refute the comments about Tonbo's strength, he had indeed been blindsided. So that is a Konoha genius. Jiraiya-sensei was right, the flow of talent in Konoha never runs dry. But next time, he wouldn't let the men escape so easily. Ah, just a joke. We're still partners. After all, if a ninja even you can't handle exists, finding someone else might not help, the masked man laughed. More importantly, physiques suitable for the Rinnegan were far too rare. As for being no inferior to the Sharingan, you know nothing of its true power. Conan, has Zetsu gathered intel on that guy yet? The Deva Path asked. Conan produced a file. Yes, but not much. Although he's a Konoha Jonin, he's too low profile. Zetsu never paid him much attention, so this is just general information. The Deva Path scanned the file. Veteran of the Third War, from the Analysis Division, possesses exceptional mind reading and sensory abilities, outstanding Genjutsu, currently the captain of the Analysis Division. A plain Jonin resume. No grand background. A civilian genius. It seems Konoha has produced another figure like the Sannin or Minato Namikaze. The Deva Path felt the weight of his goal, but he wouldn't abandon his ideals. By starting with small nations, raising funds for Akatsuki, and slowly cannibalizing the mission resources of the great nations, he would eventually weaken the hidden villages until they were powerless. Comparable to the fourth Hokage. He's not in that league, the masked man scoffed. I fought the fourth, I know his power and talent. If I hadn't used a plan to eliminate him, Konoha would be even stronger today. He thought back to his battle in Konoha, without the Nine Tails and White Zetsu's power, he would have fallen within a few rounds. Konoha streets. Passers-by cast strange looks at the odd human walking on his hands. Tonbo Tobotake, having been recognized, could only offer an awkward laugh. I actually have something to do, I'll be going now. He turned to leave. Tonbo. I heard you completed another S-rank mission. That's incredible. Come, face me in a hot-blooded battle of youth. Guy flipped upright, issuing his challenge. Since it had come to this, Tonbo had a sudden inspiration. How about this? We won't fight with taijutsu. We'll race on our hands. Let's see who can do 5 laps around Konoha first. Having nothing better to do, he decided to have some fun. Guy's eyes sparkled. Tonbo finally acknowledged his training method. Yash. This is what youth is all about. Come on then, let's see who finishes first. Poof. The moment Guy finished speaking, Tonbo transformed. The handsome Tonbo Tobotake was gone. In his place was a man wearing an identical red jumpsuit, a green bowl cut, and a face resembling a certain comedic actor. Tonbo summoned a mirror, looked at himself, and nodded in satisfaction. All right. Scorching youth. The 5-lap handstand race begins. He immediately flipped onto his hands and winked at Guy. Guy was stunned, his finger trembling as he pointed. Why did you transform? Are you running or not? I'm already prepared. Surely you're not afraid of losing. Tonbo taunted. Damn it. I won't lose to your hideous red youth. Guy felt insulted by the color choice, green was the true color of youth. Driven by the need to win, he also flipped onto his hands and began sprinting with his arms. I'll definitely beat you, you ugly red. Hilarious. How can your pathetic green compare to me? Aha. Green is the color of youth. My hair is green too, so I'm youth as well. Slap slap slap. The sounds faded into the distance. The watching residents burst into laughter. Those jumpsuits and those colors were just too tacky. I know that guy, he's the son of Might Dway, the eternal genin. Oh, him. That makes sense. Who's the red one? Maybe his long-lost brother. From that day on, a legend of Konoha's dual colors was born. But while Guy was recognized, the identity of the red figure remained a mystery. Only the world where Guy was hurt was achieved. Truth be told, running shamefully through the streets under a transformation felt strangely exhilarating for Tanbo. Oh my god. Is this the mindset of those short video bloggers who wear superhero suits and dance in public? It's actually relaxing. After high-stress missions, a bit of public humiliation was a great way to unwind. He was enjoying it, but Guy was dying of embarrassment next to him. Damn, this guy's red jumpsuit is too shameful. It's so tacky. Guy felt the residents' gazes and realized today's youth felt like a crime. He hadn't expected Tanbo to be this uncultured. He decided he'd never race Tanbo like this again. The red and green streaks of youth blurred past, leaving residents dumbfounded. Even the Uchiha police force patrolling the area didn't want to get close, feeling like their eyes were being assaulted. Damn it. If I lose to you, I'll do 1,500 leg kicks and 800 push-ups today. Guy vowed, putting a self-rule constraint on himself. Tanbo's hands moved fast, keeping neck and neck with Guy. His taijutsu was top tier, a necessity he had trained for future celestial threats. Against Guy, he had no fear. Besides, this wasn't his real face, so he didn't care about his reputation. Just as they passed a training field, a suspicious voice rang out, "Hey, Guy." Tanbo. What on earth are you two doing? Crack crack. Guy and Tanbo instantly petrified. Being caught racing with such a tacky-looking Tanbo was too much. Crap. Tanbo cursed inwardly. He had been so relaxed being home that he hadn't maintained his anti-detection sensory barrier. He had been caught red-handed. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Relieving Stress. Chapter 94, Relieving Stress. On a Konoha road. So, remind me again why I'm training with you two. Kakashi was walking on his hands, trailing behind two figures, one green and one red. His dead fish eyes were full of speechlessness. Tanbo Tobatake, because you know too much. Guy, that's right, you know too much. Since they were still young and Kakashi's skin wasn't quite thick enough yet, he ended up following them under the combined pressure of Tanbo's persuasion. Kakashi was beyond frustrated. He had finally managed to get a day off. Not long ago, on his 18th birthday, he had received a gift sent back by Lord Jiraiya, the latest edition of Ica Ica Paradise. He had planned to finish his training and dive into some study time, only to run into these two. Truly, today was not his day. Yo, Kakashi, what's this you've got here? Tanbo, leading the pack, suddenly had a book in his hand. On the cover were 4 bold words, Ica Ica Paradise. Guy's eyes flashed with a spark of curiosity, and he snatched it away. Stop. That's just a book about love. Kakashi's face turned red instantly. He scrambled up to grab it back, but his old friend wasn't about to let go so easily. Guy realized immediately that this was no ordinary book. Love, what a grand word. Anything that could capture this old friend's attention must be a particularly good book. Guy hopped up on one hand, flipping through the pages as he walked. Meanwhile, as revenge for Kakashi seeing through his transformation earlier, Tanbo blocked Kakashi's path. Whoa, I have no other wishes for the future of my life, only that I may be intoxicated and submerged in all love. Let this cup of passion be drunk to the brim, a full intoxication. Guy started reading aloud. Though it wasn't his usual style, he started to feel something. But gradually, the tone shifted. As the plot thickened, even the thick-headed Guy started to blush. Red-faced, he tossed the book to Tanbo. Here, you read it. This is too shameful. I'm still a child. Kakashi tried to intercept, but it was impossible. Aside from Guy and a few old-timers from the Warring States era, no one's taijutsu was significantly better than Tanbo's. Tanbo took the book and continued reading. The value of love lies not just in possession. Sometimes, sacrificing love is the only way to make it eternal. Reading this, Tanbo looked at the cover. It was indeed written by Jiraiya. Good grief, Lord Jiraiya actually has this kind of literary talent. Truly, never judge a book by its cover. Give it back. Kakashi capitalized on Tanbo's distraction and snatched the book back. This book is filled with the true essence of love. I suggest you both buy a copy. I believe it contains qualities essential for a ninja. Invincible youth is the only quality a ninja needs. Study with me, Kakashi. Guy didn't want any part of that. Tanbo laughed. I'm different from you too. You're still searching for the essence of love, but I've already passed down the will of fire. I'm telling you, my 2 kids are so cute and well-behaved. That is true love. Do you guys want to date? I can ask my wife to introduce you to some people. She knows some excellent kunoichi. Hearing this, Guy and Kakashi exchanged a look and quickly scurried away on their hands. Tanbo was too much. Hey. Wait. Don't go so fast. I'm telling you, children are the future of Konoha. The sooner you have them, the sooner they inherit. Tanbo sped up, chasing after them. He genuinely wanted to introduce his classmates to some girls to save them from a lifetime of bachelorhood. It definitely wasn't out of malice. Definitely. Poof. Ah, it's over. A truly scorching day of youth. Tanbo released his transformation, stretched his arms, wiped his sweat, and smiled. He felt all his stress evaporate. This sudden idea had been the right move. Ninjas accumulate a massive amount of psychological fatigue during missions, which is also a process of building up mental energy. While ninjas have extraordinary power and rarely suffer from war syndrome, they still build up stress that needs a release valve. Some ninjas can't find a way to vent. Since they can't simply retire, they resort to tragic methods, self-mutilation of a leg or arm to be discharged as disabled. Those without that resolve might defect and become rogue ninjas. Female ninjas have it slightly better, they can retire through pregnancy, a path many in various villages take. Different ninjas have different ways of releasing pressure. Guy has his youthful training, Kakashi has his books, Jiraiya has his research and writing, Tsunade has gambling. Most ninjas develop a unique quirk. Tanbo naturally had stress too. He was talented, but he was still human. This act of putting on a mask and acting a fool helped alleviate that pressure. Actually, the will of fire serves a purpose here too, it's not just brainwashing. Whether it's Konoha's will of fire or the hidden stone's will of stone, these are forms of faith. And faith is a powerful stress reliever. So even if he didn't personally believe in the will of fire, he never forgot to preach it to his disciples and juniors, it gave their conviction a place to rest. I'm never training with Tanbo again, Guy grumbled after the session. He had lost, but he wouldn't stop complaining that Tanbo's tacky transformation and outfit had thrown him off. Tanbo curled his lip. Your outfit is the tacky one. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Stab. Guy clutched his chest as if hit by a blade, pointing a trembling finger. My lack of a girlfriend has nothing to do with this. These clothes are stylish and breathable. You can't discourage me. Well, you might actually be single because of the clothes, Kakashi added, twisting the knife. Kakashi, oh no. Tanbo turned to Kakashi and shook his head. You are also tacky. Look at this hedgehog hair and that mask. Even a dog would shake its head at you. Stab. Hey. I remember you used to wrap your whole face in bandages. You found a wife while looking like that, didn't you? Kakashi nearly choked. He just didn't want to find anyone, he had plenty of fangirls back then and still does now. And what was wrong with the mask? Tanbo used to look like a mummy. Heh, I'm not stupid. I took them off when it was time for us time. Hey, Kakashi. Tanbo's expression shifted, dropping the banter for a moment. I see the fourth son, Naruto, looking lonely every day. Don't you ever go visit him? The third Hokage had never forbidden him from approaching the Jinchuriki. That meant others probably weren't forbidden either. He was curious about Kakashi's mindset, why he never visited the boy openly, instead of just watching from the shadows. Chapter 95, Someone Else's Children. Chapter 95, Someone Else's Children. Atop the Hokage rock. Hearing Tanbo Tobotake's words, Kakashi gazed down at the village of Konoha below. It's nothing. That child deserves to have his own life without me interfering in it. Boring. If I were the fourth disciple, I'd be taking him out to play every single day, Tanbo said, curling his lip. He felt unsatisfied, he had expected a more interesting answer than that. Guy added, then you need to hurry up and find that essence of love in those books, Kakashi. Encouragement and companionship were what Guy believed to be most useful for the younger generation, but being sensitive to his friend's feelings, he wouldn't overstep. Everyone had their own way of thinking. Kakashi remained silent. Afterward, at Tanbo's suggestion, the three spent time discussing their understandings of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu to progress together. This was one of the few ways they communicated as former classmates outside of eating and drinking. Tanbo had a family, while Kakashi and Guy were mission-obsessed workaholics, they didn't have much common ground regarding ordinary daily life. All three were geniuses, capable of pushing one another. Without a system, Tanbo's path to power naturally relied on such exchanges, from the third's initial guidance to studying the works of predecessors and sparring with classmates. Even reading enemies' memory served as a collision of different ideologies. Closing oneself off was never the way of the wise. Whether it was sparring, reading ancient scrolls, or occasionally teaching juniors, everything provided inspiration for self-improvement. Both Guy and Kakashi had become jonin at a very young age. Communicating with them was highly rewarding. Much like teaching students helped his own brain absorb knowledge faster, Tanbo believed that while one person's thoughts are talent, the collection of countless thoughts is true wisdom. The intense discussion ended quickly, leaving all three feeling enriched. Tanbo went home to look after his kids, Kakashi snuck off to read his book, and Guy went to carry out his loser's penalty for the race. Swish. Swish. Red Tomo flickered in the darkness of the night as Shisui appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Hokage, according to your information, no high-level members of the clan have left for missions recently, Uchiha Shisui reported. Hiruzen mused, are there any Uchiha members who were left outside the village in the past? Mibu Shinobu was a core pillar of Konoha and a successor to the Will of Fire, there was no reason for him to lie about his report. Hiruzen had also verified with Danzo's men, the enemy definitely possessed the Sharingan. Yet now, the Uchiha clan had no corresponding person missing. It was strikingly similar to the Ninetales incident. Even though the Uchiha were under ANBU surveillance, inexplicable things were happening. There were only a few possibilities left. Someone had stolen the Uchiha bloodline, the Uchiha had deceived everyone and had clansmen living outside the village who were taking action. There were lost bloodlines existing outside, much like the remnants of the Uzumaki clan. According to clan records, there are no Uchiha clansmen lost to the outside, at least not in the records since the end of the Warring States period, Shisui stated in detail. In the Warring States period, death tolls were higher and numbers smaller, making records even clearer. However, a ninja excludes no possibility. Shisui was inwardly shocked that another clansman was roaming the outside world. Moreover, according to the Third's intel, this person likely mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan, and would style. Those were the powers of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. One person possessing both was a heavy thought. This incident would only make the Uchiha's position in Konoha more passive and deepen the Hokage's suspicions. Tap, tap, tap. Hiruzen drummed his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. After excluding the impossible, too many possibilities remained. For instance, besides suspecting an internal Uchiha plot, he also suspected his disciple, Orochimaru. During Orochimaru's prime in the war years, many Uchiha died. While most eyes were recovered, some were lost. He suspected that during Orochimaru's human experiments, some Uchiha might have been abducted. You may go. Be sure to stay alert for any possible information, Hiruzen said. Yes. Shum. The next day. Tanbo Tobitake was using a specialized technique to create several phantom beasts with cradles on their backs, letting his two little ones fly around the room. Yee. The two babies were incredibly excited, experiencing the sensation of flight. However, the fatherly bonding didn't last long before an ANBU arrived with a message. The Lord Hokage requested his presence. Frustrated, Tanbo had to hand the children over to Ayam and head to the Hokage's office. So, how is it? Are the kids easy to handle? Hiruzen Sarutobi teased with a smile. It must be a nightmare, right? Only those who have raised children know it's much harder than killing enemies on a battlefield. In his own family, only his eldest son, Shinosuke, was somewhat stable. Asuma had given him enough headaches for a lifetime. Now that Konoha's current backbone had kids, Hiruzen expected him to be suffering the same way. They're great. No crying, no fussing. They recognized me as their dad the moment I got back. They smile every day and even let us know when they need a diaper change. It's effortless. I never thought raising kids could be this easy. Tanbo felt fine. His two boys were incredibly easy to raise, nothing made him feel stressed. Though there were odd moments, like their clothes having a bit of dust on them in the evening. He had monitored them, but the two siblings were always peaceful. He hadn't found anything out of the ordinary. Easy. Hiruzen's face was a map of question marks. The Sarutobi clan was large, and even with nannies helping while parents were on missions, he felt his head was about to explode dealing with his 10-month-old grandson, Konohamaru. The boy caused a ruckus constantly. Sometimes, Konohamaru would wait specifically until Hiruzen held him to pee on him. No holding, no peeing, as soon as he was picked up, it was a guarantee. Yeah. I heard your grandson was born a month before my kids. Surely he's even better behaved than mine. Tanbo noticed the third's expression seemed a bit off. What's so hard about kids? They aren't toddlers with their own ideas yet. Not like Naruto, Konohamaru, or Hana Inuzuka, those kids were handfuls. But for babies under a year old. As long as they were safe and dry, it was easy. They'd laugh the moment you played with them and say "Papa" when asked. Hiruzen was jealous. Good grief, aren't everyone else's kids supposed to be a nightmare? Why are yours the perfect, other person's children? Alright, enough small talk. The reason I called you here is for serious business. Hiruzen didn't want to talk about family anymore. Being confronted with perfect children was just too much. Chapter 96, Important Event. Chapter 96, Important Event. The Hokage's office. What is it? Tanbo Tobitake asked, puzzled. Is my vacation over already? Sure enough, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up, you've been back for quite a few days now. Regarding the position of captain of the analysis division, Inoichi has already started complaining. He said if you don't return to take up your responsibility soon, he won't have any time to spend with his child. While Tanbo was away on his mission, Yamanaka Inoichi had been pulling double duty as both the head of the intelligence department and the captain of the analysis division. Having experienced the lifestyle of upper management, Inoichi found that he couldn't go back to doing both. The extra workload didn't come with a pay raise. More importantly, there was currently no one else in the analysis division who could put the intelligence head's mind at ease. Thus, Hiruzen had been on the receiving end of a nagging complaint from his staunch loyalist. Coincidentally, while Hiruzen had originally intended to give Tanbo a bit more time to rest, their recent small talk about perfect children had left him feeling mentally unbalanced. He decided it was best for Tanbo to get back to work. Ah. That's way too fast. I've only been resting for a few days. Tanbo immediately looked dejected, looking exactly like a modern worker whose weekend was suddenly cancelled. He had planned to spend his time researching ninjutsu specifically designed to counter Six Paths level threats while balancing family life. He knew the Fourth Great Ninja War was only a decade or so away. While he could wait for Naruto and Sasuke to handle the final bosses, he couldn't accept being powerless to respond himself. That lack of security was unacceptable. Given his current abilities, he could likely retreat safely even when facing the Six Paths of Pain, but he wanted a plan for more. Well, work is work. His chakra reserves had already reached more than 3 times that of Kakashi's. In a few more years, he would likely catch up to the third Hokage's reserves. Using a shadow clone to train would be slightly less efficient, but it wasn't a problem. Also, there is the matter of the barrier team. I want you to continue your research, Hiruzen added. While the prototype of that barrier technique is complete, I believe it can be further refined to make it perfect for protecting the village. During Tanbo's mission, Hiruzen hadn't let the barrier team's development stall. The inverted golden bell barrier had mostly been completed by Hyuga Tetsum's squad, but flaws remained. He hoped this technique, intended to guard the village, would be flawless. Understood. Tanbo was familiar with this, he had been doing this since before the Land of Rain mission. So, can I go now? He asked. There is one more thing. Huh. Your disciple, Mibu Shinobu, is being promoted to Special Jonin, Hiruzen said with a smile. This was worth celebrating. Konoha had gained another high-level ninja, and since this ninja was trained by Tanbo, it was a testament to his excellent teaching abilities. That's great news. Tanbo had expected this, Shinobu definitely had the skills by now. Alright, I'm heading out. Wait, one more thing, Hiruzen said just as Tanbo stepped toward the door. What are your thoughts on the incident in the Hidden Rain and their leader? Hiruzen asked. Because of the Rinnegan, he couldn't gather all the high-level officials for a discussion, so he wanted the perspective of the men who was actually there. The Rinnegan was too significant, one wrong move could spark a war. To avoid this, he had suppressed the intel and taken corresponding measures. That's an affair of another village. We shouldn't interfere too much, right? Tanbo replied. Besides, aside from knowing the enemy has the power of the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and with style, we only have partial intel on the Rain's ninja. There isn't much we can do. Tanbo didn't have much to say. In his heart, he figured he'd let junior brother Nagato handle things later. Or perhaps Jiraiya would live up to his legendary internet status as the invincible intel gatherer, take the information Tanbo collected, and beat Pain into the ground. Tanbo didn't particularly want to face Nagato's main body and the massive AoE of the Chibaku Tensei. He'd leave that to Ninetales Naruto. Hiruzen nodded, not really expecting an earth-shattering insight. Those enemies were indeed too powerful. Without a direct conflict, starting a war was unwise. Then, can I go now? Tanbo asked, fearing there was more. One more thing. Are you serious? A giant question mark flashed in Tanbo's mind. Hiruzen became solemn. In 1 month, the guard organization under the 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire, the group responsible for protecting the daimyo, will send a team of ninjas to Konoha for training. The subject is, dispelling Genjutsu. Aha. You're not going to make me do it, are you? Tanbo pointed to himself. Hiruzen shook his head, making Tanbo sigh in relief. He's not treating me like a pack mule after all. But then Hiruzen continued, it will be handled by you, Yuhi Kurenai of the Yuhi clan, and Kurama Murakumo, the head of the Kurama clan. You are all renowned Genjutsu masters, so this is a joint mission for the three of you. Yes. Though Tanbo was speechless, his interest was piqued. The Yuhi clan had produced Yuhi Shinko, a master whose Genjutsu even the Sharingan struggled to break. The Kurama clan was even more legendary, producing a heaven-defying bloodline talent every few generations. Every one of them was a top-tier Genjutsu specialist in the ninja world. It was a pity Yuhi Shinko died during the Nine Tails attack. The Kurama clan had also declined during the constant wars, a clan that once supplied countless jonin to Konoha was now just a minor family. But their secret libraries and archives surely held treasures. Tanbo didn't exactly covet their techniques, but with his wisdom and sharp mind, he felt he could shear some wool from their methods. He was also curious about Kurama Yukumo, the girl with the bloodline that could manifest in release into physical reality. He wondered if she existed in this world. If so, her power to deceive heaven and earth with in release could be used as a reference to reach new heights, perhaps even controlling the weather itself. So, can I go? Tanbo asked again. Hiruzen nodded, feeling he might have pushed it a bit. Shum. The moment he nodded, Tanbo vanished. What a nagging old man. Shortly after he left, Danzo stepped out from the shadows. Hiruzen, is it wise to send him to teach the daimyo's guards? You know the daimyo's court and the nobles of the land of fire value bloodlines above all else. Tanbo's ability is unquestionable, but he is just a civilian. If the visitors use his status as an excuse to cut Konoha's military budget, it won't be a good outcome. You must have faith in Tanbo's ability, Hiruzen replied. He won't give them an excuse. Chapter 97, The 12 Guardian Ninja and the Nearguard Agency. Chapter 97, The 12 Guardian Ninja and the Nearguard Agency. The Land of Fire. The Nearguard Agency, under the command of the 12 Guardian Ninja. This is the direct armed organization belonging to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Those capable of becoming the 12 Guardian Ninja all rise from the ranks of this institution. After layers of rigorous screening, they eventually become the high-level leadership of one of the Land of Fire's supreme military bodies. Aside from Konoha, this is the strongest armed force in the nation. As the agency directly responsible for protecting the daimyo's residents, it is thanks to them that the daimyo lives comfortably despite the various bounties placed on his head by different factions. The agency houses some of the most elite ninja of the Land of Fire. Its ranks are filled with Konoha-born shinobi, monks from the Fire Temple, and elites selected from various noble families. With specialists in taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, barriers, sealing, and secret arts, their protection is described as unbreakable. If the 12 Guardian Ninja are the high-level officers, the Nearguard Agency is the main army. Every year, countless ninjas from the 5 great nations, smaller villages, and rogue groups attempt assassinations, only to return in defeat. Individually, a ninja there might just be an elite jonin, comparable to the likes of Asuma or Chiriku, but as a collective unit, their strength is terrifyingly coordinated. According to Konoha records, during the Warring States period, there was a tailed beast rampage. The 12 Guardian Ninja dispatched only 5 jonin to handle it, and they actually killed the tailed beast. Yes, killed it. Their combat methods were highly specialized. Even the 5 great villages usually expect to lose countless jonin just to seal a tailed beast. While killing and sealing differ in difficulty, it proves the internal might of the daimyo's estate. The Nearguard Agency is sending people to learn how to dispel genjutsu. They're really squeezing us for all we're worth. Tanbo Tobitake pondered the intel regarding the agency. Every few years, the Land of Fire sends personnel to study with ninja powers like Konoha or the Fire Temple. The daimyo doesn't just rely on his own research, he learns from everyone. This made Tanbo realize that the 80,000-strong allied shinobi forces from the original story likely consisted largely of the regular military forces of the 5 nations. In his past life, people claimed the 3rd Hokage was a political genius, but compared to the daimyo and the nobles, the 3rd knew next to nothing about high politics. Since the Warring States, the ones truly directing the world's course have never been the bloodline clans, but the daimyo. Of course, the cutting-edge power always resides within the 5 great villages. However, anyone dreaming of controlling the daimyo and seizing the nation with a simple genjutsu is delusional. Controlling the daimyo is about as difficult as Guy becoming Hokage. But the people from these agencies are hard to get along with, Tanbo noted. The daimyo and the nobles represent the absolute peak of society, and nobles usually come with a set of flaws, primarily looking down on commoners, much like how an Uchiha views an average person. Those in the Nearguard Agency naturally look down on village ninja. They carry an inherent arrogance. Without noble status, one must rely entirely on raw skill to earn their respect. Nobles like the Sarutobi, Shimura, or the Inoshikacho trio were the easygoing exceptions. Tanbo wasn't worried, he had absolute confidence in his abilities. The fact that they were coming to learn genjutsu dispelling meant they acknowledged they had room for improvement. With his current strength, which could snag even a Sharingan or Rinnegan user, handling the agency members would be child's play. He might even learn some non-Konoha ninjutsu from them, like Chiriku's thousand-armed murder technique. Keep an eye on the little ones. I'm going to work. After greeting Ayam and the two babies, Tanbo headed out into the dawn. He greeted acquaintances on the street. Upon reaching the analysis division and entering the captain's office, he found Yamanaka Inoichi slumped over the desk, drooling. Hey, Director Inoichi, wake up. Huh? Who is it? Don't you know I'm sleeping? Inoichi blinked blearily. He was met with a pair of pale blue eyes and silver white hair. He froze. Who are you? Still half asleep, he didn't recognize him immediately. After seeing Tanbo's deadpan expression, it finally clicked. Cough. It's you, kid. Why aren't you wearing those ugly bandages today? Looking at this face, Inoichi felt that Tanbo wrapped in bandages was much easier on the eyes. This level of looks was a serious threat to his position as the handsomest man in the intelligence department. Tanbo shrugged. Couldn't be helped. I lost them on the last mission. The new ones aren't finished yet. He actually wanted to wear them. As a married man, receiving constant winks from girls on the street was bad for his reputation. However, ordinary bandages were uncomfortable, and the new specialized bandages were difficult to craft. Creating a medium that can support a high-level sealing technique is far harder than making a standard sealing scroll. I'll leave things here to you. Do a good job, I'm exhausted from covering for you while you were gone. Inoichi patted his shoulder with a look of immense relief. Make some time for Ino, Tanbo said. Don't wait until she's grown up to figure out how to be a father. Inoichi looked at him with surprise. Hey, since you had kids, you seem a lot more concerned about other children. Of course. The will of fire radiates from me at all times, Tanbo joked. You just haven't seen it, but I've looked after the growth of many kids. It seemed there was a reason the third was loved by so many, the whole village was under his observation. Tanbo, Irika, Naruto, and Kakashi had all been looked after by the old man. Even if he was a bit of a pervert who liked to peek through his crystal ball. The third had surely seen Tanbo giving extra lessons to Hana Inuzuka and the others. Inoichi, as the head of intelligence, had apparently missed these moments of will of fire, brilliance, which Tanbo teased was a strike against his status as a successor. Is that so? Then I've been negligent. I'll make sure to bond with Ino. Inoichi scratched his head. He truly was lacking in father-daughter time due to the heavy workload, which was why he had been grumbling for Tanbo to return. He wasn't a power-hungry man. After catching up, the two handled the handover. Tanbo needed to catch up on the analysis division's affairs from the last 8 months. Actually, things had been quiet. It wasn't wartime, so it wasn't that busy. Many members had taken part-time gigs, Dokuraku was working as a teacher, and Saishiman had even served as a proctor for the Chunin exams a few months back. Everyone was so idle they could have gone to a construction site to move bricks. It proved Tanbo's choice was correct, the analysis division was the best place for a peaceful life. Even the side missions they took were generally simple tasks. Spy missions like his trip to the Land of Rain were extremely rare.